Your mother. No, my father's mother is my grandmother. Isn't she? No, 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 that cannot be said. Damn it. Who cares? Truly inhumane. Suwangba. Suin, clutching the last remaining 100 yuan bill and his identification card, cursed vehemently at the Lu City airport. Concerned expressions adorned the faces of those around him, questioning whether this child had lost his mind. Realizing his outburst, Suin hastily slung his bag over his shoulder and fled the scene. Suin had once believed that after graduating from high school, he would enjoy a life filled with abundance and joy. After all, he had a billionaire father, a mysterious grandfather, and a mother connected to the military. How could one resist such a promising destiny? However, Su An's expectations were dashed. Before turning 18, his family, under the guise of raising him in poverty, severely restricted his living expenses, forcing him to endure an unforgettable 18 years. The moment he returned home after obtaining his driver's license, ready to savor his mother's preparations for his 18th birthday, including the world's only voice of the night supercar, his father handed him an economy class ticket to Lu City. And we've been poor for 18 years, that let's endure 4 more. I can't believe this. Suin began, but before he could finish, he was forcibly escorted by a burly bodyguard to the airport. With a month remaining before the start of classes at Lu City University, Suin glanced at the 100 yuan bill in his hand. Opening his Alipay account, he sighed, "Goodness, thankfully I still have some backup funds, otherwise my father would truly leave me in dire straits." As he checked his balance, Su In's eyes widened in disbelief. What happened to my 30,000 yuan? He fell into contemplation, recalling the moment in the car when he had engaged in a battle of wits with the bodyguards, one of whom had knocked his phone away, and somehow it had been returned to him. Just you wait. Suin fumed, vowing to take revenge upon his return home. Bodyguard, where will you take revenge? In Kyoto, at the luxurious estate known as Jingfu No. 1. Situated atop a hill, a middle-aged man sipped his tea. "Ah, little one, I have put in much effort to let you experience how your grandfather treated me in my youth. I suppose this is your share of suffering? Haha." A beautiful woman nearby cast a resentful glance at the man in her youth. She too had been a captivating beauty. "How dare you say that?" she retorted, tugging at Su's ear. "Even if you wish to provide such an environment for our son, you need not take away all 30,000 yuan. Ouch, that hurts. My dear, I was merely concerned about his upbringing. A month is sufficient for him to find a job that covers his food and lodging until school starts. I had it even worse than him when I was young. But he has never lacked nutrition or education. I believe in raising him in poverty, but I have not restricted his schooling or other expenses. He is merely a bit more frugal compared to others. Haha." The middle-aged man spoke gently. "And I have a delightful surprise for him coming up. What about his living expenses?" The woman's eyes flared with anger. Then she thought of their son, and her worry intensified. "That will be resolved, I assure you. The surprise will take care of it. The next 4 years are merely a ruse to toy with our son. How could it be real? I have nearly arranged it soon. The prestigious restaurant in Lu City, Mingzhuang, will be his." Suin trudged along the streets of Lu City, feeling foolish and directionless. "Hey, handsome, let's connect on WeChat." A beautiful woman approached him, but Suin waved her off casually. Disinterested in the charms of Lu City's social elite, his immediate concern was finding a place to sleep. So handsome yet so clueless." The socialite scoffed, striding away. Su An's striking features were an undeniable inheritance from his mother. A tall nose and bright eyes, standing at 6 feet tall, enough to captivate any girl's attention. Though it still paled in comparison to the readers. 100 yuan. Let's see, I can grab a bowl of braised noodles and then find a park to sleep in. Suin decided on his survival strategy in Lu City. His attention was caught by the bold sign of a noodle shop, Crab Roe Noodles, which stirred his appetite. After the tumultuous journey from Kyoto to Lu City, his stomach ached with hunger. Food is the essence of life, Suin declared as he stepped into the noodle shop. "Boss, 1 bowl of Crab Roe Noodles, please," he shouted, tossing his backpack onto a chair with flair. "Sure thing. That'll be 188. Bang, bang, bang. The wind swept through. The boss lifted the curtain and exclaimed, "Hey, wasn't someone just asking for noodles?" Suin, with his backpack on, widened his eyes in disbelief. "What do you mean 188 for noodles? I only have 100 yuan. In an instant, upon hearing the price, Suin bolted 2 streets away. He had heard tales of the high cost of living in Lu City, but never expected it to be this exorbitant. Sighing, Suin opened his phone to search for food, specifically looking for options under 10 yuan. A niche review site immediately popped up, and to his delight, he found a restaurant that looked delectable. Checking the address, Lu City East District, Suin checked on his phone and fell silent. 70 miles away, Suin squatted down, his pupils shaking violently. Oh heavens, have you made a mistake? I am the son of Kyoto's wealthiest, wielding immense power, destined to drive the voice of the night, supercar, and embrace the most beautiful women. Not here searching for 10 yuan noodles. Everything will be all right. It will all pass. In 4 years, I will still be the Prince of Kyoto, hee hee hee. Suin then broke into a foolish grin as a couple passed by. Darling, look, that person seems overwhelmed in Lu City, still fantasizing about being the Prince of Kyoto. Sweetheart, just ignore him, he's probably just read too many web novels. Suin. After an exhaustive search, Su An's mind was crystal clear. First, he would head to the East District for a 10 yuan bowl of noodles. Then, he would find a nearby park, rumored to have a lovely view, a perfect place to rest. Suin was filled with determination as long as he survived the night. He would seek a job that provided food and lodging before school commenced. He believed himself to be exceptionally clever, deserving of the high score of 683 that earned him admission to Lu City University's Economics and Management program. However, it is worth noting that this major was not his choice, but his father Suin had no objections, being the only child. According to his father's words, he would return to learn management once he graduated, as there were plenty of people under him to make money. Moreover, the Economics and Management program at Lu City had considerable prestige, which was another reason Suin chose to apply there. There was a deeper layer to his ambitions as well. Suin fantasized about holding thousands or millions in pocket money, arriving in a new land, flaunting wealth and status. Unfortunately, reality proved to be quite the opposite. Clatter, 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 Suin walked towards the underground passage with his heavy backpack. Indeed, he would take the subway. Economical and practical, I am truly a financial genius. Suin couldn't help but feel pleased with himself. After spending a mere 5 yuan, Suin clutched the subway ticket and hurriedly entered the station, waiting eagerly. Not many people around. Suin surveyed his surroundings, spotting only a woman in a black dress at a distance, with no one else in sight. Disregarding her, he began meticulously calculating every penny he would need, even buying toothpaste, and a toothbrush would incur expenses. In the midst of calculating, Suin noticed a sound emanating from deep within the subway. A train was approaching. He tucked away his phone, deciding to check it after boarding, and waited patiently. His gaze fixated on the slowly decelerating train when, quite unexpectedly, he caught sight of a girl in a black dress. Her beguiling eyes fixed intently on the tracks, and her statuesque nose sculpted a flawless visage. Her porcelain skin glowed just right, framed by cascading black hair that fell like a waterfall. My goodness. This girl is stunning. Absolutely top tier. Suin couldn't help but marvel. He had never witnessed such beauty before. She appeared to be around 18. Where could she be heading at this hour? Suin had heard that the nightlife in Luzhou was quite vibrant. Curiosity compelled him to steal a few more glances, only to be puzzled when he noticed, the subway hasn't even arrived yet. Yet she's moving forward? The girl in the black dress wore an icy expression, as unyielding as a still pond, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on the subway tracks as she gradually stepped forward. Suin tilted his head in confusion, and then it dawned on him, oh no, this isn't about nightlife at all. She intends to take her own life on the tracks. Without a moment's hesitation, Suin abandoned his heavy bag and propelled himself forward. With a sudden lunge, Suin embraced the girl in the black dress, tumbling with her onto the subway tracks. Using his body as a shield, he scraped his arms and knees against the harsh surface. Beautiful, please don't give up, Suin exclaimed, pulling her upright, their eyes locking. In that moment, he saw her delicately proportioned face, tinged with a hint of pallor. Yet her eyes were strikingly beautiful. Suin felt his face flush, his hands awkwardly flailing, when suddenly his body jolted. The girl's face turned crimson as she shoved Suin away. Still dazed by the softness he had just touched, Suin stammered, I'm not a pervert. I was trying to save you. Save me? You think that gives you the right to violate me? The girl in the black dress retorted, fury and embarrassment mingling on her face as she lifted her phone. Suin scrambled to his feet. No. I was genuinely trying to help. Help? You think that justifies your actions? She shot back, her exquisite face bearing an expression of innocence that made Sue blush once more. Truly, please let me explain. I don't want to hear it. Miss, at least acknowledge my good intentions. Sue implored, but the girl remained unyielding. Your name? Sue. From Kyoto? How could you behave in such a manner? Inside the police booth at the subway station, an officer in uniform chastised Sue moments prior. The police had swiftly apprehended him. Sue felt an overwhelming frustration. He had no idea where the girl in the black dress had vanished. Old Wong, hold on. Come take a look. Another officer beckoned, calling the one who had just reprimanded Sue. Before long, Officer Wong returned, his expression awkward as he helped Sue to his feet. Ah, young man, I sincerely apologize. It turned out that the police had reviewed the surveillance footage. Any discerning I could see the girl was in danger, and Sue had acted out of kindness. It's fine. Can I leave now? Sue asked, suppressing his hunger. Of course. Our apologies. Exiting the police booth, Sue's mood soured as he lost all favorable impressions of Luzhou. To make matters worse, due to the delay, the last subway train had departed. Feeling dejected, Sue stepped out of the subway station, only to be met with a torrential downpour. Large drops of rain cascaded down, and with an air of indifference, he retrieved his umbrella, contemplating where to go next. Simply wanted to eat. In a corner of the subway station, unbeknownst to him, the girl in the black dress had not left. She stood there, staring blankly as Sue exited. The surge of anger welled within her. How could this row be set free? Yet, after a moment's thought, she dismissed it. Perhaps he had indeed saved her, but why was it so difficult for her to pursue her own desires? The girl's gaze flickered as she noticed Sue opening his umbrella, and then he suddenly came to a halt. What was wrong with him? In Sue's line of sight, an elderly woman hurriedly scrambled in the heavy rain, her back burdened with a sack of empty bottles. Age had rendered her legs feeble, and the downpour had drenched her, leaving her looking like a drowned rat. Without a moment's hesitation, Sue stepped out into the rain, directly under the girl's watchful eyes, and gently held the umbrella over the elderly woman's head. Here you go, Grandma, Sue said softly with a smile. Ah, young one, that's not necessary, the elderly woman gasped, taken aback and initially refusing the offer. Sue pressed the umbrella into her hands, assuring her, it's fine, Grandma. My home is just over there. I won't get wet. Please get home safely. He pointed toward a nearby residential building and, without waiting for the elderly woman's response, took off running. The girl in the black dress observed everything, perplexed by his selflessness. Why would he, despite being drenched, choose to share his umbrella with someone else? Her father had always taught her to seize what wasn't hers and to deal with anyone who resisted. Rising from her position, the girl stealthily approached the entrance of the subway station to watch Sue. Had he just indicated that he lived nearby? Curse it, where's my home? Such a wretched sense of altruism. Sue grumbled internally as he trudged into the rain-soaked residential area, putting on an act in case the elderly woman was still watching him. Young man, only residents are allowed entry. The security guard informed Sue, eyeing him as he stood there, drenched. Sue nodded, then dashed back into the rain, thinking that the elderly woman was likely long gone. However, as he hurried, he accidentally stepped on a rain-slicked leaf, slipping and falling into a puddle. Mud splattered across his face, and the rain washed over his wounds, leaving him feeling miserable. Ugh, what a mess! Before he could rise, a fair hand reached out to him. Sue looked up. Is that you? The girl in the black dress tilted her head. Yes, get up. He accepted her soft hand and stood up without hesitation. Not a local, right? Curiously, the girl in black asked, do you have a place to stay? Sue shook his head. Honestly, no. I have just 100 yuan to my name. Come with me. Uncertain of her own motivations, perhaps moved by Sue's recent act of kindness, she offered him this invitation. Wait, what? Didn't you just call the police on me? Sue thought, bewildered. Are you coming or not? She asked indifferently, raindrops cascading down her exquisite face. Sue felt his cheeks flush, responding with a reluctant, all right. A battle of conflicting thoughts erupted within him. Sue, how foolish can you be? She just reported you. Now's your chance to sneak up on her and run. But Sue, don't be daft. A beautiful girl is inviting you home. You know what that implies. These inner voices clashed within Sue, leaving him in a state of turmoil. After all, he had never been in a romantic relationship. The girl in black led Sue into the entrance of the same residential area, swiping her keycard with ease that Soo-in dutifully followed behind her. The security guard, witnessing this, kept his comments to himself. He had heard from his supervisor to avoid any trouble with the girl in black, just pretend she wasn't there. Building 22, Unit 1. Soo-in cast a fleeting glance and noticed a girl in a black dress, drenched from head to toe, seemingly illuminated by the bright corridor lights. Soo-in's eyes widened in surprise. Goodness, the black and white combination. The girl in the black dress turned around, inquiring, "What's the matter?" "Oh, nothing." As he pressed the button for the elevator, Soo-in stood quietly beside her. Their height difference was rather fitting that Soo-in stood at 1.8 meters, while the girl measured approximately 1.72 meters, together forming a picturesque scene. "Soo-in, that's my name." He introduced himself, perhaps feeling a bit awkward. The girl, with an expression devoid of emotion, glanced at Soo-in and slowly replied, "Soo-yu, that's my name." "Soo-yu, a lovely name," Soo-in exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. He then added, "Thank you. Well, we'll be leaving tomorrow and just staying for one night. Do you wish to stay longer?" Soo-yu tilted her head, teasingly. Soo-in felt his cheeks flush, contemplating. A longer stay wouldn't be such a bad idea. No, just one night is sufficient. I am immensely grateful to the beautiful and kind-hearted lady for her hospitality. He hastily rubbed his hands together, showering praise upon Soo-yu. Due to their height disparity, Soo-in remained oblivious to the subtle smile that began to form at the corners of Soo-yu's mouth as she lowered her gaze. Chapter 3. Rainy Night, Embrace. As Soo-yu pushed open the door, she felt her way in the darkness and turned on the light, revealing a quaint duplex room before Soo-in's eyes. He couldn't help but admire Soo-yu's taste, a sunflower nestled in the corner, seemingly drooping from lack of sunlight after being confined indoors for so long. "Come in," Soo-yu softly urged, noticing Soo-in lingering outside. He hurriedly stepped inside, removing his damp shoes and leaving them at the threshold. Soo-yu intended to say something further, but upon seeing his shoes already off, she held her tongue. Feeling a bit bashful, Soo-in entered the room, his heart racing as it was his first time in a girl's private space, making him somewhat uneasy. "You can sleep on the sofa downstairs, is that all right?" Soo-yu gestured towards the pink sofa beneath the loft. Soo-in nodded eagerly. Feeling as though he had stumbled upon a hidden treasure, he had anticipated a night spent on a park bench, yet here he was, in the company of a beautiful girl's room. "The bathroom is over there, and the hairdryer is there. I'll head upstairs now. You can take a shower," Soo-yu explained, and Soo-in nodded in understanding as she ascended the stairs. Since it was a duplex apartment, Soo-yu could easily glance down at Soo-in upon descending. Placing his backpack on the floor, he prayed that the clothes inside remained dry as he began to contemplate the 3 damp garments within. Just then, the sound of the hairdryer filled the air. Soo-yu had changed into a different outfit, though her long, dark hair still dripped with moisture. Hearing the noise from the hairdryer, she descended, exclaiming, "Did you finish so quickly?" Soo-in looked up. "No, my clothes got wet." A moment of silence ensued as he gazed at Soo-yu's long, fair legs, swallowing hard. He quickly covered his eyes, stammering, "Yes. I'm sorry." Soo-yu, perplexed, asked, "What's wrong? Haven't you seen legs before?" Soo-in contemplated nodding, but then vehemently shook his head. His heart raced. Soo-yu's figure was exquisitely proportioned, her legs resembling those of a deftly sculpted goddess. "Your clothes are wet?" Soo-yu inquired, noticing what he held. Soo-in nodded. "Yes, it was raining heavily, and all my clothes are." Without replying, Soo-yu climbed upstairs, returning shortly with a pair of casual shorts and a loose-fitting t-shirt, which she tossed to him. "Here, this is the largest size I have." Soo-in accepted the garments, swallowing hard. Had she worn these? No. How could his thoughts be so impure? Feeling his cheeks flush, he quickly stood and entered the bathroom, declaring, "I'll take a shower first." "All right," Soo-yu's voice echoed from outside. Once inside, Soo-in shed his damp clothes, fiddling with the hot water before stepping in. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of something, a set of women's lingerie quietly hanging nearby. Oh no. Soo-in momentarily lost his composure, berating himself for his inappropriate thoughts. How could he let his mind wander so lowly? In the attic, Soo-yu heard a sound and wondered if someone was setting off firecrackers. Soo-in, holding a hairdryer, still had a rosy glow on his face. The clothes Soo-yu had given him fit Soo-in perfectly, neither too tight nor uncomfortable. Soo-yu descended with a towel draped around her, observing Soo-in still drying his hair. "How's the water? Is it warm?" she inquired. "It's quite hot," Soo-in candidly replied. Subsequently, Soo-yu walked into the bathroom, closing the door securely behind her. Suin couldn't help but think how bold Suyu was. After all, he was still a stranger. Was she not afraid of him? A shiver ran down his spine at the thought. If that were the case, his family might very well disown him. The sound of rushing water echoed from the bathroom, and Suin felt a rush of heat at the thought of a stunning beauty inside. Meanwhile, Suyu was oblivious to Suin's presence outside, focused solely on cleansing herself. She then noticed the garments in the corner and suddenly understood why Suin's face had been so flushed earlier. She had initially thought it was due to the hot water. Realizing the truth, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and she quickly tucked away the intimate clothing, deciding it was best not to leave it out before Suin departed. "Dear son, have you arrived in Lu City? How is everything? Are you doing well?" Came the concerned voice of Suin's mother from his phone. With a mindset of sharing only good news, Suin chuckled and reassured her, "Don't worry, Mom. I've been through tough times before. I can manage." Hearing this, his mother's sobs echoed through the line. Suin quickly comforted her, "It's all right, Mom. I'll come back to see you once the holidays begin." Just then, the bathroom door swung open, and Suyu emerged, fully dressed, and approached Suin without acknowledging his phone call. "Hand me the hairdryer," she requested. Suin panicked. "Oh no." His mother immediately halted her tears. "Son? What was that sound?" "Love you, Mom, bye." Suin promptly ended the call. As Suyu dried her hair, Suin was about to voice a complaint, but was struck by the sight of her cool and exquisite features. "Well, you are beautiful and strong," he conceded. "Were you on the phone with your mom?" Suyu asked, her expression turning somber. "Yes. My mom is worried that I might not adapt well here and wanted to know how I am doing," Suin replied with a smile. Curious, Suyu asked, "What did you say?" "I told her I'm doing great. It's important to share only good news with her. She would worry otherwise." Suin waved his hand dismissively. Suyu stared at him, perplexed. "Isn't that lying?" She tilted her head, her expression adorably vacant. Suin felt a laugh bubbling up. She was just too endearing. "Oh, it's merely a way to protect her feelings. If she knew I was struggling, what could she do from afar? It would only make her sad. Hence, it is best to keep her worries at bay," he reassured her, patting his chest confidently. As he finished speaking, Suin noticed tears glistening on Suyu's face, leaving him momentarily stunned. Had he perhaps said something inappropriate? "Hey, are you all right?" Suin, uncertain of how to console a girl in tears, handed a tissue to Suyu. Upon receiving it, Suyu's emotions intensified, and she began to sob uncontrollably. Suin, momentarily flustered, scrambled to his feet, unsure whether to place his hand on Suyu's shoulder. In high school, he had always embraced his friends when they cried. Gathering his resolve, Suin declared, "Fear not. Brother, I am here." He opened his arms and enveloped the girl before him in a warm embrace. Suyu paused her cries, suddenly aware of the warmth surrounding her. This sensation was peculiar, reminiscent of a mother's embrace, yet imbued with a strength beyond that. "Brother, since I have taken you in, allow me to return the favor with a hug." "Quite reasonable," Suin said, mustering courage, although he was oblivious to the cause of Suyu's distress. Witnessing her calmness in his embrace made him feel clever. Indeed, a hug could work wonders. Suyu gently wiped her eyes and softly murmured, "That makes sense." Boom. A delightful explosion erupted within Suin's heart. She was utterly adorable. It felt as if he were cradling a small creature. Outside, the rain continued to fall, while the two figures inside the room remained entwined in silence. Chapter 4. A beautiful misunderstanding. How long shall we embrace? Suyu inquired softly. Suin, feeling awkward, finally released her. "Ahem, your earlier actions warrant at least 3 years of penance." Suyu's voice was gentle as she picked up a hairdryer to dry her hair, her mood stabilizing. "Is that so? However, considering you are my little brother, I shall forgive you," she replied playfully, her smile resembling a gentle spring breeze on a rainy night. Suin nodded eagerly, relieved to avoid any serious consequences. "All right, brother, Suyu asked, "Are you here for Lu City?" Suin promptly responded, "I am a freshman at Lu City University. Classes don't begin for another month. You arrived too early." He paused thoughtfully before continuing, "I came to work for a month before school starts, so I can stay on campus afterward." Upon hearing this, Suyu envisioned a child from a poor family, determined to escape the mountains, a truly admirable pursuit. Comparing it to her own life, she reflected on Su and circumstances. Noticing the faint scars on his skin, remnants of past injuries, she felt a pang of concern. Rising, she rummaged for a moment before producing a band-aid. After tearing it open, she squatted down beside him. "Brother, Allow me to apply this band-aid. I made it myself, right? She said, gently. She placed the band-aid over Soo-in's wound. He turned his head, his cheeks tinged with warmth. Hang in there, Soo-in. Brother Yu is your big brother. Standing up and brushing off her hands, Soo-yu asked, so, what does your father do? She cuddled a plush toy on the sofa, engaging Soo-in in light conversation. Feeling more comfortable in her own skin than she had in the past 18 years, though she couldn't quite comprehend why. Soo-in sat cross-legged, stroking his chin, pondering the recent activities of his scoundrel father. Just 2 years prior, he had acquired a venue and constructed a film studio. Soo-in then remarked about the recent renovation of the company's floor-to-ceiling windows. Soo-yu nodded in understanding. Are they laborers, perhaps high-altitude workers? Soo-in tilted his head, musing. Is there a delightful misunderstanding here? However, he chose not to disclose the truth, fearing it might startle Soo-yu. After all, who would casually pick a boy as the son of a tycoon? It was indeed a challenge, and Soo-in had come to work a month early. Likely to alleviate any burdens from his family, Soo-yu thought. Soo-yu gave Soo-in a thumbs up, a man. Although Soo-in appeared bewildered, he nodded earnestly. Suddenly, Soo-yu dashed to the door, and amidst Soo-in's confusion, took the delivery. Did you order takeout? Yes, aren't you hungry? Soo-in affirmed, I am. I could starve. Soon, Soo-yu unveiled a feast of crabs brimming with roe before Soo-in. Wow. Soo-in was taken aback, wondering if such a delicacy could truly satiate him. Observing Soo-in's expression, Soo-yu felt a surge of delight. Clearly, he had never tasted these crabs. Hurry up and eat. Don't you like it? Soo-yu urged as Soo-in hesitated. All right. Soo-in gingerly picked up a crab, thinking to himself, even if I'm not full, I must eat. At least I shouldn't starve. Assuming Soo-in was unfamiliar with how to eat crabs, Soo-yu demonstrated. First, we open this part. And this is inedible and should be discarded. After a prolonged hour of enthusiastic consumption, Soo-in barely managed to fill his stomach. Soo-yu, witnessing Soo-in finish, felt an odd sense of satisfaction. So, Soo-in, what does your mother do? Soo-yu inquired, tilting her head. After savoring the last morsel of crab roe, Soo-in recalled that his mother had been experiencing discomfort in her leg lately, likely due to prolonged inactivity. Her leg troubles are supported by my father. Soo-yu's eyes widened, her face reflecting sympathy as she envisioned a middle-aged woman confined to bed due to disability, with Soo-in kneeling beside her. Don't worry, Mom. I'm going to Lu City. Meanwhile, his father toiled under the sun at the construction site. Such hardship in the world, Soo-yu mused, pulling out her phone and sending a message amidst Soo-in's puzzled expression. Father, send 10,000 to each worker at home? Why? I'm not happy. All right. And you? You go. Please don't seek despair. Life is still so bright, and with your beauty, you could easily become the global best actress. Soo-in praised earnestly. Soo-yu's expression dimmed as she gazed at Soo-in, revealing a hidden sorrow. I wasn't truly seeking despair at the subway station. I just missed my mother. Miss your mother? Long ago, my mother passed away, and Soo-yu's expression was one of melancholy, a tear glistening at the corner of her eye. Soo-in recalled a scene at the subway station, where Soo-yu appeared not merely cold, but profoundly sorrowful, embodying a girl on the brink of despair. She was, in truth, a little girl yearning for her mother. Why had she just cried? Perhaps that was the reason. Soo-in gently reassured her. It's all right, you go. Your mother must be an angel in heaven. You are so beautiful. Surely she is even more radiant. A true angelic queen. Soo-yu could not contain a soft giggle. My mother would definitely laugh if she heard that. Who comforts others in such a way? Then just tell me whether you are happy. Soo-in urged. Soo-yu gazed into Soo-in's clear eyes and nodded. Yes, I'm happy. My mother is an angel. Exactly. I am a little angel. Indeed. Now kneel and worship me. Soo-in responded playfully, right? Wait a moment. Seeing Soo-in's reaction, Soo-yu burst into laughter. Soo-in felt a warmth spread through her heart as she looked at the girl before her, truly a sight for sore eyes. What about your father? Soo-in inquired. Soo-yu pondered a moment, recalling how her father had recently disposed of someone into the sea to feed the sharks. She hesitated to say outright. My father is involved in the underworld of Lu City, fearing it would frighten Soo-in. Oh, I see. So, are you also attending university this year? You look to be around 18, Soo-in remarked. Soo-yu nodded. Yes, I am at Lu City University as well. Soo-in suddenly turned her head in surprise. What a coincidence. Which department? Economics and management. What a coincidence indeed. Soo-in exclaimed. I am also in economics and management. Soo-yu, puzzled, thought to herself. Does Suan really have economic matters to manage? She boldly voiced her thoughts, and Suan fell silent before pulling out a 100 yuan bill. The only 100 I have left needs managing. Ha ha. Suyu laughed heartily. As night fell, Suyu cheerfully bid Suan good night, and then scampered upstairs. Suan lay quietly on the sofa, surprised by the serendipity of two strangers engaging in such a lengthy conversation. She then closed her eyes. In the attic, Suyu embraced her blanket, filled with indescribable emotions. She rose and tucked the 7-foot samurai sword hanging above her bed beneath it. She didn't want to frighten Suan. A surge of excitement coursed through her. Her father had forbidden her from playing with his collection, but now she had a little brother. As Suyu lay silently in bed, she found it quite extraordinary. Throughout her life, she had never conversed with a boy, no, with a male entity, for so long. Suan was the first. Chapter 5. The coffee shop job. In the early morning, the fog lingered on the streets after the rain, making Lu City resemble a misty realm. Suan rubbed her eyes awake, staring blankly at the floor. It is well known that when boys wake up, they often take a moment to boot up their brain. Wait, shouldn't I be in a luxurious villa, awaiting a maid to assist me with my morning routine? Suan pondered, realizing she was no longer in Kyoto. It was the second day of her arrival in Lu City. Suan rose to his feet and called out. But Suyu was nowhere to be found. He busied himself with gathering his clothes, reminding himself that he had only planned to stay for one night. A man must honor his word. Suan collected the half-dried garments, intending to air them out again once he secured a job with accommodation. At the entrance, he glanced back at the duplex apartment where he had spent the night, chuckling to himself. Despite not being at home, he had enjoyed an exceptionally restful sleep. Good morning, sir. Suan greeted the security guard with warmth, who, having already changed shifts, returned the greeting with equal enthusiasm. Exiting the complex, Suan casually purchased a baozi at the gate. Taking a bite, he felt rejuvenated. Squatting in a corner to enjoy his bun, he scrolled through his fully charged phone, checking for any job opportunities. Before long, Suan stumbled upon a promising position, an internship as a barista, offering a salary of 4,500 yuan, including meals and accommodation, with training provided. He opened his navigation app and discovered the CAF was not far away, so he opted to walk there. After traversing a few streets, Suan arrived at the CAF, which was likely quiet due to the early hour. The vintage decor inside was quite appealing. The establishment was named Nest Valley. A charming title indeed. As Suan entered, the boy behind the counter greeted him enthusiastically. Good morning. What can I get for you? Suan approached the counter and inquired. Excuse me, are you hiring here? The boy nodded. Yes, my friend. Are you here for an interview? Let me call the boss. He is probably still asleep. Haha. The boy's lively demeanor put Suan at ease, prompting him to take a seat at the bar. After placing a call, the boy prepared a cup of Americano and handed it to Suan. Here, have a drink while you wait for the boss. Suan hesitated. Ahem. How much do I owe you? He had already noticed the price of 35 yuan on the menu, but was prepared to pay. The boy waved his hand dismissively. Oh, it's just a drink. What is the cost between future colleagues? You'll be drinking here every day, and we'll probably end up drinking until we're sick. Haha. With a smile, Suan took a sip of the Americano and began to wait. Suddenly, a meow caught his attention. Looking down, he spotted a Maine Coon curiously observing him, its gray fur strikingly handsome. That is Xiao Ka, the CAF's manager, the boy explained with a laugh. Suan had indeed seen Maine Coons before and found them quite impressive. He had once wished to have a similar pet, but his father had jokingly promised him a tiger when he grew up. Just then, the doorbell chimed, and a middle-aged man, bleary-eyed, pushed the door open. Dressed in a black denim jacket and seemingly in a rush, wearing mismatched socks, one black and one white. Hello? My surname is Lee. You can call me Brother Lee. Are you here for the interview? Brother Lee extended a warm handshake, and after they exchanged pleasantries, he gestured for the boy behind the counter, who promptly handed Suan another Americano. Lee Gu first took a long sip and said, Young man, we don't hire short-term workers. You're from out of town, aren't you? Carrying all those bags. Suan's expression faltered. No short-term hiring? Yet, this was the best job he had ever encountered, accommodation and meals included. No, Lee Gu. I truly enjoy coffee. Suan boldly fabricated a lie, reasoning that once school commenced, he would not be hindered. Lee Gu raised an eyebrow. Oh, is that true? Indeed. All right then, let us go. Carrying those things must be tiring. He introduced Wang Fan, who was likely older, instructing Suan to call him Fan Gu. Wang Fan smiled at Suan, who nodded in return. You'll be staying upstairs. This CAF is usually managed by Xiao Fan. Starting today, you'll learn from him. Your salary is 500. Work for a month first, and then we'll sign a contract. Li Gu leisurely stood up, leading Suan upstairs. The room was rather small, resembling a dormitory more than anything else. Suan had no objections. Having a place to stay was wonderful. After hanging his clothes out to dry, he descended once more. Fan Gu, hello. Just call me Xiaoan, all right. Xiaoan. Li Gu has left. Let me familiarize you with the CAF, and then I'll treat you to a grand meal. Wang Fan waved a 100 yuan bill, indicating it was what Li Gu had left for their meal. As they conversed, Suan learned about the CAF situation. It was often empty as Li Gu was affluent and ran the place for leisure. Xiao Ka was curled up in the corner of the staircase, curiously observing Suan. Suddenly, the door swung open with a thud as Su Yu entered, momentarily stunned. Where is everyone? Such a big man. Where is he? She then recalled Suan mentioning he would only stay for one night. Not having added him on WeChat, a fleeting sense of melancholy crossed her eyes. She quickly lifted her head, questioning why she was so concerned about him. They were merely strangers who happened to share a night. Deciding to dismiss such thoughts, she closed the door and planned to visit her usual CAF for a cup of coffee. How impressive! Fan Gu is incredible. Fan Gu is mighty. Suan had gathered that Wang Fan was quite the jokester, yet he was genuinely kind, having given 100 yuan to treat Suan to a nice meal. Previously, they had engaged in a playful contest, but alas, the understanding that those already employed must defer to the manager led to his inevitable defeat. Xiao Ka proudly raised its head and began patrolling its territory. Xiaoan, at just 18, why are you working? Wang Fan inquired, sipping his coffee with curiosity. Suan felt a bit awkward but, considering Wang Fan's warm demeanor, felt no ill will and thus chose not to conceal the truth. Actually, I start school in a month, but I've recently had nowhere to stay. Stop. I understand now, Wang Fan replied, a knowing smile gracing his face, before excitedly exclaiming. I can't wait to see you, 1 month from now, standing before Li Gu, telling him you're going to school. Ha ha. Ah, Wang Fan explained, it's nothing really. I did the same thing back in the day. You needn't worry about Brother Li. He merely hired someone to alleviate my boredom. Is this CAF profitable? What do you think? Suan shook his head. It was nearly noon, and not a single customer had arrived. How could it possibly be profitable? Indeed, on ordinary days, we might see just one customer. I assure you, when you see her, your eyes will widen. Dingling. The CAF door creaked open, and Su Yu, clad in casual attire, entered with a forlorn expression. Wang Fan exclaimed, "Speak of the devil." Before he could finish, Suan shouted, "No way." Wang Fan felt a surge of pride. He thought to himself, I knew it. Just like when I first laid eyes on a beautiful woman, it was the same for Suan. Chapter 6. A twist of fate. Fate, in Suan's past perspective, was the most dubious of concepts. Yet, upon encountering Su Yu, who had sheltered him for a night, he felt a spark of destiny. In the vast expanse of Lucy City, without exchanging WeChat or leaving a message, they found themselves reunited. Suan mused, this must be fate. Are you working here part-time? Su Yu's delicate features displayed disbelief at the serendipity of meeting Suan once more. A wave of inexplicable joy washing over her. Wait, Xiaoan, come here. Wang Fan swiftly pulled Suan aside to crouch beneath the bar. Tell me, I still don't know her name. Haven't you just arrived in Lucy? How could you possibly know her? Wang Fan's eyes widened in disbelief. He was astonished that Suan knew such an exquisite beauty. Suan awkwardly scratched his head, recounting the events of the previous night to Wang Fan, omitting the details. Wang Fan stood in stunned silence, unable to fathom what Suan had just revealed. You mean to say that on your very first day in Lucy, a stunning woman took you home and let you stay the night? Yes, Brother Fan. Wang Fan promptly pulled out his phone, leaving Suan perplexed. What is this? Wait a moment. I think I've seen a similar plot on tomato novels. It seems a bit too familiar. I must check if the author is writing a memoir. He mused. Suan watched as Su Yu stood before the bar, gently tapping her fingers. Hello, Suan. I would like a coffee. Suan rose, feeling somewhat embarrassed. I'm afraid I don't know how to make it yet. Su Yu's face fell, her disappointment evident. She had hoped to savor coffee crafted by Suan's hands. I can make it, beautiful. The usual style? Wang Fan flashed a grin he deemed charming. Unfortunately, Su Yu paid no heed to him, her focus solely on Suan. Her head tilting slightly as she said, but I want to drink what you make. What should I do? Wang Fan interjected. Wait a moment. Doesn't anyone care about me? But I truly don't know how. Suin admitted. Then learn now. I'll wait for you. I have no pressing engagements, Suyu replied. Taking a seat on a high stool at the bar, propping her chin on her hand, leaning closer to Suin. She then smiled, asking, is that all right? You're breaking the rules, Suyu. Suin's heart raced erratically. Was he being flirted with? Wang Fan gently raised her hand. I am still here. Suin lowered his head, attempting to conceal his flushed face, and softly replied, then I shall learn well. Suyu nodded in agreement. Wang Fan, let me explain the coffee equipment to you. Each type of coffee bean possesses its unique flavor, characterized by distinct aromas such as floral notes and fruity undertones. Hand-brewed coffee is prepared using specialized tools. Before long, Wang Fan had imparted much of the hand-brewing methods and equipment usage to Suin. Suin was astonished by the plethora of coffee varieties. He had always thought there were only lattes and Americanos. Then, Wang Fan presented her favorite, a particular Ethiopian geisha coffee bean, to Suin, saying, just take a whiff. The aroma was indeed captivating, with a unique floral scent that entranced him. Suin glanced at the price list. Wait, what is this 288? The price of this bean is 20, Wang Fan replied. Suin was bewildered. Suyu quietly observed Suin, feeling inexplicably at peace, and she cherished this sensation. Weighing, selecting, and grinding the beans, Suin executed all the tasks with remarkable ease. Wang Fan found it curious that Suin learned everything in one go. Wow, it smells amazing, Suyu exclaimed, inhaling the coffee's fragrance, her face breaking into a smile. Wang Fan pondered, why did you not mention it smelled good before? When Suin made it, you said it was fragrant. Suyu joyfully accepted the brewed coffee, took a sip, and her face lit up with satisfaction. Delicious. Suin smiled shyly. It was his first attempt at hand-brewing coffee, and he found it quite enjoyable. Wang Fan sensed an intriguing twist to the situation. Could it be that this beauty had taken a liking to Suin? What luck for Suin. He had heard from Li Gu that this girl came from a notable family. Wang Fan dared not ponder further. Where are you staying? Suyu inquired. Looking at Suin. I am currently residing here, in a dormitory. Hee, I can manage until school starts, Suin replied with a smile. Relieved to have resolved his basic needs and accommodation, which made him appear more optimistic and cheerful. As noon approached, the sun broke through the mist, casting a warm beam upon Suin's face, illuminating his clear, bright eyes. Suyu gradually became entranced, thinking to herself, Mommy, there's a boy angel. Though Suin had been raised in modesty, his complexion was not overly dark. Rather, he had a typical yellowish skin tone. Perhaps it was the hunger or his passion for basketball that had chiseled his facial features. Wang Fan glanced out at the sunlight, musing, Dear son, do you indulge as well? She felt an urgent desire to escape the current situation. Suyu turned her gaze toward the door and slowly spoke. So, will you be going back? Suin, momentarily taken aback, responded, Back where? Wang Fan's eyes widened in disbelief. What are you two discussing? Can I even listen to this? Although you are both 18, could you not consider others' feelings? Suyu's expression immediately turned cold. It's nothing. Wang Fan shook his head helplessly, exclaiming, Ah, Shaoan, allow me to assist you. Suddenly, he inquired, Shaoan, I tend to snore quite loudly at night. Will it disturb your rest? Upon hearing this, Suyu turned her gaze towards Wang Fan, instinctively labeling him as a good person. Oh, it should be fine, she began, but Wang Fan interrupted, by the way. My feet might have a bit of an odor, so please don't be put off. Suyu responded, such a noble soul. Suin stood in shock, questioning the sincerity of his words. Indeed, she had a strong aversion to unpleasant smells and even harbored mild obsessive-compulsive tendencies. Yet, she mustered her courage, replying, It's all right. Fangu, Wang Fan lamented. Oh dear, Shaoan, I've laid myself bare to this extent, and yet you still. His face displayed the expression of a reluctant martyr as he continued. I confess, my private life is rather chaotic. I've been secretly bringing girls home behind Li Ji's back. If you catch my drift. Suin's eyelids twitched in disbelief at his statements. Suyu flashed a look of surprise. Wang Fan was truly something else. Suin hesitated before responding, and Suyu wore a smile, eagerly anticipating her next words. Wang Fan felt tears welling up inside him. He had portrayed himself as an entirely different person. Fangu, please bear with me. I will only stay for a month. After pondering, Suin resolutely declared, If it becomes unbearable, Fangu, you'll have to give me money. I'll rent a hotel. Suyu nodded, understanding that Wang Fan had done all he could. Gradually rising, she took out her phone and sent a message. Suin, I have something to discuss with you. What is it? Let us cohabit. Chapter 7. Did your father owe money and sell you to a brothel? Suin was taken aback, struggling to comprehend what she had just heard. I mean, how about we live together? Su Yu's expression was icy, betraying no emotion, yet inside, she felt an explosion of anxiety. What should I do? Will Suin perceive me as just another casual girl? Yet, I genuinely desire to cohabit with him. Despite her uncertainty, Su Yu chose to trust her instincts. Believing that feelings held great significance, Wang Fan discreetly stepped back, internally exclaiming, "Sister, you are truly impressive." This isn't feasible," Suin stammered. Su Yu queried, "Why not? We've only known each other for a day. We aren't exactly familiar." Suin spoke the truth, logically and emotionally. This arrangement seemed unreasonable. No, it is entirely reasonable. We attend the same university, do we not? Indeed. We are in the same major, correct? Suin nodded in affirmation. Didn't we swear brotherhood last night? Suin hesitated, questioning if that truly counted as brotherhood, but still nodded. I suppose so. So, what is unreasonable about us living together as brothers? Suddenly, the coffee shop door swung open, and two imposing figures clad in black suits, towering at 6 feet tall, entered. With a smile, Wang Fan greeted, "Hello? Would you like something to drink, Su Yu? Your father owes us money that needs to be repaid." A burly man spoke, his fierce demeanor causing both Wang Fan and Suin to freeze in place. Initially hesitant, Wang Fan soon realized the truth. This was merely an act. He clearly observed the man's hand trembling violently behind his back after delivering that line. "I have no money," Su Yu replied weakly. "No money? Then I shall sell you to a brothel." The burly man threatened as he advanced, attempting to seize Su Yu's arm. But Suin would not allow it. He swiftly knocked the man's hand away, and in a fluid motion, managed to subdue him. "Let us discuss this calmly. No need for violence." Wang Fan was taken aback. Wasn't this a friend? How could he have subdued a man over 6 feet tall so effortlessly? "Wow, so impressive," Su Yu exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration. The burly man was taken aback. This was not how the script was supposed to unfold. Realizing he had acted impulsively, Suin released his grip and pushed the man away. The burly man flexed his wrist, astonished by the strength of this young man. Another hulking figure, sensing the shift in dynamics, stepped forward and declared, "Su Yu, don't think that just because someone is protecting you, you can avoid paying your debts. We will be waiting for you at your home." With that, both men hurriedly exited. In a corner, the subdued man muttered, "What on earth is the young lady thinking?" "I don't know," replied the other. "That kid was using military hand-to-hand combat techniques. How could he possibly know that? Shouldn't we consider our mission accomplished?" The other man hesitated before nodding in agreement. "True, but if we haven't succeeded, will the young lady slice us into 8 pieces and toss us into the sea to feed the fish?" "Not likely. The young lady isn't that cruel," the burly man retorted, then continued, "She only slices people into 8 pieces. She doesn't enjoy feeding fish." Su Yu remained dazed, then suddenly realized she ought to appear more frightened. With a sudden gasp, her expression turned icy as she declared, "I'm so scared." "Such great acting," Wang Fan complimented. Suin, ever straightforward, turned back to comfort her. "It's all right, you go." "What is going on?" Su Yu's mind raced. "My father has debts from gambling." Suin was furious. "What? No wonder I sensed something was off with those people." Wang Fan looked at Suin with a hint of pity, thinking how good-hearted he was, albeit a bit naive. "They even mentioned blocking my home." Su Yu spoke softly, though her face bore no trace of fear. Suin slammed his hand on the table, his expression filled with rage. How despicable. In broad daylight, is there no law left? Su Yu nodded earnestly, "Right. There is no law. So can we please call the police? We must report this." Suin took out his phone, his face aflame with indignation. Even if one is in debt, they cannot just take someone, can they? Su Yu was taken aback. "Wait, what are you doing?" Wang Fan quickly grabbed Suin's hand. "Hold on. Xiaoan, calling the police won't help. They undoubtedly have their own protection." Suin was taken aback, realizing that such brazen acts of abduction on the streets undoubtedly had a protective shield behind them. How despicable. The flame of justice ignited slowly within him. He needed to call his grandfather. This city of Lu was truly infuriating. "Come stay with me. I'm frightened," he urged. Su Yu attempted to feign a frightened expression, but having never experienced true fear, her portrayal appeared rather peculiar. Wang Fan, exasperated, rubbed his forehead, sensing that his usually tranquil life was about to be disrupted. After pondering for a moment, Suin nodded resolutely. All right. You go. Rest assured, I shall protect you. He harbored no ill intentions. After all, cohabiting with a beautiful woman was hardly a misfortune. Yet, his motivation remained purely to safeguard Yugo. Quite reasonable. Great. But we must wait until I finish work. Yugo. Additionally, I need to buy a toothbrush, toothpaste, and several other necessities. Suin suddenly recalled. Oh right. I only have 100 yuan. How can I afford all this? Fangu, could you lend me some money? Suin was well aware that borrowing money from a colleague he had just met was not an ideal practice. Yet he found himself devoid of better options at the moment. Wang Fan pulled out his phone. How much do you need? Would 1,000 suffice? That is perfect. Thank you, Fangu. I promise I won't mention to Li Gu that you brought a girl back to the shop. Suin exclaimed joyously, hurriedly assuring him. Wang Fan's expression darkened, but he refrained from elaborating further. Su Yu, observing from the side, nodded gently, contemplating whether she should offer some financial assistance to her new roommate. Yugo, how about you head back first? It will take me a while to finish work. No, wait. You can't go back. What if they are lurking downstairs waiting for you? Suin recalled the imposing figures of the two men, realizing that in his moment of panic, he had resorted to grappling techniques taught by his uncle, narrowly avoiding disaster. Su Yu eagerly nodded, expressing her willingness to wait right there. Wang Fan felt a pang of envy. Why was it that Suin had a stunning beauty awaiting his return? He lamented silently. I have yet to experience love myself. Thus, Su Yu sat quietly in the CAF, occasionally engaging in cheerful conversation with Suin, while Wang Fan sat helplessly at the bar, lost in thought. Fangu, could you please inform Li Gu? Suin, with his neatly packed backpack, expressed his gratitude to Wang Fan. Wang Fan waved his hand dismissively. Don't worry. Just remember to arrive by 10 tomorrow. Certainly. Chapter 8. Do you wish to sleep on the bed? The glow of the setting sun cast a radiant light upon Su Yu's face, rendering her exceptionally enchanting. For a moment, Suin was captivated, forcing himself to turn away. We're just friends. Suin, don't let your imagination run wild. Where to now? Su Yu inquired joyfully. Suin pulled out his phone and pointed. Let us go to this supermarket. I need to purchase some household items. Su Yu nodded. I haven't had the chance to visit a supermarket much. The sunset elongated their shadows as Su Yu hummed a cheerful tune from time to time, radiating sheer delight. Xianan was deeply troubled. What if those two burly men were still lying in wait for him? In the supermarket, he pondered over the toothbrush in his hand. Caught in a dilemma, one priced at 3 yuan each, and the other at 6 yuan for 3. What are you hesitating about? Su Yu inquired. Her brow furrowed in curiosity. I'm contemplating whether I should also purchase a toothbrush for school, he replied. Then just buy 2, she suggested. But 2 are rather expensive. Xianan lamented, the long years of financial hardship having instilled in him a habit of frugality. Su Yu, however, found this perplexing. Is 6 yuan truly that costly? At my home, even the toothbrushes for our pets cost over 100. Fine. Xianan gritted his teeth and boldly opted for the 6 yuan toothbrush. He then added some shower gel to his cart, reasoning that while Su Yu had some, it would not do to always rely on her supply. As he continued to navigate the aisles in search of additional necessities, he noticed Su Yu had halted at a counter, her eyes fixated on a selection of chocolates. Do you wish to have some? He asked. Su Yu nodded eagerly. Xianan picked up a chocolate bar without glancing at the price and casually placed it in the shopping basket. Su Yu gleefully stood on tiptoe, exclaiming, I've never tasted this chocolate before. I've always wanted to try it. Her adorable stance sparked a flutter of emotions in Xianan, who then thought of Su Yu's father. Surely she had never indulged in such treats. Poor girl, with her mother absent and her father preoccupied with feeding fish and gambling. In reality, the situation was quite the opposite. Su Yu's father had been excessively cautious, fearing that his daughter might suffer from an upset stomach, thus strictly regulating her intake of snacks, often claiming there were none. Nevertheless, it was a charming misunderstanding. Along their way, Su Yu paused at every snack she spotted, remaining silent. Xianan dutifully picked up each item, and afterward, Su Yu quickly fell back and stepped beside him. Hello, that will be 700, the cashier announced. Xianan blinked in surprise, but paid nonetheless, not expecting that toiletries alone would cost 100, while snacks amounted to 600, with 3 large bags in tow. He staggered out of the supermarket. Su Yu reached out, attempting to take one of the bags. Xianan shook his head. Such tasks were not meant for a lady. Brother Yu, I might have to. Su Yu interjected, puzzled, but I don't charge rent. Xianan was taken aback, then filled with joy. Come, I'll take you to get a key made. Suyu, clutching a set of keys, slowly walked into the night. After leaving the supermarket, the sky had darkened, yet Luzhou, true to its reputation as a grand city, remained as bright as day. As they entered a narrow alley, Xianan spotted a key-making shop and approached. Good sir, do you make keys? Can you? I certainly can. What will you be making? A key. Exhausted, Suyu returned home, disregarding her appearance as she flopped onto the sofa, her shoes carelessly tossed aside. Xianan chuckled, surprised to see that even a beauty like her could appear so ordinary in the comfort of her own home. Brother Yu, I shall sleep on the sofa. I apologize for the trouble this month, he said. Suyu sat up, batting her alluring eyes. Do you mean to say you wish to sleep in the bed? Suan was taken aback, shaking her head vigorously. No, no, no. Even if you wish to sleep, I shall not allow it. She understood that she could not compete with Suyu, and quickly tidied up her belongings. Suyu, casually extracting a piece of chocolate, watched Suan organize her items while savoring the confection, feeling a wave of tranquility and a hint of joy. Ever since she crossed paths with Suan, it seemed as though every moment had transformed into something delightful. Compelled by an inexplicable impulse, Suyu inquired, would you prefer to sleep on the bed? Suan instantly turned her head, her eyes wide with disbelief. No, no. What I meant was, if you need a bed, I can fetch one for you downstairs. Realizing the potential misinterpretation of her words, Suyu's face flushed, and she scrambled to explain. No need. You go, I can sleep on the sofa, it's rather comfortable. Even more so than the bed I previously had. Suan couldn't help but recall the comfort of the previous night. The sofa was indeed superior to a bed, and a faint fragrance lingered in the air, an essence she couldn't quite identify. Perhaps it was simply because it was a girl's room. Suyu muttered softly about the custom-made sofa costing 40,000. Could it be anything less than comfortable? By the way, Yugu, please have a word with your father. He ought to stop gambling. It harms both himself and others. Suan stated earnestly. Suyu paused, nodding blankly, assuring that she would indeed counsel him. Suan then affirmed, a girl as wonderful as Yugu should not be dimmed by the burdens of her family. Knock, knock. Miss, I have brought your meal. A voice and a series of knocks resonated from outside. Suan, puzzled, wondered, Miss? Meal delivery? Suyu immediately realized the predicament. At this hour, the family's chef was destined to bring her meal. She could not reveal her identity to Suan, for it would surely frighten her. Furthermore, the performance scheduled for the afternoon would unravel entirely. Just as Suan placed her hand on the doorknob, Suyu dashed forward. Pushing Suan aside, I will handle this. You go inside. Suan, confused, nodded and turned to leave. Suyu cracked the door open slightly, revealing a middle-aged man in a white suit. Miss, today the master specifically instructed me to prepare black-bone chicken soup for you. Please open the door so I may deliver it, and I will leave after you have finished your meal, the man said with a smile. Suyu whispered, leave it at the door. You may go. The middle-aged man, puzzled, replied, Ah, miss, the master specifically ordered me to ensure you finish it. Suyu's eyes flashed with anger as she spoke sharply. Am I before you, or is old Master Su? Yes, yes, miss, the man bowed his head, unable to meet her gaze. Very well, then depart. After I eat, there is no need for your return, nor for the next month. I do not wish to see you. Do you understand? In order to prevent Suan from becoming suspicious, Suyu resolved to instruct the chef not to return for a month. If Suan were to learn of her family's situation, would she not have to flee at once? The middle-aged man hesitated, pondering how to explain matters to the master. Miss, Suyu softly spoke, causing the man to pause in surprise. Very well, miss. I shall take my leave immediately, wishing you a delightful meal. With that, the man fled like a shooting star, leaving only the dining table behind. Once he escaped, a wave of trepidation washed over him. It was said that young ladies could be fearsome, and he wholeheartedly agreed. What's wrong, Yugo? Suan inquired, puzzled by the prolonged absence, and approached the entrance. Suyu pushed the dining table aside. I ordered takeout. Let us dine together. Suan gazed at the exquisite small cart before him, which held a pot crafted from special materials, momentarily taken aback. Is the takeout in Lu City truly this remarkable? Delicious, isn't it? Suyu tentatively asked. Suan nodded, puzzled. Could the takeout from Lu City really be of such high caliber? The meat and broth were astonishingly delectable, reminiscent of home-cooked meals. Although Suan had savored fine cuisine before, this black-bone chicken soup was particularly delightful. You must have spent a fortune on such a splendid meal, especially while facing those nefarious forces demanding repayment. I must ensure they do not tarnish your reputation. Suin resolutely affirmed. Unbeknownst to him, the most formidable of those sinister forces sat quietly nearby, observing him as he dined. After indulging to his heart's content, Suin contentedly burped, only to notice Suyu beside him, her expression somewhat embarrassed. I apologize. No worries. Did you enjoy it? Suyu inquired, noticing his rapid pace of eating, which indicated his fondness for her chef's culinary skills. Yes, it's exquisite. Thank you, Yugo. Suin nodded, conceding that it was indeed delicious. Suyu tentatively suggested, what if we have this every day? Absolutely not. Suin promptly rejected the notion. Suyu questioned, why not? Don't you enjoy it? This must be quite expensive. Once is sufficient. Suin declared, determined not to let Yugo squander more money. Very well, Suyu replied, touching the pendant adorning her ear and turning to gaze out the window. Suin noticed the sparkling pendant, and a wave of contemplation surged within him. This pendant resembles the limited edition heart of light my mother had sought, but failed to acquire recently. How does Yugo possess it? This is a $7 million custom piece from France. He recalled how his mother, incensed by her inability to obtain it, had flown to France to commission a $10 million version. Yugo, where did you get this pendant? Suin queried, his curiosity piqued. Suyu, brushing the pendant, replied, oh, this is from my father. Realizing the value of the pendant, she panicked internally, hoping Suin wouldn't recognize it. Suin noticed her sudden stillness, deepening his suspicions. Suyu lowered her head, beads of sweat forming on her small hands due to anxiety. When have I ever defaulted on a debt? In a lavish office, Su Chongqing seethed with anger, glaring at two burly men under his command, momentarily at a loss for words. Beside him stood a tall, seemingly frail man adorned with spectacles. The bespectacled gentleman adjusted his glasses and spoke. Boss, please do not be angry. We are cultured individuals and should not behave in such a manner. Upon hearing this, Su Chongqing slowly sat down on a chair and answered a phone call. What? A month without food? After hanging up, Su Chongqing displayed a look of helplessness, pondering what his little princess was up to this time. Sighing deeply, he settled into his office chair, feeling a pang of discomfort. Ever since Suyu's mother passed away, he had relinquished all his enterprises solely to provide Suyu with a nurturing environment in which to grow. Boss, should we bring the young lady back? The bespectacled man inquired, his expression impassive. No need. That house was purchased by her mother long ago. Let her stay there, Su Chongqing responded. Also, we are cultured individuals. Do not call me boss. We are not part of the underworld. He glanced at the bespectacled man, who had been by his side for over a decade. Then why did you leave someone to be fed to the fishes? That is entirely different. Oh, I see. Suin lowered his head, astonished that he would question Brother Yu. This earring was bought by Brother Yu because he liked it. Suin, you are utterly inhuman. Suyu observed Suin's belief and felt a sense of relief wash over her. It's getting late. Let us rest, Suyu said expressionlessly. Suin nodded in agreement, and they proceeded to attend to their respective matters. The following day, Suin rose early, tidied himself, and set off for work. He cast a glance at Suyu, mindful not to disturb her, and thus refrained from greeting her. However, on the second floor of the room, the bed linens were neatly folded, indicating that Suyu had left early. On the highway within the city of Luzhou, a black Maybach 900, bearing the license plate Luzhou 66666, sped along. Inside the vehicle, Suyu wore an expression devoid of emotion, with an array of items beside her, a katana, a butterfly knife, and a pitch-black object. If Suin were to see this, he would undoubtedly exclaim, "This toy gun looks incredibly realistic." Miss, what is the purpose of these items? Inquired the man in a black suit driving the car, perplexed. Did you summon me early just to return these home? Where's old Su? Suyu coldly replied, lacking the endearing demeanor that Suin had observed. She appeared as cold as a stone. I haven't returned home yet. I'm on my way to the company, Suyu softly stated, then turned her gaze outside the window, her mind swirling with thoughts. She was uncertain why she felt compelled to return her most cherished belongings. Perhaps it was due to a fear of frightening Suin. Subsequently, Suyu contemplated something and dialed a number. Liang, this is Suyu, from the Su family. Good morning, Fan Gu. Suin entered the door to find Wang Fan already seated at the bar, engrossed in his phone, with remnants of dark circles under his eyes. Suin paused momentarily, then kindly remarked, Fan Gu, please take care of your health. Wang Fan replied, I was just so absorbed in gaming last night. Suin recalled that there was indeed a computer in the dormitory, concluding that Fan Ge had not been socializing with any girls the previous night. Indeed, indeed. Suin displayed a mischievous smile, while Wang Fan's expression darkened. So how did it go? Did you manage to get everything sorted yesterday? Wang Fan inquired. Suin nodded, informing Wang Fan that everything had been taken care of, and he had even purchased the necessary items for the upcoming semester. Wang Fan then nodded in approval, handing over a cup of American coffee. Here, a drink to fuel your hard work. Thank you, Brother Fan. By the way, did you take the necessary precautions last night? Uffed. Suin had just taken a sip when he suddenly spewed a mouthful of food. Brother Fan, what are you saying? His face turned crimson. He was not a child and understood the implications of the phrase. I merely wish to protect you and that girl. You're still young and cannot afford to have children. Wang Fan maintained a serious demeanor, leaving Suin at a loss for words. We merely share a normal cohabitation. We are still brothers. Suin clarified. Indeed, indeed. Good brothers who merely sleep together, Wang Fan teased, leaving Suin speechless, uncertain of how to continue the conversation. Feeling increasingly entangled in embarrassment. Good morning, Brotherly. Good morning, Brotherly. Upon seeing Brotherly enter, the two greeted him, and as he stepped inside, he extended his hand to shake Suin's. Littlein, I have decided. Your salary for this month will be 10,000. Suin was taken aback. Why? Wang Fan interjected. Is that fair to someone like me who earns 6,000? Brotherly then turned to Wang Fan. You will also receive 10,000. Brotherly, you are so handsome. Are you in need of a male companion? Wang Fan immediately adopted a different attitude. Suin was momentarily bewildered. Why the sudden salary increase? Brotherly wiped the sweat from his brow, which had accumulated from his earlier exertion, and glanced at Suin. How is this guy connected to the little witch of the Su family? Chapter 10. I need that for a month. You know what I mean. Miss, we have arrived. The driver, donned in white gloves, respectfully opened the car door. Su Yu, dressed in jeans that accentuated her legs beautifully, thought to herself that it had been 2 or 3 months since she last returned home. She had been residing in the duplex apartment since the college entrance examinations. As she approached, the two bodyguards in black suits, their pupils narrowing behind dark sunglasses, recognized her. The young lady has returned. Miss. They both lowered their heads in reverence. Su Yu ignored them and entered, where she found Su Changqing leisurely enjoying tea at a table in the living room. Upon seeing his beloved daughter return, he immediately broke into a smile. Xiaoyu, you're back, Su Changqing exclaimed, rising from his seat, while a frail man wearing glasses also stood and bowed slightly. Su Yu's voice was cold as she softly remarked, What brings you, a busy man, to leisurely enjoy tea at home today? Cough, cough. It just so happens that there's not much going on at the company today, Su Changqing replied awkwardly. Had he not learned that the driver had gone early to fetch Su Yu, he would not have waited there until now. The bespectacled man adjusted his glasses and remarked, Boss, could you not simply state that you are awaiting the young lady? Jiang Lang interjected. Oh dear, Jiang Lang, must you be so candid? Upon being exposed, Su Changqing felt a faint blush creep onto his face. Ignoring him, Su Yu gestured for the driver to place the items down. I shall leave these at home. Please arrange them properly. She then turned to leave, prompting Su Changqing to call after her. Hey, Xiaoyu, what's the matter? How about we have a meal together this afternoon? It has been ages since we dined as father and daughter. Su Changqing spoke with an air of pleading. Jiang Lang had grown accustomed to his elder brother, a formidable figure in Lu City, being such a doting father, especially after the passing of his wife. Su Changqing cherished Su Yu all the more. Logically, given his standing, he could easily find another partner, yet he remained single, fearing it might upset Su Yu. Su Yu paused, contemplating, if she were to dine with the old man, what of Suin? No, you eat alone, she replied. Su Changqing felt as though the world had collapsed around him. Woe is me. It has been far too long since my daughter and I shared a meal. Aren't you staying at home tonight? He inquired. No, I shall be residing at Jingwan, Su Yu stated. Jingwan was a complex of duplex apartments. Then tomorrow? I will be there all month, she declared as she stepped outside. The driver, wearing a troubled expression, glanced at Su Changqing. What are you staring at? Go and see the young lady off. Su Changqing sighed deeply, returning to the coffee table to sip his warm tea. Jiang Lang chuckled softly. Brother, the young lady has grown up. She is certainly no longer the little shadow she once was. He recalled how, in her younger years, Su Yu delighted in trailing behind Su Changqing, tugging at his waist, often leaving him pale with fright. Indeed, Su Changqing sighed. My daughter has certainly matured. It won't be long before she begins to court suitors. Absolutely not. Su Changqing exclaimed, rising in fury. Whoever dares to pursue Xiao Yu shall find themselves tossed into the sea to feed the fish. Jiang Lang, at a loss for words, responded, Brother, surely you cannot expect to keep the young lady from love for a lifetime? I am more than capable of providing for her, with my numerous companies and assets. Even if she were to spend 1,000,000 a day, there would be enough for her. Su Changqing's expression grew tense at the mere thought of Su Yu introducing a boyfriend to him. It drove him to madness. What's going on with Li today? Why has he suddenly raised our salaries so significantly? Suin queried, perplexed. Wang Fan pondered for a moment before suddenly looking up at Suin. Could it be? Suin scratched his head, genuinely unsure of what had transpired. Wang Fan waved his hand dismissively. No worries, no worries. This is a good thing, eh? Internally, he was overjoyed. Suin, you truly are a blessing to your brother. Meanwhile, at the street corner, a black Maybach with the license plate Lu 66666 was parked out of sight of the CAF, where Su Yu stepped down. Here we are, you may return now. All right, miss, call me if needed. Afterward, the driver watched Su Yu leave before driving away. With a soft thud, Su Yu entered the CAF, and a smile graced her previously cold features. Suin, you're here. Did you sleep well? Suin chuckled in response. Wang Fan, what did you two get up to last night? Did you rest well? Su Yu, puzzled, thought. Surely Suin doesn't he believe I was just sleeping at home? Yes, I slept well. I had nothing to do, so I came to find you. Su Yu replied with a smile, taking a seat at the bar. Suin promptly handed her a cup of coffee. Let me tell you, Yu, today the boss, for some unknown reason, suddenly raised our salaries to 10,000. Suin exclaimed. It was worth noting that this amount felt like a fortune to Suin at the moment. Really? That is wonderful. Su Yu clapped her hands in feigned excitement, though internally, she felt a chill. Liang, how could you only raise it by 10,000? Who will that even suffice for? Meanwhile, Liang lamented internally. Oh dear, how can you expect me to conceal the truth while simultaneously demanding a raise of 100,000? Isn't that absurd? If Liang had suddenly increased Suin's salary by 100,000, Suin would undoubtedly flee without a second thought, suspecting a scam that might lead him to an unsavory fate in northern Myanmar. Let me treat you to dinner this afternoon, Yu. You treated me yesterday. So it's my turn today, Suin declared, reflecting on his newfound wealth. In truth, during the day, Liang had given 20,000, split between Suin and Wang Fan, under the pretext of an early monthly payment, a decision prompted by Su Yu. Sure, Su Yu did not decline, her heart swelling with warmth. For some reason, the thought of Suin inviting her to dinner brought her joy. Wang Fan, you should join us too. Suin turned his head to invite. Wang Fan was contemplating what to eat when an icy sensation crept up his spine. He quickly noticed the chilling glare from Su Yu, as if she were staring at a corpse. I want to go. You know my plans this afternoon, Wang Fan managed to say, suppressing the chill that enveloped him. Oh, I see. Then do take care of yourself, Wang Fan. Suin nodded in understanding. Finally, Su Yu broke into a smile, appreciating his thoughtfulness. The coldness surrounding Wang Fan dissipated as he sighed in relief. Suin continued, you borrowed money from me yesterday, so I must treat you to a meal. How does tomorrow sound, Wang Fan? Once again, the chill returned to Wang Fan's spine, and he quickly waved his hands. No, I have plans tomorrow too. You know how it is. Suin was taken aback. Wang Fan, why do you seem to have plans every day? Well, the day after tomorrow doesn't work either. In fact, this entire month is out of the question. Oh dear, you know how it is. Wang Fan fervently waved his hands, trying to eliminate any possibility of danger. Su Yu remarked, how thoughtful. Suin finally abandoned the idea, realizing how busy Wang Fan was and how popular he seemed with the ladies. Wang Fan's forehead glistened with beads of sweat, a sense of dread creeping into his heart. Please don't torment me further. I desire to live a few more years. Chapter 11. An unusual avatar in the evening. Suin and Su Yu strolled down the bustling commercial street. Suin, puzzled, remarked, Brother Fan is indeed quite busy and evidently popular among the girls. Do you not have any admirers? Su Yu inquired. Yes, during my high school years, many girls were fond of me, Suin replied with a chuckle. A peculiar sense of crisis suddenly surged within Su Yu. And then? What happened next? Su Yu pressed. Nothing. During high school, some idiot spread rumors that I rummaged through trash for food, and thereafter, Those girls were unwilling to speak to me. Suin exclaimed, his emotions flaring. Damn it. I merely collected bottles to sell. Had it not been for Su's stinginess in providing him with living expenses, Suin would not have found himself in such dire straits. Initially, he had contemplated applying for financial aid, but after some reflection, he chose not to. He preferred to allocate that assistance to those genuinely in need, rather than to himself, a fleetingly impoverished individual. Upon hearing this, Su Yu's heart filled with confusion. So, you truly did rummage through trash? How could that be? I simply noticed the bottles that were discarded, collected them, and sold them so I could afford a bit more meat in the cafeteria, Suin stated candidly, seemingly unperturbed by the thought that Su Yu might judge him for it. Ah, Suin, you are quite frugal, Su Yu exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration, though tinged with a hint of sympathy. Despite his hardships, Suin had managed to gain admission to Lucheng University. Unlike her, who had never faced the struggle for sustenance since birth, possessing expensive jewelry worth millions was merely a trivial matter for her. In contrast, Suin had to endure scornful gazes while collecting bottles just to afford a modest meal. Reflecting on this, Su Yu felt a tear escape her eye. Oh, how pitiable Suin was. Suin, momentarily taken aback, wiped away the tear from Su Yu's cheek without hesitation. What's wrong, you go? Did those debt collectors harass you during the day? His heart swelled with anger, yet he also felt a profound compassion for the girl before him, whose deceased mother had been a gambler and whose father was absent, leaving her in a fragmented existence. Despite such challenges, Su Yu had succeeded in enrolling at Lucheng University and had even acquired a duplex apartment. Truly remarkable. It's nothing. I merely recalled something unpleasant. Su Yu quickly stifled her sobs, feeling an overwhelming sense of shame for shedding tears again in front of Suin. If Su Changqing were to witness this, he would undoubtedly be astounded. Since middle school, she had never seen Su Yu cry, let alone now. You go. If you encounter any difficulties, please do not hesitate to tell me. I have a bit of money now, Suin offered, leaving his statement somewhat ambiguous. He understood that directly handing money to Su Yu might hurt her pride. Su Yu, perplexed, responded, but your money is all from me. Why would you want to give me more? It's nothing. It probably won't be necessary, Su Yu replied awkwardly. Suin interpreted this as Su Yu's shyness and chose not to pursue the topic further. After finishing their meal, the two suggested taking a stroll back, as it was merely a 2-kilometer distance. The city of Luzhou was ablaze with lights at night, truly deserving its title as the City of the Night. A gentle evening breeze caressed Su Yu's hair, lifting it gracefully as she delicately tucked it behind her ear, showcasing her exquisite and enchanting visage even more alluringly. Suin stole several furtive glances along the way. Had this been in the past, he would have undoubtedly scoffed, exclaiming, "What? Cohabiting with a stunning beauty? This must be some glitch from a romantic novel. I refuse to believe it." Yet now, Suin was genuinely experiencing it all, as if in a dream. Su Yu took out her phone and waved it slightly, asking, "Suin, may I add you on WeChat?" It dawned on Suin that, despite their cohabitation, they had yet to exchange WeChat contacts, prompting him to hastily retrieve his phone and say, "Let me scan your code." After scanning the QR code, Suin found himself momentarily stunned. "What's wrong?" Su Yu inquired, puzzled. "Nothing. Your profile picture and name are quite unique." "Haha," Suin replied, glancing at the blood-red skull as his avatar, shaking his head. He didn't dwell on it. Many people had similar tastes. Perhaps Su Yu was simply one of them. However, Su Yu did not share this sentiment, feeling a surge of anxiety. Oh no, she had forgotten to change her profile picture. She resolved to alter her avatar and name that very night. How could a girl use such an image? "Su Yu, have you ever been in a relationship?" Suin asked, almost on a whim. Su Yu was taken aback for a moment before reflecting. "No? Really? Someone as beautiful as you? And no boys pursued you in high school?" Suin asked, perplexed. Logically, Su Yu should have been the belle of the school, if not surpassing that title entirely. Su Yu shook her head, recalling a day in high school when a boy from the neighboring class, Jia Hao, had mustered the courage to stage a heroic rescue in hopes of winning her heart. Unfortunately, in an alley, her bodyguard had effortlessly subdued the delinquent actor Jia Hao had hired, breaking his hand with a single grip. From that day onward, Jia Hao never returned to school, seemingly frightened into transferring. "I'm not beautiful. No one pursued me," Su Yu insisted. "No, Yugu, you are truly beautiful." "Really?" "Absolutely." Su Yu lowered her head, a smile tugging at her lips. For some reason, Suin's compliment made her immensely happy. When other boys praised her, it only elicited a feeling of revulsion. especially when their gazes roamed over her. It was utterly disgusting. Naturally, any man who had looked at her in such a way had been kindly invited by Su Changqing for a chat. Do you like anyone? Suyu began to speak, only to regret her words instantly. Why had she asked that? Just then, an airplane flew overhead, and Suin barely heard her, mistakenly thinking she was inquiring about the type of girls he liked. He joked, a bear with a big butt. Suyu was momentarily taken aback and then lowered her head, lost in thought. Upon arriving home, Suyu swiftly ascended the stairs, refraining from further conversation with Suin. He, too, paid it little mind, tidying up before heading off to take a shower. In the duplex loft, Suyu had changed into a more refreshing and revealing onesie, accentuating her figure beautifully. She slowly shifted her gaze downward and murmured to herself, "Am I not so big?" As is well known, boys often transform into singing deities while showering, and Suin was no exception, lathering himself with shower gel. Under the bridge in front, the Su turtle swims by. Come quickly, count how many Su turtles there are. Poor, the old turtle cries poor. Suyu was momentarily taken aback by the song. What was this tune? The melody was mingled with the sound of water cascading, and she could hardly comprehend the lyrics. Counting what turtles? As night fell, they exchanged goodnights and returned to their respective nests. On Suyu's bed, the glow of her phone illuminated her delicate features as she scrolled incessantly, muttering, "This won't do. That won't do. This one won't do either. Why are all these avatars so unattractive?" Suin, however, had succumbed to a deep slumber. Chapter 12. Jiang Lang, an outsider? In the morning, Suin, as usual, set out for work, relieved that the CAF was conveniently located and friendly to his routine. "Good morning, Fangu." "Good morning, Shaoan. How was your date yesterday?" Wang Fan teased. Suin paused. Date with whom? Wang Fan was taken aback, unsure whether Suin was genuinely oblivious or merely feigning ignorance. Nothing much. As Jiang Lang arrived at the Su residence, he immediately heard Su Changqing's voice inside. "What is going on? Come, Xiao Wang, take a look at this situation." "Brother Jiang." The bodyguard at the entrance bowed respectfully. Jiang Lang smiled, gesturing for him to relax. Before proceeding through the door, "Jiang Lang, you're here, come quickly." Su Changqing called out anxiously. Jiang Lang, puzzled, asked, "What is the matter, brother? Why the commotion so early?" Su Changqing grasped Jiang Lang's arm and handed over his phone. Upon glancing at it, Jiang Lang saw a contact labeled World's Invincible First Princess, with an avatar of a cute Hello Kitty. "Is this Mrs. WeChat? What's the situation?" Jiang Lang inquired, genuinely unable to discern any issue. "No, think about it. What was Xiao Yu's previous avatar? A blood-red skull. I even praised that avatar as quite stylish." "Indeed," Su Changqing exclaimed, "this morning, I intended to send a good morning message to Suyu, only to discover she had changed to an adorable Hello Kitty avatar. Brother, I think the crux of the matter isn't the avatar itself, but rather that you have been sending good morning messages to her for so long, and she has never replied." Jiang Lang pointed at the panic-inducing green chat background on Su Changqing's phone. "Jiang Lang, don't concern yourself with that. Think about whether something has happened to Suyu." Su Changqing was unfazed by these details. Simply being able to send Suyu good morning and good night messages was already quite a feat had it been some time ago. He would have been left to ponder in silence, staring at a red screen. Jiang Lang adjusted his glasses, a thought surfacing in his mind. "I wonder what use you are, elder brother. Aren't you the strategist? Back in the day, you were the one who brought me and your sister-in-law together. How is it that you can't see anything now?" Su Changqing discerned something from the profile picture that Suyu had changed, though he couldn't be certain. "Alas, elder brother, the young lady has grown up. It's only natural that she doesn't favor her old profile picture anymore. What is so strange about that? It could be worse. I heard the little princess from the Li family next door is already off gallivanting in the Eagle country without her family's knowledge." Listening to Jiang Lang, Su Changqing nodded, somewhat convinced. By that logic, his little Yu seemed to be the most well-behaved of all. "So, is it normal for her to not answer my calls, ignore my WeChat messages, and occasionally block me?" Su Changqing inquired tentatively. Jiang Lang paused, thinking that this seemed unrelated to rebellion. It was a purely personal issue. "Normal. It's reasonable," Jiang Lang asserted, steeling himself. Only then did Su Changqing nod in satisfaction. Jiang Lang adjusted his glasses again. "Elder brother, I cannot accompany you today." "Why not?" "I have matters to attend to." "Oh, then I shall head to the office," Su Changqing replied, slipping on his suit jacket and stepping outside. Jiang Lang smiled. lost in thought, as he took out his phone and dialed. Where did the young lady get out of the car that day? It must be said, if this CAF weren't owned by a wealthy heir, it would hardly survive. Suin had been here for 3 days now, and apart from Suyu, he hadn't seen any other customers. Such a CAF was indeed a rarity. Suyu, as usual, arrived at the CAF after waking up, sitting quietly. Do you think if you sat at the entrance, it would attract some customers? I believe it would, but never mind. Our boss doesn't need foot traffic. Wang Fan replied, taking a sip of his coffee. Suin nodded, realizing that, as Wang Fan mentioned, Li Gu was certainly not short on money. How long have you been here? Wang Fan asked. 3 days, Fan Gu. Why do you still ask? I'm bored. That does sound quite tedious, indeed. Suddenly, the rumble of an engine echoed from outside, followed by a red Ferrari pulling up at the entrance. Wang Fan remarked in confusion, has Li Gu changed cars? Suyu's pupils slightly contracted. The car resembled Uncle Zhang's. Suin, fond of cars, immediately recognized the red Ferrari's price, a Ferrari 488, worth around 5 million. Where are you going, Yugu? Suin asked, perplexed. Suyu stood up, intending to head to the restroom, but it was too late. The Ferrari's door swung open, and Jiang Lang stepped out, clad in a white suit and wearing glasses. Pushing open the CAF door, Wang Fan was surprised to see it wasn't Li Gu. Welcome. What can I get for you? Jiang Lang surveyed the room and spotted the frozen figure of Suyu, smiling. A glass of iced Americano, please. Certainly, Wang Fan replied, turning to attend to the order. Yugu? Suin called out, standing by the restroom door, addressing Suyu. Suyu was momentarily taken aback. Oh no. What if Uncle Jiang and Jiang Lang were to push the matter further? After gathering some information from the driver and the chef, Jiang Lang made a rough guess and thus arrived here. Suyu was at a loss. Should she confess to Suin? After all, she was the only daughter of Su Chongqing, a powerful figure in Lu City. No. Suyu felt it was not the right moment. Suin would definitely be unable to accept such a revelation. How was this any different from deceit? What if Suin chose to ignore her afterward? A smirk appeared on Jiang Lang's lips as he slowly approached Suyu, while the three of them exchanged glances. Jiang Lang had now reached Suyu, and her heart raced to her throat. Suin, perplexed, wondered if they knew each other, feeling a strange tightening in her chest. Just as Suyu was about to speak, Jiang Lang interrupted with a smile. Excuse me, beautiful lady, if you're not heading to the restroom, could you kindly step aside? I'm rather urgent. Suyu complied, stepping aside to let Jiang Lang pass. Bewildered, she wondered why Jiang Lang was pretending not to know her. Was he intentionally feigning ignorance? A storm of tension dissipated. It turned out he needed to use the restroom, Suin thought. But why was she feeling anxious? Seeing the man driving the Ferrari approach Suyu, Jiang Lang had already contemplated the boy's earlier interaction with her and his expression, piecing together a rough idea in his mind. In the mirror, the corners of Jiang Lang's mouth slowly curled up. It seems like the young lady has found her golden-haired companion. He then exited the restroom without casting a glance at Suyu, merely taking a seat at the bar counter. Hello, Suin nodded, somewhat dazed. You hello? For some reason, Suin felt a commanding presence emanating from Jiang Lang, a sense of authority, yet she was not intimidated, as her father held an even higher position. Is everything well? Jiang Lang inquired. Suin was utterly baffled. What on earth? An outsider, Jiang Lang remarked. Suin was even more confused. Had this patron just spoken in a dialect from Lu City? What did that have to do with her being an outsider? Meanwhile, Suyu sat nearby, sweating with anxiety, wondering what Jiang Lang was truly up to. What is your name? Jiang Lang asked with a smile. Suin, unsure why this patron was asking such a question, thought it was just a name, so she didn't mind sharing. Suin. Jiang Lang's fingers lightly tapped on the wooden bar, producing a crisp sound. At this moment, Suyu's expression grew increasingly somber. What was Jiang Lang planning with these questions? Or had Su Chongqing uncovered her cohabitation with Suin? Suyu pondered. Could it be that Su Chongqing's mind had wandered to such conclusions? Sir, your Americano is ready, Wang Fan said, presenting the coffee. Jiang Lang accepted the cup, took a sip, and showed no intention of leaving. Wang Fan, being familiar, chimed in. Hey handsome, that Ferrari 488 outside is stunning. Jiang Lang chuckled. It's just SOSO. But I possess something far more handsome. Suin, intrigued, recalled the night voice, which he had yet to experience, and a twinge of sadness washed over him. Do you have the night voice? Suin inquired. In the next moment, the group fell silent. Jiang Lang cleared his throat. That little brother, the night voice. There exists but one in the world, and it was recently acquired by a prominent figure from Kyoto. Are you mocking me? Oh, is that so? My apologies. Nevertheless, your Ferrari is already quite stunning. Suin exclaimed, his desire to return to the night voice intensifying. I know someone who possesses a Koenigsegg, Jiang Lang said, sipping his Americano slowly. Su Yu's heart sank. Why was he bringing this up? The Koenigsegg was a car Su Yu had coveted since she was 18, and her father, Su Chongqing, had generously purchased it, yet it had remained untouched in their garage. Wow, a Koenigsegg. That must cost tens of millions. Wang Fan's eyes sparkled with envy. Suin nodded in agreement, estimating that a top-tier Koenigsegg could easily reach $1 billion. Jiang Lang continued, what do you think? Would you like to see it? I could bring the owner I know. Su Yu's expression darkened as she opened her phone, navigating to WeChat, and found a contact with a dagger icon, beginning to type. That's unnecessary, haha. Just seeing the Ferrari will suffice, Wang Fan interjected, understanding that there is no such thing as a free lunch. Even if Jiang Lang meant well, they could not take advantage of his goodwill. Suin grasped this principle as well and declined. What a pity, Jiang Lang remarked, though his face betrayed no emotion. Ding dong. Please hold on. Jiang Lang retrieved his phone and saw a message from the contact labeled the King of Chaos. The King of Chaos. What do you want? Did Su Chongqing send you? Luqing's most handsome. No, I'm merely curious about what the lady has been up to lately. The King of Chaos. Get lost. Jiang Lang chuckled at his phone, then raised his Americano. I must take my leave. I seem to be unwelcome. Until next time. Suin and Wang Fan were momentarily taken aback. Who could possibly be displeased with him? However, Jiang Lang had already exited, turning back to wave at the two. See you next time. They waved back, pondering his peculiar nature. The Ferrari's engine roared to life before it vanished in a blaze of red down the street. What a strange fellow, Suin remarked. Wang Fan nodded, agreeing that he was indeed odd, yet there was an unsettling familiarity about him. Su Yu stepped forward. Suin, I have something to attend to. I must leave now. See you tonight. Suin, still processing her departure, found himself devoid of motivation for work. Ha! Brother, I've stumbled upon something extraordinary. Jiang Lang exclaimed from the Ferrari, his eyes gleaming with excitement, tinged with a hint of madness. More than anything, he yearned to witness the expression on Su Chongqing's face when he saw Suin. With a sudden burst of laughter, Jiang Lang had no intention of revealing the matter to Su Chongqing. He keenly sensed that his young mistress and Suin were still worlds apart. Adjusting his glasses, Jiang Lang resolved to assume the role of a reporter investigating the affairs of the young lady. Alas, the young lady had truly matured. Having developed an affection for a boy, Jiang Lang mused, perceiving aspects in Su Yu's eyes that he had never noticed before. Being a decade younger than Su Chongqing and in his early 30s, he was better able to comprehend the sentiments brewing within Su Yu's heart. He indeed fulfilled the responsibilities of an uncle. Suddenly, the door to the Su Group's towering office was kicked open. Su Chongqing froze, taken aback by the audacity of the intruder. Just as he was about to unleash his wrath, he recognized his little princess, and his demeanor shifted to one of obsequiousness. The male secretaries standing around were bemused. How could the Su still exhibit such a paternal affection, especially when the young lady seemed unimpressed? Xiao Yu, what brings you here? Are you in need of funds? Su Chongqing inquired, glancing at his secretary. The secretary nodded, indicating that $1 million would soon be transferred to the young lady's account. Confused by Su Chongqing's demeanor, Su Yu wondered if Jiang Lang had informed the elder. Had Uncle Jiang kept it from him? The previously indignant Su Yu's irritation dissipated. But to be on the safe side, fearing that Jiang Lang might spill the beans, she extended her hand for her phone. What's the matter, Xiao Yu? Su Chongqing asked, promptly handing it over. Su Yu knew this would not yield significant results. Yet her frustration compelled her to swiftly block and delete Jiang Lang from Su Chongqing's WeChat contacts. No adding Jiang Lang, she declared, and just then, the office door swung open again. Jiang Lang entered with a smile. Ah, young lady, big brother, both present. Su Chongqing wondered if Jiang Lang had crossed Su Yu. Jiang Lang adjusted his glasses and approached Su Yu, attempting to reach out and tousle her hair. However, she deftly evaded his touch, her gaze frosty. Sensing that Jiang Lang was about to divulge something, with a sigh, Jiang Lang said, Miss, do you not trust your Uncle Jiang? Su Yu nodded. In that old man's team, you are the one with all the tricks. Jiang Lang was momentarily at a loss for words. I prefer to think of it as being resourceful, he retorted. Rest assured, your Uncle Jiang is not as antiquated as Big Brother. Leave it to me. Su Chongqing stood bewildered, feeling as though he were listening to a foreign language despite the conversation being in Chinese. May I interject? Su Chongqing began. Silence. Su Yu interrupted sharply. Obediently, Su Chongqing fell silent, retreating to the side. The male secretary's face turned crimson. It was evident that the CEO had yet again been bested by the young lady. Really? Su Yu asked, a hint of skepticism in her voice. Absolutely. Uncle Jiang guarantees it. Zhang Lang replied with a smile. Su Yu nodded in agreement and cast a glance at Su Chongqing. Humph. With that, Su Yu turned to leave. Su Chongqing was left in utter confusion. Is that Zhang Lang? What is Xiao Yu doing? Su Chongqing inquired, feeling an inkling that these two individuals might be concealing something from him. Ah, such a master. I just spotted the young lady sneaking some chocolate outside. Huh? And here she is, fearing I might tell you. But you have already informed me, Su Chongqing remarked. I share a deep connection with my elder brother. Besides, it's merely a piece of chocolate. If the young lady has eaten it, so be it. She has grown up, Zhang Lang said, casually pouring himself a glass of water. Su Chongqing nodded, acknowledging the truth in Zhang Lang's words. Indeed, Xiao Yu had matured. Chapter 14. The Second Embrace, Su En. What is your opinion on the underworld? On the evening streets, the two stood mere inches apart, their shoulders nearly brushing. Xiao Yu, with her high ponytail, suddenly posed the question. Su En paused momentarily, his mind racing. Could it be that those gangsters are extorting money from you, Yugo? Immediately, Su En spoke with indignation. Gangsters are nothing but villains, committing heinous acts of murder and arson. One could say they deserve to be executed 10 times over. Feeling quite pleased with himself for defending Xiao Yu, Su En remained unaware of the tremor that coursed through her, prompting her to stride away, disregarding his presence. Hey, you go. What Su En failed to notice was the desolation reflected in Xiao Yu's eyes. Were gangsters truly devoid of goodness? Throughout the journey, Xiao Yu remained silent, neglecting her meal and heading straight home. Su En followed closely behind, bewildered. Had the gangsters inflicted too much harm on Yugo? With purposeful steps, Xiao Yu ascended to the attic, wrapping herself in her blanket and cocooning herself within. Su En refrained from following, opting instead to sit on the sofa below, pondering the cause of Xiao Yu's distress. Xiao Yu, feeling despondent, clutched the blanket tightly, her body curling inward. As she reflected on Su En's words, it felt as though a dagger had pierced her heart. Why did his words affect her so deeply? In that moment, Xiao Yu realized the profound impact Su En had on her emotions. This peculiar sensation was unfamiliar to her. Who exactly was Su En? Her thoughts drifted back to that day beside her hospital bed, when her mother gently placed her hand on her head and caressed her tenderly. From a tender age, Xiao Yu was nurtured in such an environment. Su Yu vaguely recalled that it was the last time her mother wept, marking the first occasion she witnessed her mother in tears. Xiao Yu, you have always kept your distance from anyone other than your father. Your pride is so formidable that I cannot help but worry. Can Su Chongqing truly care for you? Eventually, her mother, after gently caressing her own hand, slowly lowered it, gazing at an incessantly beeping machine. Several individuals clad in white coats rushed in, and she was ushered out of the ward. Before her mother's photograph, Su Yu gradually knelt down and bowed her head, yet tears did not fall. Watching as her mother was laid to rest, Su Yu finally spoke. No. Su Chongqing lowered his head gently. Xiao Yu, bow your head once more for your mother. No, mother is taller than me. She is not my mother. Lowering her head, she buried it in the ground, feeling that she was not as tall as her mother. What are you saying, Xiao Yu? Su Chongqing was taken aback, unable to fathom how a girl in her third year of junior high could utter such words. In disbelief, he slapped Su Yu. Afterward, gazing at his trembling hand, he could not believe he had struck Xiao Yu before his wife's grave. However, Su Yu paid no heed to her flushed face, merely raising her head to declare, Old Su, it is time to go home. I am hungry. Later, in her first year of high school, Su Yu was diagnosed with severe bipolar disorder. The doctor informed Su Chongqing that various factors could lead to this condition, potentially including significant trauma or the loss of a loved one. On that day, Su Chongqing went into a frenzy, turning the entire Lu city upside down. But in the face of Su Yu's indifferent gaze, he gently crouched down. Xiaolang, starting tomorrow, we shall engage in earnest business. Understood, elder brother. From that moment onward, Su Chongqing dared not lay a finger on Su Yu, becoming completely obedient to her. Various factors contributed to Suyu's peculiar personality and her lack of friends, a realization that Suin had discovered over the past few days. It seemed that Suyu often sat in the CAF without much reason. Suyu tightly clutched the blanket, locking her body in, and for some unknown reason, tears streamed down her cheeks. How can you not eat? You go. I have cooked some noodles. Please eat. Concerned that Suyu might starve, Suin rummaged through the cupboards to find some noodles and prepared a bowl of tomato noodles. It was Suin's first time ascending to the attic, and upon taking a step inside, he beheld Suyu, resembling a small, forlorn kitten. The trails of tears were long, and upon realizing it was Suin who had come up, Suyu hurriedly covered her head, declaring, I want to eat. Suin, unsure of what was troubling Suyu, perhaps attributed it to her family matters. He gently sat down beside her bed, disregarding any notions of gender propriety. For Yugo was crying, and such concerns seemed trivial. Suin softly pulled back the blanket, prompting Suyu to pout. What are you doing? Suddenly, Suin felt something prick his heart. How adorable she was. Without thinking, he slowly placed his hand on Suyu's head. What is he doing? Suyu was taken aback. Subsequently, Suin, tenderly petting her as one would a small cat or dog, gently inquired, Yugo, what is the matter? Suddenly, Suyu felt a wave of grievance wash over him. Why is he so kind to me? Unable to contain his emotions any longer, he broke down in tears, disregarding any semblance of dignity. This was the second time Suin had witnessed Suyu in tears, and his heart tightened with a pang of sympathy. Adopting his usual approach, Suin gently embraced Suyu, cradling him in his arms while softly ruffling his hair. What's wrong? Don't cry, Yugo. If something's bothering you, just share it with your little brother, he murmured. Just then, Suin felt something soft wrap around his waist as Suyu clung to him tightly. I'm not a gangster, Suyu declared. Suin was taken aback. When did I ever say that Yugo was a gangster? However, he dismissed the thought and replied softly, Yugo isn't a gangster. How could such a beautiful girl be involved in anything violent? You're lying, came Suyu's delicate voice. A flutter of excitement coursed through Suin. This was no fragile damsel, but rather a captivating enchantress. Don't cry, little brother is here, he reassured. Suddenly, Suyu lifted her head from Suin's chest, her exquisite face mere inches from his. Suin instinctively swallowed hard, captivated by her delicate features and those tear-stained, pitifully beautiful eyes. He turned away, unable to meet her gaze. What if you're not here anymore? Suyu suddenly asked. Suin quickly responded, that one tea happened, I will always be here. In a luxurious villa, Su Changqing felt a strange chill, as if he had misplaced something. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit dormitory CAF, Wang Fan held a glowing phone. Chuckling to himself. Hee, the campus bell is so sweet. All right, I've cooked some noodles. Would you like to eat? Suin gently offered. Yes, Suyu replied, lifting her head as Suin wiped away her tears. Suyu stood up, donned her shoes, and dashed downstairs, feeling an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. What had she just been doing? Oh, how shy she felt. Facing each other, Suin served the steaming noodles. Suyu transformed her embarrassment into appetite, devouring the dish in one bite. She then looked up with sparkling eyes. This is so delicious. Suin, will you cook for me for a lifetime? Suin responded with a puzzled expression. In Chapter 15, Suyu's feelings were put to the test. Amidst an awkward silence, they finished their meal. And it must be said that Suin's culinary skills were indeed exceptional. After all, during their 3 years of high school, they could hardly afford takeout and had to cook for themselves. Neither Suin's father nor mother had ever tasted his cooking. Suyu was the first to enjoy Suin's meal, and the ability to make simple noodles taste so exquisite could only belong to him. After exchanging goodnights, they parted ways. That night, Suin reminisced about the moment they had embraced. His cheeks flushed at the thought of Suyu holding him, the sensation lingering on his skin. What are you doing, Suin? 3 years is just the beginning. He chided himself, forcing himself to calm down. If he continued to dwell on it, it would lead to a life sentence. In the attic, Suyu recalled the recent incident, her cheeks flushed and her heart racing. Why did Su and place his phone in his pocket, pressing against my abdomen? No, Suyu. You cannot be so yielding. A mischievous voice in her mind began to assail her thoughts. Hurry, Suyu. Suin is both handsome and gentle, and he treats you well. Should he be taken away from you, regret will come too late. Another voice incessantly tempted her. Whom should I listen to? Suyu felt a wave of shyness wash over her, contemplating her recent changes and wondering if she might indeed have developed feelings for Su in time slipped away quietly. The brief month was about to come to an end, with only 3 days remaining before the school year commenced. During these days, an awkward atmosphere enveloped Su-yu and Su-in, leading Su-yu to frequent the CAF less often. Nevertheless, they still shared meals together. After that night, Su-in sensed something peculiar about Su-yu. She seemed to be avoiding him. Fan-gu, how should I speak to Li-gu? Su-in pondered anxiously. With only 3 days until school, it was time for him to resign from his job. Oh, don't worry, just tell him directly. What can he do to you? A student? Wang Fan said, taking a sip of water as he began to instruct Su-in on how to approach Li-gu. Before long, Liang arrived at the CAF and sat down at the bar. Wang Fan gave Su-in an encouraging gesture before preparing an Americano for Liang. Shaolin, I hear you have something for me? Liang inquired. Su-in nodded, feeling hesitant but finally mustering the courage to speak. Li-gu, I'm sorry. I have to return to school in 3 days. Contrary to Su-in's expectations of reprimand, Liang calmly nodded. I see. Make sure to drop by the CAF often. Wang Fan turned his head in surprise, not expecting Li-gu to let Su-in off so easily. Su-in was equally perplexed by the smoothness of the exchange. Liang, appearing calm, internally cursed. He had known since the moment he offered the 10,000 yuan. Yet, it mattered little, as that amount was not coming from his pocket. Liang interjected, you need not come in tomorrow. Rest well, and focus on your studies. Su-in nodded blankly, astonished by how effortlessly it all unfolded. Liang then took a few sips of the Americano prepared by Wang Fan before departing. Wow. Li-gu was surprisingly calm. This is absurd, Wang Fan exclaimed, utterly taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. Shouldn't Li-gu have been angry? Li-gu is truly a good person, Su-in smiled. Wang Fan could only nod in agreement. This was the only explanation that made sense. Once you're in college, remember to come back and visit, Wang Fan said as evening fell and the workday drew to a close. Su-in nodded in affirmation. Don't worry, Fan-gu. We have WeChat. Wang Fan chuckled, giving Su-in a playful nudge with his shoulder. That girl, Su-yu, is wonderful. I have high hopes for you. Su-in sprang to his feet, waving his hands in protest. No, Fan-gu, don't say that. Oh, don't be shy. I can see that girl likes you. Wang Fan wore an enigmatic expression, prompting Su-in to inquire, is that truly the case? Indeed, Wang Fan replied. Consider this. After so many days, she hardly shows any goodwill. Reflect on your cohabitation. Did she not dare to meet your gaze? When you spoke, especially about those trivial matters couples discuss, did she not stammer? The two engaged in an academic-like discussion, leaving Su-in momentarily stunned. Wang Fan's words seemed to ring true. Well, Su-in hesitated. What are you pondering? Go on. Your brother awaits your hand to accompany her for coffee. Hurry back. Wang Fan clapped Su-in on the shoulder and promptly ushered him out. As Su-in strolled along, his mind was a flurry of thoughts, his body slightly warm with anticipation. Lost in contemplation, he returned to the apartment, where he found Su-yu seated on the sofa. They stared at each other in silence, and Su-yu quickly turned her head, feigning calmness. Finished work? Su-in nodded, feeling a twinge of awkwardness. Ahem. What shall we eat? After Wang Fan's comments, Su-in felt unable to engage in a normal conversation with Su-yu. I'll take a shower first, he said, rushing into the bathroom to calm his nerves with a cold shower. Su-yu sat there, listening to the sound of running water, her mind wandering to an unexpected thought. Does Su-in have abs? No. What are you thinking, Su-yu? This isn't like you. She shook her head vigorously, trying to cast aside any inappropriate thoughts, though her lips betrayed her with a slight smile. Under the cold water, Su-in mused that he could not solely rely on Wang Fan's words. He needed to verify things himself. Meanwhile, Su-yu scrolled through short videos, one catching her attention. How to keep a crush from being discovered. Listen closely. She was unsure why she was fixated on this video. Usually, she would swipe past such content without a second thought. Yet, her finger remained glued to the screen, as if fearing it might vanish. Moments later, Su-in emerged from the bathroom, his hair damp and tousled, embodying a charm that rivaled even the most handsome of actors. Su-yu found herself momentarily entranced. No, I must adhere to the advice from the video, Su-yu thought, shaking her head to regain composure, her expression turning icy. Su-in approached her, determined to test Wang Fan's observations. He stood before her, his gaze unwavering. What shall we eat later? Su-yu's heart raced, but she suppressed her emotions, replying coldly. I'm fine with anything. What about you? Su-in noted her unwavering gaze. She wasn't avoiding him. This is my chance. he thought. He promptly sat down and cleared his throat. Xiaoyu, how about we go for steak? Suyu was taken aback, wondering what had come over him. What else with this guy? He is acting just like Su Changqing. She thought. If you're unwell, seek help, don't act irrationally. Suyu responded, exasperated. Suan was momentarily stunned. Indeed, Wang Fan deceived me. Oh no, my feelings have been betrayed. Suddenly, Suan realized, why should I think this way? Is it not normal for Yuga not to like me? Chapter 16. Fair, long, and smooth, shall I touch? Suan fell into embarrassment. Recalling her own appearance just moments ago, a pure wave of confusion. Suyu sat quietly beside her, outwardly calm and unperturbed, yet internally tumultuous. Suan just called me little you. In a moment of instability, Suyu slid down slightly. The white dress she wore today accentuating her fair legs. Suan was momentarily stunned, nearly bleeding from the nose, her heart involuntarily exclaiming, such beautiful legs. She quickly turned her head away, forbidding her gaze. However, Suyu had already noticed the change in Suan's expression, her face flushing. So Suan likes to look at legs, does she? Then, Suyu stood up, gently tugging her dress up a little, revealing her calves with an expression of indifference. What are you doing, Yugo? Suan covered her eyes, but her heart ached with desire to take another glance. I was bitten by a mosquito, Suyu announced, pulling her dress up a fraction more. Suan beheld a pair of long, fair legs that could rival those of a model. A little devil inside Suyu chuckled mischievously, commanding her to speak. Suan, help me see where the mosquito bit me. Suan replied, is there such a good thing? Though she feigned reluctance, her heart raced, and her face gradually flushed. Such legs, Suan murmured. Suyu then asked, fair, long, and smooth, shall I touch? All right. Suan responded instinctively, then quickly waved her hands. No, no, no. Suyu continued, help me find out where the mosquito bit me. Suan nodded, moving in for a closer look at her legs. Ahem, I didn't see anything. She stammered, suppressing her own fluttering heart. Suyu feigned surprise, really? But I was bitten. You should feel around properly. Suan's pupils constricted as she swallowed hard. Isn't this inappropriate? It's just a mosquito bite between friends. Or is it that you have something to hide, Suan? Hearing Suyu's words, Suan became flustered. I have nothing to hide. It's just a mosquito bite, I'll check. Yet, Suan dared not raise her gaze, for her face was as crimson as the evening glow. Little did Suan know, Suyu's face was equally flushed, her heart racing as she regretted allowing Suan to touch her leg. With no turning back now, Suan's hand had already brushed against the smooth calf. Both Suan and Suyu trembled simultaneously. The cool sensation of her smooth thigh in the night was enough to make Suan's hand quiver. This was truly a leg sculpted by the hands of a master creator. Suyu's heart twisted in a knot as she shut her eyes, regretting her actions. There was no mosquito bite at all. It was all the mischief of the little devil within her. Suan's hand gently glided over his calf. Suyu responded with a soft hum. Suan shuddered. Come on, don't employ that seductive charm, sister. Suyu quickly jumped back, pulling her legs up and turning to head towards the loft. In her distraction, she nearly stumbled but steadied herself, standing tall and making her way up step by step, as if nothing had transpired. Suan pondered, is it over? But I haven't had enough of exploring yet. I haven't even found the mosquito bite. It must be said, Suan, who had just taken a cold shower, now felt as though his body radiated heat akin to the sun. The warmth surged through him, particularly unbearable for a young man like him. Suyu had wrapped herself entirely, yet the temperature beneath the covers continued to rise. Her cheeks flushed like an apple. Naughty Suan, you touched me when you shouldn't have. Remembering the soft moan from earlier, Suyu felt even more embarrassed, wishing the world would end at that very moment. Suan, too, recalled that soft sound, his body becoming increasingly heated. Yugo is more alluring than the most enchanting seductress. Surely, Yuji's most sensitive spot cannot be. Suan suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of shame and repeatedly patted his own face. Suan, stop overthinking. Thus, the two of them spent an awkward night without even touching their meals. Come morning, they both stared at their dark, sunken eyes. Good morning, Yugo. Suan feigned calmness. Ah, good morning, Suyu replied awkwardly, unable to shake off the events of the previous night. Suan seized the opportunity to change the subject. Yugo, shall we go to school together tomorrow? Suyu considered it for a moment before responding. I have something else to attend to. You go ahead. Oh, all right. Suan's heart flickered with disappointment. For some reason, He found himself irresistibly drawn to steal glances at Su Yu, yet dared not meet her gaze when he saw her face. Just then, the ringtone of his phone broke the silence. He picked it up and noticed it was his mother calling, swiping to answer. Hello? Mom, what's up? Su Yu sat quietly beside him, not daring to make a sound. Shaoan, tomorrow marks the start of your school year. I have some good news for you. Su-in's mother's voice chimed through. Curiously, he asked, What good news, Mom? Guess. His mother teased. Su-in, momentarily forgetting Su Yu's presence, exclaimed, Good news? Did Dad get hit by a car? There was a brief silence on the line. Then his mother retorted, You little rascal. Don't you dare come home. If you do, I'll break your legs. Su-in scoffed. Is there anything better than that? His mother, suppressing his father's anger, continued, From now on, I'll give you 1,000 yuan every month. This is something I discussed thoroughly with your father. Isn't that good news? Upon hearing this, Su-in fell into a contemplative silence. If it's such great news, you needn't have called me specifically. He hung up the phone, his eyes glazed over. This news was simply too wonderful. Su Yu softly inquired, What's wrong? Su-in, did something happen? Listening to the furious outbursts on the phone, Su Yu suspected that something was amiss at Su-in's home. Su-in mentioned something about his father possibly being in an accident. Rubbing his head, Su-in waved his hand dismissively, saying, It's nothing. Just my family discussing my living expenses at university. Su Yu couldn't help but feel curious. Just how much was Su-in receiving each month? How much? 1,000. Su-in replied. Su Yu fell silent, her heart aching. What could 1,000 yuan accomplish in university? Although the conversation on the phone was muffled, she could faintly hear someone berating Su-in. How pitiful. Suddenly, a notification chimed. 250 yuan had been transferred to Su-in's Alipay account. He glanced at the money sent by his father and quietly opened Douyin to search how to remove an old man's oxygen tube without facing legal consequences. The next entry revealed previous search history. Can I sue my father for intentionally raising me in poverty? Chapter 17. The start of term, fellow villager? Upon hearing that Su Yu had family matters to attend to, Su-in set off for Luzhou University alone. After carefully packing his belongings, he gently closed the door, peering through the crack for one last look. Sighing, he wondered if he would ever return. He smiled faintly and shut the door completely. Su Yu had already gone home the previous night. As Su-in exited, he planned to take the subway to the university. Luzhou University was located in the northern district, requiring several subway stops, not to mention the expense of a taxi, which Su-in was keen to avoid. Upon descending the subway, Su-in noticed a gathering of people, their voices a cacophony of chaos. Driven by curiosity, he approached to observe. Sir, you can't do this. If you continue, I will call the police. A young man, burdened with a large bag, wore a look of despair while an elderly man, around 60, clung to his leg. Hey, you outsider. You think you can just hit me and walk away? Let me tell you, Luzhou 1T tolerates such behavior. Sir, to be fair, I merely walked by you. Are you seriously claiming that I knocked you down with air resistance? Who would say such a thing? Su-in quickly grasped that the young man was evidently being scammed by the old man. Just then, the subway arrived, and Su-in decided to retreat from the scene, hurriedly merging into the throng of commuters. After navigating through the bustling crowd, Su-in finally found a moment of peace to set down his heavy bag and crouch down. I'm so tired. Those wealthy kids are probably being chauffeured to school by their family's butlers right now. Miss, we've arrived. A man in a black suit said respectfully, opening the car door. Su Yu nodded and stepped out slowly, drawing the attention of numerous students at Luzhou University. My goodness, a Maybach with the license plate 66,666. While you all marvel at this car, I am captivated by her unparalleled beauty. As Su Yu exited the vehicle, she instantly became the center of attention, a flicker of disdain passing through her eyes before she suddenly remembered Su-in and inexplicably broke into a smile. As the academic season commenced, the entrance was predominantly filled with newcomers, while returning students would not return until 8 days later, as the freshmen were required to undergo military training. The sudden appearance of Su Yu captivated everyone's attention. She smiled at me. How could this be? It was undoubtedly my handsome visage that elicited such a reaction. Su Chongqing, puzzled, inquired, Xiao Yu, what are you smiling about? Upon hearing Su Chongqing's voice, Su Yu's expression returned to calmness. It's nothing. After disembarking, a burly man in black approached her, silently carrying her luggage. Xiao Yu, take care of yourself. If anyone bullies you, just... Before Su Chongqing could finish his sentence, Su Yu had already strided away, with the bodyguard promptly trailing behind with her suitcase. A refreshing fragrance seemed to linger in the air where Suyu had walked, causing one boy to appear enraptured. Ah, she's stunning. The bodyguard immediately stepped in front of him. You're truly handsome, big brother. The bodyguard nodded and then resumed his follow of Miss Su. Unanimously, the onlookers felt a rush of concern for this young man. How could he dare to speak so indiscreetly about the local princess? Hello, I'm here for economic management, Suyu stated as she approached the registration desk. She presented her notification letter. Oh, a student returning early, the senior volunteer began, but upon glancing up, he was taken aback by Suyu's presence. Mom, I think I'm in love. The volunteer's composure faltered, his speech becoming somewhat stammered. Suyu detested such gazes. Her eyes turned cold. At this moment, the bodyguard stepped closer, sternly admonishing, Kid, can you not read? Registration. Yes. The flustered volunteer hastily recorded Suyu's information. Building 1, room 503, Suyu replied softly before departing. Once Suyu left, the entire venue erupted in excitement. She was simply breathtaking, a celestial being gracing the earth. However, all the boys were acutely aware that such a girl was beyond their reach, and some students had already taken photos of Suyu. In their minds, it was a foregone conclusion that this generation's campus goddess at Lu University was none other than Suyu, though she remained blissfully unaware of this. Damn, it's scorching hot. Suin, laden with a hefty backpack and drenched in sweat, arrived at the entrance of Lu University. It was midday, the sun at its zenith, making Suin feel quite uncomfortable. Squinting, he searched for the registration station for the Economic Management Department. Hello, I'm here for Economic Management. After a lengthy wait in line, he finally reached the front and presented his notification letter. The boy who had been there before was now replaced by a senior girl. Hello there, please wait a moment. Suin nodded, stealing a glance at the senior. Wow, such fair legs. Lu City truly nurtures beauty. The senior seemed to notice Suin's gaze and promptly looked up, revealing a cunning smile. You enjoy watching, don't you? Rest assured, during the 4 years of university, there will be plenty of opportunities. Lu University has an abundance of legs, she remarked, handing over the dormitory card. Building 5, room 503. Suin awkwardly chuckled and hurriedly departed, feeling quite embarrassed. Gazing at the dormitory card and then at the expansive campus, he found himself momentarily at a loss as to where to go. Most of the volunteers were boys, eager to assist the new female students in carrying their luggage. After helping, it was only natural to exchange WeChat contacts. Sigh, these boys this year are rather disappointing. A girl clad in a volunteer vest complained, wiping the sweat from her forehead. Under the scorching sun, she had no desire to wear makeup, yet her natural beauty had already bested most girls. With her fair complexion and long legs, she caught the attention of many passing boys. Hey, that figure. The girl squinted, her pupils dilating. Suin was taken aback. Who called me? Turning around, he was met with the girl's incredulous gaze. By Shanyu? The girl jogged over. What nonsense. That was ages ago. Call me sister. Suin retorted, but that's what they all call you. Scram. Fine, by Qingjie it is. She laughed. Who would have thought you could make it to Lu University, Xiao Anzi? Your studies are impressive. Bai Qingyu patted Suin, her joy evident. Suin himself could hardly believe he was encountering Bai Qingyu here. I remember you said you were going to study out of town. I never imagined it would be Lu University. Oh, don't even get me started. We'll talk more later. Come on, which dorm? I'll show you the way. It's rare to meet a fellow townsman, Bai Qingyu beamed. They had known each other since high school in Kyoto, where Bai Qingyu was in her senior year and Suin in his junior year. Their acquaintance stemmed from their father's business dealings, and initially, Bai Qingyu was puzzled as to why such a wealthy family would raise their child in such a frugal manner, only to discover that it was Suin, the unfortunate lad. Chapter 18. The dormitory. The trio. How's it going, Xiao Anzi? Have you experienced the joys of being a rich second generation? Bai Qingyu flashed a mischievous smile, eager to hear about the extravagant lifestyle of a tycoon's son from Suin, feeling embarrassed, halted and quietly opened his Alipay account. Look, Bai Qingyu glanced at it and burst into laughter. Ha ha, 1,250. Is that the allowance your father gave you? Ha ha. Suin fell silent, opting not to respond as he began to walk away. Hey, Xiao Anzi, don't go. I wasn't trying to laugh at you. If you need money, just tell me. A few thousand, and I can easily help you out. Bai Qingyu patted her ample chest. Suin was taken aback. Bai Qingjie had certainly matured beautifully over the past 2 years. He recalled that in high school, While Bai Qingyu did not possess the same voluptuousness as now, she was still regarded as the campus beauty in her senior year. Do not jest, Bai Qingyu. I shall let it pass, but do take care of yourself. Suin Bai Qingyu hails from a well-off family, one of the most prestigious in Kyoto. However, it is said that her father insisted she attend Kyoto University, but she defied him and came to Luzhou instead, resulting in her credit card being revoked in a fit of rage. Let me tell you, that old man may act tough, yet he has a soft heart. He secretly sends me 300,000 each month, Bai Qingyu said with a cunning smile. Suin quietly remarked, I despise the affluent. A son of a tycoon receives 1,500 monthly, while a daughter of a capitalist receives 300,000. Suin felt a profound sense of disparity. Yet, for Bai Qingyu's family, 30,000 a month seemed rather modest. Therefore, dear Suin, should you encounter any difficulties, do share them with your sister. Our families, after all, share a cooperative bond, and I am, in a sense, your sister in this foreign land, Bai Qingyu advised. Her thoughts not overly burdened as she relished the rare encounter with a fellow native from Kyoto, especially given the amicable relations between their families. Suin nodded, acknowledging her words. As the two walked together, they attracted attention. Bai Qingyu's beauty had already caught the eye of several onlookers, who seethed with envy at her being accompanied by a fellow newcomer. How infuriating! At the front of Dormitory 5, noticing Bai Qingyu still by her side, Suin questioned, Can girls enter? Please, it's the start of the semester. We volunteers are akin to the Imperial Guards, you see? We can go anywhere. Bai Qingyu responded with an air of bravado, though Suin paid her no heed and ascended the stairs. Hey, why do you still act like you did in high school, never listening to anyone? I have little patience for idle chatter, especially the drivel of capitalists. Before room 503, Suin opened the door, with Bai Qingyu closely following. It seems you are the first to arrive. Let me tell you, Suin, choosing a bed has its intricacies. Suin, perplexed, inquired, do elaborate? Firstly, do not sleep near the door. The light and the door are bothersome. Secondly, do not sleep near the restroom, as it is unpleasant. Then where shall one sleep? Suin asked, finding Bai Qingyu's reasoning somewhat compelling. Here, Bai Qingyu pointed to a central position, neither near the restroom nor the door, and on the second level. This spot is akin to a no man's land, truly an optimal choice. Suin nodded in agreement, recognizing the wisdom in her words. She then tossed her bag onto the bed, claiming the spot. With a click, the door opened, revealing their second roommate, a bespectacled young man, standing at 175 centimeters, with a pallid complexion, suggesting ill health. Suin greeted him politely. Hello, I am Suin. We shall be roommates henceforth. I am Zhang Wei. Nice to meet you, he replied, taking in the surroundings and noticing the stunning Bai Qingyu, momentarily taken aback. This guy is fortunate. On the first day, a beautiful volunteer appears at his doorstep, Zhang Wei mused, acknowledging his own handsomeness. Suin, I must take my leave. Let us keep in touch. Bai Qingyu waved, bestowing Suin with a sweet smile. Subsequently, Bai Qingyu politely smiled at Zhang Wei before departing the dormitory. I've chosen my bed, Zhang Wei. You may decide where you wish to sleep, Suin remarked with a chuckle. Zhang Wei nodded, then casually tossed his bag onto the bed beside Suin brothers. I have arrived, exclaimed a slightly portly young man who entered, his height comparable to Zhang Wei's, though his physique seemed somewhat incongruous with his handsome face, which bore traces of excess weight. Hello, I am Suin. This is Zhang Wei, he introduced himself. Ha, greetings, brothers. It appears I am the third to arrive. I am Hu Dahai. Suin and Zhang Wei nodded, finding the name remarkably befitting of his appearance. Thanks to Hu Dahai's affable nature, the awkward atmosphere dissipated instantly. Allow me to share with you two good brothers. Upon ascending the stairs, I spotted an absolutely stunning beauty. Both men immediately comprehended that Hu Dahai had encountered Bai Qingyu. Suin smiled. Oh, Hu Dahai, how beautiful was she? Zhang Wei, feeling a bit more relaxed, adjusted his glasses. I, too, hold a modicum of interest in the beauty you speak of, Hu Dahai. Hu Dahai grinned mischievously, her long legs, longer than my life itself. And most importantly, she was barefaced, yet still so beautiful, with a fair complexion and those enchanting eyes. Brothers, I have fallen in love. Zhang Wei couldn't help but chuckle, prompting Hu Dahai to inquire, Why do you mock me, Wei? Zhang Wei touched his nose. The beauty you just mentioned seemed to be assisting Suin with his luggage. You missed the opportunity for an up-close view of her allure. What? Hu Dahai exclaimed in shock. Why was I not graced with a beautiful volunteer to assist me? I have been heartbroken, brothers, Hu Dahai said with a nonchalant expression, then earnestly patted Suin on the shoulder. And, take good care of her. Suin, perplexed, wondered what was happening. This is all quite absurd. Hu Dahai. We are not as you presume. And how is that? Hu Dahai queried. I have known her since high school. We are from the same hometown, so we are friends. Nothing more, Suin clarified. Upon hearing this, Hu Dahai expressed astonishment. Then, amidst Suin's bewildered gaze, clasped his hands together. I, Hu Dahai, if brother and does not mind, would like to adopt you as my sworn brother. Ha ha. Zhang Wei burst into laughter, astonished by Hu Dahai's whimsical nature. Suin, momentarily taken aback, found himself at a loss for words, while Zhang Wei captured the moment on his phone. However, there must be a fourth person. Has he not yet arrived? Suin inquired, shaking his head. I am the first. Brothers, I propose, Hu Dahai declared, regardless of age. We shall adhere to the order of arrival. With a flourish, he pointed to Suin. You shall be the eldest brother. Then he gestured to Zhang Wei. You shall be the second brother, and I shall be the third. Suin and Zhang Wei nodded in agreement, having no objections. Thus, the trio ceased their conversation and began to arrange their respective beds. Hu Dahai produced an expensive computer and placed it upon the desk beneath his bed. Suin and Zhang Wei noted the presence of Hu Dahai, who was displaying an assortment of ornate decorations that appeared to be quite valuable. A wealthy heir? Suin remarked with a chuckle. Chapter 19. The outcast. Suyu, forgive me. I come from a local background and possess a bit of influence. Hu Dahai boasted. Suin and Zhang Wei nodded in acknowledgement, recognizing his evident affluence, especially as Hu Dahai sported a Rolex on his wrist, though his youthful visage rendered it somewhat incongruous. If anyone requires my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. We are all brothers now, though individuals of such wealth might typically evoke disdain. Hu Dahai managed to charm rather than discomfort the two, proving to be quite entertaining. Brothers, shall we take a stroll and explore? Suin suggested, as it was essential to familiarize themselves with their abode for the next 4 years. Zhang Wei and Hu Dahai readily concurred, with Hu Dahai donning his Rolex and proclaiming, I am off to seek love. Ding dong. All 3 phones chimed simultaneously, receiving a group notification from Class 1 of the management department. An individual with a black dog avatar announced, Dear classmates, I am your class monitor. There will be a meeting at 8:30 p.m. in the management building. Thank you. Following this, a cascade of messages ensued. Do you think our class will have any stunning beauties? Hu Dahai inquired with a mischievous grin. The two shook their heads, realizing they would only discover the answer later that evening, especially since one roommate had yet to arrive. Ding dong. Suin received another message from Suyu. Suyu, what are you up to? Suin, I just got acquainted with my roommates. We are planning to explore. Suyu. Suin detected a hint of displeasure in Suyu's tone, but was unsure of the cause. Suin, is something wrong, you good? Suyu, it's nothing. Suin pondered for a brief moment before responding. Would you like to join us for a walk? Suyu, sure. Suin apologized to his companions. I have something to attend to. I must take my leave. Hu Dahai, perplexed, remarked, what could be more important than our first outing to seek beautiful women? Zhang Wei adjusted his glasses in agreement with Hu Dahai's assertion. It is indeed important. I will bring you lunch tomorrow, Suin declared before slipping away. Upon hearing about the lunch, the two exchanged amused glances and nodded in approval. As Suin wandered through the campus, he observed throngs of new students arriving and chose a seemingly serene spot in the campus park to capture a photograph and send it to Suyu. Suin, I am here. Suyu, all right, I will be there shortly. Seated on a park bench, Suin awaited Suyu, feeling an inexplicable quickening of his heart at the prospect of their meeting. Before long, a gentle voice emerged from behind. Have you been waiting long? Turning around, Suin beheld Suyu in a white dress, his heart racing in response. Just then, a breeze swept through, lifting Suyu's unpinned hair delicately. Ahem. I haven't been here long, Suin replied, averting his gaze. Suyu smiled faintly, seemingly feeling much more relaxed as she sat down beside Suin. What's the matter, you go? Is your roommate in the dorm not easy to get along with? Suyu shook her head. They are quite amiable. Really? Suin inquired, recalling Yuji's personality, wondering if perhaps she had been bullied. Well, Suyu nodded, pausing for a moment. I just find it difficult to interact with them. For some reason, she only expressed such sentiments in Suin's presence. Returning to the earlier moment, Suyu entered the dormitory, being the last to arrive. Wow, you are so beautiful, miss. Adding one to the beauty index of our dorm. I'll add one too. I'm voting for this lady to be our campus flower. 3 girls laughed joyfully, and Suyu immediately felt a jolt through her body, unsure of how to respond. She responded coldly, The atmosphere grew awkward. The trio had not anticipated Suyu's aloofness. One girl, mustering her courage, awkwardly introduced herself. I'm Lu Jiejia. Nice to meet you. I'm Qin Yuan. Chimed in another girl sitting on the bed. I'm Wang Wan. Seeing that everyone had introduced themselves, Suyu nervously spoke. Suyu. However, to the 3 girls, her voice sounded like the chilling wind sweeping across a frozen tundra, sending shivers down their spines. Then, Suyu quietly stepped inside. Just as a bodyguard walked in as well. Mississippi. The other 3 girls were immediately taken aback, bewildered by the sudden appearance of such a robust figure. Suyu surveyed the room, pointed to an unoccupied bed, and instructed, place it there. The bodyguard nodded, then turned to the other 3 girls, saying, I apologize. I will be leaving shortly. He proceeded to arrange Suyu's belongings while she remained impassive, waiting in place. The 3 girls had never encountered such a formidable bodyguard and dared not utter a word. Before long, the bodyguard finished organizing everything for Suyu, bowing respectfully. Miss. It's all done. She replied. Upon hearing the bodyguard mention delivering a message from Su Chongqing, Suyu's expression darkened with a flash of anger, and she softly commanded, leave. This command left the 3 girls in the dormitory stunned. Why was it so cold in a room without air conditioning? The diligent bodyguard promptly exited, not forgetting to glance back. Ladies, I beg your indulgence towards my Mississippi. He left in haste, fearful of provoking Suyu further. An air of silence enveloped the room. No one dared to initiate a conversation with Suyu. She sat quietly at her desk, longing to converse with her 3 roommates. As they would be living together for 4 years, yet she was at a loss for words. The 3 girls lowered their heads, busy messaging on their phones. Lu Jiejia. Should we add her to the group? Qin Yuan. I'm not sure. I don't dare. Wang Wan. I also don't dare. She seems quite intimidating. Lu Jiejia. Isn't it unfair if we don't speak to her? That would be akin to isolating her, or worse, bullying her. Qin Yuan. My dear. Perhaps you should reflect on your words. Are we the ones isolating her, or is she isolating us? Wang Wan. The 3 girls exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss. As none wished to turn their university life into a dramatic power struggle, it was only after Suyu left the dorm, oblivious to the situation, that they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Suin nodded, realizing the truth of the matter. Suyu had confided everything to Suin, omitting any mention of the black-clad bodyguard. Suin pondered. It seemed that Suyu lacked the ability to communicate effectively, leading her 3 roommates to perceive her as difficult to approach. Eureka! Suin rose, grasping Suyu's hand. Come, I have a plan. Instantly, an awkward silence fell, and Suin quickly realized the implications of her actions. Ahem, I was just a bit hasty, that's all. Suyu softly replied, It's all right. It's quite normal for friends to hold hands. Suin awkwardly insisted on an explanation even she found implausible. Nevertheless, Suyu nodded in agreement. Quite normal indeed. At the campus milk tea shop, Suin handed 3 cups of steaming milk tea to Suyu. Here, take this back to them. Is this all right? Suyu tilted her head in confusion. Suin felt a warmth in her heart. How adorable. Yet, that wasn't tea sufficient. Let us go. They soon found a convenience store, where Suin guided Suyu in selecting a large assortment of snacks. She also prepared a script for Suyu to recite upon returning to the dormitory. Chapter 20. 3 cups of hot milk tea captivating the hearts of roommates. Why hot tea? Suyu questioned, puzzled by the choice of hot milk tea on such a warm day. Suin donned an air of wisdom, stroking her imaginary beard. I have my own clever strategy. Suyu lowered her head, her heart blooming like a flower. Shaon had bought her so many delightful things. Indeed, it was better to be with Suin. She was reluctant to return to the dormitory. Yugo, which class are you in? Suin suddenly inquired, knowing that Suyu was in the same major and likely not too far away. Guess. Suyu replied with a smile. How could I possibly guess? Suin responded with a hint of exasperation. Suyu shook her head. I want to tell you. All right. You must be worried I'd snoop around and disrupt your chances of finding a boyfriend, Suin jested, placing her hand behind his neck. No, that is not it. Suyu exclaimed in a rush, insisting she had no intention of seeking a boyfriend. Suin, feeling a bit foolish, remarked, can't you see what has been shared in the group? I've seen his messages. Noticing Suyu's sudden agitation, Suin felt an inexplicable thrill. What is going on? Alas, if you were to enter a relationship, Yugo, we couldn't be as close anymore, Suin said with a tone of seriousness. This was indeed true. A beauty like Suyu would undoubtedly attract many suitors, and it seemed likely she could fall in love at any moment. Suin felt a pang in her heart as she contemplated this. Suyu lowered her head, murmuring softly, "No, I want tea." "Is that so?" Suin was somewhat surprised that Suyu would assert she wouldn't fall in love. Suyu nodded, avoiding Suin's gaze. While Suin also refrained from looking at Suyu, the two walked awkwardly to the girls' dormitory. Suin waved her hand, saying, "Goodbye, Yugo. Do your best. I await your good news." Suyu nodded, accepting the snacks and milk tea from Suin's hands, slowly making her way into the building. An inexplicable tension gripped her heart, prompting her to glance back. Suin, at a distance, gave a thumbs up and smiled, cheerfully encouraging, "You can do it." A wave of reassurance washed over Suyu. How wonderful Suin was. She firmly nodded, determined not to let Suin down. As she ascended the stairs, she whispered to herself, "Silly Suin, I won't fall for anyone else. I only wish to be close to you." The summer breeze swept through, carrying the young girl's emotions far away, leaving her uncertain if it could reach the heart of the young man. Standing before her dormitory door, Suyu bolstered her spirits. Just as she was about to open the door, it unexpectedly swung wide. "Oh, that girl has returned." Wang Wan and a few others stood at the entrance, their demeanor slightly awkward, as if Suyu's presence had cast a formidable aura. "Are you all heading out?" Suyu inquired. A chill swept through Wang Wan, as if winter had arrived prematurely. Though Suyu's face remained expressionless, a hint of nervousness flickered within her. They were about to leave, and she needed to speak up quickly. With a stoic expression, Suyu stepped inside, and the three girls instinctively moved aside. Lu Jieji gestured, "Are we going or not?" Wang Wan scribbled, "How awkward." Yet, Chen Yuan noticed the 3 cups of milk tea in Suyu's hands, and, being perceptive, immediately pulled the other 2 back. Shaking her head, after placing the snacks on her desk, Suyu did not turn around, but called out, "Wait a moment." She took out her phone and mechanically began. "My name is Suyu. I am delighted to spend the next 4 years with you. I bought 3 cups of hot milk tea and some snacks. Please don't mind me. I'm a bit awkward with words. I hope for your guidance." Upon finishing her speech, the dormitory fell into silence. Suyu dared not look back, but heard the sound of the door closing. Was it still not enough? Her eyes fell in despondence, but suddenly, a pair of hands grasped hers. "So, your name is Suyu?" One exclaimed. "Yes, you should have mentioned your social anxiety. Otherwise, we would have thought the dorm had turned into a refrigerator, huh? Wow, how thoughtful of you. We adore you. The hot milk tea is for our comfort during that time of the month, isn't it?" Suyu was taken aback, realizing the 3 had not left. After hearing her words, they had simply closed the door. Lu Jieji let out a long sigh. "Suyu, you have no idea how intimidating your bodyguard is." Wang Wan nodded in agreement. Once girls open up, the conversation flows endlessly. Suyu stood there, momentarily dazed, before speaking, "If you don't like him, then I want tea, let him appear before you." The 3 immediately waved their hands. No. That big guy may look scary, but he is really nice. Before leaving, he asked us to take good care of you." Suyu nodded, a bit dazed. The 3 girls, initially perceiving her as aloof, suddenly found her incredibly endearing. She was not socially anxious, but rather adorably naive. "Suyu, you are truly beautiful, did you know?" "The campus bell." "Absolutely the campus bell," Lu Jieji exclaimed loudly. Upon hearing this, Suyu's face turned slightly red. "Thank you, but it's nothing," she replied. "Now we understand. Suyu, you are not aloof. Rather, you are simply socially anxious and lack communication skills." Wang Wan grasped Suyu's hand. Chen Yuan nodded in agreement. "We must protect Suyu." "Indeed. Suyu is just too adorable. We cannot allow those wretched men to approach her, or she will undoubtedly be heartbroken." Wang Wan, evidently hot-tempered, slammed her hand on the table and rose to her feet, shouting, "Thank you, everyone. I never anticipated that the 3 of you would be so kind. Su-on how truly understands girls." Yet, she hesitated. "But have you noticed that Suyu was reading from her phone?" Wang Wan immediately interjected. The others nodded. Given Suyu's personality, it was impressive that she could muster even a few words. Suyu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Should she disclose Su-on Hao's involvement? Secrets are hard to keep in a girl's dormitory, and soon enough, the entire dorm erupted in chatter. "What? A boy taught you this?" No. Suyu, do not love men. Love me instead." "I disagree. I absolutely disagree." As Su Anhao reached the dormitory door, she received a message from Su Yu, who expressed that her roommates were quite fond of her. Su Anhao smiled. It was indeed effective. Most girls entering college are innocent and harbor no ill intentions, and with proper communication, any issue can be resolved. Suddenly, a loud voice pierced through the room. Halt! Before the Heavenly Emperor, why do you not bow? Hudaki stood atop his bed, draped in a bedsheet, with a glimmering Rolex adorning his wrist. Su Anhao was taken aback and turned to Zhang Wei. Has Luda become mentally unstable as well? Zhang Wei sighed, rubbing his temples. After you left, we wandered around for a bit before returning, and then Daki became infatuated with a web novel titled The Heavenly Emperor's Journey Begins. All fairy maidens submit. Su Anhao nodded. It seemed he had indeed lost his mind. How audacious! Before the Heavenly Emperor, why do you not bow? Hudaki remained entranced in his character, reluctant to return to reality. With such an abstract mindset, how can you still be at Luda? Su Anhao questioned, puzzled. Hudaki snapped back to normal. I've been pressured to study for so long by my family. Now is the time to unleash my true self. Su Anhao acknowledged this. It made sense that most college students begin to express their individuality in their freshman year, with the exception of a few top scholars. Generally, by their sophomore year, students begin to shed the knowledge from high school, and some even start this process in their first year. Guys, look. The campus beauty ranking has already been released on the first day of school. Hudaki immediately retorted, where is it? I want to see. Zhang Wei handed over his phone, and Su Anhao curiously leaned in to take a glance. The first name read, appearance, top tier. No further comment. The accompanying image was a profile shot. You go? Chapter 21. Roll call, unexpected events for the fourth? Su Anhao was not surprised, with Su Yu's looks. It was inevitable that she would become the campus beauty, even if not immediately. However, she was taken aback that on the very first day of school, someone had already posted Su Yu's photo on the Campus Beauty Forum, and the click rate had exceeded 10,000. Stunning. My goodness. Hu Dahai shouted, then fell into contemplation, finding the scene astonishingly familiar. Zhang Wei pushed up his glasses, noticing Su-en's emotional shift. Su-en, do you know her? Su-en nodded, yes. Hu Dahai became restless, seizing Su-en's arm. What? You actually know the future campus beauty of Lu University. Su-en was nearly shaken to the point of nausea by Hu Dahai's exuberance. Brother Wei, received. Their expressions changed abruptly. Su-en sensed impending trouble. But it was already too late. Zhang Wei grasped Su-en's hands, while Hu Dahai executed a swift maneuver, yanking down Su-en's trousers. Huh, why won't it budge? Hu Dahai questioned in confusion. It's my denim pants, secured with a belt, Su-en replied, bemused by how quickly these two had developed a collaborative routine. Was it a failure? Hu Dahai lamented. Zhang Wei released Su-en's hands, sighing, is it still impossible, Hu Dahai? 2 layers of fabric. Su-en could no longer contain himself and exclaimed. The three exchanged glances and burst into hearty laughter. Perhaps the joy of boyhood was indeed that simple. Time swiftly progressed to the afternoon. Hu Dahai rose from his bed. Brothers, why hasn't Lao Si arrived yet? I don't know. Are we just 3 in the storm? Zhang Wei replied. I suggest we eat first. Agreed. Food is paramount. The trio promptly leaped from their beds, with Hu Dahai deliberately donning his Rolex. What are you doing? Showing off your nouveau riche status? Zhang Wei chuckled. Such is the nature of boys. Given a sliver of opportunity, they easily become familiar. Hu Dahai flicked his scant hair. This is called charisma. Yes, charisma king. Let's head out for a meal. A good meal will prepare us to meet our new classmates, Su-en said. Slipping on his sneakers, Hu Dahai shot Su-en a glance and playfully grabbed his neck. Damn. Why are you more handsome than me? However, Hu Dahai was merely pretending and did not genuinely choke. Su-en. Zhang Wei smiled wryly, recognizing the truth in Hu Dahai's words. Su-en's looks were indeed exceptional, likely making him a contender for the title of campus heartthrob among the new students in economic management. After a brief bout of playful wrestling, the trio ventured outside. Su-en posed a crucial question. Do you know where the cafeteria is? Hu Dahai and Zhang Wei shook their heads. No? Their unapologetic ignorance was amusing. The three followed their instincts and soon located the cafeteria of Lu University, the one closest to the boys' dormitory. After a brief survey, they decided to split up. Zhang Wei was the first to secure a meal, ordering a beef rice bowl. Hu Dahai, after much deliberation, chose yellow braised chicken rice, while Su-en opted for braised beef noodles. The three reconvened and settled into nearby seats. During the mealtime, a sudden commotion arose. Suin lifted his gaze, observing that everyone had diverted their attention from their bowls to the entrance. A girl clad in a uniform entered the cafeteria, her features resembling a painting, and her flowing white hair augmented her ethereal charm. Hu Dahai exclaimed with excitement, I know. She is Li Qianqian from the Art Academy. Suin nodded and resumed his meal of braised beef noodles, remarking, this beef is quite tough. Come on, buddy. With such a beautiful girl here and so many people watching, you only focus on your beef? Hu Dahai retorted. Zhang Wei concurred, agreeing with Hu Dahai's assessment that Suin was rather indifferent. Suin thought to himself that there was no need to pay attention to someone less appealing than Yu Go. After Li Qianqian departed, Hu Dahai expressed his disappointment. Alas, it seems the goddess has no intention of dining here. Let us eat quickly. The class meeting is about to start. The three swiftly finished their meals and exited the cafeteria. Is this the right place? Suin inquired, glancing at the navigation on his phone. Indeed, this is it. He confirmed. No one could have anticipated that the trio managed to locate the economics and management building solely through the navigation. However, it was understandable. The university was vast, and without a few days to acclimatize, it would be difficult to navigate. Upon finding their class, they entered the lecture hall, which already housed numerous students. Hu Dahai, ever the social butterfly, announced, Hello everyone. I am Hu Dahai. Silence ensued, prompting Zhang Wei to lower his head and hastily usher Hu Dahai to the back row. Suin surveyed his surroundings, a wave of disappointment washing over him as he thought, Isn't Yu Go in this class? Suin's prolonged presence soon caught the attention of several girls, who whispered among themselves, He is so handsome. To think such a striking figure belongs to our class. He must be ours. Ah, rabbits don't eat the grass near their burrows, right? Who cares if rabbits eat or not? I'm definitely going to pursue him. Unbeknownst to Suin, many girls had already set their sights on him. Akin to fish on a cutting board. He found Zhang Wei and took a seat beside him. Why is there still an empty seat? Suin pondered, noticing a space between Zhang Wei and Hu Dahai that remained unoccupied. That's reserved for the fourth member, Zhang Wei explained. Suin nodded, quietly anticipating whether Yu Go had yet to arrive, as they were indeed in the same class. 10 minutes later, a seemingly youthful man entered the classroom, approached the podium, and cleared his throat. Hello everyone. I am your homeroom teacher for the next 4 years. My surname is Zhao, given name you. If you would be so kind, just call me Zhao Go. The once timid classroom suddenly buzzed with energy. Zhao Go, how old are you? You look just like one of us. Zhao Yu chuckled. I'm 29 years old, certainly not that old. Hu Dahai raised his hand. Zhao Go, is the homeroom teacher really a teacher? Instantly, the classroom fell silent, quickly followed by a roar of laughter. Zhao Yu, evidently in good spirits, smiled and remarked, I apologize, but I have no fondness for men. The classroom was thoroughly enveloped in a lively atmosphere. Zhao Yu tapped on the desk. Quiet down, everyone. How about we take attendance now? Then, introductions began. Wang Gang, present. Li Jia, here. Hu Dahai, hey. Hu Dahai's unexpected interruption once again elicited laughter from the classroom. Zhao Yu shook his head with a smile, offering no reprimand to Hu Dahai. After all, being lively in college was hardly a fault. When Suin was called, he softly replied, present. At once, all the girls directed their gazes. So, his name was Suin. Zhang Wei, here. The class monitor glanced at the list and then said, Oh, I forgot to mention. There's another person in your dormitory who will arrive in a couple of days due to some issues. The three nodded in acknowledgement. What could have happened to the fourth? Suin had just lowered his head when the class monitor announced the next name, instantly capturing his attention. Suyu. Noticing the silence, Zhao Yu called out again, Is Suyu present? The classroom door swung open, and 4 girls rushed in, breathlessly exclaiming, We're sorry we're late. As it turned out, Suyu and her 3 roommates had taken the longest route to the cafeteria, inadvertently getting lost, which accounted for their tardiness. Zhao Yu regarded the 4 girls without surprise. It was the first day, and getting lost was quite normal. He nodded, It's all right. Come in quickly, and try not to get lost next time. Wang Wan immediately nodded, and the group entered the classroom. The moment Suyu stepped inside, an unexpected hush fell over the room, even causing Zhao Yu to pause. Hu Dahai's eyes widened as he stammered, Guys. Isn't this the girl who topped the school beauty list? Zhang Wei adjusted his glasses, confirming, indeed. Suyu appeared somewhat overwhelmed by the crowd, her body tensing involuntarily, while Wang Wan grasped her hand and exclaimed, What are you staring at? Her gaze quickly averted, clearly startled by Wang Wan, who hailed from the northeast. Nevertheless, many could not resist stealing glances at Suyu. Don't worry, let us go. The three roommates quickly formed a protective barrier around Suyu, ushering her behind them. Zhao Yu gently tapped the desk. All right, everyone, let us not frighten Suyu. I'll continue with the roll call. Suin felt a surge of excitement within. Could it be that Yugo was in my class? Yet, on the surface, he displayed no signs of disturbance, lowering his head. Meanwhile, Suyu raised hers, scanning the lecture hall for Suin. Some boys, noticing Suyu searching for someone, felt a sudden rush of emotions when their eyes met hers. She looked at me. She looked at me. Nonsense. She was clearly looking at me. Some even began to compare themselves in secret. Ultimately, Suyu spotted Suin's lowered head at the back of the lecture hall, her heart soaring with joy. Found him, she exclaimed, immediately rushing towards the rear of the classroom, leaving her roommates in puzzled silence. Suin had yet to lift his gaze when Suyu had already seated herself beside him, extending her hand. Suin, I look forward to your guidance. Hu Dahai stood dumbfounded, his pupils trembling incessantly, while Zhang Wei fared no better. Wang Wan and the others were equally taken aback. How could the very Suyu, who had just moments ago been shielded behind them, suddenly be so eager to offer warmth? An awkward silence enveloped the room as Suin extended his hand. I look forward to your guidance. Their hands clasped together beneath the watchful eyes of over 30 classmates. Instantly, a boy sprang to his feet, exclaiming, I challenge you to a duel. Eliminate Suin. No, my handsome prince has been stolen away. Woe is me. Chaos erupted within the classroom, and Zhao Yu felt a headache coming on. Originally, Suin's striking looks could have quelled the situation, but with Suyu present, it spiraled out of control. Silence. Zhao Yu banged his hand on the table. Wang Wan and the others, dazed, took their seats beside Suyu, yet a narrow aisle separated them. What is going on? Suyu inquired innocently. Suin chuckled awkwardly. It's nothing, really. Wang Wan, a girl from northeast China and quite tall, was naturally beautiful even without makeup. At that moment, her pupils narrowed as she gazed at Suin, and Suin suddenly felt a surge of murderous intent. Chun Yuan slowly withdrew a pen, a glint of malice flashing in her eyes as she regarded Suin. Realizing something was amiss, Suin turned to see two predatory figures beside him. Hu Dahai gently removed his Rolex, clasping it in his hand as he muttered, Old friend, it seems we must once again stand shoulder to shoulder. Zhang Wei adjusted his glasses. I must be seeing things. I didn't realize there were ghosts in the dormitory. Cough, cough. I require a class monitor. Is there anyone willing to volunteer? Zhao Yu spoke, sensing the chill in the classroom. No one responded, as both boys and girls cast furtive glances at Suin and Suyu. Why didn't you inform me beforehand? Suin whispered, feeling a mix of joy and the weight of unfriendly stares intensifying his pressure. Suyu, with an innocent expression, replied, Are you blaming me? She then adopted a pitiful demeanor, her exquisite features igniting an instinct to protect her. Wang Wan immediately rose. You little scoundrel. How dare you bully Suyu? Suin quickly shook his head. I did not. Though Hu Dahai felt a surge of indignation, as a guardian, he could not tolerate insults aimed at his adopted son. He stood to confront Wang Wan, but before he could speak, she shot up. What are you staring at? Upon seeing Wang Wan's face, combined with her fiery temperament, Hu Dahai quickly wilted. After sitting down, he declared, This is not my affair. Zhao Yu, feeling overwhelmed, exclaimed, Quiet. What is this madness? He slammed his hand on the table, his expression seething with anger. The situation was finally stabilized. Ultimately, a boy with thick glasses stood up. Teacher, may I give it a try? I scored 682 on the college entrance examination and served as the class monitor in high school. What is your name? Zhang Qiu. Zhao Yu nodded. Very well, you shall be the class monitor from now on. If it doesn't work out, we can always change. Zhang Qiu nodded and sat down. Zhao Yu then spoke up. Let us have everyone introduce themselves. No one responded. So Zhao Yu gently tapped the table with his fingers. Then let us go according to the attendance list. Hello everyone. As one person after another stood up to introduce themselves, it came to Hu Dahai. He stood up and deliberately extended his Rolex. Hello. I am Hu Dahai. Hu as in beard, Dahai as in ocean. I have many hobbies. Stop, stop. Next. Zhao Yu hurriedly interrupted. When will you finish introducing yourself? Hu Dahai, seemingly unsatisfied, sat down with a forlorn expression. As each person finished their introduction, Suin stood up and immediately felt a chill behind him. I am Suin, from Beijing. And then he sat back down. Terrifying, murmured Su Yu as he stood up. Hello everyone, I am Su Yu. And then he quickly sat down, his demeanor icy. Instantly, many boys felt their spirits plummet. Wang Wan, from the northeast. Lu Jiejia, from Hunan. Chen Yuan, from Sichuan. Suan glanced over. Su Yu's 3 roommates were all exceptionally beautiful girls. Chen Yuan had fair skin and a round face that matched her name perfectly. Lu Jiejia embodied the sweet girl stereotype from Hunan, with a petite and adorable appearance. Wang Wan, with her 1.73-meter height, exuded the confidence typical of girls from the northeast, leaving many boys feeling inadequate. What's wrong? Wang Wan looked at Suin and spoke. Suin immediately recoiled. Wang Wan thought of the cabbages in their dormitory, which were practically free, and felt a surge of irritation. Although Suin was indeed handsome and well-matched with Su Yu, it only fueled her annoyance. All right, if there's nothing else, let's disperse. Class monitor, remember to collect the military training uniforms tomorrow. The training starts the day after and lasts for a week. As Zhao Yu's words echoed, the entire class sighed in unison. All right, everyone. Let us keep our spirits up. The week will pass quickly, Zhao Yu reassured them. However, Zhang Qiu stood up to inquire, Brother Zhao, is the military training organized by class? Zhao Yu shook his head. No, it's randomly assigned. Notifications will be sent in the group later. Everyone will be placed randomly. Upon hearing this, Suin felt a pang of disappointment. Did that mean he couldn't be with Yugo? Yet Su Yu remained hopeful, certain that they would be assigned together. Suin, Su Yu softly urged, shall we go for a walk? Chapter 23, An Evening Stroll, Enchanting Nightfall. That scoundrel Suin. The dormitory is haunted. Zhang Wei and Hu Dehai, watching Suin's departing figure, gritted their teeth. Nearby, Wang Wan, Lu Jiejia, and Chun Yuan watched Su Yu leave, their teeth clenched in discontent. Suin. However, the trio merely spoke those words, without any hesitation to impede, for they had taken the milk tea and snacks belonging to another. They could clearly discern that Suin truly had no criticism towards Su Yu. In fact, she had devised ways for Su Yu to integrate into their circle. Yet, the mere thought of Su Yu smiling at Suin moments ago stirred a discomfort within them. Su Yu hardly smiled in the dormitory. Suin anxiously fidgeted, her heart pounding incessantly. Su Yu, clad in a casual short-sleeve shirt, had her fair arms tucked behind her back. The two walked in silence, absorbed in their own thoughts. That's Su Yu. Suin managed to force out. What a coincidence. Su Yu paused. Is it really? Did I not invite you for a stroll? Ah, right, haha. Suin felt an overwhelming nervousness, realizing that she might be developing feelings for Su Yu. No, we are brothers. Conversely, Su Yu felt a slight tension, waves of emotion swelling within her. It seemed she had begun to like Suin. They strolled through the dimly lit campus paths, entering a small grove. As for why it was a grove, it was simply a grove. Suin pointed to a nearby bench. Shall we sit there? All right, Su Yu softly replied, her quiet voice sending a shiver through Suin. Once seated, there appeared to be a considerable distance between them, enough space for another person to sit comfortably. Su Yu encouraged herself. After all, she had initiated this outing. Suin? Yes. Suin responded. Su Yu hesitated for a moment before laughing. I'm not the class monitor. What are you doing? Suin scratched his head, feeling embarrassed. Have you seen the forum? Su Yu inquired. Suin nodded. Su Yu had become the new school goddess, igniting the entire forum. I don't like being too famous, but there's no avoiding it. Su Yu spoke softly. Suin nodded in agreement. Indeed. Su Yu appeared to have some social anxiety, and such attention only added to her troubles. A silence enveloped them again until Suin asked, So, how is it? Your roommates seem quite nice. Su Yu nodded. Yes, don't be intimidated by them. They are really wonderful people. They even formed a fan club named after me. Suin was taken aback, chuckling in disbelief. Su Yu lowered her head, the moonlight casting a gentle glow upon her face. Suin turned away, his cheeks flushing. She was truly beautiful. What's the matter? Su Yu inquired, lifting her head. Nothing. I just wanted to say that you look lovely today, Suin blurted out, immediately regretting his words. How could brothers say such things? However, Su Yu's face flushed, her hands nervously clasped together as she nodded slightly. Her heart rejoicing internally. Suin thinks I'm beautiful. Have you seen any pretty girls? Su Yu asked. Suin shook his head vigorously. Absolutely not. You are the most beautiful, Yugo. This is a heartfelt response from Suin. Indeed, Su Yu's appearance is such that it could overshadow any other girl. Upon hearing this, Su Yu felt a surge of joy, her eyes sparkling with delight. As the moonlight gradually dimmed, The atmosphere between the two shifted toward an oddly intimate direction. Su-in, feeling anxious, glanced around nervously before lowering his head, his palms growing clammy with sweat. Unbeknownst to him, Su-yu had inched closer, and when he turned his head, their eyes met. Staring at Su-yu's face, Su-in instinctively swallowed hard. Su-yu's lips quivered slightly as she began to speak. Su-in, I. Before she could finish, a rustling in the bushes caught Su-in's attention. He gestured for silence and cautiously maneuvered around the bench, casting a glance toward the trees in the park. Su-yu followed closely behind, and as they both looked up, they were met with an awkward sight. A couple passionately kissing beneath a tree, the boy's hands wandering inappropriately. Su-in's face flushed, recalling the day he first met Su-yu, and he felt a wave of nervousness wash over him, his heart softening with memories. Su-yu seemed to recall something as well, her face turning crimson. She covered her eyes and quickly crouched down. Su-in whispered, "Let's go," wishing not to disturb the young couple. The two carefully retreated from the scene, unable to utter a word, as the recent encounter left them both in deep thought. Su-yu lowered her head, her eyes anxious. "Su-in, you jerk." Su-in averted his gaze, feeling the dryness in his throat unbearable. As he looked down, his eyes inadvertently strayed towards Su-yu, only for him to quickly turn away again. "Su-in, what are you doing?" In front of the girls' dormitory. Su-in had escorted Su-yu to her destination, but dared not meet her gaze. See you tomorrow." Su-yu nodded gently, her head bowed as she replied softly. "Okay." Su-in watched her depart, and as Su-yu turned back, she waved goodbye. He reciprocated the gesture, and the two bashful individuals finally escaped the moment. "Xiaoyu, you're back?" Wang Wan inquired first. Su-yu smiled. "Not really. Xiaoyan is a great person, you can rest assured." Wang Wan was taken aback. "Wah. Xiaoyu is the first one to be single no more." Lu Jiejie lamented as she and Chun Yuan embraced each other in despair. "Could you all promise me one thing?" Su-yu spoke softly. The others looked up, all ears. "What? Su-in didn't even know you were a wealthy heiress?" The trio erupted in disbelief, previously assuming Su-in was aware of Su-yu's background. They now regarded him with newfound respect. From Su-yu, they learned that Su-in's circumstances were not particularly favorable either. Wang Wan settled into her seat and raised her thumb. "What a man. He even worked a month in advance to earn his living expenses. I adore such men." Noticing Su-yu's frosty expression, she quickly amended, "No. I mean, I admire him." Chun Yuan nodded in agreement, and after listening to Su-yu's words, their admiration for Su-in soared. He was not only handsome, but also hard-working and considerate, truly exceptional. For them, taking on part-time jobs was out of the question, while Su-in, of the same age, had already shouldered significant responsibilities alone, embodying the essence of a true man. "Achio." Su-in sneezed and then rubbed his nose. "Who insulted me?" However, Hu Dahai paid no heed to this and, along with Zhang Wei, cornered Su-in speak. "You must confess the truth." "Yes. How come at the start of the semester? It's the senior who carries your luggage and strolls with the campus bell?" Su-in flashed a confident smile. "If you wish to learn, just call me Dad, and I shall teach you." Zhang Wei chuckled nonchalantly. "Haha, brethren, we are the strongest duo and shall not be easily swayed by you." Before he could finish, Hu Dahai had already handed over a bucket of instant noodles with sausages, saying, "Foster father, here, as a small token, please don't take offense. Teach me how to meet so many beautiful women." Chapter 24. Heartfelt noodles indeed. As someone who had never experienced love, Hu Dahai was quite daring to seek advice from Su and on how to pursue women. At this moment, the two sat quietly in their seats, occasionally nodding in understanding. Su-in spoke with conviction. "Girls, if you do not dare to pursue, how will there be any stories? You must be bold." Hu Dahai nodded vigorously. "Exactly. And you must also have courage. The more she resists, the more you should reach out. Only by taking the initiative can you create the next chapter of the story." "Absolutely. Of course, adding someone on WeChat is an art in itself. This requires personal exploration." Hu Dahai asked with confusion. "How do I explore?" Zhang Wei replied, exasperated. "This is a bit of a modeling issue. I think, Dahai, you should." Hu Dahai interrupted by revealing his Alipay balance, an impressive 100,000 yuan. "Fine. It seems financial prowess is more crucial than modeling." As night fell, it was the first time the three spent the night in the dormitory, inevitably leading to discussions about life. "I believe America back in the day should have deployed more little men bombs," Hu Dahai remarked, reclining with his feet up. No, a few aren't enough," Su-in interjected, extending his hand. "Let us make it 10. Let us round it off. At that moment, Zhang Wei inquired, Suan, how did you meet Suyu? Aren't you from around here? Suddenly, Hu Dahai sprang up, Suyu. Suan looked puzzled. What's wrong? Did a cockroach bite you? Hu Dahai shook his head in disbelief. I just remembered. Su, the only daughter of the Su family. The true second generation of Lu City. Let me tell you, no one among the likes of Li Xiao or Wang Xiao is even worthy of tying her shoes. Hu Dahai's mind was buzzing. Did Suan know about this? This matter is a bit complex, but you should know that Yu Gu is a wonderful person. She is indeed beautiful, but honestly, she is just like any ordinary girl. Suan smiled. Turning his head, Hu Dahai exclaimed, Are you suggesting that chopping someone into 8 pieces is typical for an ordinary girl? It seems Suan is unaware. Just as Hu Dahai was about to caution Suan, a WeChat friend request notification lit up on his phone. Upon glancing at it, a cold sweat instantly drenched his back. The notification bore an adorable Hello Kitty avatar, accompanied by a chilling message. You are Hu Dahai, the youngest son of the Hu family in Luqing, correct? I am Suyu. No need to accept. I merely wish to convey that should you dare speak further with Suan, I assure you that the Hu family will have a different youngest son by tomorrow. The words were icily devoid of warmth, causing Hu Dahai's hands to tremble uncontrollably. Suyu. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory. Had Suyu not recalled having seen Hu Dahai at an elite gathering, she would have remained oblivious to any impending troubles. She would not permit anyone to intimidate Suan, not even herself. What's the matter, Dahai? Why are you shaking so badly? Suan inquired, noticing Hu Dahai's tremors. Nothing. I'm just going to see the Heavenly Emperor, Hu Dahai replied, lying down quietly, his expression blank, yet his hands quivered violently. Dad, I want to transfer schools. He thought, utterly incredulous that Suyu would extend a well-meaning warning to him in order to keep her affairs confidential. Recalling the sweet exchanges between Suyu and Suan in the classroom only intensified Hu Dahai's trembling. Suan, you idiot. He lamented. Forget it. Suan, may you remain safe. Hu Dahai could only hope for Suan's well-being as he navigated a relationship with the daughter of the most powerful entrepreneur and the king of the underground world in Luqing. Suan, you hail from Kyoto, don't you? Yes, indeed. She chuckled. Gradually, even while lying on his bed, Hu Dahai learned of Suan's circumstances. However, under Suan's words, both believed she faced considerable challenges, being from a notably impoverished household. In the early morning, class leader Zhang Qiu opened the dormitory door and, upon seeing the 3 deep in slumber, could not resist clearing his throat. I've placed your military training uniforms on the table. Please collect your own. Suan, bleary-eyed, poked her head out. Thank you, class leader. Hu Dahai also stretched his leg out. Wishing you safe travels. Zhang Wei's thumb emerged from the bed. May good people enjoy a lifetime of peace. Zhang Qiu, speechless, left the dormitory, pondering the task of delivering more military training uniforms. Around noon, the 3 finally rose from their beds, exchanging glances. What time is it? 1 o'clock. Shall we eat? Let us eat. The trio descended from their beds, quickly freshened up, and ventured out with tousled hair. On the university campus, one could not help but notice an array of beautiful girls, especially among the freshmen, most of whom took great care in their appearance. However, by their sophomore year, many girls would emerge in flip-flops and bare faces, unconcerned with their looks. The boys, too, followed suit. Braised beef noodles, braised chicken rice, topped beef noodles. Zhang Wei adjusted his glasses. I'm curious, Suan, is there a distinction between your topped beef noodles and braised beef noodles? Suan shook her head. I'm not sure. Hu Dahai raised his hand. I know. Listening attentively, Hong Shao beef is indeed Hong Shao beef, and Gai Jiao beef is simply Gai Jiao beef. Upon hearing Hu Dahai's words, the 3 fell into silence. The duo of Navi and Two-Armed, Suan and Zhang Wei, muttered a curse and lowered their heads to consume their noodles. Ding dong. Suan glanced at his phone to find a message from Suyu inquiring, Have you woken up? Suan set down his chopsticks and replied, awake and enjoying noodles, subsequently capturing a photo to send back. Meanwhile, in another cafeteria, Suyu, upon receiving Suan's photo, looked down at her own bowl of noodles and deliberately arranged it into a shape reminiscent of a heart. Wang Wan, perplexed, asked, Xiaoyu, what are you doing? Suyu nodded. Suan sent me a picture of his noodles, so I want to send one back. Chen Yuan, in silence, finally remarked, then why not just take a photo directly? Why go through the trouble of arranging it? Suyu replied, it doesn't look nice otherwise. The 3 fell silent, realizing that Su Yu was subconsciously a romantic at heart, even going so far as to shape her noodles into a heart. After a while, Suin received Su Yu's image. He glanced at the clump of noodles in his bowl, dismissing it as it hardly resembled a heart. Suin, you're having noodles too? Su Yuo. Suin was taken aback, wondering what had transpired. After finishing their noodles, the trio, uncertain of where to go next, returned to their dormitory. Hu Dahai pulled out his phone. Shall we play some games? Suin, familiar with this game but never having the time to play, nodded. Sure. Zhang Wei also took out his device, adjusting his glasses. Have you heard of the Genius Boy? A showdown was imminent. As Suin, still getting accustomed to the controls, selected a character that appeared to be a doctor. Hu Dahai opted for a special forces soldier from Sichuan, endowed with unique skills. Zhang Wei played a character with impressive skin, who could conjure roses when unleashing his ultimate move. Here comes the flowers. Zhang Wei suddenly shouted, with numerous kill notifications popping up in the upper right corner. 666. Suin, crawling in a corner, repeatedly exclaimed 6. Hu Dahai, displeased, could not allow anyone to overshadow him. A jet of fire shot out, but on the map, a figure wielding a shotgun appeared. Hu Dahai exclaimed, what the heck? He was soon knocked out by that blow. 666. 123 health points remaining. Still missing 23 health points. Hu Dahai's patience wore thin. Just then, the dormitory door swung open. Hey, how are you all? Chapter 25. Qin Shi, here comes the fourth. The trio paused their activities, captivated by the boy who had entered. He sported a short haircut, exuding vitality, with a faint smile gracing his lips. Did I walk into the wrong place? The boy, dragging his luggage, checked again outside. Indeed, it was room 503 of Building 5. The fourth? Hu Dahai was the first to speak, completely disregarding the cries of the characters in the game. Hee, that would be me. Hello, brothers, I am Qin Shi. Qin Shi stepped inside and placed his luggage down. Suin squinted, finding the boy strikingly familiar. Then, he recalled the boy he had seen in the Luqing subway, embraced by an elderly person. No way. Could it be that you were the one who got scammed at the subway station? Suin inquired. Qin Shi was taken aback, exclaiming, no way. Did you see that, buddy? Hu Dahai and Zhang Wei exchanged confused glances, wondering what the scam was about. At that moment, Qin Shi spoke up. It's all that old man's fault. I spent an entire night in the detention center. It infuriated me. Truly, he was taking advantage of his age. Suin shook his head, responding, it's not that the elderly have turned wicked. Rather, it's that wicked individuals have simply aged. Enough of these unpleasant topics. Brothers, how about I treat everyone to dinner tonight? Qin suggested. Hu Dahai nodded, while Zhang Wei remarked, but we have military training tomorrow, right? Indeed, we do, Suin acknowledged. Will it interfere with our plans? Suin proposed, why don't we wait until after military training? We four can have a proper gathering then. Qin Shi nodded in agreement and began to organize his bedding. Where are you from? Hu Dahai asked. Qin Shi continued with his task and replied, Yunnan. What about you? Kyoto, local to Luzhou, Guizhou, they responded. At last, the four were gathered in the 503 dormitory. Suin thought to himself that at least Qin Shi appeared to be quite normal for the moment. This must be my military training uniform, right? Qin Shi picked up a piece of clothing and compared it to his size, finding that the fit was just right for his height of 1.78 meters. No way. Buddy, you look rather handsome, Qin Shi remarked, noticing Suin flashed a mischievous smile. What? Are you feeling flustered? At that moment, Hu Dahai suddenly chimed in. Hee, Xiaoanzi, let uncle have a look at how much you've grown. Get lost. Suin retorted. Come. Here are my flour cakes. Everyone take one. They're delicious. Qin Shi pulled out a bag of Yunnan specialties. Suin accepted one, intrigued. Flour cakes? Are they made with real flowers? As Suin took a bite, the rich flavor of rose burst in his mouth, causing his eyes to widen in delight. Wow, this is amazing. Both Hu Dahai and Zhang Wei nodded in agreement, exclaiming, this is simply extraordinary. The fragrant floral aroma filled their mouths, and the filling was made of rose petals. Qin Shi took a bite, right? My family makes these. Eat to your heart's content. I'll have plenty of snacks for our 4 years in university. Suin, puzzled, asked, so you enjoy such delicacies in Yunnan? Qin Shi nodded. It's not too bad. I've been eating these since I was little, and I haven't tried anything else, which is why I just invited you all for barbecue, haha. The three nodded in unison, acknowledging that the flour cake was indeed a culinary masterpiece. Qin Shi, would you sell me a bag? I want to gift it to someone. Suin requested. Qin Shi retrieved a bag and handed it to Suin, saying, "Oh, why buy? Just take it, buddy. If it's not enough, I'll have my family send more." Suin felt a bit shy but accepted the offer, thinking that helping Qin Shi buy meals a few times would suffice. "Who are you planning to gift it to?" Qin Shi inquired. Meanwhile, Zhang Wei adjusted his glasses, seemingly having pieced it together, while Hu Dahai remained silent, engrossed in his phone, thinking to himself, "Don't look at me. This has nothing to do with me." Suin, feeling a bit shy, scratched his head and chuckled. A very good friend, indeed. Qin didn't pay much attention and thought, if it's a gift, then let it be. My family is quite affluent in the realm of flour cakes, so we are certainly not lacking in pastries. Suddenly, a notification chimed from the class group chat, revealing the military training lineup. After searching for a moment, Hu Dahai quickly found dormitory number 503. "We are in the 13th squad," Suin nodded, pulling out his phone. Feeling somewhat anxious, as it seemed that Suyu was upset for reasons unknown and had yet to respond to him. Suin texted, "I'm in the 13th squad. Which squad are you in?" However, receiving no reply, he reluctantly tucked his phone away. In the girls' dormitory, a chorus of protests erupted. Military training is coming. No, no, Chen Yuan shouted at the top of her lungs. Wang Wan responded with exasperation, "Stop yelling, sister. It's just military training. If we get a bit tanned, so be it." Lu Jia nodded in agreement, resigned to the situation, especially since not a single girl in their dorm had managed to gather sunscreen, and all the stores in the school had already sold out. Meanwhile, Suyu sat dazed on the balcony, lost in thought and unable to snap out of it for quite a while. Wang Wan approached her. "Hey." Startled, Suyu's hair stood on end, frightened by the sudden interruption. The two of them were frantically searching for sunscreen. "Aren't you looking for some, Xiaoyu?" Wang Wan asked, puzzled. Logically, it should be Suyu who needed sunscreen, as her fair skin would not fare well under the sun. Suyu shook her head. "I don't need it. Do you guys want some?" Wang Wan replied, shaking her head. "Sigh. All the girls in the school are scrambling for it, and there's none left." Suyu nodded absent-mindedly, then stood up and opened her cabinet, revealing an array of expensive sunscreen that caught Wang Wan's eye. Before the school year commenced, Su Changqing had procured the finest sunscreen for his precious daughter, ensuring she would not suffer any sunburn. Wang Wan's lips twitched. "Isn't this the most expensive sunscreen from the back-to-school season, priced at 900 per tube?" Suyu nodded, being unaware of the price since it wasn't her purchase. She then pulled out 3 tubes. "Here, take one each. If it's not enough, I can have my family send more." Lu Jia leaned in closer, eyes widening. "This is the legendary super sunscreen that's already out of stock. Everyone says it's incredibly effective." Hearing about the sunscreen, Chen Yuan rushed over. "Let me take a look." Wang Wan hesitantly said, "Oh no, Xiaoyu. This is too precious." The girls were not the type to take advantage of Suyu's generosity. They were discerning and principled. Suyu shook her head. "It's fine. Just use it. I can't utilize so much." Chen Yuan, who had the greatest desire for sunscreen, blushed and said, How much is it?" "Suyu, I'll buy it from you." Lu Jia nodded in agreement. Wang Wan thought this was a splendid idea and took out her phone. Suyu, confused, replied, "But I don't need any money. That is not the point." Wang Wan insisted, still shaking her head. Suyu retrieved her phone. "You guys help me check, as if you were doing me a favor." The three of them leaned in and glimpsed the chat history between Suyu and Su and Chen Yuan, puzzled, inquired, "Is there an issue?" Wang Wan, with her keen perception, wondered if Suin had failed to notice the heart shape that Suyu had deliberately crafted. However, one could hardly fault him. Wang Wan acknowledged that had she not seen Suyu's actions, she too would have been oblivious to its meaning. Lu Jia burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Suyu, you are truly adorable." The trio nodded in tacit agreement. Suyu? Chapter 26. The first day of military training. Private Hu Duhai. Attention. Dressed in camouflage, Hu Duhai stood at attention, broom in hand, his eyes gleaming with fervor. "Excellent," Qin Shi shouted. "Very good," Zhang Wei responded promptly. Suin gazed helplessly at the 3 eccentric individuals before him, letting out a weary sigh. "Comrade Suin, what does that sigh signify?" Hu Duhai inquired, grasping his broom. That sigh was quite resounding, even louder than the people. "Get lost," Suin retorted, kicking out playfully. Hu Duhai deftly sidestepped, muttering, "You scoundrel. Black Tiger's heart." Suin quickly dodged and leaped back onto his bed, making a face. "Enough of the antics, my friends. We ought to prepare for tomorrow's military training," Zhang Wei suggested. opening his textbook and feigning earnest study. It is well known that not only the girls fret over military training matters, the boys do as well. The four gathered together and began to boast about the acuity of their eyesight. I can see whether the girls 10 meters away are wearing makeup, Zhang Wei declared first. Hu Duhai immediately scoffed, TCH, as expected of someone who wears glasses. I can see 50 meters. Qin Shi took a bite of a flour cake and chimed in. What a braggart. I can see 100 meters. Suin interjected, I don't believe you. Tomorrow, just wait and see. Wherever there are beauties, I, Hu Duhai, will be the first to notify you. Truly, it was university military training. The sun was particularly accommodating, relentlessly blazing down. On the playground, in orderly lines. Hu Duhai gazed vacantly. I apologize, brothers. The sun is too intense. I feel blinded. Stand at attention. A man clad in military attire commanded. The group immediately straightened, their bodies rigid. Typically, university students regard military training as trivial, not to be taken too seriously. However, some schools employ instructors who are genuine soldiers. Startled by the shout, the students were taken aback. This instructor was quite intimidating. To their surprise, the stern-faced instructor suddenly broke into a smile. I am Li Ming. I will lead your military training for the coming week. Hee hee, that's rather. Hu Duhai began. That chubby one. Why are you laughing? Step forward. Li Ming bellowed, pointing at Hu Duhai. What's up, buddy? Hu Duhai replied, looking dejected as he stepped out of line. What is your name? Hu Duhai. Good, Duhai. Go run a lap around the playground. But, instructor, I merely smiled. Hu Duhai protested unenthusiastically. Li Ming spoke with a serious demeanor, urging Hu Duhai to reluctantly run onto the playground. At that moment, Hu Duhai felt an urge to commit violence. The playground was filled with military training formations, and Hu Duhai sensed that he had lost 3 years of his eligibility for courtship. This is troublesome, Qin Shi murmured to Suin beside him. Just as Suin was about to respond, he noticed Li Ming's gaze fixed on both him and Qin Shi. Suin, Qin Shi called out, thinking that perhaps his voice had been too soft. He repeated the name a couple more times. Ahem, Suin lightly coughed. His eyes fixed ahead in an attempt to remind Qin Shi. However, Qin Shi laughed. Haha, you heard that. Well, you too, come here. Li Ming pointed at Qin Shi and his companion Suin. At this moment, Suin felt as though he had ingested something foul. What a useless teammate. Both boys stood before Li Ming. Since they had been in formation, few had noticed Suin's appearance. Now, sunlight illuminated the young man's face. Li Ming paused, exclaiming, Oh, he is quite handsome, this young fellow. Many girls in the formation felt their hearts flutter at the rare sight of a boy from their vicinity. Li Ming turned to Qin Shi. What is your name? I didn't call out. Qin Shi replied, bewildered. Li Ming dismissed him. All right, go on. Keep up with Hu Duhai. And you? I didn't call either, Suin replied nonchalantly, feeling no desire to speak. The hot weather, combined with his teammate's clumsiness, weighed heavily on his mood. Get lost. Go. Keep up with them, Li Ming commanded. At that moment, only Zhang Wei remained in formation, silently cheering for his brothers. Dang it, Qin Shi, are you a pig? I'm human. Suin caught up with Qin Shi, helplessly stating, forget it, as long as we're happy. Due to his physique, Hu Duhai was quickly caught up by Suin and Qin Shi. Whoa, brothers, I didn't expect your loyalty. No need for words. Lunch is on me. Get lost. On the playground, 3 representatives of youth were performing. The trio ran continuously under the sun, beads of sweat falling like rain. In Team 12, Wang Wan nudged her masked companion Suyu. Look, Suyu. Suin. Initially indifferent, Suyu perked up at the mention of Suin's name. She turned her gaze to the playground, where Suin was panting heavily, just as he ran past Team 12. Remembering that Suyu belonged to that formation, she glanced over. Their eyes met, and Suin was startled, quickly averting his gaze. Although Suyu's mask concealed part of her beauty, her captivating eyes were enough to disarm anyone. Suin felt a bit embarrassed, not expecting to lock eyes in such a manner. Look, the campus beauty is watching that guy, whispered classmates around them. The instructor immediately grew displeased. Silence. 10 more minutes of military posture. He then glanced over. Noticing Suyu's gaze remained fixed on the playground, he couldn't help but reflect how wonderful it is to be young, to spare Suyu unnecessary trouble. A few individuals thoughtfully provided her with a mask. However, little did they anticipate that her mesmerizing eyes alone would be sufficient to create a stir. Upon joining the team, all the boys gazed at Suyu in astonishment, unable to believe that the campus beauty was in their midst. Eventually, the trio completed a lap and returned to Team 13, where Li Ming nodded, granting them entry. Posture for 30 minutes. Commence. Li Ming declared loudly. In an instant, Su-in and his companions felt as if they might perish. They steadied themselves, resisting the tremors coursing through their legs. Su-in glanced over, noticing that Team 13 faced Team 12 directly. Coincidentally, Su-yu was fixated on Su-in. The two engaged in a silent gaze across the playground. Wang Wan cast a sidelong glance, detecting an unpleasant scent. What are you staring at? Qin Shi murmured, observing Su-in's unwavering focus. Zhang Wei, having seen through the situation, mused that Qin Shi might still be unaware of Su-yu, but it mattered not, for they would meet eventually. All right, take a 10-minute break. Li Ming, sensing that 30 minutes felt rather lengthy, called out. The crowd sighed in unison, collapsing onto the ground without concern for its cleanliness. Su-in turned his attention to Team 12, noting that they too seemed to be resting. Xiaoyu, where are you going? Wang Wan inquired as Su-yu stood and picked up her water bottle. Su-yu softly replied, Su-in must be quite parched. I need to bring him some water. Wang Wan remarked, Jin Yuan, you talk too much. Lu Jiejia, so lovesick. Chapter 27. Delivering water, return my floral cake. Look, where's the campus beauty headed? To fetch water, perhaps? Such beautiful eyes. I wonder who is fortunate enough to catch her attention. Su-yu's movement sparked a glimmer of excitement in the eyes of several boys. In such sweltering heat, had it not been for being in the same squad as Su-yu, the atmosphere might have become unbearable. Su-in also noted Su-yu's departure, but he pondered nothing further. Su-in, do you have any water? Hu Dahai inquired, panting. No, just hold on, Su-in sighed, lamenting that their late-night antics had led to a rushed morning and no water purchased. The sweltering weather only added to their discontent. On the playground, a stunning figure approached Team 13, causing even those still maintaining their posture to waver. Heads turned to catch a glimpse of Su-yu. At that moment, Qin Shi spotted her, eyes lighting up. Wow, look at that beauty. The group turned to see Su-yu, adorned with a mask. What a fuss, Zhang Wei remarked. It's not like we haven't seen Su-yu before, and she's still Su-an's. Even Hu Dahai averted his gaze, seemingly nervous, unwilling to meet Su-yu's eyes. Why is she here? Su-in wondered inwardly. The previously resting team immediately stirred. The campus beauty has arrived. As Su-yu's figure drew closer, she felt a flutter of nerves at the sight of so many eyes upon her. Nevertheless, she steeled herself and continued forward, ultimately arriving before Team 13. Li Ming, somewhat puzzled, glanced at Su-yu, finally understanding the reason behind the chaos in his team. Classmate, are you looking for someone? Li Ming, having received a decent education, immediately grasped Su-yu's intent. She nodded in affirmation. Go on then. We have training in 5 minutes, Li Ming instructed. Su-yu promptly made her way into the crowd, while Su-in's heart began to race. It was evident that Su-yu was seeking him out. Who else could it possibly be? The boys around them were lost in fantasies, wondering if Su-yu intended to add him on WeChat, leading to a sweet romance with the campus beauty, and perhaps culminating in a memoir akin to the Tomatoes' autobiography. Qin Shi grabbed Hu Dahai, exclaiming, Oh my, she's coming over. Does she have her eye on me? Hu Dahai shot Qin Shi a disdainful glance before opting for silence. Suddenly, a fragrant breeze wafted towards Su, and Su-yu turned her head and extended her water bottle. In that moment, the entire scene fell silent. Su-in was momentarily taken aback, seemingly unable to process the situation. Su-yu murmured softly, Here, drink some water. Qin Shi, with his mouth agape, glanced between Su-in and Su-yu, utterly flabbergasted. Hu Dahai gently patted Qin Shi on the shoulder, sighing. Amidst the stillness, Su-in's heart raced with increasing fervor. He numbly accepted the water bottle. Concealed by her mask, Su-yu's expression remained a mystery to Su-in. She felt as if the sun itself was not as warm as she was at that moment. Thank you, Su-in mumbled, turning his head away, suddenly shy. The astonished boys nearby whispered among themselves, Are you serious? Are you all playing out an idle drama in front of us? Li Ming observed the scene with keen interest, feeling a sweetness in his heart. Who among us has not experienced youth? A breeze swept through, gently tousling Su-yu's high ponytail, leaving the onlookers mesmerized. Su-yu began softly, lowering her head shyly. In an instant, the hearts of the boys shattered. Was this the aloof campus beauty they had seen on the forum? Who could possibly have captured Su-yu's heart? Su-in was puzzled. Su-yu raised her hands slightly, then quietly asked, Would you like to have lunch together this afternoon? For some reason, she longed to see Su-in every day, and even desired to share a meal with him. She recognized her feelings, but was unsure how to express them. Suin was taken aback. Sure, that sounds great. The flour cakes are delicious. Thank you. After which, Suyu quickly jogged away from the scene. Once Suyu departed, an awkward silence enveloped the group, with all the boys casting murderous glares at Suin. Unable to contain himself, Qinshi leaped up, yelling, "You! Give me back my flour cakes!" Suin, scratching his head sheepishly, replied, "He." Li Ming cleared his throat, realizing that if this continued, Suin would truly be cornered. "All right, everyone, stand up. Let's resume training." At this moment, in the 13th squad, the boys have already designated Suin as their primary adversary. The commotion here is quite noticeable, drawing the attention of the 12th team, where everyone's mouths hang agape, as if they could hold a goose egg. What have we just witnessed? Is Su, the campus beauty, really delivering water to that boy across the way under the scorching sun? In the gaze of all, it appears that Suyu even shyly lowered her head. Is this the Suyu they have come to know? She has returned, her cheeks ablaze, her eyes swiftly turning icy. A chorus of boys cries out, "In me, please, in me." Shin Yuan expresses her concern. Alas, did Suin save the world in his past life? Wang Wan shakes her head, refraining from commenting as they have only known Suin for a mere few days. Perhaps in Suyu's eyes, Suin is everything. Lu Jijia nods in agreement. I believe that Suin is indeed remarkable. If I were Suyu, I would fall for him too. Suddenly, amidst the sweltering heat, Lu Jijia feels a chill. It turns out that Suyu has approached the three, having overheard Lu Jijia's latter remark. I too have fallen for Suin. Suyu softly inquires, "What did you say?" The once adorable and endearing Suyu transforms into an icy queen capable of extinguishing any life with ease. Wang Wan quickly rises. "No, Suyu. Let us explain." After some clarification, Suyu retracts her menacing aura, while Lu Jijia sits in a daze, too terrified to speak. So frightening. Suin is truly wonderful, Suyu finally states, sitting down softly. Wang Wan and the others immediately nod in agreement. Indeed, setting aside Suyu's fierce protectiveness. He's great. You're both right. Allow me to explain. I refuse to listen. You took my flour cake to woo someone. Qinshi turns her head, ignoring Suin, resembling a spoiled wife. To be precise, it was not wooing. Suyu is merely a friend. Suin clarifies. Qinshi swivels back, sporting a mischievous grin. Oh? Just a friend? Suin grows anxious. Yes, just a friend. Qinshi chuckles. I was just teasing you. Suin chuckles in return, but suddenly, a hand grips his neck. But what gives you the right? If it weren't for Zhang Wei pulling Qinshi away, Suin might have met his end right there. Reflecting on his earlier response, Suin ponders, just a friend? If not a friend, then what could they be? Chapter 28, The Snack Street. What are oysters for? After a day of military training, the quartet returns to the dormitory, with Qinshi collapsing onto the floor. I can't take it anymore. Let me go home to make flour cakes. I won't study anymore. Look at you. You hardly seem like a man. Hu Dahai mocks. Zhang Wei and Suin exchange glances at the prostrate Hu Dahai by the door. You're not in much better shape yourself. Suin grabs his clothes and heads into the bathroom. Hey, Suin, aren't you going to rest a bit before showering? Qinshi questions, puzzled. Hu Dahai, huh? Someone is off to date the campus beauty of Su. I shouldn't have said anything. I deserve to be scolded. Boys shower faster. Suin is no exception. Emerging with damp hair after merely 10 minutes. He picks up the hairdryer to dry his hair, while simultaneously retrieving his phone to send a message. Suin, I've finished showering. Yuga, are you ready? No response leads Suin to speculate that Suyu must be in the shower. Indeed, after a 20-minute wait, his phone buzzes. Suyu, I'm done. Suin, where shall we eat? Suyu, the cafeteria. After contemplating, Suin realizes that military training leaves little coursework, and there is ample time. He has heard that the snack street near Ludong University is quite delightful. Thus, Suin decides to meet Suyu at the entrance to go out for a meal. He dons a light jacket. You know, adoptive father. Hu Dahai interjects. And I, Qin, am still sprawled over the table. He raises his hand. Count me in. I don't want to miss out, Zhang Wei adds. Suin nods, and it appears they expect him to bring back food. All right, Suin agrees. The three speak in unison. Thank you, adoptive father. Suin then steps outside, soon arriving at the entrance of Ludong University. At this hour, following military training, the area is quite deserted. However, a graceful figure captures Suin's attention. There's no need to ponder. It is Suyu, already present. She is clad in a white dress, sporting a blue hat atop her head, with a high ponytail cascading down from the hat's opening, exuding youthful exuberance. Yuga? Sorry to keep you waiting. Suin jogs over, offering a smile. Not at all. I just arrived. Suyu lowers her gaze, seemingly shy to meet Suin's eyes. Let us go. Hom. The pair exits the campus, marking their first outing together for a meal, igniting a flutter of excitement within Suin. He activates navigation, leading the way while Suyu obediently follows behind. Suddenly, Suin halts, realizing he might have taken a wrong turn. In the process, Suyu, inattentively, bumps her face against his back. Oh no, Yuga, are you alright? Suin exclaims, surprised by her lack of attention. Suyu rubs her forehead. I'm fine. Let me check. Suin, seeking assurance, bends down. But Suyu quickly turns her head away. It's nothing. Suin lifts his head, puzzled by Suyu's sudden irritation. Her cheeks flush, and Suin wonders why he has moved so close. In the midst of the awkwardness, Suin finds the correct route, arriving at the snack street near Ludon University. The bustling vendors call out, and the lively atmosphere of street food engulfs them. Suyu exclaims in astonishment. It smells amazing. What is this place? Suin, perplexed, wonders if Suyu is unfamiliar with snack streets. Typically, such places are filled with enticing aromas, each stall promising to awaken one's appetite. Suyu's face flushed with embarrassment as she hesitantly admitted, I haven't had much experience with this. Suin nodded in understanding, realizing that given Suyu's family background, it was improbable for her to indulge in street food recklessly. Come, I shall take you on a culinary journey down this street, Suin declared confidently. Suyu's awkwardness stemmed from her father's incessant warnings about the unhealthiness of street food, compounded by the fact that she had her own private chef, which explained her inexperience in such places. As they entered the bustling snack street, it was widely acknowledged that no matter the region or locale, there existed one perennial favorite, grilled oysters. The slogan was invariably, a man's fuel station, a woman's beauty salon. Of course, I trust my esteemed readers do not require such things, right? Immediately captivated by the aroma of the grilled oysters, Suyu gravitated toward the stall. Upon noticing her approach, the vendor enthusiastically called out, Beautiful lady, care for a dozen? Suin joined her, asking, Would you like to try some, Yuga? The vendor, seeing them together, exclaimed, Oh, what a perfect match. Especially you, handsome. You could really use a dozen oysters. Suin bristled at the implication, knowing well the reputation of oysters. Why does the vendor say you need to eat this? Suyu inquired softly, her curiosity piqued. Suin's face contorted, struggling to find an appropriate explanation. The vendor gestured toward his slogan, prompting Suyu to lower her gaze and read, a man's fuel station. Suddenly, the realization struck Suyu, and her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. How can this snack street be like this? Without a second thought, she grabbed Suin and attempted to flee. Hey, aren't you going to eat? The vendor called after them. Suyu, now mortified, recalled her earlier inquiry to Suin and felt utterly humiliated. Suin managed a sheepish smile at the vendor, who returned an understanding expression. The two vanished into the crowd, the vendor lamenting, Youth is wonderful. They don't even need to eat oysters. Unbeknownst to Suyu, she was still holding on to Suin's arm as they navigated through the throng. Suin's face turned crimson as he quietly reminded, Cough, cough. You go. Perhaps we should refrain from talking. That vendor is rather mischievous. Indeed, Suyu replied. As they traversed nearly half the snack street, Suyu suddenly paused, finally realizing she was still gripping Suin's arm. The moment Suin felt the pressure release, Suyu swiftly retracted her hand, their fingers awkwardly intertwining. She began. It's all right, Yugu. It's perfectly reasonable for friends to hold hands. Suin forced a smile, attempting to rationalize the situation. Suyu nodded vigorously. Yes, very reasonable. Suin noticed the slight awkwardness between the two, so he casually pointed. Yuga, would you like to try that? Suyu looked up as a delightful aroma wafted from a nearby stall selling grilled hot dogs. Sure. The enticing scent ignited her appetite. She had never tasted grilled hot dogs before. Suin mused that hot dogs were not much different from grilled sausages, merely differing in texture. Boss, 2 hot dogs, please. Suin called out. The vendor nodded vigorously, then asked, Would you like some chili, young man? Suyu interjected. Just a little, please. Chapter 29. Will we also fight? Delicious. Suyu took a bite of the hot dog, her eyes widening in astonishment. It was her first experience with such exquisite flavors. Suin chuckled, realizing that Yuga had indeed never tasted anything like this before. Suin, you are amazing. You know so many delicious foods. After savoring the delightful treat, Suyu seemed to open up. I want to try that, she exclaimed, pointing eagerly at the nearby spiral potato, her eyes sparkling as she caught whiffs of its enticing fragrance. Suin nodded in agreement and walked over, with Suyu trailing behind, still holding her unfinished hot dog. Boss, one serving of spiral potato, with less chili, Suin ordered, already aware that Suyu could handle spicy food, just not in excess. All right, young man. The vendor, upon receiving the order, immediately began frying the potatoes. Suyu stood obediently beside Suin, feeling an inexplicable sense of reassurance. Stealing a glance at Suin's profile, she quickly averted her gaze. Suin looked down. What's wrong? Nothing, Suyu replied nonchalantly, taking another bite of her hot dog. Soon, the vendor handed over the potatoes, saying, Here you go, handsome, and then noticed Suyu beside him. Your girlfriend is truly beautiful. Take good care of her. She looks like a university student. Suin, flustered, quickly clarified, No, boss. That's not the case. Oh, come on, don't be shy. With such a beautiful girlfriend, you're quite fortunate. The vendor waved his hand, urging Suin and Suyu to step aside as others lined up to order. Feeling embarrassed, Suin squeezed past Suyu, hoping she hadn't overheard. Suin, why did that vendor say we are a couple? Suyu's inner mischief prompted her to ask. Suin froze, thinking, Oh no, did she hear that? The vendor just has poor eyesight, he awkwardly explained. Oh, she replied. They stopped once more at a stall selling boneless chicken feet. Before Suin could speak, the vendor chimed in, Handsome, your girlfriend must love boneless chicken feet. Shall I get some? No, thanks. Suin replied, feeling exasperated. Why did this vendor insist on putting him in such an embarrassing position? Meanwhile, Suyu was enjoying her spiral potato, her heart brimming with joy. These vendors have such good taste. They should buy this whole street. They're all kind-hearted. Suin was exceedingly anxious, uncertain of Suyu's thoughts. Brother Yu, shall we indulge in some noodles? Suin suggested, pointing towards a restaurant serving jjajangmyeon. Suyu nodded. It seemed he had never tasted this dish before. Since arriving in Lu City, Suin had longed for a bowl of jjajangmyeon, and the time had finally come to savor its flavor. Entering the noodle shop in the snack street, Suin promptly ordered 2 bowls of jjajangmyeon with eggs. The two settled into a cozy corner, eagerly awaiting their meal. Brother Yu, Suin began, I must tell you, the flavors in these small street noodle shops are usually quite remarkable. Suyu nodded in agreement, clearly impressed by Suin's knowledge. This is a truth I discovered back in my first year of high school. After evening study sessions, I would often feel famished and pass by a noodle shop, only to be enticed by the delightful aromas. Guess what happened next? Suyu nodded, intrigued. I was irresistibly drawn into a jjajangmyeon shop. Suin continued. Upon entering, I realized he paused dramatically. Suyu, filled with curiosity, urged, and then? Then I found myself short on cash, and in the end, it was the owner who treated me. From that day on, I became a loyal customer of that establishment. Reflecting on that moment made Suin's heart swell with gratitude. The owner was truly kind-hearted and loyal. Listening to this, Suyu felt a pang of melancholy, realizing how difficult Suin's high school days had been. In his mind, a vivid image emerged on a rainy night. A hungry Suin stood at the corner of a street, clutching insufficient money. Ultimately, after much pleading, the owner had generously offered him a taste of the noodles. Such hardship, Suin. If Suin could glimpse into Suyu's thoughts, he would undoubtedly be stunned. Here you go, gentlemen. Enjoy your meal. The owner cheerfully presented 2 fragrant bowls of noodles and glanced at Suin and Suyu, about to speak. Hey, young man, your girl, before he could finish. Suin interrupted with a frown. Boss, please pack 3 more servings to go. The owner obliged but attempted to continue speaking. Suin insisted, Hurry, I eat quickly. All right. Suyu, looking down, inhaled the delectable aroma of the noodles, a mischievous smile forming on his lips. Oh, Suin, couldn't you let the boss finish? With a swift slurp, Suin drew a large mouthful of noodles into his mouth. Suyu was taken aback, bewildered by this unique method of eating. Suin, realizing his error, sheepishly scratched his head. It's just a habit. I'll be quieter. Suyu shook his head. Teach me. Suin hesitated, envisioning a scene of a beautiful girl slurping noodles, sending a shiver down his spine. No, perhaps not. Why not? I want to learn. It looks so fun. Suyu feigned anger. With no alternative, Suin relented. Fine, I'll teach you. As he demonstrated, Suin couldn't help but laugh. Suyu, having slurped too vigorously, ended up with Zhajiang splattered all over his face, resembling a little calico cat. Suyu felt a tinge of anger. Was it truly so difficult to accomplish such a simple task on one's own? She continued, slurp, as a strand of noodles began to dance, ultimately delivering a slap to Suyu's face with a resounding smack. Suyu slammed her chopsticks down with force, her gaze icy. Indeed, at that moment, Suyu appeared rather adorable in Suin's eyes. Suin, demonstrate it once more. Suyu commanded. Suin nodded, subsequently executing a suave maneuver with the noodles that glided smoothly into his mouth. Suyu widened her eyes in astonishment. It was indeed so smooth. Driven by her competitive spirit, Suyu attempted another slurp, and this time the noodles did not retaliate, gliding effortlessly into her mouth. Her pupils dilated as she gazed at Su and was taken aback. It worked. Why are you looking at me? He queried. Suyu's expression turned frosty. Compliment me. You are incredible. Suin praised. Only then did a smile break across Suyu's face. Neglecting to wipe the remnants of noodles from the corner of her mouth, Suin chuckled softly, thinking how endearing Yugu truly was. Wait, Suin, how can you say that about Yugu? You are brothers. Suin's mind raced, caught in a battle between logic and instinct, unable to discern a victor. Come on, handsome, take care, and your girlfriend is truly beautiful. The boss had learned well, and after speaking, he dashed away. Suin remarked, isn't that so? Is there something peculiar about this street? Suyu beamed. The boss was indeed a good person. I am indeed quite pretty, hee. After finishing their meal, the two ambled back to school, engaging in playful banter. At this juncture, Suyu glanced at the hotel near the school and posed a profound question. Suin, why do you think there are hotels outside of school? Suin was taken aback. How was he to explain this? It was debatable whether Suyu was being naive or merely teasing Suin. After a moment of contemplation, Suin replied earnestly. This is to prevent conflicts within the school. Thus, hotels were established to facilitate one-on-one duels. Suyu nodded, is that so? Suin felt like a genius. So, will we also engage in fights? Chapter 30. The forum incident. Suin was momentarily stunned. Suyu's question had him teetering on the edge of a cliff. He stumbled over his words, unable to articulate a coherent response regarding fighting. Suyu stared at Suin, bewildered as to why he could not answer. How could she possibly fight Suin? Ridiculous. Ahem. I believe we should defer this discussion for another time. Suin coughed lightly, feeling awkward. Suyu lowered her head and nodded, and together they entered the school. As night fell at Lu University, couples strolled hand in hand, while single individuals who had just finished their meals lingered nearby. At some point, a young man spotted the two figures and marveled. How wonderful it would be to be in a relationship. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was none other than the school's new belle, Suyu. But who was the man beside her? The young man immediately trailed them, casually snapping a few photos to post on the freshman forum. Shock! The new school beauty has found someone within just 3 days of enrollment? Upon the emergence of this topic, the idle university students immediately took notice. In no time, the boys' dormitory was filled with howls of dismay. His goddess was taken. This was intolerable. Brother Hai, look, Anzi has been secretly photographed. Qin Shi handed over his phone, and Hu Dahai glanced at it. The viewership was steadily rising, and the number of likes had surpassed 10,000. In an instant, both seniors and freshmen were disseminating the news far and wide. Meanwhile, the two protagonists of the incident remained blissfully unaware. Suin had just escorted Suyu to the entrance of the dormitory. Suyu felt a pang of reluctance, wishing to spend a little more time with Suin. The moonlight subtly illuminated Suyu's face, enhancing her already exquisite beauty. Suin stole a glance at Yugu, thinking how stunning she truly was. Well, I shall take my leave, Suyu said, her head bowed, seemingly in a less than cheerful mood. Suin nodded. Then at that moment, the moonlight enveloped them. Their height difference appearing quite harmonious. One stood at 6 feet, the other around 5 feet 7 inches. Suyu looked at Suin with eager eyes, as if anticipating his next words. See you tomorrow? Suyu replied. Oh, casting a frosty glance before entering the dormitory, her footsteps heavy on the stairs, echoing in the silence. Silly Suin. Wicked Suin. I thought he was going to say something more. It was only then that Suyu realized she was hoping for something. Her cheeks flushed, and she hurried back into the dormitory. Suin, bewildered, wondered why she was upset. As soon as Suyu pushed open the door, Qin Yuan rushed toward her, exclaiming, Oh my goodness, Xiaoyu. Do you know you and Suan are trending? Su Yu, perplexed, asked what had happened. Wang Wan silently handed over a phone, and upon seeing it, Su Yu's expression turned icy. Who posted this? You go. Don't be angry, it's quite normal. Forums in college are like this, especially for a campus beauty like you, who garners so much attention. Lu Jejia quickly attempted to dispel the chill surrounding Su Yu. The root of her anger stemmed from seeing disparaging remarks about Suan on the forum. They were questioning why Suan deserved her. What do they understand? Suan is the best in the world. He will take me to eat fried sauce noodles and grilled sausages. Hey, as soon as Hu Dahai saw Suan enter, he began to make a show, twirling around with a Rolex in hand. What are you doing? Suan asked, exasperated. This is to ward off evil spirits. You just returned from a date, and we do not wish to be tainted by any misfortune, Hu Dahai proclaimed with righteous fervor. Suan silently raised the fried sauce noodles in his hand. Father, it is my fault. Please pardon my transgressions. Hu Dahai immediately shifted his stance 360 degrees, and Suan nodded in satisfaction. The other two, after addressing Suan as father, seized the food from his hands. The trio began to consume the food voraciously, with Hu Dahai reminding Suan to check the forum, for he had become a target of public disdain. Thankfully, it was dark outside, and the person who had taken the photo had failed to capture his face. Otherwise, Suan would likely be besieged upon returning to the dormitory. Suan gazed at the forum's photos and comments, his eyelids twitching incessantly. Alas, Anzi, rest assured that even if one day Su, the school flower, were to cast you aside, I would not berate you. Regardless, my father will always stand by your side. Qin Shi, while earnestly enjoying his bowl of noodles, declared, Get lost. I am not with Yugo. At that moment, Suan felt overwhelmed, uncertain if Yugo would come across these comments. Fortunately, on the forum, most individuals were self-deprecating, and none had yet spoken ill of Yugo. Hey, how has the school hunk ranking been released? Hu Dahai's phone trembled slightly as he spoke. Indeed, within the university, these rankings were quite the trend, and it appeared that the forum's administrator was a female. Suan curiously leaned in to take a glance, only to erupt in exclamation. Who turned Hu Dahai into a lesser version of a certain character? Hu Dahai's face darkened. Who did this? Who posted my photo up there? It turned out that the so-called school hunk ranking featured no actual contenders. The current top position was held by Ultraman Digga, radiating pure light. As one scrolled further down, the second place was claimed by a pink hairdryer, with the comment, tattooed like Peppa Pig. Let's give a round of applause to the socialite. The absurdity escalated with entries showcasing individuals in their underwear, with the note, not bad, a bit handsome. Even more outrageous was someone who had transformed themselves into a pineapple, sporting a head full of spikes, with the caption, This is how you do it. What enraged Hu Dahai the most was that his once mighty image had been diminished to that of a character with eyes larger than a frog's on the forum. Zhang Wei adjusted his glasses. I, a humble individual, possess some understanding of graphic artistry. As the truth unraveled, it became evident that it was indeed one of their own who had orchestrated this. Without hesitation, Hu Dahai shared a photo of Zhang Wei adjusting his glasses. A bit handsome, though I wonder if he can drive at Lu University. Otherwise, my Ferrari won't stop. Within moments, comments flooded in regarding Zhang Wei. Dude, you're really trying hard. At that, Hu Dahai's irritation began to dissipate. You all are truly bored, Suan remarked, exasperated. In a luxurious villa within Lu City, Su Changqing sipped tea and inquired, Hey, Jianglang, how has Xiao Yu been doing these past few days? Fearing that his daughter might discover his constant watchfulness, Su Changqing entrusted Jiang Lang with the task. If he were to be found out, then Jiang Lang would take the blame. Big brother, the young lady has been well lately and has made new friends, Jiang Lang replied nonchalantly. Su Changqing nodded with satisfaction. It seemed that Xiao Yu was growing increasingly joyful. What else? Jiang Lang pondered briefly before responding. On the first day of military training, she enthusiastically handed water to her friends, worried they might suffer from heat stroke. Wow, Xiao Yu is truly considerate. I knew sending her to Lu University was the right decision. What else? What else? Su Changqing exclaimed, his delight evident, even making his tea taste sweeter. Jiang Lang recalled and added, Oh, the young lady also went shopping with her good friends, indulging in grilled sausages and fried noodles. Upon hearing this, Su Changqing felt a twinge of concern for their food safety but smiled nonetheless. That's wonderful. As long as Xiao Yu is happy. Jiang Lang nodded. Indeed. The young lady is very happy now. Happier than you can imagine. Acquire that street. In the future, Xiaoyu will undoubtedly frequent it. We must ensure the health and safety of the food, Su Chongqing asserted earnestly. Jiang Lang nodded in agreement. Chapter 31. I bought you a hotel. Su had just finished his morning routine when he received a call from home. It was his mother and Jixin. Xiaoan, how are you? She inquired. Su pondered briefly before replying. I'm doing well, except for being a bit impoverished. I've taken to collecting small bottles to sell, which has earned me some ridicule from classmates, but that's all. On the other end of the line, and Jixin fell silent. Ha ha ha, I'm just joking, Mom. Don't worry about me. Your son is doing fine, Su chuckled. You little rascal, always with your cheeky remarks. By the way, I need to tell you about your father. Before she could finish, Su sprang up from his bed. Is he dead? And Jixin was momentarily silent. And then a furious voice erupted from the phone. Su, do you believe I'll send someone after you? Su Jianghe's voice boomed from the receiver. Su rolled his eyes. Old man, you think I'm afraid of that? And Jixin pushed Su Jianghe aside. Xiaoan, don't provoke your father. Listen, your father and I have discussed this. We believe that raising you in poverty isn't beneficial. What if your horizons don't expand? Su chuckled. He actually understands that. Indeed. So after some deliberation, we decided to purchase a hotel. You are now a board member, and it's your responsibility to manage it. It's located in Lu City. Su instantly perked up. What? Has this old man finally come to his senses? Where is it? It's on the beach in Lu City, though I can't recall the name of the hotel. Regardless, it's in your hands now. However, don't worry, Mom. I will handle it well. Su interjected, his mind racing at the prospect of soon reaping the hotel's profits. Who needs a part-time job now? Wait, son. I haven't finished. Your father intends for you to learn a lesson. He has taken all the hotel's profits, and currently, it's operating at a loss, just 2 to 3 million. Beep. The call disconnected, and Su's eyes widened in disbelief. What a joke. A loss of 2 to 3 million. You expect me to manage that? Dream on. And Jixin stared at her phone in confusion. He hung up. Huh. I knew he'd react like that. That is why I had you say it. If he knew that the hotel actually generates a profit of 5 to 6 million a year, he'd be over the moon. Su Jianghe laughed, reveling in his cleverness. In truth, he had deceived Su. After all, that hotel was the largest 5-star establishment in Lu City, costing them billions to acquire. The annual profit was never less than millions, and by presenting it this way, Su would be less likely to investigate. Will we have to keep this from him indefinitely? And Jixin asked, her brow furrowed with concern. Upon seeing his beloved wife's distress, Su Jianghe immediately wrapped his arms around her. Don't worry, my dear. I won't touch a single penny of that profit. Whenever Xiaoan discovers it, all that money will belong to him. Even if he were to suddenly take everything away tomorrow, I would have no objections, but he must discover it for himself. And Jixin nodded slightly. What do you think, my dear? Is this surprise satisfactory? Yet, I can't shake the feeling that it may have startled little and old Deng. Do you dare to deceive me? Do you truly think me a fool? You engage in unprofitable ventures, and I simply cannot believe it. Su quickly took out his phone, searching for hotels that met the standards and Jixin had mentioned, near the Bund in Lu City, and certainly not small in scale. Before long, Su found 2 hotels that fit the criteria. One was a 5-star establishment named Mingzhuang Mansion, sprawling over an area nearly half the size of Lu University, a considerable expanse indeed. The other was slightly inferior to Mingzhuang Mansion, classified as a 4-star hotel, but it was significantly smaller in area. Which one should it be? Su pondered. Both hotels were rather similar, and their clientele was not vastly different. He found himself at an impasse. Never mind. When I have the time, I shall visit them both and ascertain everything. Su easily surmised that his father would never engage in a losing business. There was only one explanation. He was deceiving himself. Su, what are you doing? That was your mother on the phone. Qin Shi interjected, peeking in. Indeed, Su replied. Qin Shi, with a look of concern, asked, Su, I know it's inappropriate to ask, but as your brother, I can certainly help. Is your family facing some difficulties? At that moment, Hu Dahai chimed in. Yes, and Z. Rest assured, once we graduate, I, old Deng, will absolutely ensure you earn 1 million a year. It's not just a dream. Su chuckled, don't worry. I will handle it myself. When the time comes, I'll surprise you all. Surprise? And Z, just don't let it be a day when the police take you away. If you're in trouble, speak up. Engaging in illegal activities is unnecessary. Qin Shi grasped Su's hand, his face etched with concern. Get lost. You're the one who would break the law. Suin scoffed, exasperated by their constant misunderstandings. In truth, I am the son of a wealthy family, merely raised in poverty. Once I graduate, each of you will have a villa, I promise. Suin stood. Even the bed trembled beneath his grandiose declarations. For a moment, the three fell into silence. Chinsher lowered his head and retrieved a piece of flour cake. Look, the child is so hungry he's imagining things. Hu Dahai scratched his foot. I think I'll just read my tomato novel. Zhang Wei opened the book before him. Better to read more and dream less. Suin knew this would be the outcome. What is Suin up to? Suyu lay on the bed, her posture languid, the pink nightgown accentuating her figure. Her alluring form would drive any man to madness, and certainly not just the men. At this moment, Wang Wan eyed Suyu with keen interest. Xiaoyu, your figure is truly remarkable. Suyu paused. What do you intend to do? Hee, sister is just here to see which boy can make you giggle. Upon hearing this, Suyu instinctively replied, of course it's Su, only to be startled by her own words. The three girls in the dormitory immediately erupted. Damn Suin! Suyu quickly drew the curtain around her bed, enveloping herself in it, her face flushed. Unexpectedly, she recalled a scene from the afternoon and took out her phone to search, fighting in a hotel. After a short while, a tantalizing video played as a result of Suyu's clicks. Luckily, Suyu had a habit of keeping her sound off, otherwise, it would have been mortifying. At that moment, Suyu felt her body heat up. Is fighting really like this? No wonder Suin felt embarrassed to talk about it. She even asked if we could fight. Oh my goodness. In a hurry, Suyu tossed her phone aside and buried herself under the quilt, causing the temperature around her bed to soar. Yet, glancing at her phone again, Suyu shyly opened it and watched for a while longer, her mind wandering into a myriad of thoughts. Unbeknownst to her, she ended up watching a video that lasted an hour and 20 minutes. After watching, Suyu had acquired an overwhelming amount of knowledge that she struggled to process. Wrapped in her quilt, she felt entirely flushed. That rascal Suin. Chapter 32. Rainstorm and porridge. The next day, due to a sudden downpour, the military training at Lu University was cancelled, allowing students to rest in their dormitories. Suyu, having not slept a wink all night, looked quite haggard with dark circles under her eyes. She had spent the night researching various fighting techniques, which she found astonishingly terrifying. Young Suyu inadvertently attended a biology lesson, but coincidentally, relatives arrived, preventing her from sleeping the entire night. Little Yu, what's wrong? Chen Yuan asked, noticing Suyu's distressed expression. Suyu, concealed under her quilt, softly replied, I've got my period. Chen Yuan's eyes widened in realization. She quickly said, Suyu, I'll get you some hot water. Wang Wan also chimed in, I'll go buy brown sugar porridge from the canteen. Lu Jijia added, I'll take care of Suyu in the dorm. Suyu looked at the three of them, feeling touched. The trio, having benefited from Suyu's sunscreen care, finally had a chance to repay her kindness, and they certainly would not let it slip away. In the boys' dormitory, Suin and his friends lay sprawled on their beds, staring blankly at the torrential rain outside the balcony. Who among you will go buy food? Qin asked. They all nodded. It was a serious matter, as it pertained to the survival of dorm 503. If they didn't eat, they would surely starve. Suin thought of Suyu and pulled out his phone to ask, have you eaten? Feeling unwell under her quilt, Suyu blushed upon seeing Suin's message but still replied, Suyu, no, accompanied by an expression of a wronged little bunny. Suin, what's wrong, you go? Suyu, not feeling well. Suin pondered for a moment, then suddenly understood. Every month, there are a few days that a girl experiences, and he is well aware of it. Immediately, he sprang from his bed, exclaiming, brothers, I must go. The other three looked at him in disbelief, then bowed one by one, expressing their gratitude. Thank you, foster father. We are unsure how to repay you. Suin paid little mind to their antics, quickly donned his coat, seized his umbrella, and dashed outside. Luzhou was besieged by a torrential downpour, with rain cascading to the earth in relentless torrents, causing the trees to sway violently. Suin, clutching his umbrella, contemplated procuring some brown sugar water for his brother, knowing full well that without it, his brother would surely suffer. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, and Suin lost his grip on the umbrella, which flew away. What the hell? Suin shouted, lamenting the loss of the umbrella that was now irretrievable. Undeterred, he braved the downpour and sprinted toward the cafeteria. Only the second cafeteria served brown sugar water, a fact Suin had confirmed through a forum dedicated to Luzhou University. Due to the rain, The cafeteria was sparsely populated, with only a few scattered students. Suin spotted a stall selling porridge labeled brown sugar porridge and thought, this should suffice. He approached without hesitation. A bowl of brown sugar porridge, please, he called out. To his surprise, he turned to find Wang Wan standing there. Suin, what brings you here? This is quite far from your dormitory, she inquired. Her expression, one of curiosity. Suin smiled awkwardly. Wang Wan quickly realized that he was there to buy brown sugar porridge, so she stepped back, allowing him to go first. Thank you. Suin expressed his gratitude and received the porridge, also purchasing 4 boxed meals to take back to the dormitory. Are you not buying anything? Suin asked, noticing Wang Wan merely watching him with a smile. I don't need to. You've already bought it, she replied, grinning. Sometimes, Suin thought, their dynamic was quite amusing. He smiled sheepishly and prepared to leave. But Wang Wan called out to him, you should head back. You're drenched and without an umbrella. Suin explained, my umbrella was blown away just now. Let me have that. It's meant for Xiaoyu, right? I can take it back for you, Wang Wan said, extending her hand to take the brown sugar porridge. Suin pondered for a moment. It did seem more convenient for Wang Wan, and without an umbrella, the porridge could easily get soaked. All right, thank you, he said, feeling a bit bashful as he scratched his head. Wang Wan smiled reassuringly. It's no trouble. Rest assured, I will tell Xiaoyu that you bought this. Suin immediately felt a flush of embarrassment and hurriedly fled the cafeteria. Wang Wan watched him retreating, chuckling to herself, noting how similar their personalities were. She then turned and departed with the brown sugar porridge. As Suin made his way back, he was soaked to the bone, resembling a drenched chicken, with his hair plastered to his forehead. What happened to you, child? Why are you all wet? The dormitory matron inquired, perplexed by his appearance as the school year approached. Suin encountered the dormitory matron yesterday, whose surname was Chun. With a smile, Suin remarked, Annie Chun, I merely stepped out to buy some food, huh? Every young man must master the skill of fostering a good relationship with the dormitory matron. Upon hearing this, Annie Chun chided, well, you could at least have taken an umbrella. Hurry upstairs and take a hot shower. We wouldn't want you to catch a chill. All right. Suin chuckled and dashed upstairs. Thanks for the umbrella. How did my meal turn into rain-soaked rice? Chinsher questioned, staring at the soggy contents of his lunchbox. Suin wiped his damp hair and replied, don't even mention it. The wind blew my umbrella away, and I returned drenched from the rain. The three of them felt a wave of gratitude wash over them. This was a bond deeper than that of blood. In such heavy rain, who else would venture out to procure food for everyone? Chinsher promptly opened his lunchbox and began to feast, while the others eagerly joined in. And Suin decided to take a hot shower first to avoid catching a cold. Xiaoyu, guess who I saw in the cafeteria? Wang Wan burst into the room, exuding the exuberance of a spirited youth. Suyu, with a hint of fatigue, inquired, who? Suin. Upon hearing his name, Suyu sprang to life, immediately rising from her bed. What was he up to? Wang Wan, noticing Suyu's sudden enthusiasm, decided to tease her. She placed a bowl of brown sugar porridge on the table and said, I saw him dining with a very beautiful girl, and he even bought brown sugar porridge. At this, the atmosphere in the dormitory turned chilly. Chen Yuan, just returning with hot water, pushed the door open and exclaimed, who turned on the air conditioning again? Who? Suyu's gaze turned icy, and she seemed ready to leap out of bed. Wang Wan quickly backtracked. Ahem, I was just joking. I saw him buying brown sugar porridge. Completely soaked, without even an umbrella. Suyu was puzzled. Brown sugar porridge? Indeed, who could be so special that Su, the handsome lad, braved the torrential rain to fetch brown sugar porridge from the cafeteria? Wang Wan smiled knowingly. Suyu's eyes fell on the bowl of brown sugar porridge on the table, realizing that Suin had not replied to her messages because he was out buying it. Despite the rain drenching him, Suin had gone out for her. Oh dear. Eat up. This was bought by Suin. I'm merely the errand runner. Wang Wan chuckled. Suyu sprang into action, feeling invigorated despite her earlier fatigue. I must finish this. I cannot let Suin down. Chapter 33. Rainy night in a Maybach Achu. Suin, are you coming down with a cold? Hu Dehai and the others looked on in concern at Suin, who was huddled beneath his blanket. The relentless downpour continued, leading to the cancellation of the third day of military training, eliciting mixed feelings among the students. Suin was particularly distressed, having rarely fallen ill. He found himself battling a cold, perhaps a consequence of yesterday's rain. Is it serious? I should be fine after a bit of rest, Suin murmured weakly. Chinsher rummaged through his backpack, saying, Hold on, Suin, Let me see if I have any cold medicine. You should take something. What do you want to eat? I'll order takeout. Hu Dahai shook his phone and said. At that moment, Suin felt unable to eat anything, her head heavy. Ding dong. Suin picked up her phone and saw a message from Suyu. You got caught in the rain yesterday. Are you feeling unwell today? One must admit. There seemed to be an inexplicable tacit understanding between the two, making Suin believe it wholeheartedly. Without her uttering a word, Suyu had already sensed something amiss. What do you think? Suin replied with interest. On the other end, Suyu fell into silence, but she had a premonition that Suin was indeed unwell. How about it, Enzi? What do you want to eat? Hu Dahai inquired again. Suin shook her head. I can't eat. My head feels dizzy. Zhang Wei handed her a cup of hot water. Have some warm water first. Usually, those with a cold or fever can't eat much. Dahai, why don't you buy some porridge for Enzi? Hu Dahai nodded, agreeing that it was indeed true, as he also couldn't eat much when he had a fever. Suin took the hot water and took a big sip, relieved it was warm, lest she had burned herself. Xiaoyu? What's wrong? Wang Wan noticed Suyu lost in thought on her bed, puzzled. Suyu's physical resilience left the trio in the dormitory in awe. Despite feeling miserable on the first day, she was lively and energetic by the second. However, this was quite normal. Generally, girls felt better after the third or fourth day. Suyu was no exception, feeling much improved by the second day. Suin is sick, Suyu declared. Qin Yuan paused. Are you two playing a game here? Suyu was confused. What game? Well, you felt unwell yesterday, and today he feels unwell. Isn't that a game? Lu Jieja commented, speechless. Hey. Where are you going? Wang Wan noticed Suyu putting on her shoes. Taking Suin for an injection. Suyu responded resolutely. At which point Wang Wan and the others felt as if someone was about to join a party. But how will you go? It's pouring rain. It wouldn't be good for Suin to go out, Lu Jieja reminded. Oh, right. Suyu thought for a moment, and then, under the astonished gazes of the three, she opened her phone. Pick me up at the girls' dormitory. It'll be less than 5 minutes. I'll leave after getting my paycheck tomorrow. Suyu hung up, thinking it was a simple matter of finding a driver. The three exchanged glances, nearly forgetting that Xiaoyu was no ordinary beauty, but rather a super affluent heiress. Xiaoyu, maybe you should cover your face a bit. There will be so many people watching you at the girls' dormitory, Wang Wan kindly advised. Indeed, if a luxury car pulls up downstairs, you'll surely cause a stir on the forum. Suyu nodded, finding the logic sound. Before long, a girl with her face covered stepped outside. In the downpour, a Maybach 900, belonging exclusively to Suyu, parked beneath the girls' dormitory, drawing the attention of all the girls who gathered at the balcony to gaze at the imposing black beast. My goodness, how much does this car cost? Don't ask me. I have only been involved with Qin. As the car door swung open, a man clad in a black suit unfurled an umbrella and strode directly into the girls' dormitory, where Suyu had already been waiting for quite some time. Miss, the driver gazed at Suyu, who was swathed in layers resembling a zongzi, momentarily taken aback. Was she indulging in some novel whim? Suyu offered no response, striding out of the dormitory, while the driver held the umbrella steadfastly over her head. Amidst the astonished gazes of numerous girls, Suyu was escorted into the car. Goodness, we have a young lady residing in our dormitory. That's no ordinary young lady. Did you not see the luxury? That's the Princess of Luqing. In the boys' dormitory, Suyu settled into the car, finally shedding the heavy scarf. The driver posed no further inquiries. His sole responsibility was to adhere to Suyu's commands. This directive was imparted to him by Su Chongqing on his first day of work. This vehicle belonged exclusively to Suyu, and it was the first time he had received her summons in all these days. To facilitate her transport, Su Chongqing had arranged for the driver to rent a room conveniently located near the school, allowing him to await Suyu's call. The sleek black Maybach sped along the roads of Luda University, drawing the wide-eyed attention of students who witnessed its passage. They say Luqing is teeming with the affluent, but you never mentioned it was to this extent. Hu Dahai stood idly at the entrance of the boys' dormitory, contemplating what kanji to buy for Suin suddenly. A black beast of a car approached, causing his eyes to widen in disbelief. That license plate. It belongs to the Su group. As the tinted window lowered, Suyu's icy demeanor met Hu Dahai's gaze. Go, bring Suin down. Hu Dahai immediately nodded. Understood, sister. Then he raced off, his heart pounding with trepidation. The young lady of the Su family was indeed formidable. While it was manageable to be with Suin, the absence of his friend made her seem like a ferocious beast from the tundra. At that moment, Suin's vision was blurred, obscuring everything around him. While Zhang Wei and Qin Shi wore expressions of concern. Anzi, perhaps we should take you to see someone. Your forehead feels exceedingly hot, Qin Shi remarked, touching Su En's forehead before quickly retracting his hand. Su En, feeling lightheaded and as if his head were encumbered by 1,000 pounds, could barely lift it. Hey, weren't you going to buy kanji? Why are you back? The two stared at the breathless Hu Dahai with perplexed expressions. There's no time to explain, brothers. Lift Su En, Hu Dahai commanded. Obeying his instructions, they swiftly dressed Su En in an outer garment, hoisting him up with one on each side. Huh, why do I feel as if I'm flying? I'm going to die? Su En exclaimed, overwhelmed by the sensation, which was merely the result of being carried down the stairs. Where did this royal carriage come from? Qin Shi pondered amidst the chilling air that followed. Su Yu regarded Qin Shi and the others with an unyielding gaze. Get him inside. Stop dawdling. Hu Dahai immediately shouted, start the Maybach, and drove away swiftly. Qin Shi and Zhang Wei were left in a state of shock. Was that really Su Yu? Hu Dahai wiped the sweat from his forehead, saying, brothers, it's difficult to explain everything right now. Let us return and clarify slowly. Su En opened his eyes, dazed, and caught sight of Su Yu beside him. Brother Yu? Where am I? What vehicle is this? Su En felt as though he were in a car, perhaps on the way to the hospital. I'm saved. I hailed a ride. Let us go for an injection. Chapter 34. The Maybach. At this moment, the driver's pupils widened in shock. How did the young lady bring a handsome guy into the car? And why am I driving for a ride-hailing service? Su En stared blankly at the driver in a black suit. Are today's drivers this professional? Due to dizziness, Su En mistook the Maybach emblem for something else. The driver wanted to say something, but then caught a glimpse of Su Yu's cold eyes in the mirror. He swallowed hard, his hands trembling. Yes, the platform requires us to dress like this. Su En nodded dazedly. All right. Soon after, feeling lightheaded, he leaned against Su Yu's shoulder. The driver's eyes widened. Afraid to look any further, it was too terrifying. Su Yu's heart raced as he glanced at Su En, who lay close beside him. Shaolin, how did we end up this close? Su Yu felt a surge of joy, though his expression remained calm. Where are we now? Su En inquired. Almost there. Su Yu softly replied, gently touching Su En's forehead. So hot. Hurry up, Su Yu urged quietly. The driver gradually pressed down on the accelerator, striving to maintain his composure. We arrived, little passenger. The Maybach came to a slow stop in the underground parking lot of the hospital. Su Yu supported Su En as they exited the vehicle, while the driver wanted to extend a helping hand but was immediately deterred by Su Yu's glare. Hello, he has a fever. Su Yu anxiously informed the nurse at the counter. It was her first visit to a hospital, and with her social anxiety, she mustered the courage to speak up. The nurse, initially indifferent, checked Su En's forehead and her expression changed dramatically. Wow, so hot. She swiftly registered the case and called for assistance, then stood up. This way. Please. Su Yu nodded, and Su En felt increasingly faint, thinking he might meet his great-grandmother. The nurse directed Su Yu to a partitioned area and retrieved a thermometer. Beep, 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 beep. The thermometer emitted a warning indicating a temperature of 41 degrees Celsius. The nurse's expression shifted in alarm. This was alarming, as an adult with a temperature above 40 degrees could be in grave danger. Su En had completely lost consciousness, unaware of his surroundings. In a daze, he felt as though he had sat up, only to discover something sharp piercing his arm. Su Yu anxiously watched the doctors as they continuously assessed Su En's condition. Her heart filled with unease. A nurse glanced at Su Yu and smiled reassuringly, saying, Rest assured, your boyfriend is fine. Fortunately, he arrived in time, or else his brain would have sustained serious damage. Upon hearing this, Su Yu's face flushed crimson. She intended to offer an explanation but ultimately refrained from speaking. The driver, seated in the car, muttered to himself, why does it feel like my right eyelid is twitching? Just then, his phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, his pupils dilated, and his hand trembled as he answered. Su Yu's icy voice echoed through the receiver. You know what to do, right? The driver swallowed hard. Why yes, miss. I did nothing today but take my good friend to the hospital. Well done, Su Yu replied before hanging up. The driver let out a long sigh. Miss is truly terrifying. A notification pinged on his Alipay, revealing a deposit of 100,000 yuan. After all, he was her personal driver. And Su Yu was not one to be stingy. Sigh, the miss is good, but a bit frightening. He mused as he stared at the 100,000 yuan that had just arrived. I should head out. Otherwise, the miss's good friend will wake up and discover everything. With that, The Maybach sped out of the parking lot. Suin blinked awake, his gaze falling upon the foreign needle embedded in his arm. You good? How did I end up here? After receiving medical treatment, Suin felt significantly better, having transitioned from a state of half-consciousness to clarity. You had a fever. Don't you remember? I do recall, but how did I suddenly end up in the hospital? Suin groaned, pressing his throbbing head. Suyu recounted the events that led to this situation, and Suin nodded, as if recalling Yugu had indeed called a ride to bring him here. Thank you, Yugu, for bringing me to the hospital when you were already unwell, Suin said bashfully, rubbing the back of his head. Suyu shook her head, her expression one of reproach. You should know better than to stand in the rain to buy brown sugar porridge. Suin chuckled awkwardly, hee, still smiling. Suin, if you hadn't been so secretive, I wouldn't have had to guess. Otherwise, you would have truly burned to death in the dormitory. A flash of anger crossed Suyu's face, rendering Suin somewhat endearing in her eyes. This isn't what you think, Suin stammered, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Why was he hesitant to confide in Yugo? Was it fear of causing concern? What is it? Suyu tilted her head, leaning in closer. Cough, it's nothing. Suin averted his gaze, his eyes avoiding Suyu's, yet he couldn't help but sneak a glance at her. Meanwhile, Suyu fixated her gaze on Suin. Thus, it was revealed that Suyu was the daughter of the Su family, a prominent figure within the Su group in Luqing, as Zhang Wei realized with astonishment. Hu Dahai nodded slightly, and Qinshi immediately felt that the flour cake in his mouth had lost its flavor. Did Anzi not know? Hu Dahai shook his head. He doesn't know. Suyu forbids me from speaking of it. I advise you not to either, otherwise. Hu Dahai made a gesture across his throat, causing the two to shiver and promptly nod in agreement. Perhaps Suyu's intentions were also for Suin's sake? Qinshi spoke up at this moment. My dear minister, please share your thoughts, Zhang Wei urged. Consider this. Anzi is fond of Suyu, correct? The other two nodded. Qinshi continued. If the girl you admire comes from immense wealth while you, yourself, lack a powerful background, wouldn't that evoke a sense of inferiority? Zhang Wei pondered for a moment. But Anzi shouldn't feel inferior, right? Qinshi shook his head. No, a boy's inferiority is seldom noticed by others. I believe I can understand Suyu's perspective now. Hu Dahai seemed to grasp the situation too. After all, if the girl he fancied were a princess of a city, he wouldn't dare to even glance at her, let alone express his feelings. Let it be, Qinshi remarked. The three nodded in unison, deciding to keep this matter under wraps. Suin would likely be too disoriented to notice the Maybach while in a stupor. How are you feeling? Better? Suyu gently assisted Suin to sit up. Suin covered the puncture wound on his arm, much improved. After half a day's worth of intravenous fluids, Suin felt significantly better, truly. One could not underestimate the efficiency of a city hospital. Even the needle marks were painful. Let us go, Suin declared. Wait a moment, Suyu said, rising and walking out while Suin looked on in confusion. A short while later, Suin's pupils dilated in surprise. Wait, what? Suyu replied. I'm merely ensuring you don't fall ill again. But you don't need to buy so much, Suin exclaimed, astonished at the large bag of medications Suyu was carrying. Suyu shyly averted his gaze. This is all out of concern for you. Chapter 35, Li Qianqian. Love at first sight. By the time the two returned to school, it was already night. This time, it was not a Maybach, but a Didi ride requested by Suin himself. Driver, aren't you supposed to be wearing a black suit? Suin inquired. What black suit? You just came out of the hospital, didn't you? We're just a rideshare service. Do you expect us to wear suits? Don't be ridiculous. Really? Let us go. Suyu urged Suin to get out of the car quickly, taking advantage of the rain having ceased to hurry back to the dormitory. Suyu wore a guilty expression, wondering why Suin was being so serious. Suin, on the other hand, appeared perplexed. It's strange. I clearly saw the driver wearing a black suit. He lamented, truly, this is Luzhou. Even the drivers from Kyoto don't prefer wearing suits. At most they might sport a bit of cultural ornament around their necks. Yuga? I'm not running a fever, am I? Suin asked. No, Suyu replied. Then why aren't they wearing suits? Suin insisted, adamant that he had not misremembered. The driver who took me this morning was definitely in a suit. Suyu rubbed his temples, feeling increasingly uneasy. Goodbye, Yuga. Thank you, Suin called out, lifting the large bag of medications. Suyu nodded, a smile gracing his face. Hee, Yuga remains as stunning as ever, Suin remarked. Completely oblivious, she leaned against Suyu in the car, while Suyu vividly recalled the incident. Foolish Suin. Suyu's face flushed crimson as she returned to the dormitory. The young lady has returned, Wang Wan teased, enjoying her lollipop. Suyu nodded, clearly unaware of the significant stir she had caused in the girls' dormitory. Young lady, do you know that the forum is abuzz with excitement? Shock. A luxurious Maybach spotted at the girls' dormitory in Lu City. Which heiress could it be? Suyu felt a wave of embarrassment upon reading the headline. Thank goodness her face wasn't captured. Otherwise, our dormitory would truly be the talk of the town. Sharing a dorm with the daughter of the Su family in Lu City. Ha! Lu Jiejia stood atop her bed, clad in loose pajamas, laughing heartily. One must admit, if Hu Dahai were to witness this scene, he would be drooling. All because Lu Jiejia's ample bosom bounced with her laughter. The author does not write anything inappropriate. Suin had yet to return to the dorm, having just learned that the boys had not eaten, so she decided to head to the cafeteria first. Inside the cafeteria, with the rain having ceased, many students who had been cooped up in their dorms emerged. Suin casually queued at a noodle stall. While waiting, she idly scrolled through her phone, when suddenly a delightful fragrance wafted from behind her. Turning around, she saw a girl with long, lustrous black hair, clad in a casual sweatshirt. Possessing a high nose and bright, clear eyes, she was Li Qianqian, whom Suin had encountered in the cafeteria previously. Li Qianqian looked at Su and with curiosity. What's the matter, classmate? Nothing. Suin quickly realized it was impolite to stare and turned her head away. Li Qianqian, intrigued, stole a few glances at Suin's back. She found her appearance quite charming, exuding a sunny disposition that resonated with her aesthetic preferences. However, her gaze then fell upon the large bag of medicine Suin was holding. This classmate seems to be in good health, Li Qianqian thought. Though it was ultimately someone else's business, and she hesitated to speculate further. Auntie, 3 bowls of braised noodles, Suin ordered, having already dined with Suyu earlier and not needing so much. All right. As Suin raised her phone to scan for payment, her other hand accidentally brushed against a corner of the bag, causing all the medications to scatter across the floor. Suin immediately felt embarrassed. There were so many people in the cafeteria. She bent down hurriedly to pick them up, only to find that the bag had torn and could no longer hold all the medicine. Suin felt a wave of frustration, with her long black hair gently cascading. Li Qianqian squatted down and smiled at Suin. Let me help you. She then produced a bag from her own belongings. Suin, feeling awkward yet grateful, nodded fervently, thinking, what a kind-hearted person. I'm Li Qianqian, and you? Li Qianqian said, picking up several boxes of medicine and smiling. Suin blurted out, I know your name is Li Qianqian. Oh, really? Li Qianqian responded with a smile. Suin immediately realized that he should not have spoken in such a manner and promptly corrected himself. No, it's because my roommate knows you, so I also know. Oh, I see. And what about you? Li Qianqian placed all the medicine into a bag and handed it over. Suin, Su Gua Taiping, which means peace and safety. Suin introduced himself in the manner his father would. What a lovely name. Li Qianqian smiled. The face as well, young man. Great. Thank you. Suin took the bag from Li Qianqian's hand and accidentally brushed against her delicate fingers. Li Qianqian suddenly felt a shiver run through her body and looked at Suin in disbelief. Goodbye, thank you. Suin shook the bag and expressed his gratitude to Li Qianqian. Without her help, he would not have been able to carry so much. While Li Qianqian was lost in thought, Suin had already walked far away. Hey, huh? Li Qianqian, startled back to reality by the noodle vendor's call, stared at the direction Suin had departed. Su Gua Taiping, peace and safety, she murmured, leaving her roommate puzzled. Qianqian? Qianqian, what's wrong? You look like you've lost your soul. Li Qianqian softly replied, I've fallen in love at first sight. Oh, that's a bit excessive. Wait, what? Sons, I'm back. Suin pushed the door open, and Zhang Wei and the others had already assumed their positions, bowing in unison. We greet our adoptive father. One must say, the conscience of the trio was commendable. Suin had just recovered from a serious illness, yet they asked him to buy noodles. However, there was no choice. They were simply too lazy. The trio omitted Suyu, and Zhang Wei asked, How are you feeling? Better? Suin nodded, Much better. I feel very strong now. That's good. The recent notice indicates it shouldn't rain tomorrow, so military training will continue. Suin immediately wilted. After 2 days of rest due to rain, the sudden announcement of military training made him quite uncomfortable. No worries. There's good news. Military training will only last for 4 days, and the 2 rainy days count towards that. Hu Dahai laughed heartily upon receiving this insider information. Only then did the others feel a sense of relief. Suin, may I ask what your family does? Qinshi pondered for a moment before deciding to inquire, believing that if the disparity between them was too great, it would be better to end things early for Suin's sake. Suin placed the medicine in the cabinet and turned around. My father is a billionaire. Well, best not to say. Hu Dahai slurped his noodles. Really, my father is the world's richest man. Hu Dahai waved his Rolex. All right. Suin, we acknowledge you are the son of a billionaire, Zhang Wei said, recalling how Suin had treated them to food while he was ill. You wouldn't believe me even if I told you. Chapter 36. Military Training Big Game? Damn it. Qinshi, open the door for me. Hu Dahai's face was contorted with anger, his left hand clutching a piece of paper while his right hand pressed against his backside, seemingly attempting to stave off some peculiar discomfort. Qinshi had been squatting in the restroom since the early hours of the morning, claiming he was afflicted with a bout of diarrhea. Just a moment longer. I'm almost done, he exclaimed. Damn it, it's been nearly 10 minutes. Hu Dahai's complexion had turned a deep crimson, fearing he could no longer contain the odd predicament. Meanwhile, Suin and Zhang Wei were already dressed in their military training uniforms, sitting idly by as they observed the antics of their two elder companions. Qinshi, appearing relieved, patted his abdomen. Finally, I feel better. Hu Dahai, however, wore a look of frustration. I barely expelled half of it. With time pressing upon them, Hu Dahai had no choice but to resort to a rather uncomfortable maneuver to alleviate his woes. The four friends walked along the path to the training ground, bantering cheerfully. It must be noted that under the harsh sun of military training, the heat was relentless, a customary ordeal across all regions. Upon reaching the training field, the four had yet to locate their formation when Hu Dahai's gaze was drawn to a striking figure. Li Qianqian, dressed in camouflage and sporting a high ponytail, laughed with her female companions, occasionally covering her mouth in amusement. Brothers, look, it's Li Qianqian from the School of Arts. Hu Dahai pointed excitedly. The three immediately turned their attention, and Qinshi wiped away drool. Mommy. Li Qianqian and her roommates shared a smile, then, sensing several gazes upon them, turned to find Hu Dahai and his friends. Li Qianqian hesitated momentarily. What's wrong, Qianqian? One of her friends asked. Nothing. Let us go, she replied, her eyes landing on Suin. The sensation felt like destiny. Even a casual brush from him sent shivers through her. It was clear she felt an undeniable connection. Wow. Li Qianqian just looked at me. Hu Dahai beamed, waving his hand. Qinshi, displeased, retorted, nonsense, she was clearly looking at me. All right, enough of your banter. Let's head to our formation before the instructor loses his temper, Hu Dahai urged, prompting them to hurriedly rush to the 13th squad. Li Ming surveyed the lethargic group before him, contemplating. They've only had 2 days of rest. Why do they all look as if they've lost their spirits? Determined to inject some vigor into the young men, he declared, stand at attention. Military posture for 30 minutes. Anyone who moves will run laps around the field. His voice was sharp and commanding, causing everyone to stand rigidly still, and Hu Dahai dared not utter a word. As the seconds ticked by, some began to feel their legs numb. Suin, however, felt relatively unbothered. Was it due to his superior physical condition? I can't take it anymore. I'll run a lap. Qinshi raised his hand, reporting, Instructor, my legs are numb. I need to run. Li Ming chuckled, not refusing. Go ahead. Take care, brothers. Qinshi called out as he left the formation to jog. To Suin, this seemed a reckless endeavor, with already numb legs. Qinshi would likely collapse after just 100 meters. Li Ming watched with keen interest, curious to see at what point Qinshi would falter and fall. To the astonishment of many, Qinshi did not falter even after running a full lap, returning invigorated. Report. I have completed the run. Li Ming, taken aback, observed that despite Qinshi's seemingly frail appearance, his legs possessed remarkable strength. 30 minutes swiftly elapsed without Li Ming permitting a moment's respite. With a hint of intrigue, he inquired, Friends, can you guess what we shall undertake today? Hu Dahai remained silent, harboring suspicions of a trap set by Li Ming. Suin, however, ventured a guess. Report. A simulated war with real guns and blank rounds. The group paused, puzzled by his response. Li Ming, surprised by Suin's deduction, nodded affirmatively, indeed. As you can see, there are 13 formations on this playground. Our objective today is total annihilation. As Li Ming, clad in camouflage, uttered these words, an inexplicable excitement surged within the boys present. He continued, Shortly, a batch of guns will be delivered, but fear not, they have all been replaced with smoke rounds. Hitting an enemy will produce smoke, signifying their defeat. Conversely, the same applies to you should you be hit. While Li Ming spoke, Suin noticed that most formations had yet to train, seemingly engaged in similar introductions regarding today's military exercises. Suddenly, the sky resonated with a low hum. As a black beast descended from above, its massive propellers stirring up a whirlwind. In that moment, everyone was captivated. Was this truly necessary for military training? To summon a military helicopter? Naturally, such occurrences were sanctioned by the state, particularly in major cities. Before long, the helicopter released a series of airdrop boxes, scattering them across the playground before departing. A mischievous smile spread across Li Ming's face, prompting all the instructors to exchange curious glances. What is happening? Hu Dahai whispered. I believe he wants us to scramble for them. Suin felt an ominous premonition. Indeed, Li Ming slightly shifted his stance, declaring, Students go. Grab them and fire. At Li Ming's command, while the others remained momentarily dazed, members from other teams bolted forward. What are you waiting for? Go. Li Ming shouted. Suin immediately dashed out, closely followed by Qin Shi, who exclaimed, a chaotic brawl. I love this. Suin swiftly targeted an airdrop box nearby and beckoned Zhang Wei and others to follow. In a flash, Suin was the first to reach the box. Noticing others approaching, he hoisted the box and began to run. As he sprinted, he opened it, revealing rows of black rifles nestled within. Just as Suin was about to seize one for a display, the campus broadcast crackled to life. Ahem, hello? Can you hear me? In an instant, everyone on the playground came to a halt. Haha, everyone, stop joking around. The instructors are just playing with you. Simply grab a box and return to your positions. We have yet to officially begin. Once these words were uttered, a collective sigh of disappointment arose. It seemed the anticipated free-for-all was not to be. Suan, bewildered, lifted the weapon box and returned to Li Ming's side. So, was the free-for-all just a jest? Of course, the school would never allow such chaos. Li Ming chuckled, gesturing for Suan to join the line. Before long, each squad had received a weapon box. The announcement blared once more. Hello, students. I am your principal. This time, we have invested significantly in your military training. First, we aim to impart the harsh realities of war. Second, every child of Huaxia must understand the necessity of military training. As you are well aware, when our nation faces peril, each individual becomes a sharp sword of Huaxia. I will refrain from further commentary, but a most engaging game awaits you. The entire school is now cleared, leaving only the soldiers on the playground. Your task is simple. Within a set time frame, eliminate all opposing teams while ensuring your own survival. Good luck, children. Chapter 37. Military Training Simulation Battle. In that moment, the air buzzed with excitement. What did the principal mean? Suin felt a twinge of concern. Yet he also recognized the principal's dedication to ensure ample space for military training. Had the entire Lu University become a battlefield? Did you all hear that? Now, disperse by dormitory units. Li Ming commanded, his expression serious. Suin then noticed that all the lines on the playground were formed into groups of 4, clearly prearranged for the military training. Lu University was indeed impressive. Li Ming surveyed the densely packed groups and nodded slightly. Without further ado, each dormitory will function as a unit. Next, gather your weapons according to your dormitory, 3 long rifles and 1 sniper rifle. Do you understand? Shortly thereafter, the boys and girls from the 13th squad received their guns. Li Ming nodded again. As you just heard, I can say this. There are 3 hours left until noon. Those who survive this time will receive a reward. What reward? Some boys queried, but before they could receive an answer, a gunshot rang out, and blue smoke erupted above their heads from an unknown source. Li Ming yawned and said, Apologies, I forgot to mention that the game has already begun. Suin and his companions exchanged glances. Run. They sprinted as fast as they could, their weapons in hand. Their movement triggered a herd mentality, and more students began to flee the playground. Li Ming shouted from behind, If you're eliminated, remember to return to the playground. Meanwhile, daring individuals wielded their long rifles, indiscriminately firing and sending blue smoke billowing from eliminated students. Suin, where do we go? It doesn't matter. Let's head to an unoccupied area, over there. Suin pointed toward a teaching building, disregarding its identity, and they dashed towards it without hesitation. Several individuals closely followed, unwilling to fall behind. Upon reaching a corner of the teaching building, they finally caught their breath. Goodness, what an exhilarating experience. I have absolutely fallen in love with Luzhong University. Qin's eyes sparkled with excitement. Surely, every boy would relish such military training. It was thrilling, yet utterly exhausting, as Hu Dahai leaned against the wall, panting, with a black long gun slung across his chest. Suin glanced at the domestically produced Type 10 sniper rifle in his hands, and a bold idea began to form in his mind. Hey, where are you going? The others quickly followed Suin again. After some climbing, Suin reached the top floor of the teaching building. To his surprise, it seemed that the school had not locked the safety door on the top floor. Suin, what brings you here? Zhang Wei inquired. Of course, to be a sniper. Suin replied with a mischievous grin. Such a rare opportunity to act as a rooftop marksman could not be missed. Wow. Suin, I didn't expect you to be so wicked. Zhang Wei also grinned playfully. Hee. Suin approached the edge and set up the sniper rifle. Though he had never used one, had he not seen enough movies to understand the basics? With countless cinematic references at his disposal, it did not take long for him to grasp the workings of the rifle. Hee. A laugh escaped Suin involuntarily. Who could resist the joy of such play? Hu Dahai then had another brilliant idea and beckoned the other two. Zhang Wei nodded enthusiastically. This is so much fun. Suin, you enjoy yourself. We'll hang out in the building as well. Go ahead. Go ahead. Suin was already lost in his excitement, peering through the high-power scope. Suin had to admit that the real thing was far more lifelike than any game. Under his watchful gaze, the people near the playground were entirely within his sights. Before long, Suin spotted a perfect target, for individuals were huddled in a patch of grass behind the playground, seemingly in discussion. Wow. Suin chuckled and then squeezed the trigger. Hey, oh no, old 3, you've been sniped. What? Run. There's a safety supervisor. We're coming to avenge you. I saw his reflection from that teaching building. The other 3 dashed down, ready to seek retribution for their comrade. In a dim corner, 3 figures sensed the footsteps, revealing a sinister grin. Why do I feel something is off? What is off? Isn't there a sniper upstairs? What about the other 3? One of them remarked. It's common knowledge that there are 4 people in a dormitory, right? The 3 immediately realized that there were still 3 unknown positions. How could they dare to rush in? Let us find a corner first. Our position is the target. The trio prepared to leave the open corridor of the teaching building in search of a more secure spot. Hee. Who was laughing? As they approached the corridor, they heard a laugh. Not me. Me neither. At that moment, a stout figure suddenly emerged from the corridor, gun in hand. It's me. Goodness. As the 3 attempted to turn and flee, they encountered 2 individuals at the opposite end of the corridor, grinning wickedly while brandishing their firearms. The sound of gunfire echoed. Bang. Bang bang. The 3 were left in despair, and Hu Dahai patted their shoulders, reassuring them. Brothers, it's all right. This is the nature of war. Zhang Wei nodded in agreement, acknowledging that it was indeed Hu Dahai who had the audacity to hide in the building and ambush others. No joking around. I ran into the safety director and 2 automated combat vehicles, and old Sai is still in the building. The trio returned to the playground to lament their misfortune to their eliminated companions, disheartened by their swift defeat in less than an hour. Meanwhile, on the rooftop, Suin was reveling in the excitement, finding joy in the escalating chaos. With successive gunfire, 4 more individuals were eliminated, and during this time, their teammates who sought Suin met their demise at the hands of Hu Dahai and his companions. Consequently, the eliminated ones in the playground began to voice their opinions about Suin and the others. Let us go. We should seek refuge in that building. Wang Wan and her group cautiously hid throughout the campus, relying on Su Yu's cover. They had not anticipated Su Yu's exceptional marksmanship. By sheer fortune, they found themselves beneath the building where Suin was stationed with his sniper rifle. Just as they ascended the stairs, Hu Dahai leaped out, ready to unleash a barrage. Upon recognizing Su Yu's indifferent demeanor, he immediately bowed. Brother Yu. Wang Wan and the others were puzzled by Hu Dahai's presence. Soon after, Zhang Wei and his companion emerged from the shadows, sheepishly scratching their heads, ambushing. Upon realizing they were all together, Su Yu felt a surge of excitement in her heart. Suin is upstairs. All right, Su Yu replied, promptly heading up the stairs while Hu Dahai gestured for Wang Wan and her group to follow. I have a fun idea to share with you. Upon hearing Hu Dahai's strategy, Wang Wan and her companions readily agreed, exclaiming, ambushing sounds great. Qian Qian, let us head to that building. Good. Li Qian Qian and another girl walked into the teaching building where Suin was stationed. Meanwhile, 2 of their other roommates had already been eliminated. As Hu Dahai and Wang Wan prepared to fire, Li Qianqian instantly recognized Hu Dahai as someone who had walked with Suan earlier that morning. She immediately inquired, "Is Suan here too?" Hu Dahai was taken aback, and so were the others who came out. How does Li Qianqian know Suan?" He stammered, perplexed. "This isn't right. He never mentioned it." "Thank you." Li Qianqian smiled, quickly leaving her roommate behind to ascend the stairs. "Wait, didn't Suyu just go up as well?" "Oh no." Chapter 38, The Arena of Carnage, huh? On the rooftop, Suan turned to see Suyu, dressed in camouflage with a high ponytail, beaming with joy. "Suan, what are you up to?" Suyu approached Suan, gently squatting beside him, her presence lifting his spirits. "Ambushing," Suan replied sheepishly, running a hand through his hair, feeling embarrassed that brother you had witnessed such antics. "Are you feeling better now?" Suyu inquired with concern, secretly hoping Suan would fall ill again, allowing him to lean on her once more. However, a wave of disappointment soon washed over her. Having purchased so many medicines for Suan, she estimated he would likely not fall ill in the near future. He seemed to be recovering well, and she felt grateful to Yugo. Suan, for some inexplicable reason, felt a twinge of guilt as he opened his mouth. "That's good to hear. If you feel unwell, you must tell me," Suyu said earnestly, as if admonishing Suan. A strange sensation spread between them, and Suan suddenly felt as if a girlfriend were scolding her boyfriend. What was he thinking? His face flushed with embarrassment, and he turned away. Suyu also became aware of something, awkwardly turning her head, her heart racing with a flurry of emotions. It seemed she was growing fonder of Suan. Every time she saw him, her heart would inevitably race. What should she do? Meanwhile, Suan was perplexed about the nature of his relationship with Yugo. It certainly did not resemble that of ordinary brothers. Suddenly, they both turned to see Li Qianqian, her hair tied up, stepping out through the door. "Oh." Li Qianqian paused, then noticed Suyu's ethereal beauty. "Who is she?" Suyu's expression shifted, her body instinctively alert, sensing a looming crisis. Suan scratched his head, bewildered as to why Li Qianqian was here. "This is Li Qianqian, from the Art Academy," he explained. "Hi, Suan. It's nice to see you again." Li Qianqian approached, waving cheerfully. Suan nodded, but immediately sensed a chill behind him. What was happening? "You are?" Suyu spoke with an icy demeanor. "I am Li Qianqian. It's a pleasure to meet you. Suyu, the undisputed campus beauty." Li Qianqian emphasized the title with a playful tone. Suyu understood. Li Qianqian had come to find Suan. "Oh, is there something you need? If not, perhaps you should take your leave," Suyu suggested. "No, I came to speak with Suan," Li Qianqian replied, moving closer to Suan and extending her hand. "We didn't get a proper introduction last time." "Hello, Suan. May I add you on WeChat?" Suan hesitated, the chill at his back warning him against agreeing, lest he face dire consequences. Never mind, he declined. Li Qianqian paused, struggling to suppress her laughter. She hadn't anticipated being rejected on her first attempt to exchange WeChat information with a boy. Suyu, unseen by Suan, nodded in approval from behind him. How considerate. "Anyway, Suan, what are you doing here? Do you need something?" Suyu interjected coldly. Li Qianqian replied with a smile. "I was just talking to Suan." A woman's intuition led Li Qianqian to realize that Suyu also harbored feelings for Suan. Indeed, good men were in high demand. Even the new campus beauty, Suyu, had begun to make advances towards Suan. If she delayed any longer, she might find herself being called auntie by him. With meticulous thoughts, Li Qianqian resolved not to let anyone steal the affections of the only boy she had liked in all these years. With a soft click, the door swung open once more, and Zhang Wei, Wang Wan, and their companions squeezed inside. There, they encountered Li Qianqian and Suyu standing face to face, creating an intense atmosphere. Wang Wan swallowed hard, while Hu Dahai wiped the sweat from his brow, muttering, "When did Anzi manage to charm Li Qianqian again?" Li Qianqian's roommate was a petite girl named Jiang Xiaowan, who stood at a modest height of 1.65 meters, exuding a certain charm. Just moments ago, Hu Dahai and the others had learned her name. Jiang Xiaowan stared blankly for a moment before spotting Suan and exclaimed, "Wow, what a handsome guy." With little thought, she called out to Li Qianqian, "Qianqian, is this the guy you fell in love with at first sight?" Hu Dahai and his group lowered their heads, glancing at Jiang Xiaowan. "Are you trying to rush things before the fireworks even go off?" Wang Wan and the others quickly pulled the carefree girl back. Suan was momentarily taken aback. What on earth was this talk of love at first sight? Was it really about Li Qianqian? Suyu narrowed her eyes. Realizing the truth, Li Qianqian was indeed her rival. Li Qianqian, undeterred, matched Su Yu's fierce demeanor. Since Jiang Xiaowan had already revealed the matter, there was no need for her to hide. The two girls were of comparable height, presenting a balanced confrontation, yet Li Qianqian's aura paled in comparison to Su Yu's. Su Yu's beauty was nothing short of extraordinary, as if sculpted by the hands of a celestial being. Yes, I like Suin. Not only do I like him, but I also intend to pursue him. Li Qianqian twirled a strand of her hair playfully. So do I. Su Yu immediately halted, her cheeks flushing. Oh no, Suin. Bewildered asked, so do I what? In that moment, Li Qianqian understood. Could it be that the illustrious Su Yu harbored a secret crush? If so, Li Qianqian recognized her advantage. Although her beauty was slightly overshadowed by Su Yu's, she was still the daughter of the Li family in Hang City. How could she possibly let another woman claim a man before her? Her mother had always said that a woman chasing a man was merely a veil away. As long as she pursued passionately, she was certain to win Su-en's heart. Let's connect on WeChat, Li Qianqian exclaimed, waving her phone with a sweet smile. Su Yu immediately reacted, shouting no, absolutely not. I'm in a hurry. The onlookers, including Wang Wan and the others, widened their eyes in astonishment. In their first encounter, Su Yu had already been bested, and now, to their surprise, she faced defeat once more. What extraordinary luck did Anzi possess, drawing the attention of two stunning beauties? Suin pondered various thoughts in his mind, wondering why he was not the object of affection for two beautiful women. How many people are there in your family? Li Qianqian inquired. Suin tilted his head, perplexed by the question. There are 3 in my family. Well, my family has 4. I have an older brother. Li Qianqian replied. Are we taking a census now? Su Yu was taken aback, astonished by Li Qianqian's audacity. At this moment, Suin yearned to flee from this place. I have someone I like, Suin said, steeling herself as her gaze fleetingly darted towards Su Yu before hastily retracting. Su Yu was momentarily taken aback. Suin has someone she likes. Why was I never aware of this? Li Qianqian, upon hearing this, bit her lip and inquired. But you haven't gotten together with her yet, have you? Suin shook her head. Then I still have a chance. I will definitely win you over. Suin, I, Li Qianqian, am fond of you, do not doubt it. Love at first sight is just like this. With that, Li Qianqian elegantly turned and departed. Little group, let's go. At that moment, Su Yu stood rooted to the spot, and in Suin's eyes, it seemed that Yu Gu had likely already caught wind of it. I should have chosen a different excuse, Suin mused. Su Yu's mind was a whirlwind of confusion. When did Suin have someone she liked? And who could it possibly be? Su Yu's dazed expression was endearing, causing Suin's cheeks to redden as she quickly turned to shoo them away. Stop staring. Go, go, go. Hu Dahai and the others reluctantly left, feeling as though they had not sufficiently indulged in the gossip. Suin, who is the person you like? Su Yu softly inquired. Suin hesitated, questioning whether it was appropriate to divulge such information. Perhaps it was better left unsaid. Suin's demeanor left Su Yu feeling vexed. Who on earth could it be? Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, Su Yu raised her head with newfound determination. Li Qianqian is right. They are not together yet. If she can vie for him, so can I. Yes, I, Su Yu, am truly clever. With my beauty, I refuse to believe Suin won't be swayed by me. At this moment, a colossal misunderstanding unfolded among the group. Had Suin been privy to Su Yu's thoughts, she would likely have been rendered speechless with laughter. Suin, let us go watch a movie this afternoon, Su Yu said, placing her hand on Suin's shoulder. Suin was taken aback, her face flushing crimson, unable to turn around. Meanwhile, Su Yu's heart raced, yet she bravely maintained her hold on Suin. 3 hours swiftly passed, and Suin and her companions emerged victorious, alongside a few other scattered teams who also triumphed. Li Ming observed the listless students before him and cheerily asked, So, how was it? Fun, right? Not at all. There are old 6s everywhere. I'm exhausted. Only Suin and 3 others from Team 13 received the victory reward. Li Ming, grinning, announced, Now, I shall reveal the mysterious prize for the victors. Suin and the others perked up, eagerly awaiting the announcement of this elusive reward. Ahem. Li Ming cleared his throat, and the other students, who had not won, were equally curious about what kind of reward could be deemed mysterious. The prize is a day trip to the Lu City Military District, Li Ming proclaimed proudly. Suin and her friends were momentarily stunned. What? A day trip to the military district? A chorus of disappointment followed, as they had anticipated something far more exciting. perhaps even a day off from military training. Suwon and his companions appeared dejected, for the Lu City military district was quite distant. Li Ming, noticing their gloomy demeanor, found it peculiar. What could be the cause of such despair? It is well known that university students abhor troublesome matters, and this incident was decidedly more than a mere inconvenience. Let us go witness our nation's strength, Suwon consoled his companions. The three nodded in agreement, while Suwon's thoughts drifted elsewhere, pondering if Suyu would join them as well. Not far off, Li Qianqian clenched her fists, exclaiming, "Suwon, to the Lu City military district." It turned out that Li Qianqian had also received a reward for her victory. After a brief training session, the instructors dismissed the students, and Suwon had already arranged to go to the movies with Suyu. Upon returning to the dormitory, he quickly took a shower and awaited Suyu's arrival. "Xiaoyu should wear this. This will definitely slay that Suwon guy," Wang Wan exclaimed, producing an ultra-short skirt paired with a camisole. Suyu, feeling her cheeks flush, immediately shook her head. This is lovely too." Chen Yuan chimed in, presenting a body-hugging dress. "No, absolutely not." Suyu rejected vehemently, appalled by the garments. Though she harbored feelings for Suwon, she believed the timing was not yet right, unless, of course, he truly wished to see her in such attire. After a vigorous debate in the dormitory, they finally settled on a pair of jeans paired with a short-sleeved top for Suyu, which accentuated her legs and figure splendidly. Once she had changed, she gazed at her reflection in the mirror, her face aglow with a rosy hue. Wang Wan, nearly drooling, gave her a thumbs up. "Xiaoyu, you look stunning. Absolutely breathtaking. If Suwon doesn't drool, I'll change my surname." The other three nodded in agreement, marveling at Suyu's lower half, deeming it simply perfect. Those jeans seemed as though they were tailor-made for her. "Come on, Suyu, let us apply a light makeup." The trio busied themselves, enhancing Suyu's already exquisite features, with a touch of blush adding a hint of innocence. Content with the result, Suyu nodded. Now her blush would not be easily noticed by Suwon, as she could merely attribute it to the makeup. "Well, I'm off," Suyu announced, stepping out. Suwon sat on a bench at the school gate, awaiting her arrival. Before long, Suyu appeared. Suwon was momentarily struck dumb. Her subtle makeup rendered her even more enchanting, and her hair, styled with care by Chun Yuan, harmonized beautifully with her outfit. Unconsciously, Suwon's gaze wandered to Suyu's lower half, and he suddenly felt a warm trickle from his nose. "Oh no," he exclaimed, hastily retrieving a tissue to wipe away the blood. "How embarrassing. What's wrong?" Suyu inquired, puzzled by Suwon's sudden commotion. "It's nothing," he stammered, feeling increasingly flustered. How could Suyu be so stunning, even exuding a faint scent of jasmine? "Shall we?" Suwon mustered, and the two of them ventured forth, one following the other. Suwon dared not walk closely behind Suyu, fearing he could not restrain his gaze. As soon as Suyu exited the school gate, she caught sight of the budget hotel across the street. Her face instantly flushed with the recollection of her earlier inquiry to Suwon. Suwon also noticed the hotel, awkwardly clearing his throat before waving. In the taxi, the driver wore a puzzled expression, wondering why the couple was so silent. To alleviate the awkwardness, he smiled and remarked, "You two are truly a handsome couple. Are you heading to the Bund for some fun?" Suwon nodded. "Yes, sir, we're off to see a movie." Suyu gazed out at the bustling traffic, contemplating when Suwon might lean against her. Moments later, they exited the vehicle. "Thank you, driver." "No need for thanks. Enjoy yourselves." The taxi drove away, and the afternoon crowd at the Bund in Lu City began to swell. The vibrant shopping street left Suwon in awe. Lu City certainly had its unique charm. Suyu gently leaned a bit closer to Suwon, causing him to feel the delicate touch of her fair arm brushing against his. "Damn it, get away from me." Suwon berated himself internally. He felt utterly pathetic. "Brother, are you heading to the military district tomorrow as well?" Suwon initiated conversation to divert his thoughts. "Yes, we have to leave by 8 in the morning." Suyu replied with a smile. "Wow, that is too early." Suwon protested, as he typically struggled to rise by 9. "Look, fried hot dogs," Suyu exclaimed, spotting a vendor in the distance, jumping excitedly and grabbing Suwon's arm. He immediately jolted at the unexpected contact. "Let us go." Suyu, oblivious to the fact that their hands were now intertwined, pulled Suwon toward the hot dog stand. Her hand was soft, smooth, and slightly cool, leaving Suwon in a daze. He found himself contemplating the nature of desire and emptiness, even reciting a calming mantra in his mind. Please leave a 5-star review if you enjoy it. I promise more updates. Chapter 40. A Couple's Embrace. A kiss while waiting in line. Suin and Suyu garnered 100% of attention from passersby, particularly from the boys. Every male onlooker couldn't resist glancing back at Suyu, who resembled a fairy from a painting. Hello, beautiful. Would you be interested in becoming a star? A talent scout approached politely. Suin instantly felt displeased. Excuse me? Am I invisible? No, Suyu replied coldly. Perhaps you should consider. I guarantee you'll earn $1 million in your first year. The scout was reluctant to let go of someone as striking as Suyu, knowing that few could rival her in the current entertainment landscape. Seeing that the scout was still lingering, Suyu's expression turned uncomfortable, prompting Suin to intervene. Hey, let us go. Can't you see she is not interested? Sorry for the interruption, the scout said sheepishly before departing, feeling a pang of regret for missing out on a potential superstar. Suin then handed a hot dog to Suyu, who finally broke into a radiant smile. At that moment, the boy beside them, overly captivated by Suyu, collided headlong with a lamppost. Suin remarked, how absurd. If outings with you go continue like this, he will always be the center of attention. No one notices the handsome guys. Their gaze is eternally drawn to the beauties, especially in a grand city like Lucheng. Let us head to the mall. With a smile, Suin suggested. Suyu nodded repeatedly, silently munching on her hot dog, clearly entranced by its delightful taste. This is simply exquisite. Suyu resolved to have Suin treat her to hot dogs daily from now on. Upon entering the mall, Suyu obediently followed Suin, their height difference creating a charming sight, eliciting envy from several boys. That is your turn. Suddenly, Suyu's attention was captured by an arcade. Suin chuckled. It's an arcade. You good, don't you know? Suyu shook her head. What was an arcade? Noticing there was still ample time, Suin decided they could indulge in some games and headed straight for the coin vendor. Hello, ID like 50 coins, Suin requested. The attendant glanced at him, thinking, wow, another handsome guy today. Just then, a familiar presence emerged behind Suin as Suyu peeked out. The attendant quickly responded, then added, by the way, we have an event today. Couples get a 10% discount. A simple hug will suffice as proof. Suin was momentarily taken aback. Couples get a discount for a hug? Suyu inquired, puzzled. A hug? Yes. Considering that kissing in public may create an uncomfortable atmosphere, a hug will do. The attendant smiled, hoping to salvage the situation. All right. Suin hadn't yet declined when Suyu's voice chimed in from behind. It's not like we've never hugged before. Besides, after those 2 hugs, I've been reminiscing about how it felt in Suin's embrace. Suin's body stiffened. What is Yugu saying? She agreed. Suddenly, a soft sensation pressed against Suin's back, and he felt something poke him. Suyu, blushing, quickly released him after their playful embrace. The attendant smiled. You need to face each other. Suyu's face turned as red as a ripe apple. Had she hugged too soon? Would Suin think she was taking advantage? Perhaps Suin would suggest they forego it. But Suyu insisted, no way. We can save money. Suin nodded, finding it a reasonable proposition. Facing each other, Suin gazed at the blushing girl before him, her shyness masked by rosy cheeks. Stirring something within him, gathering his courage, he embraced her tightly. Before Suyu could react, she instinctively wrapped her arms around Suin as well. The softness against his chest startled Suin. Get off me. If Suyu discovered this, Suin felt he might just perish on the spot. Thankfully, his composure held, averting any potential embarrassment. The two embraced, lost in the moment, unaware of how long they had been holding each other. The receptionist gently cleared her throat, prompting them. A brief hug will suffice. Only then did Suin, blushing with embarrassment, release Suyu and accept the coins handed to him by the receptionist, hastily pulling away with Suyu, who was still flushed and flustered. How perfectly matched they are, the receptionist thought, her heart brimming with joy. Today was yet another day, filled with vigor. A brief hug between friends is nothing to fret over, Suin remarked, nervously handing Suyu the coins. Suyu, still recovering from the moment, gazed at him with dazed eyes, as if she could devour him with her stare. Suin shivered at the intensity of her gaze. Realizing her lapse in composure, Suyu quickly turned away and pointed, I want to play that. Suin followed her finger to see a claw machine, filled with several plush Doraemon dolls. All right. Upon reaching the claw machine, Suin inserted 2 coins, determined to demonstrate to his friend what it meant to win effortlessly. Perhaps I should reconsider, he thought, noticing Suyu's worried expression as she watched him with concern. No, that is impossible. I cannot fail even once. Suin exclaimed in frustration. He tried 20 times, yet not a single plush toy was caught. out of 50 coins. Only 10 remained. Each time the claw descended, it would loosen its grip just before reaching the exit. Why don't I give it a try? Suyu suggested softly. Su-in's face turned crimson. It seemed she wanted to take a turn, yet he had become so engrossed. Reluctantly, he handed the coins to Suyu. She bent down, having observed Su-in's attempts, and surprisingly, she skillfully inserted the coins. With unwavering focus, Su-in watched the claw's movements intently. Suyu gently maneuvered the joystick, causing the claw to sway. Yes, yes, just like that. Su-in encouraged, unaware that his face was nearly touching Suyu's due to his concentration. Suyu felt warmth radiate from his proximity. He was so close. Suddenly, she accidentally pressed the button, and the claw descended. Su-in gasped, realizing it was impossible to grab the nearest plush, which was Askew. How could this be? He exclaimed in disbelief as the claw surprisingly grasped a doll. Slowly, it ascended, and just when Su-in thought it would release its hold, the doll inched towards the exit and fell out, seamless and miraculous. How could this happen? This defies logic. Su-in's eyes widened in shock. In his astonishment, he turned his head, only to accidentally brush his lips against Suyu's cheek. Oh, I'm so sorry, Suyu. I didn't mean to. Su-in stammered, his voice filled with regret, as Suyu stood there, equally taken aback by the unexpected kiss. Instinctively, a slap was delivered, and Su-in covered his face. One must admit that Suyu possessed remarkable strength. However, the fortunate Su-in felt no discomfort. After all, he had overstepped the boundary, albeit unintentionally. Yet, one should not be kissing Yuji's face, should they? The softness of her cheeks and the coolness of her touch sent Su-in's heart racing, and the youthful hormones began to permeate the air between them. Chapter 41. A movie, a confession? In the dimly lit cinema, the two were engrossed in a romantic film. At that moment, Su-in's mind was far from the screen. His heart raced as it was his first time watching a movie with a girl. What should he do? They sat in silence, their gazes fixed vacantly on the couples in front of them, occasionally stealing kisses, igniting a warmth within both Su-in and Suyu. Nervously, Suyu broke the silence, shifting her hand closer to Su-in. After a prolonged pause, they finally exchanged their first words. Today is quite extraordinary, with hugs and near kisses, Su-in mused. Feeling fortunate. Would you like some? Suyu raised a piece of popcorn, her gaze lingering on Su-in. In the subdued light, she appeared enchanting, her blush irresistible. Su-in shivered. It was only natural for a young man to feel such excitement, hormones surging within him. Suyu gently placed the popcorn in Su-in's hand, and the moment their fingers brushed, an electric thrill coursed through them both. Static electricity, Su-in remarked. Suyu fell silent as the film's dialogue resonated. No, my dear. That is the spark of our love. Su-in became even more reticent, pondering who had penned such lines. I understand your silence. I comprehend your inner turmoil. Perhaps we truly ought to be together. In the film, the male protagonist professed his love to the female lead, and Suyu gazed at the screen, then furtively glanced at Su-in, lost in thought. I like you too. Let us be together. I can no longer bear to watch you from the sidelines. Just then, the film's score swelled, seemingly in harmony with the characters' confessions. I want to speak to you, but that courage slips away with time. Longing makes sleep elusive, and time is an enigma. I wish for you to be the embellishment of my grand feast. Suyu turned her head and caught Su-in gazing intently at the film, the music compelling her to speak. Su-in, absorbed in the melody, was lost in his thoughts, his heart pounding as if on the verge of a breakthrough. Su-in, I like you. Be my girlfriend. At that moment, just as Suyu was about to voice her feelings, they were interrupted. A man in the front row suddenly stood up and addressed the girl beside him. The audience, momentarily distracted from the film, erupted in cheers. Together, together, together. Su-in and Suyu joined in the commotion, curious to see how others navigated such moments. I apologize. You are a good person. The girl lowered her head and subsequently issued a good person card. The boy was taken aback, unable to comprehend. But we held hands. We've been on so many dates together. Why do you refuse me? Do you not like me? I only consider you as a brother. The girl replied as she stood up and turned to leave. Suyu's body trembled slightly, his pupils quivering violently. Indeed, it was fortunate. Su-in's pupils constricted, his lips quivering. A brother, you say? The two slowly sat down in silence. After the girl departed, the boy lost all enthusiasm, grabbing the popcorn and exiting the cinema. His dejected silhouette a stark contrast to the lively atmosphere. The interlude was but a brief moment, Others remained silent, treating it as just another film experience. Such occurrences were becoming increasingly common, where the male clown invests emotionally, and the female merely accepts, then issues the card. The two fell into a profound silence, their thoughts diverging. Suin was greatly shocked. If he were to confess his feelings to Yugo, would he also receive a good person card? If he were to confess to Suin, would he also be met with that dreaded card? As the film concluded, the two awkwardly strolled through the mall. Suin suggested, "Shall we grab a bite to eat? After all, it's not too late, only 5:30. Suyu nodded, and the two casually sought out a seemingly decent barbecue restaurant, entering without hesitation. When Suin received the menu, his pupils contracted in shock. Snowflake beef, 188 per serving, 30. What the? Suyu glanced around in confusion, finding the place oddly familiar. Just then, a familiar figure entered from outside, and the staff politely bowed, greeting. "Good day, boss." Zhang Lang adjusted his glasses with a smile. "No need for formality. I'm merely here to take a look and enjoy a meal." His gaze sharpened as he spotted Suyu and Suin seated not far away. Suin was still meticulously examining the menu, astonished by the exorbitant prices juxtaposed with the small portions. Yet, the establishment had the audacity to specify the weight of the meat. Should he commend their honesty or chastise their greed? Suyu's pupils constricted as she recalled that Zhang Lang had opened this very barbecue restaurant for the convenience of indulging in grilled meat. The moment she stepped inside had felt eerily familiar. Zhang Lang adjusted his black suit and approached Suin and Suyu with a smile. Suyu's gaze turned icy, silently warning Zhang Lang to keep his distance. Unfazed, Zhang Lang sidled closer, and Suin looked up, exclaiming, "Hey, aren't you that older brother?" "Indeed, Suin, my young brother. What a pleasure to see you again, dining with your girlfriend." Zhang Lang emphasized the last word, but Suin was oblivious, chuckling as he replied, "Yes. I just watched a movie with Yugo, and now we're planning to eat before heading back to school. Watching a movie is delightful." Zhang Lang adjusted his glasses, his eyes narrowing. "And you?" "Ah, I am the owner here," Zhang Lang smiled. Across from him, Suyu clenched her teeth, cursing Zhang Lang silently. "I need to use the restroom." Suyu's eyes were frigid as she cast a warning glance at Zhang Lang. Zhang Lang watched Suyu leave with a smile before taking a seat. "Little brother, is that your girlfriend?" he asked. "Ah, no," Suin's face flushed. "Really? But you two seem so well matched." Zhang Lang continued to fan the flames. "No way," Suin replied. "How could that be? Little brother, do you believe me?" Zhang Lang placed a hand on Suin's shoulder. "Do you think we're that close, brother?" Suin hesitated before saying, "How about this meal? I'll treat you and your girlfriend, and then we'll be familiar." "That is not necessary," Suin protested. "No worries, brother has money. I even drive a Ferrari. So this little bit is nothing." Zhang Lang chuckled, shaking the car keys at his waist. For some reason, he found Suin increasingly likable, while the young lady appeared even more vivacious than she had a few years ago. "All right, it's settled then. I'm Zhang Lang. Just call me Brother Zhang. I'll inform the staff later, and I need to use the restroom." Zhang Lang patted Suin's shoulder and got up, turning to give Suin a thumbs up. What a peculiar person. Suin found Zhang Lang's familiarity strange. If he knew that Suyu was actually the one close to Zhang Lang, he would likely be even more astonished. Chapter 42. I am not kidney deficient. Zhang Lang, what are you doing? Suyu exclaimed, seizing Zhang Lang's tie. Her eyes filled with anger, her teeth clenched. Last time it was at a CAF, and this time it was at a barbecue restaurant. Zhang Lang quickly waved his hands. Hey, little you. I am your uncle. After all, is this really appropriate? Nonsense. You were following me. She retorted. This statement was inaccurate. It was Suin who had entered on his own accord, and it wasn't like Zhang Lang had begged them to dine at the restaurant. Zhang Lang gently removed Suyu's hand. Don't worry, I want to tell your big brother. Suyu looked at Zhang Lang with suspicion. Really? Of course. Remember when you wanted instant noodles as a child? It was your uncle Jiang who secretly brought them for you, Zhang Lang asserted, his eyes brimming with affection. Suyu nodded, as if recalling the memories. Her father, Su Chongqing, wouldn't allow her to have instant noodles, but Zhang Lang had sneakily bought them for her. Suyu did not harbor any animosity towards Zhang Lang. It was just that their relationship had grown colder as they matured. In truth, they were no different from a typical uncle and niece. Also, I covered Suin's bill, so you can rest easy. In our family, we're not a chaotic aristocracy. You can date freely. I'll handle things with your big brother. Zhang Lang patted his chest in assurance. Seeing his niece in a romantic relationship made him a bit giddy. How could he let Su Changqing interfere? Satisfied, Suyu nodded and then turned to him. Tell me, is someone watching me at school? At once, Jiang Lang turned, whistling nonchalantly. I have no idea. Seeing Jiang Lang's demeanor, Suyu suspected he was indeed the one monitoring her. Humph, you're watching me. I won't say anything. It's probably old Su's idea, but I understand. I understand. Take good care of Suin, Uncle knows. Jiang Lang patted Suyu's head, but she turned away, refusing to be touched. Don't get close to Suin. Suyu warned again. Jiang Lang chuckled playfully. What's the matter? Before even being married, are you already extending your elbows outward? Upon hearing this, Suyu's face immediately flushed. Who is getting married? Oh, aren't you Suin's girlfriend? Jiang Lang revealed a sly smile. Unmistakably the demeanor of a seasoned veteran. No, that is not right. Or perhaps it is not. Suyu was now thoroughly confused by Jiang Lang's words, her speech becoming increasingly disjointed. Observing the whirlwind of emotions in the girl before him, Jiang Lang felt a genuine happiness. It was the first time since that incident that he witnessed Suyu displaying such a spectrum of feelings. She could be shy, awkward, and was no different from ordinary girls. All right, I want to pry further, but I must caution you. Jiang Lang's eyes glinted with a hint of menace as he adjusted his glasses. Regardless of the circumstances, should anyone dare to harm you, even Suin, I shall not let it slide. Understood? Suyu, aware of Jiang Lang's temperament, nodded. With no wife or children, her only family was her elder brother, Su Changqing. To Jiang Lang, both she and Su Changqing were his most treasured possessions. Off you go, don't keep little in waiting. Seizing the moment while Suyu was lost in thought, Jiang Lang affectionately ruffled her hair and departed with satisfaction. Are you feeling unwell? Why did you take so long? Suin, grilling meat, placed a tender piece on his Suyu's bowl upon her return. I'm fine. Suyu smiled. Then noticed Su and had prepared a dipping sauce for the meat. With a hint of chili, Suyu was delighted, not expecting Suin to be so thoughtful. Suin had noticed Suyu's sensitivity to spice, yet she always included chili in her meals, so he prepared a milder sauce this time. Suyu quickly picked up a piece of meat and placed it in her mouth. Her eyes widened in surprise as she exclaimed, Delicious. Suin chuckled. I used to grill meat often, Why did you grill meat so often? Because I worked at a barbecue restaurant. Suin reminisced about his senior year, when he sought part-time jobs every Sunday to make ends meet, including at the barbecue place. Yet, who could have imagined that this unassuming part-time worker was actually the son of a wealthy tycoon? Gradually, Suin set aside that title, no longer seeking to draw attention to it. Su Jianghe was quite pleased. Indeed, his son had grown up well. Suyu fell into silence. She felt a pang of sympathy for Suin's struggles. Suin, do you think it would be embarrassing for a man to marry into a family? Uffed. Suin immediately spat out the meat he was chewing, then quickly composed himself. Apologies. Suyu shook her head, indicating she was not offended. Suin was taken aback, wondering why Suyu posed such a question. Ahem, I think Suin hesitated, noticing the hopeful anticipation in Suyu's eyes. After pondering, he replied, I think it's acceptable. As the saying goes, a man's stomach is not to be trifled with. Soft rice is inevitable. Upon hearing this, Suyu's spirits lifted. Could it be that Suin wouldn't have to struggle as much in the future? Suyu resolved that once she and Suin were together, she would be honest with him. In truth, her family was quite wealthy. What do you desire? What would you like to purchase? I can procure anything for you. Simply allow Suin to assume the role of the eldest son of the Su family. Suyu has even contemplated urging Su Changqing to step aside, placing Su in the position of chairman. Su Changqing, is that so? Suin, perplexed by Suyu's inquiry, found himself contemplating a notion. If he were indeed to be with Yu Ge, he would reveal to him that his family possesses immense wealth, the son of a tycoon. He could provide Yu Ge with a life of luxury, and together they could have 10 or 8 children. As Suin's thoughts wandered, he became increasingly elated, to the point of salivating. Suyu regarded Suin with curiosity, questioning his peculiar behavior. Clearing his throat, Suin suddenly realized his lapse in decorum. He had rejoiced too soon, as Yu Ge was not yet his. Moments later, a waiter arrived with a platter of kidneys. Sir, the meat ordered by the boss has been consumed. If you wish for anything else, please let us know. The boss has instructed that from now on, your meals here will be complimentary. Thank you. That will suffice. Please convey my gratitude to Brother Jiang. Suin was astonished that Jiang Lang had arranged for him to dine here without charge, feeling both honored and overwhelmed. Suyu, meanwhile, gazed thoughtfully at the kidneys laid out on the table. What is this? Suin glanced at the kidneys, his expression shifting before he suppressed it. Ahem, kidneys. They are indeed delicious when roasted. Suyu, intrigued, replied. Then Suin, you should eat plenty. Ridiculous. Who claims I have kidney deficiency? Suin exclaimed, slamming the table in indignation. Suyu chuckled softly, amused by Suin's inadvertent admission. Suin, cheeks flushed, sat obediently, internally wishing to administer a beating to Jiang Lang. Yugu, earlier I understand. In zoology, animals exhibit intense reactions when provoked. Thus, you were merely responding to stimuli, Suyu remarked, his tone casual, though a smirk lingered at the corners of his mouth. Suin, flustered, retorted, I do not have kidney deficiency. I never claimed that. This time, Suin was evidently agitated again. Chapter 43, Ambiguity After Their Meal. Suin felt a sense of discomfort enveloping him. The food was exquisite, yet the peculiar looks from Suyu left him unsettled. Shall we return to school? Suin suggested. Unless you wish to prove your virility? Suyu teased, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Suin flushed deeply. This is. Accidentally glancing at Suyu's lower half, Suin mused that it wouldn't be impossible. Let us go back to school, he finally decided. Suyu chuckled softly. In the taxi, seated in the back, Suin inhaled the faint fragrance emanating from Suyu. Is this what one refers to as body scent? It was the first time he had encountered such a delightful aroma on a girl, and he found himself unwittingly captivated. Upon arriving at the entrance of Ao Huazi, Suin recalled the military district excursion plan for the following day and inquired, Yugu, are you looking forward to tomorrow? Why do you ask? Suyu replied, puzzled. Perhaps I am mistaken, but I do not believe that young ladies harbor much curiosity about such matters, haha. Suin gently ruffled his hair, secretly anticipating the morrow, for he would once again encounter Suyu. Secret, Suyu playfully smiled before turning and stepping into the campus. Suin hurriedly followed. What on earth is a secret? Simply a secret, Suyu replied without glancing back. As the evening breeze of summer swept through, Suin was once more enveloped by that intoxicating scent. Yugu. See you tomorrow, he called out, waving at Suyu from beneath the girls' dormitory. Throughout the journey, Suin found no answers to his queries. Yet he pondered why he felt compelled to seek them at all. At that moment, Suyu, standing at the dormitory entrance, suddenly turned back, their eyes locking. Suyu smiled, and on that summer evening, the rosy-cheeked maiden directed a radiant smile towards the young man. I dare say, nothing could be more heart-stirring. Anticipation. Suyu's voice, neither too loud nor too soft, was perfectly audible to Suin. She then sprinted back to her dormitory. Oh my, how I anticipate. Suin rolled about on the bed, eliciting bewildered glances from Zhang Wei and the others. What is wrong with this child? Hu Dahai mused, sensing that Suin, after a day out, seemed to exude the unmistakable scent of infatuation. Qinshi climbed onto Suin's bunk, peering down. Anzi, are you and Suyu together? At this, Suin shot up, a look of anxiety crossing his face. What? How could that be? Then why have you been grinning like a fool? Have I? Suin, oblivious to his own silly smile, questioned. Indeed. You said, how I anticipate. Have you forgotten? Zhang Wei mimicked Suin's demeanor, prompting Hu Dahai to burst into laughter. What a fool. Suin's expression darkened. Suin, I believe if you have feelings for Suyu, you should confess, Qinshi suggested. I have not. Suin struggled to conceal his emotions. Come now, even the most unobservant can tell you fancy her, Hu Dahai remarked. Really? How did you discern that? Suin was taken aback by how easily his feelings had been exposed. Then does that mean you go? Shall you? Are you together with Suin? Wang Wan asked, her eyes full of curiosity, observing Suyu, who had been blushing since returning to the dormitory. And no, Suyu stammered, her anxiety stemming from their earlier conversation at the dormitory entrance, wondering if Suin would realize her affection for him. Then why is your face so flushed? Lu Jejia inquired, munching on chips. Chen Yuan reached for a piece of chip, popping it into her mouth as she chewed, and said, honestly, shall you? If you truly like Suin, you should just tell him. I doubt he would refuse you. Is that really true? Suyu's expression shifted from nervousness to one of radiant hope. Suddenly, a sense of desolation enveloped them. However, Suin mentioned that he had developed feelings for a girl. Wang Wan exchanged glances with the others before they muted their microphones, witnessing the awkward yet endearing interaction between the two. As night fell, Su-in and his friends embarked on their gaming battle. Onward, they shouted. Damn it. Hu Dahai's gaming skills remained as lackluster as ever, as he clumsily smashed a rose in the game and rushed towards the enemy to distribute equipment. Zhang Wei, focused and motionless, finally managed to eliminate an opponent. Su-in, run. Another team is coming. Zhang Wei shouted suddenly, only to be met with the deafening sound of gunfire as he fell. Did you escape? Zhang Wei's perspective shifted on his phone, revealing, what the hell? When did you run off? You told me to flee. Su-in, with an innocent expression, had already taken off the moment Hu Dahai fell, without any hesitation. After playing several rounds, they confirmed the saying. Together, they formed a cohesive unit, but apart, they scattered like stars in the sky. Why don't we buy a computer? Hu Dahai suggested unexpectedly. The others paused, realizing the truth in his words. After all, what kind of university students would they be if they didn't own a computer? Hu Dahai already had one but seldom played, and Zhang Wei nodded slightly, acknowledging that having a computer would indeed enhance their gaming experience. Qin immediately raised her hand. I have one. I'll ask my mom to send over my 4070 desktop tomorrow. That leaves me and Anzi, Zhang Wei remarked. Su-in nodded in agreement. Acquiring a computer seemed like a good idea. Ding dong, a message notification chimed. Su-yu, what are you up to? Su-in, discussing buying a computer with Zhang Wei. Su-yu, why do you want to buy a computer? Su-in, Hu Dahai suggested we get one to make it easier for us to game together in the dorm. In the girls' dormitory, Su-yu fell into contemplation. Gaming? Was Su-in fond of playing games? So, how much does a computer cost? Su-yu inquired. I'm not sure. I haven't looked yet. I'm considering a laptop, probably around 7 or 8,000, Su-in replied, sighing. Su-yu pondered for a moment before opening Taobao and searching for gaming laptops, sorting the results from highest to lowest price. Not too expensive. Wait. Su-in definitely can't afford that much. But if I directly gift him one, wouldn't that make him uncomfortable? At that moment, Wang Wan peeked over to see what Su-yu was doing, her eyes widening in disbelief. No way. A 40,000 yuan laptop? Su-yu, what are you planning? To buy it? With a serious tone, Su-yu responded, Su-in wants to play games. How can you communicate with someone so infatuated with love? That is far too expensive. If you gift it to him, won't he feel inferior? Wang Wan cautioned. Su-yu understood this concern, which was why she struggled to find a solution. Oh, I have an idea. Lu Jiejie chimed in at that moment. How about this, Su-in? My laptop is only 3,900. It should be sufficient to play many games. Zhang Wei held out his phone for Su-in to see. A laptop with a 3060 graphics card appeared on the screen. Not bad. Su-in smiled but shook his head. No, my friend, that is still beyond my means. He then handed back the phone. Zhang Wei glanced at the screen in disbelief. 2008? Such an economical choice? Chapter 44. Departure to the military district in the early morning. A group of individuals opened their eyes, still heavy with sleep. Hu Dahai complained. We woke up earlier than during military training. The group quickly commenced their morning routines, engaging in a chaotic mix of activities. After a flurry of tasks, they finally managed to prepare themselves. Fortunately, there was no requirement to wear camouflage uniforms, allowing everyone to don casual attire. At the school gate, a bus was already waiting for the students, and a familiar figure stood at the entrance. Instructor Li Ming. Su-in and the others wondered why he was not participating in military training. Hello, I will be your guide for today's excursion to the military district. Li Ming flashed a smile, revealing his teeth. The expressions on Su-in and his companions immediately darkened. Suddenly, Su-in burst into laughter, leaving Hu Dahai and the others puzzled. Why are you grinning like an idiot? They turned to see Su-yu approaching. Today, Su-yu wore a white dress, her demeanor as cold as a mountain flower. In an instant, all the boys were mesmerized, clenching their fists. This reward is worth it. Who wouldn't he want to stroll through the military district with the campus bell? However, their laughter quickly faded when Su-yu walked up to Su-in and noticed his disheveled hair. She reached out and tidied it slightly. Your hair is a mess. Snap. Li Ming suddenly heard a multitude of heartbroken sounds. Was it merely an illusion? Who was that person? A thorough investigation is necessary. Su-in awkwardly chuckled. I woke up in a hurry. Wang Wan and the others, watching from behind, wore expressions of indifference. And you claim you're not dating? In truth, they were not. But their repeated intimate encounters had led them to believe such behavior was quite normal. Hu Dahai chimed in. Indeed, you are noble. All right, let us get on the bus. Everyone is here, 40 individuals, not one missing. Li Ming counted before continuing. The military district is a bit far, and the journey may be bumpy, so please bear with it. Li Ming then boarded the bus and took his place in the driver's seat, revealing his part-time role as a driver. The students gradually entered the vehicle, with Suin and his group at the back of the line. As soon as Suin stepped inside, he sensed the temperature drop a few degrees. It's definitely this guy. He dared to let Suyu fix his hair. Suin swallowed hard, seeking a random seat to settle down. Just as Qin Shi intended to sit beside Suin, Hu Dahai pulled him toward the back seats instead. What are you doing? Qin Shi questioned, puzzled by Hu Dahai's actions. Soon after, Suyu approached and gracefully sat beside Suin. Well done. Qin Shi felt compelled to express his gratitude to Hu Dahai. Since the seating arrangement was in pairs, there were no other individuals beside Suin and Suyu. Wang Wan and Chun Yuan occupied the seats on the opposite side. Zhang Wei fortuitously found himself seated beside Lu Jiejia. He adjusted his glasses slightly and cast a glance at her, her delicate features and average height, reminiscent of a sweet girl from Hunan, captivated him instantly. Why are you looking at me? Lu Jiejia asked, her amiable nature evident as she had encountered Zhang Wei a few times before. It's nothing. I was just deducing something, he replied. Deducing? Lu Jiejia's eyes sparkled with excitement, for she was a devoted fan of Conan. What have you deduced? She inquired eagerly. You are from Hunan. Lu Jiejia's pupils widened in astonishment. How did you know? It was apparent. Zhang Wei smiled subtly, exuding an air of confidence. Hu Dahai and Qin Shi exchanged bewildered glances at Zhang Wei's display of bravado. Qin Shi blinked. I want to kill him. Count me in. I'll take care of him, Hu Dahai muttered. Lu Jiejia was undoubtedly among the more attractive girls. Her fair complexion and large, sparkling eyes complemented her height of 1.71 meters, which stood tall among her peers. What is your name? She asked curiously, noticing Zhang Wei's scholarly demeanor, particularly with his glasses resembling Conan's. Zhang Wei, he chuckled. Ah, the little lobster warrior. Lu Jiejia laughed, her dimples appearing as she smiled. I'm not that Zhang Wei. While my name may be common, I am anything but, he asserted. Why is that? Lu Jiejia asked, her large eyes filled with curiosity. Quite simply, because I am one of a kind. You must be joking. Lu Jiejia feigned annoyance, pouting her lips. Kill him. Kill him all? Qin Shi could no longer contain himself and leaped up. Patience, my friend. A moment's folly could disrupt grand plans. Hu Dahai quickly restrained Qin Shi, his own eyes glinting with a hint of menace. Suin shivered, perplexed by the increasingly chilly atmosphere within the vehicle, unaware that countless eyes filled with malice were fixated on him from behind. Suyu opened her backpack and retrieved a blue coat. Would you like to wear this? Yes. Suin nodded eagerly. He then donned the coat, a pleasant fragrance wafting toward him, reminiscent of fresh grass, which he found quite comforting. Damn, this kid is truly top-notch. The boys in the back gritted their teeth, lamenting their single status. Is this reward truly a reward? At that moment, many were regretting their victories. As the bus wound its way up the mountain road, Li Ming leisurely remarked, it's a bit bumpy. Suddenly, the bus jolted violently, catching all the students off guard, causing a chaotic commotion. Due to not fastening her seatbelt, Suyu was propelled onto Suin's lap, his hands instinctively resting on her waist, delicate and soft. They remained in an exceedingly intimate position for 3 seconds, both blushing profusely. Quickly, Suyu sprang back, her hands trembling as she tucked her hair behind her ear. Don't forget your seatbelt, Suin suggested, tilting his head to remind her. Suyu's hands trembled nervously, and she struggled several times to fasten her seatbelt. Wang Wan and Chun Yuan's expressions were vacant, hardly different from Hu Dahai's demeanor. Would these two be able to leave? Fortunately, Suyu finally secured her seatbelt, and the jolting of the vehicle did not overly affect her. Hey, are you here for a tour? A boy in the back seat remarked, noticing their unease, his pupils dilating in surprise. Suddenly, the curtains of the car windows were drawn shut. Li Ming explained, do not worry, everyone. This is a military district, so we must keep our journey confidential. After his explanation, some anxious students began to relax. I thought we might see some beautiful scenery, Hu Dahai remarked. Qin Shi retorted, PSH, I prefer to see planes and cannons. After 2 hours, the group finally arrived at the military district's entrance at 10 o'clock. The words "Serve the People" were prominently displayed. Suin smiled, saying, It's wonderful to see our country strong. It allows us to live happily. Suyu nodded. contemplating her father's connections to the underworld, uncertain if he might someday be apprehended. "Oh dear, my backside is sore from sitting," she lamented. Chapter 45, Military District. Sparring the group disembarked in succession, their eyes widening at the sight of the military district gates. Two military officers stood rigidly at attention, resembling towering pines. Li Ming stepped forward to salute, stating, "The team from Lu University has arrived. Please notify your superiors." One soldier returned the salute and gestured to another to allow entry. Li Ming waved his hand, and the group entered the military district in a grand procession. During this time, Suen stole glances at the soldiers, noting their imperturbable expressions and stern demeanor, their eyes unmoving. "They must have it tough," Suen whispered. "We students tire after standing for half an hour, but these soldiers likely endure for several hours." She subtly nodded in a gesture of camaraderie towards the two soldiers, who responded with faint smiles. Li Ming called out from the front, "Everyone, please refrain from wandering. Just follow my lead. First, we will head to the training ground to show you how our nation's fine young men train." The group unanimously agreed, their spirits lifted, with several students expressing their desire to enlist and serve the country. In the distance, a casually dressed man wearing a cap approached. "Hey, Laoli, you're leading the team today?" "Yes, why? Are you off today?" "Indeed. Haha, it's rare to have a day off. What shall we eat later?" "It's on me." Li Ming chuckled, "Roast duck." "Sounds good." With that, he waved and walked away. Hu Dahai leaned in, asking, "Minggu, how many days do you get off in a week?" "Well, after 2 years of service without a break, things ease up a bit once you become a non-commissioned officer." Li Ming replied, waving his hand dismissively. "I see." Suen and Suyu closely followed the main group, exchanging little conversation, their shoulders occasionally brushing against one another. Subsequently, the two swiftly parted ways, leaving behind a boy whose teeth clenched in pain at the sight of them. As they passed through the entrance, a row of pine trees flanked either side, standing sentinel like soldiers guarding this sacred territory. A tarred road traversed through the center, occasionally crossed by several soldiers. "This is our military district in Luzhong, and it is quite expansive. I suppose we can only cover half of it today," Li Ming remarked with a smile, addressing the group. "Indeed, if we circumvent this road, we will find a training unit on the other side. You youngsters must witness how we undergo our training." Li Ming's face beamed with pride, eliciting smiles from the others, as it was undeniable that the military brothers endured exceptional hardships. At that moment, Suyu softly inquired, "Suen, have you ever considered enlisting?" Suen replied, "Why do you ask?" "Because I noticed a peculiar fervor in your eyes just now," Suyu observed. Ever since entering, Suyu had detected a hint of enthusiasm in Suen's gaze. "Haha, really? Is it that obvious?" Suen chuckled, scratching his nose. "Perhaps it is because they are quite handsome." He added, in truth, it was not so much a desire to join the military. Rather, several uncles in his family had served, fostering within him a distinct sentiment towards these soldiers. He recalled a year when one uncle returned home from a border conflict, and upon seeing his father's worried expression over his younger brother's injuries, Suen came to understand the gravity of their sacrifices. It is precisely because of such selfless individuals that everyone can joyfully engage in banter in the dormitory. "Oh," Suyu pouted, "Suen is certainly not being truthful." The group traversed past the first building, revealing a small plain before them, with several military off-road vehicles parked not far away. "Kill, kill, kill." On the training ground, rows of soldiers clenched their fists, sweat cascading down their faces, yet their imposing presence remained undiminished. They were practicing military boxing, having enlisted this year. Some might even be recent high school graduates who joined the military after their exams, with plans to return to their studies in 2 years. Li Ming remarked as he waved his hand, leading the group closer. "Hey!" One soldier, caught off guard by the approaching group, was swiftly knocked down by his training partner. "Dechun, what are you daydreaming about?" The training sergeant barked, visibly enraged. Reporting, "I was watching them." Dechun quickly stood at attention. "You." The sergeant, unable to reprimand the earnest boy further, waved his hand, allowing him to continue his practice. Li Ming saluted, prompting the sergeant to glance at the students behind him. "Are you from Luzhong University?" "Yes, I thought I would bring them to see you here," came the reply. "Huh, what are you looking at? Just this bunch of rookies?" The sergeant's face wore a frown, instilling fear in Su-un and his companions. However, this reaction was to be expected, after all. Every training instructor for new recruits often bore a fierce demeanor to maintain discipline among the newcomers. Hu Dahai softly spoke to Qin Shi beside him. Look, everyone is so robust. Indeed, without strength, how can we protect everyone? Qin Shi swallowed hard. You just need to train normally. We are merely spectators, Li Ming chuckled. The sergeant nodded and then suddenly conceived a brilliant idea. Come, old Li, come over here. Li Ming and the sergeant huddled together, exchanging whispers that elicited mischievous smiles. The sergeant then stepped away and cleared his throat. Assemble. Instantly, the soldiers formed a straight line. Li Ming returned to the group and said, Ahem, just now I had a chat with that military brother. To enhance everyone's experience. He paused suddenly, seemingly unable to contain his laughter. I have an ominous premonition. Hu Dahai remarked. Qin Shi nodded in agreement. Suin and Su Yu, however, were curiously gazing at the armored vehicle nearby. That vehicle looks magnificent. Su Yu inquired. Do you like it? I do. It's as large as a Range Rover, but probably more expensive, Suin replied. Range Rover? Is it very expensive? Su Yu was unfamiliar with the prices of such vehicles. Quite pricey. I think it's over $1 million, Suin pondered before responding. Oh, Su Yu queried. Is that not expensive? Does Suin like it? Should I buy him one? Next. Each dormitory can send one person to spar with the new recruits or compete in push-ups. It's entirely up to you, Li Ming announced with a mischievous grin. Of course, for everyone's safety, we won't allow them to fight back. As long as you can make the new recruits fall or concede, you win. Upon hearing this, the students fell into silence. So, you mean to say that we, who sleep like pigs every day, are to spar with trained soldiers? The group awkwardly laughed, continuously refusing. What a joke. This is utterly impossible. Suin and Su Yu appeared oblivious, still discussing the Range Rover and the armored vehicle, pondering how many pieces it would shatter into if they collided. All right then, they will quickly choose their representatives. Li Ming chuckled. A few of them noticed that some soldiers had already begun to laugh upon hearing the news. Chapter 46. Back to Gotham. Everyone failed to notice in the corner. Xiao Tuan was pitifully trailing behind, on the verge of tears. Whoa, Qianqian, why did you suddenly take leave? Xiao Tuan lamented, feeling utterly alone, having to follow along. Initially, she was supposed to attend with Li Qianqian, but Li Qianqian abruptly claimed a family matter and took a long leave, leaving Xiao Tuan to follow the crowd alone. Li Qianqian even instructed her to secretly take a few pictures of Suin, ensuring Su Yu wouldn't get too close to him. Woo, Qianqian. With Su Yu's cold demeanor, how could I dare approach? Xiao Tuan sighed, feeling desolate as she trailed behind the group. 3 soldiers, wearing mischievous grins, stepped forward. The sergeant's expression shifted, and he approached them, exclaiming, What are you laughing at? Straighten up. They are the flowers of our motherland. Do you understand our duty? It is to protect these countless blossoms of our nation. Moreover, you are not allowed to strike back. You can only endure the blows. The sergeant barked sternly. The 3 officers, including Dachuan, finally restrained their smiles. Dachuan, step forward. Yes. Dachuan saluted. You go first. Upon hearing this, Dachuan exclaimed, Me? No more chatter, go? Oh, okay. Dachuan advanced with a serious demeanor, bracing himself for the impending challenger. The group of students observed Dachuan, who stood at a height of 182 meters, though not particularly robust. He radiated an aura of strength. They swallowed nervously. All right, classmates, which dormitory will step up first? One by one. Li Ming grinned mischievously. Hu Dahai immediately retreated. Qin Shi followed suit, and even Zhang Wei perceptively sensed their intentions, quickly stepping back as well. Suin was still contemplating whether the Range Rover Sport or the Defender was superior, while Su Yu patiently listened, occasionally voicing thoughts on purchasing decisions. Hu Dahai and his companions had already hidden behind Suin, remaining silent. Wang Wan and her group gathered, saying, We don't have to participate, right? Li Ming replied, Exactly. The girls can sit this one out. There are only a few of them. Wang Wan and her friends breathed a sigh of relief, adopting expressions of eager anticipation as they awaited the commencement. A tall and slender boy stepped out from the ranks, casting a glance at Su Yu, seemingly curious to see if she would acknowledge his prowess. Oh, is it you? Yes. I'll go first. Choose someone. The group stepped back as Suin and Su Yu finally grasped what was unfolding. This brother here. The lanky boy, aware that pointing might be inappropriate, gestured instead. A not particularly tall soldier nodded with a smile, grinning mischievously. Li Ming's eyes lit up. Oh yeah, he picked the strongest one. If memory served correctly. This fellow had been the city's champion in Sonda before enlisting. Yet, it mattered little, for the soldier could only dodge and defend, not strike. The lanky boy cast a glance at the girls nearby, feeling triumphant. After teasing the soldier with a smile, he assumed a combat stance, only to remember that he could not strike, immediately standing upright. He swallowed hard, dismissing any doubts. He had stepped forward and had a chance to earn 3 years of preferential selection rights. His roommates were already prepared to record the moment. Huh? The lanky boy shouted, waving his fists in exuberance. What is this all about? The military brother, filled with confusion, effortlessly evaded a few punches. Subsequently, as he maneuvered, the tall, slender man slipped on a stone and fell, causing a commotion. Hu Dahai grimaced, remarking on the absurdity of the situation. A group of boys instinctively covered their faces in embarrassment. In that moment, the tall man, feeling the heat of humiliation, recognized the awkwardness of the scene. Qinshi then spoke up. Brother, it's time to go back. Batman has decided not to hit you anymore. In truth, all the boys understood the tall man's intentions. With so many girls around, he merely wished to display a fade. Now, however, his attempt had backfired. Hu Dahai nearly succumbed to his amusement. Clearing his throat and saluting, "My apologies, young brother." He then returned to the ranks. The slender man rose, covering his flushed face as he blended back into the crowd, seeking to hide his embarrassment. Bro, still want to record this? Someone teased. Get lost. Who's next? With silence reigning among the crowd, Li Ming chuckled. Come on. You have 10 dormitories. If each dorm sends out one person, it would exhaust our military brother. His sarcastic tone irked the boys, who were brimming with youthful vigor. Who among them could afford to lose? Hu Dahai was ignited by the challenge and nearly stood up. I'll go. Fortunately, Qinshi remained calm and restrained him. Calm down, Brother Hai. This is a game. Seeing that no one else was stepping forward, Li Ming frowned. Well then, I shall call names. At the mention of names, the crowd shuddered, fearing they might be next. Look over there. Isn't that one resembling a gun? Suin and Suyu were still scanning the area, completely oblivious to the tension. Is it? What a big gun. Suyu feigned surprise, recalling the sniper rifle back home, which her father had acquired at great expense and cherished dearly. Li Ming finally spotted Suin and Suyu, his lips twitching in recognition. Aren't you two here to flirt? Upon recalling Suin's name, he exclaimed, That's right. Suin. The crowd turned, curiosity piqued. Suin was taken aback. What is going on? As the realization dawned upon the crowd, they erupted in applause. Suin, bewildered by the sudden ovation, joined in the clapping, smiling uncertainly. Still smiling? Hu Dahai pulled Suin aside, recounting the recent events. Huh. Suin's delayed comprehension ignited Li Ming's irritation. That's not good, is it, instructor? Suin blinked in confusion, and Suyu nodded in agreement, concerned about what might happen if Suin fell. Suin pondered. He had indeed learned military boxing, having been encouraged to practice by uncles and his grandfather, who had imparted martial arts skills to him. Yet, he had never mentioned his aptitude for combat. It's fine, he won T-strike back. As long as he falls, that counts as a loss. Li Ming chuckled, revealing a wide grin. Already envisioning the moment, Suin realized he could not possibly topple their military brother. How could a university student bring down a soldier? Do not jest. 2 individuals may stand a chance, but a solitary person stands no possibility, especially when a soldier is in a defensive stance. Suin nodded slightly. Very well then. Suyu's eyes flickered with doubt. Why could she not perceive fear in Suin's gaze? Instead, there was an unmistakable sense of pity. Suyu felt she must have been mistaken. Indeed, earlier at the CAF, Suin had seemingly incapacitated her bodyguard. It was then that Suyu recalled this pivotal moment, though she did not dwell on it. Chapter 47. The 18 Hands of the Black Dragon. Suin shook off her trepidation and slowly stepped forward. Who's coming? The sergeant glanced back. De-chun, you come. All right. De-chun grinned and sauntered up to Suin. No worries, little brother, I won T-strike. De-chun, do not let me hear your dialect again. The sergeant barked in frustration. De-chun's habit of speaking in his local dialect irked him. Every soldier was required to speak Mandarin. Yet, De-chun stubbornly refused, much to the sergeant's annoyance. De-chun turned back and flashed a grin at the sergeant. Understood. Meanwhile, Xiaotuan stealthily activated her phone to record, as Li Qianqian had requested photographs. Surely, filming a video would suffice. However, Xiaotuan quickly stowed her phone away. In a military zone, one must not take photos casually. She resolved to wait for another opportunity. Xiaotuan thoughtfully considered the consequences. What if she were mistaken for a spy and apprehended? Would Anzi be safe? Hu Dahai swallowed hard. While Suin was not particularly frail, she was still vastly outmatched by Dechun. Qin sure shook his head. It's hard to say. Even if that soldier doesn't retaliate, Suin could still end up embarrassed, especially since all the boys are waiting for her to falter. Suyu remained preoccupied with the events of that day. Suin's agility seemed commendable. Wang Wan and a few others, concerned, huddled closer to Suyu. Come on, Dechun urged cheerily. Suin nodded. All right. Just be cautious. Haha, that kid is actually telling the soldier to be careful, truly unaware of their own limitations. The male students erupted in laughter. But Li Ming swiftly silenced them. What is this behavior? Quiet down. Nevertheless, even Li Ming felt that Suin was being a bit presumptuous in requesting caution. Begin. At the sound of the command, Suin's expression shifted to one of seriousness. She clenched her left fist against her face while extending her right hand palm down. Assuming a stance. Wait a moment. This kid? The sergeant's expression soured as he recognized the stance. Wasn't he that the Black Dragon's 18 hands? Li Ming's eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be that this kid truly knew it? The 18 hands of the Black Dragon. A lethal technique once banned in the military was precisely the stance Suin had adopted. The sergeant thought to himself, perhaps she had merely learned a pose from a short video. Suin slightly parted her legs, her aura surging as if she were a ferocious tiger. Here I come. Good luck, Dechun. In an instant, Suin slid before Dechun, extending a single hand toward his throat. He raised his knee, and while Dechun attempted to block, Suin executed an unexpected maneuver. Instead of using his knee, he delivered a sudden kick, leaving Dechun unable to defend himself, causing him to stumble back in astonishment. Was it true? This guy could indeed fight? The sergeant sensed impending trouble. Dechun, strike. I can't strike. Dechun protested. Forget about it. If you don't want to embarrass yourself, just take action. The sergeant quickly comprehended that Suin was undoubtedly a skilled fighter, and even if Dechun struck, he might not be able to injure him. The students exchanged bewildered glances, realizing the gravity of the situation. Is this guy really that capable? Their previous mockery swiftly transformed into embarrassment, their faces flushing with color. Indeed. Suin, you truly possess skill. Suyu exclaimed, eyes sparkling with surprise, never expecting Suin to have such prowess. Dechun's expression hardened as he steadied himself and prepared to throw a punch. Suin sensed the military boxing might be somewhat tricky, so he sidestepped, bending low and suddenly grasping Dechun's joint. No, the sergeant shouted instinctively. Suin immediately recognized he had overstepped and released his grip, only to be met with Dechun's kick that sent him sprawling several meters away. And Hu Dahai rushed forward to help Suin, his face contorted with anger. Weren't you all supposed to be unable to fight? Li Ming wiped the sweat from his brow, terrified. Suin had nearly incapacitated Dechun, merely a second away from a severe injury. Suin waved his hand dismissively. It's fine, it's fine. Hee. Qin Shi and Zhang Wei approached. Sir, weren't we supposed to avoid fighting? Dechun quickly recognized his mistake. I'm sorry, little brother. I was just following the sergeant's orders. The sergeant stepped forward and bowed deeply. Thank you so much, little brother. The students were left in confusion, wondering why the sergeant was bowing to Suin. Only Li Ming and Suin understood the implications. Had Suin truly dislocated Dechun's joint, the consequences would have befallen the sergeant and Li Ming. Suin quickly realized this, which is why he ceased the struggle and allowed himself to be kicked away. It's all good, all good. Haha, I got a bit carried away, Suin said, scratching his head, looking sheepish. The sergeant was sweating profusely, knowing that had the situation escalated, he would certainly face a military tribunal, especially as a recruit under scrutiny. Suin's prowess was alarming. He had subdued Dechun, who had trained for months, in just 2 moves. Get up, brother. You all work hard to protect our country. There's no need for thanks. I owe you an apology, haha. Hearing this, the sergeant exclaimed, what a good lad. May I inquire, little brother, where did you learn that boxing technique? Suin pondered for a moment. My second uncle taught me. What is your surname? The sergeant inquired, intrigued. This style of boxing had been banned and was rarely known. Suin displayed a puzzled expression. What of the surname in? Upon hearing this, the sergeant's demeanor shifted dramatically. Which region is it that the dialect of Shiyuan in Kyoto is spoken? The sweat on the foreheads of the non-commissioned officers has increased. Commander-in of the Kyoto Armed Police Brigade remarked, My goodness, who is this? This is not your second uncle, but my ancestor. The non-commissioned officers could scarcely stand. Li Ming overheard a few words and promptly inscribed Xu Yuan on the ancestors list. Shu. Noticing that the non-commissioned officer seemed quite knowledgeable, Xu Yuan gestured for him to be discreet. The officer hurriedly nodded, and Xu Yuan led the puzzled Hu Dahai and others away. Where did you learn your skills? Su Yu asked Xu Yuan with a smile, reminiscent of a husband caught hiding a stash of money by his wife. Xu Yuan stammered, unable to articulate a response, casting a desperate glance towards Li Ming for assistance. Li Ming understood the unspoken cue. All right, everyone, it's getting late. Let's go have dinner. Yes, I'm starving. Let's eat. Xu Yuan quickly chimed in. Su Yu nodded. Fine then. Xu Yuan must be famished after even engaging in a fight. Thus, no further inquiry was made regarding the source of Xu Yuan's skills. Wang Wan and the others, along with Hu Dahai, remarked, your uncle dotes on your father. Li Ming exchanged a knowing glance with the non-commissioned officer, but remained silent as they led the group away, preparing to head to the cafeteria. Chapter 48. Conclusion of the tour. CAF eat quickly, and then we shall proceed with the tour, Li Ming began. But before he could finish, a man in a military cap approached him and whispered something. Li Ming's expression turned grave as he nodded in acknowledgement. Students, I apologize, but the military district has a mission, and we must return to school early. Li Ming expressed his regrets. Has it only been this short a time? A boy complained. But it was unavoidable, as they had traveled such a long distance only to be told they could not enjoy their time. Li Ming added, I sincerely apologize for this. Once we return to school, you will be exempt from military training, and today you may rest. How does that sound? Upon hearing this, the students felt relieved, lowering their heads to continue eating. Xu Yuan remarked, I must say, this is truly delicious. Su Yu nodded in agreement, acknowledging it as one of the finest meals she had ever tasted. A simple braised pork, prepared with such exquisite flavor, could only be accomplished by the enigmatic cooking team. One might surmise. After a flurry of consumption, Li Ming swiftly led the group away, where they could see rows of military personnel marching in perfect formation, fully equipped. Xu Yuan pondered whether it might be a military exercise. All right, everyone, let us board the bus, Li Ming instructed. Thus, the group began to return to the bus, seating themselves in the same manner as they had arrived. Silence enveloped the journey. They soon arrived at the entrance of Ludong University, where Li Ming exchanged farewells with the group before driving away hurriedly. Xu Yuan and Su Yu spoke softly. What is the matter? Where are you headed next? Su Yu inquired. I don't know. Perhaps back to the dormitory for a long sleep, Xu Yuan replied with a smile. Could you accompany me to that CAF we used to visit? I would love to have a drink. Su Yu beamed. Hu Dahai. In the Qin dynasty, the traitor Zhang Wei was happily chatting with Lu Jiejia, while also adding her on WeChat, which only served to infuriate Hu Dahai further. Su Yin readily agreed, thinking it better to accompany Yu Ge for a coffee instead of returning to an uneventful day. Su Yu waved goodbye to Wang Wan and her companions, and the two casually hailed a taxi at the school gate. Jiang Lang mused, Su Yu is taking a sick classmate to the hospital. Something feels off to me. Su Changqing, puzzled, glanced at his daughter's recent diary and posed a question. Jiang Lang, seated comfortably, chuckled, it's perfectly normal, big brother. Look, little Yu even cares for her classmates, haha. Su Changqing nodded, noticing that the classmate, overwhelmed by a severe headache, leaned against Su Yu's shoulder. However, Su Changqing was perplexed. If Su Yu struggled to embrace even herself, why could her friend easily rest upon her? Jiang Lang pondered for a moment before responding. It's quite normal. It signifies that that friend is Su Yu's closest companion. Su Changqing, though somewhat skeptical, trusted Jiang Lang, who had been with him for many years, and thus decided, never mind, let us go, Lang. We shall have a cup of coffee. Which place shall we choose? Su Changqing contemplated. Let us visit the CAF that little Yu often frequents. I must sample what the youth enjoy, lest she deem me outdated. Haha, splendid. Let us take my sports car then. Jiang Lang smiled. As Su Yin stepped out of the car, he spotted Wang Fan sitting vacantly inside the CAF, seemingly lost in thought and not even engaging with his phone. The door swung open, and Su Yin greeted, Hello, Fan Ge. Wang Fan, startled, turned to see Su Yin and exclaimed, Oh, Shaoan, come in, come in. He then noticed Su Yu behind Su Yin's sister-in-law. Come in, come in. Wang Fan grinned mischievously. Su Yu's face flushed, yet she did not decline. Su Yin quickly clarified, It's not like that, Fan Ge. Shoo, I understand, Wang Fan chuckled, inviting them to the bar counter. What would you like to drink? Anything is fine, Su Yin replied with a smile. A rose latte, Suyu softly requested. All right. No need to pay. We are friends. Our CAF can afford it, huh? Wang Fan laughed heartily and turned to prepare an Americano for Suan first. What's up? Shouldn't you both be in military training lately? Wang Fan inquired amidst his work. Haha, we spent the day visiting the military district as part of a school event. And since there was nothing else to do today, we came here, Suan explained. I see. Studying is wonderful, unlike my daily toil. Wang Fan exclaimed as he slammed a cloth onto the table. Suan, concerned, asked, What's wrong, Fanga? You seem troubled. Wang Fan paused, then waved his hand dismissively. Oh, it's nothing, nothing at all. Come on, here is your coffee, Wang Fan continued, having prepared each cup for them. How are you both faring lately? He asked with a smile. Suan and Suyu nodded in agreement. Suan, we are well, Fanga, but I noticed that you seem a bit off. Have you been working too long and feeling weary? Were you working? Wang Fan was taken aback, and then Suan too was startled. Not that kind of work. Oh, look at my mind, haha. Wang Fan burst into laughter, and Suan joined in. Suyu, however, was utterly perplexed by the peculiar antics of these two boys. Wang Fan leaned closer to Suan and whispered, So, has Suyu made a move yet? Suan's face flushed. Not yet. Suyu, sipping his coffee, perked up his ears, but still couldn't decipher their hushed conversation, only catching sight of Suan's crimson cheeks. I need to use the restroom. Suan awkwardly stood up, intending to calm himself for a moment. The restroom on the first floor is broken. Let us go to the dormitory, Wang Fan suggested. Suan nodded and headed straight upstairs. Just then, a red Ferrari pulled up at the entrance. Suyu's pupils dilated. How is it that he's everywhere? He then saw Su Changqing, clad in a black suit, stepping out and holding the car door open. Ailang, drive slowly next time. You're getting old. Haha, brother. Didn't you say you wanted to experience youth? Zhang Lang's words trailed off as he spotted Suyu in the CAF. Su Changqing, puzzled, wondered why the conversation was left unfinished. Are you carsick too? He asked, glancing up and following Zhang Lang's gaze. His eyes widened, and then he burst into laughter. Xiaoyu. Suyu tilted her head, perplexed. What is this old man doing here? Wang Fan was equally bewildered, feeling that this middle-aged man looked familiar. Then a chill crept over him as Suyu's voice slowly reached him. You need to stop Suan. If he sees that old man, you'll... She made a slashing motion across her throat. Wang Fan swallowed hard. Got it. In an instant, he dashed up to the second floor. Su Changqing happily pushed the door open. Ha! Xiaoyu, what are you doing here? We truly are destined to meet. Suyu ignored him, merely casting Zhang Lang a glance, seemingly asking why this old man was present. Zhang Lang shook his head with a smile. Chapter 49. Pulling strings. Suyu's mind raced with thoughts, leading her to a resolute decision. She absolutely could not allow Su Changqing to see Suan. For Su Changqing, today was indeed a splendid day. He had come to learn about coffee for his daughter and unexpectedly found his beloved daughter here. Little did he know, Suyu was far more concerned about someone in the restroom upstairs. Xiaoyu, aren't you in school today? Su Changqing took a seat at the bar. Zhang Lang also sat beside him, eager to witness how Suyu would handle the situation. As Zhang Lang surveyed the surroundings, he noticed Suan was absent. Assuming Suan was in the loft, the maintenance tag on the restroom door indicated as much. Thus, Suyu had to resolve her father's presence and escort Suan away within 5 minutes. The more Zhang Lang pondered, the more excited he became, his face involuntarily twitching. Today is a day off, no school, Suyu replied coldly. Su Changqing, accustomed to her indifference, continued, Are you settling in well at the dormitory? If you find it uncomfortable, should I ask Dad to purchase a house near Ludong University for you? I've heard that college students can live off campus. Suyu shook her head, saying, No, if I live outside, I won't get to see Suan easily. Su Changqing smiled and nodded. All right. It seems you are getting along splendidly with your friends. Su Changqing felt a sense of joy witnessing Suyu's progress and happiness. By the way, has the money been transferred to Suyu this month? Yes, 1 million. Zhang Lang smiled. Today I'm in a good mood. Let us add another 1 million. Su Changqing chuckled. Zhang Lang nodded in agreement. Suyu looked at the two, speechless. Her bank account already held over 10 million. Since she couldn't possibly spend all that, it just kept accumulating. Hey, what about that barista? Su Changqing suddenly noticed the absence of staff at the bar, realizing he couldn't order a drink. In the restroom, Suyu's expression turned icy. She could only hope that Wang Fan could keep Suan occupied. What are you doing, Fango? Suan asked, bewildered, as Wang Fan had been showing him his clothes since he arrived. No, wait, I have another one. Take a look. Wang Fan, in a moment of urgency, pulled out a bright red sock from the wardrobe. Suin paused, glancing at the rather flamboyant item. If there's nothing else, I'll head down first, he said, preparing to open the door. Wang Fan immediately stopped him. Wait. Suin looked at him, puzzled by his odd behavior. Could it be that Wang Fan had grown tired of women and was now interested in men? A shiver ran down his spine. Suyu likes you. In a moment of desperation, Wang Fan blurted it out without considering the consequences. What? Suin was taken aback. Just moments ago, Suyu had confided in Wang Fan about her feelings for him. This cannot be true, Suin thought, recalling how, even if Suyu truly liked him, she would never be so straightforward in expressing it to Wang Fan. He shook his head in disbelief. It's true. Suyu asked me how she could be with you. Wang Fan spoke earnestly, and even Suin was momentarily stunned. Really? He gulped. Come, take a seat. Wang Fan urged, pulling out a chair for Suin, who complied and sat down obediently. I'm telling you, Suyu is the shy type who struggles to express herself, you know? Suin nodded, compelled to listen as Wang Fan spoke earnestly. That's why she asked me about it. But I believe. He paused for effect. What? Suin leaned in, curious. Why not confess your feelings to her? Honestly, I say you have a 90% chance of success, Wang Fan declared. Upon hearing this, Suin's face flushed. Wait a moment. Don't rush to interrupt. I have experience, trust me, Wang Fan continued, growing more animated, regardless of the truth of his words. As long as he could keep Suin engaged. The barista here is quite remarkable. Has he abandoned his shop? Su Chongqing was intrigued upon encountering such a CAF for the first time. Meanwhile, Suyu sat coldly to the side, her mind racing with thoughts on how to drive Su Chongqing away. She glanced at Jiang Lang, who raised an eyebrow, seemingly suggesting there was little he could do. Suyu immediately averted her gaze, exhaling deeply. Xiaoyu, are you feeling unwell? Su Chongqing inquired, noticing Suyu's evasive behavior and heavy sighs. No, Suyu replied curtly. Su Chongqing, upon hearing this, shook his head in resignation. The child was perfect in every way, save for her lack of affection towards him. In a moment of melancholic reflection, he sighed and began, Xiaoyu, your mother, my beloved, has been gone for so many years. Do you still hold it against your father? Suyu paused, turning away, ignoring Su Chongqing. Alas, Xiaoyu, your father acknowledges his mistakes. Please forgive me. Our family is now engaged in legitimate business, he lamented, his face, worn by the passage of time, etched with sorrow. Yet last month, you cast someone into the sea. Suyu suddenly interjected. Coughing, Su Chongqing felt an overwhelming wave of embarrassment. After pondering for a moment, he asked, Xiaoyu, have you encountered a boy you like? Jiang Lang immediately perked up his ears, while Suyu momentarily froze, quickly regaining her composure. What? Are you eager to marry me off? Not at all. Su Chongqing nearly choked on his words, pausing to gather himself before continuing. He hesitated, uncertain whether to proceed. But Jiang Lang seemed to grasp what Su Chongqing was about to reveal. Some time ago, the head of the Zhang family in Kyoto had called Su Chongqing. They were old acquaintances. The Zhang family has a younger son, 24 years old, who has just returned from abroad and expressed a desire for their children to meet. Su Chongqing understood the implications behind the invitation. Essentially, the young master of the Zhang family had taken a liking to Suyu. However, he refrained from agreeing immediately, merely smiling as he ended the call. The Su family was not intimidated by the Zhang family, yet Su Chongqing recognized that Suyu would inevitably fall in love someday. Was it his role to oversee this? The Zhang boy was quite decent, polite, well-educated, and sensible. Clearing his throat, Su Chongqing resolved to inform Suyu appropriately. Do you remember that boy from your childhood whom you always called brother? Suyu pondered for a moment before shaking her head. I do not recall. It is irrelevant. That young master has returned to the country, and I understand the Zhang family wishes for you to grow closer to him, Su Chongqing continued, but before he could finish, he quickly amended. Of course, if you are not interested, we need not concern ourselves with him, huh? That is not my opinion, but rather your Uncle Zhang's suggestion. Suyu raised her eyes, her gaze icy as she fixed it on Su Chongqing. Leave. Chapter 50. Another crab roe noodle? Su Chongqing, overwhelmed by Su Yu's commanding presence, found himself devoid of any retort and dared not utter another word. Jiang Lang stood by, reveling in the misfortune, having already warned you not to engage with Xiaoyu. And now, look at the situation. The bond between father and daughter, which was tenuous at best, has led Xiaoyu to believe you intend to sell her off. Ahem. Truly, Xiaoyu, this is what Uncle Zhang has said, not I? Su Chongqing maintained a solemn expression, making an effort to distance himself from the matter. I shall grant you an opportunity, Su spoke softly. At the sound of this, Su Chongqing perked up immediately, hoping to redeem Xiaoyu's affection. What must I do? Speak, Xiaoyu. Even if you are displeased with that young Master Zhang, I shall arrange for someone to deal with him at once. Su Chongqing disregarded all else, prioritizing the need to placate his beloved daughter. Please, leave with a cheerful heart, and do whatever you and Uncle Jiang have planned, Su said with a smile. Watching Su Chongqing as he slowly began to respond, Su Chongqing, momentarily taken aback, swiftly turned and exited with Jiang Lang, not looking back. But I haven't even had my coffee yet, Jiang Lang lamented. Once they were in the car, Su Chongqing erupted with excitement, grasping Jiang Lang's arm. Xiao Lang, just now, Xiaoyu smiled at me. Should we give the elder brother an award? Jiang Lang replied, shaking his head nonchalantly. This is the first time in many years that she has smiled at me, Su Chongqing exclaimed, his emotions heightened, and even his eyes shimmered with unshed tears. After all these years, his daughter had finally smiled at him. Go. Today I shall distribute 1,000 yuan red envelope to everyone in the company. Let joy abound. Su Chongqing laughed heartily, unable to suppress his joy at the mere thought of Xiaoyu's smile. What are you laughing about? Yugu? Suan inquired with curiosity. Since descending, Suyu had been watching him with a smile, making him feel a tad bashful. Why, are you not smiling for me? Suyu maintained her cheerful demeanor, responding playfully. Of course I can, Suan said, turning his head, increasingly finding Yugu endearing. Wang Fan at the bar let out a long sigh of relief. With safety restored, he continually gulped down water, having barely paused while up there, his throat nearly parched from speaking. Suyu felt satisfied and resolved that Boss Wang deserved a raise. A raise was imperative. It's getting late. Shall we dine? Suyu suggested with a smile. Suan nodded, realizing it was indeed afternoon. Time for a meal. He stood up, waving goodbye to Wang Fan. Goodbye, Brother Fan. We shall return. Suyu also waved politely. Wang Fan, looking bewildered, waved back. Next time, please don't come. As the two walked down the street, Suan touched his head, feeling nervous as he recalled Wang Fan's earlier words. Suyu questioned, wondering what Wang Fan had said to Suan that made him act so shy after they descended, like a little girl. In truth, Suan did not wish to behave this way, but the awkwardness was overwhelming. Who could remain unembarrassed when a girl who admired him was so near? Especially when that girl was Suyu, possessing beauty and a figure that was simply exquisite. Others may not know, but Suan certainly did. After all, he was a man who had once been close to her. Let us eat. Suyu halted in her tracks, while Suan followed her gaze. Goodness, crab roe noodles. What's wrong? Suyu noticed Suan's excitement. My goodness, brother, do you remember? That night, I had only 100 yuan on me, but that crab roe noodles cost 188. Suan's eyes widened. How many bowls of braised noodles could I buy with that? Suyu, puzzled, inquired. Is it really that expensive? But it has been this price for years. Come on, I'll take you to eat. Suyu smiled, disregarding Suan's reaction, and grasped her hand. The soft sensation coursed through her body like a surge of electricity. Suan swallowed hard and immediately followed suit. Upon reaching the entrance of the restaurant, Suyu released Suan's hand, who was still lost in the moment. A smile danced on Suyu's lips. Still can't let go? Boss, 2 servings of noodles, please. Suan rushed to the counter. Certainly. A familiar voice echoed from the chef, who was rolling out dough. But he thought little of it. What? Suan's eyes widened as he realized that the crab roe noodles, priced at 188, were indeed worth it, nearly overflowing with crab roe, covering the noodles entirely. Suyu extracted a pair of chopsticks and handed them to Suan. Give it a try? It's delicious. Suan nodded and expertly mixed the crab roe with the noodles, taking a few bites. Her pupils dilated. It's delicious. Suyu beamed with joy, recalling the last time Suan treated her to braised noodles. This time, it was her turn to introduce Suan to the best noodles she had ever tasted. It was also a little secret of Suyu's. She didn't want Suan to be the only one treating her to delightful meals. She wanted to share the experience too, right? Hee. Suyu chuckled foolishly, her eyes squinting with delight, her smile crescent-shaped and utterly charming. After finishing the crab roe noodles, the two slowly returned to the entrance of Lu University. As evening fell, The lights of the nearby budget hotel illuminated the area, making it quite conspicuous. Suin, feeling a sudden wave of guilt, glanced at the hotel. Suyu quickly caught Suin's gaze, and her imagination ran wild. What was Suin staring at? Could it be that he? Suyu instantly recalled that night, when she had spent hours pondering over matters between men and women. Her face flushed crimson as she unconsciously quickened her pace. Hey, brother, you wait for me. Suin hurried to catch up. However, Suyu's thoughts became increasingly bashful, her cheeks growing warmer. You naughty rascal, Suin exclaimed, perplexed by her own feelings. Before long, Suyu returned to her dormitory without even saying hello. Suin ambled back to her own dorm, pushing the door open to find Qin Shi and Hu Dahai standing before Zhang Wei. Suin's eyes widened as she noticed Zhang Wei bound to a chair with bed sheets, resembling a suspect in an interrogation. What is going on? Suin asked, bewildered. You're back just in time. Come, Anzi, take a look at this traitor, Zhang Wei. Bah, you too. I merely added someone on WeChat. Is that a crime? Zhang Wei retorted angrily. Wait, what is happening? Suin was even more confused. Subsequently, Qin Shi succinctly outlined Zhang Wei's criminal activities. It transpired that Zhang Wei had developed a rapport with Lu Jiejia, leading to their exchange of WeChat contacts and a shared meal that afternoon. Did I not bring you both lunch? Zhang Wei retorted, visibly indignant. Humph, you dined with a girl today. Tomorrow, won't you take her to a hotel? Hu Dahai thundered in anger. Suin sighed, rubbing his forehead, acknowledging that all three were quite the characters, none particularly exemplary. Zhang Wei turned his head dismissively. I added her anyway. Who cares what you think? Oh dear. Increase the intensity of the punishment on the fourth. Hu Dahai shouted immediately. Qin Shi picked up a piece of grass, approaching Zhang Wei with a mischievous grin. What are you planning to do? Zhang Wei sensed an ominous turn of events. Take off? What do you mean by take off? What nonsense are you spouting? Chapter 51. The last day, without military training on the final day of military training. Zhang Wei wore a morose expression, while Qin Shi and Hu Dahai beamed with pride, walking with their heads held high. You fool, Zhang Wei muttered softly. Suin chuckled. There was nothing they could do about it. The previous night, those two had held Zhang Wei down, tickling the soles of his feet throughout the night. Laughter filled the dormitory, all thanks to Zhang Wei's joyful outbursts. Li Ming stood under the sun, addressing the students. Today marks the last day of military training. Cheers erupted from the crowd, laughter ringing out as they anticipated the end of their 7-day ordeal. Li Ming smiled. Witnessing the exuberance of these youthful students each year brought him joy as well. All right, I shall refrain from further ado. We won't be training today. Come, find a cool spot, and let us sit and chat. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted with shouts of Brother Ming is magnificent, and Brother Ming forever for an hour. Li Ming? A group of students gathered under a tree, laughing and chatting as Li Ming settled down. Does anyone have a performance? A performance? What kind of performance? Hu Dahai inquired. It's the last day, let us showcase some talents. Li Ming suggested, aiming to uplift the atmosphere. I'll go. A boy stood up. The days of military training had fostered familiarity among them, alleviating any potential awkwardness. The crowd immediately applauded. Hello everyone. I am a personal military trainee who has practiced for 2.5 hours. Laughter erupted in waves, punctuated by applause. Li Ming chuckled, recognizing the humor in the situation, as the boy energetically waved his hands, coin fist. Laughter filled the air once more, though the girl seemed puzzled, unable to comprehend why the boys found such amusement in what appeared to be a poor joke. For the boys, however, it was not merely a jest. It was pure joy. Each one, upon encountering the individual, would laugh and cheer. Brother Cohen, greetings. The simplicity of their happiness lay in mutual respect and an understanding of boundaries. After the boy concluded his performance, Hu Dahai raised his hand. Brother Ming. It's my turn. Li Ming nodded with a smile, eager to discover what talents Hu Dahai possessed. As Hu Dahai stepped forward, he cheerfully proclaimed, Hello everyone. Allow me to sing a song for you. Suin was taken aback. Could this fellow actually sing? Qin, immediately sensing something amiss, thought, what on earth? Before long, Hu Dahai belted out a song with fervor, his voice both vivid and expressive, captivating the audience, albeit to the point of discomfort for some. Dahai, please, spare us your vocal prowess. Qin shouted from below, clearly unable to endure any longer. Hu Dahai chuckled. Thank you, everyone. As for a personal concert, that will have to wait. I still need to improve my skills. A collective sigh of nostalgia reverberated through the crowd, but laughter ensued as well. Despite Dahai's less-than-stellar vocal performance, he had brought much joy. Li Ming, let us merge our two teams, bellowed an instructor from Team 12, not far away. Suin immediately perked up. Team 12. Suyu squad. Li Ming smiled, glanced at Suin, then turned back. All right. The students from Team 12 began to arrive in succession. Suin lifted her gaze, searching for a familiar figure. Moments later, she spotted Suyu, clad in camouflage, her high ponytail catching the sunlight, making her all the more enchanting. A boy beside Suin glanced between her and Suyu, a spark of jealousy igniting within him. Hey, Su. Suin awkwardly sidestepped, only to find herself encircled by a group of boys, who promptly seated themselves beside her, leaving no space in between. It was clear they were determined not to let Suin and Suyu sit together. Suyu, are you going to sit with Suin? Wang Wan inquired. Is that not allowed? Suyu asked, puzzled. It's fine, Qin Yuan replied with a shy smile. Then, under the wide-eyed gaze of the crowd, Suyu approached Suin, glancing at the boys beside her. Move aside. Within 3 seconds, the area around Suin cleared, leaving at least a 3-meter gap, and no one remained near her. Satisfied, Suyu nodded and sat next to Suin. The boys muttered, the safety of males is paramount. Li Ming chuckled and began discussing with the instructor from Team 12. Now that the two teams had merged, the possibilities for fun seemed endless. They leaned in, exchanging smiles as they plotted their amusement. Meanwhile, other students cast sidelong glances at Suin and Suyu, eager to see what the duo would do next. Suin coughed awkwardly, while Suyu tilted her head and promptly retrieved a bottle of water from her bag, extending it towards Suin. Are you thirsty? Thank you. Suin accepted the water, indeed feeling parched, and gulped it down. Water from the school beauty. Oh dear. Mom, I'm heartbroken again. At that moment, Li Ming interjected. All right, everyone, let us play truth or dare. Yes. The crowd responded eagerly. This game was bound to be entertaining. Li Ming produced a handkerchief and proclaimed, in a moment, I will turn my back. Everyone, pass it swiftly. The one who receives it must stand up and choose between truth or dare. Sound good? A chorus of enthusiastic agreement echoed around him. With a smile, Li Ming continued, I'll spin slowly, so be quick. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned away, and the handkerchief was passed with great haste. No one cared who was beside them, and chaos erupted as the handkerchief was tossed about wildly. I am about to turn around, Li Ming announced. The pace of passing quickened, the handkerchief occasionally soaring through the air. Li Ming, whistling with delight, reveled in the excitement he had instigated. Suddenly, he turned back, only to find the handkerchief had landed in Qin Shi's hands. Qin Shi's expression darkened, amidst the throng. He had somehow become the fortunate recipient. Oh, you. Choose, truth or dare. Li Ming chuckled. Qin Shi rose to his feet, declaring, truth. Who will ask? Instantly, everyone clamored to be the one to pose a question. Li Ming, not one to be foolish, naturally selected someone familiar, and Hu Dahai was chosen. With a gleeful grin, Hu Dahai stood up, casting a mischievous glance at Qin Shi. Hey, Brother Hai, we share a bond like brothers. Qin Shi swallowed hard. Hu Dahai waved his hand dramatically. Then I shall cut to the chase. Qin Shi, how many times have you been in love? A wave of murmurs swept through the crowd. Once, Qin Shi replied. Really? Hu Dahai exclaimed, incredulous. Of course. Qin Shi laughed, then took his seat. Suin turned to Yu Gu and inquired. Do you think the handkerchief will end up in our hands? I don't know, but it seems likely, he replied. Readers from the previous chapters know that writing is my hobby, and I tend to be quite casual about it. Criticism serves as a form of stress relief for me, and I appreciate any suggestions. Thank you for reading. Chapter 52. My eyes are not good. I am nearsighted logically speaking, with so many people present. Suin found it hard to believe that such misfortune would befall him. The handkerchief could not possibly land precisely in his and Suyu's hands. He thought to himself that Qin Shi was simply unlucky. Before long, the game resumed, and Li Ming cast a significant glance at Su and before turning away once more. Start. The handkerchief began to circulate rapidly, and the students had started teasing their friends, their eyes nearly popping out in anticipation as they continued to pass it along. Li Ming, unfazed, proclaimed, I'm about to turn around. Hurry up and give it to me. The handkerchief flowed swiftly once more. Suin observed, that's quite a distance. It's unlikely it will reach us unless the handkerchief can fly. Suyu gently chimed in, and Suin nodded, enough of that. Fly over to me. As if. Suddenly, stop. Li Ming turned quickly and glanced at Suen. Oh, it's you. How did it get to you? Suen gazed at the handkerchief in his hand, his face a portrait of disbelief. How could this even happen? It turned out that not far away, a girl, in her haste, had thrown the handkerchief into the air, and it had gracefully fluttered for a moment before landing securely in Suen's grasp. The girl, feeling a tad embarrassed, shyly ruffled her hair and hurriedly apologized to him. Suen, taken aback, rose and waved his hand dismissively, though he couldn't shake the feeling that this was a bit absurd. So, Suen, will it be truth or dare? Li Ming inquired with a grin. Suen pondered for a moment and replied, let us go with dare. I'll set a good precedent. Huh? He chuckled, dismissing any concerns. As this was merely a school setting, and surely, they wouldn't engage in overly audacious tasks. Li Ming then began to scan the crowd, seeking someone to assign Suen his task. At that moment, Zhang Wei raised his hand, declaring, Instructor, I share a dormitory with him. I'm not afraid of getting hit. Excellent. That's the spirit of sacrifice we need. Li Ming responded with a smile. Zhang Wei stood up, his gaze sharp, adjusting his glasses. Suen swallowed nervously, wondering what Zhang Wei was about to propose. Hu Dahai and Qin Shi looked on anxiously, eager to see what task Zhang Wei would concoct for Suen. Apologies. I'm a bit nearsighted and can't see clearly. Suen, why don't you give a hug to the student on your left? I'll take my seat now, Zhang Wei said, pulling out a cloth from his bag to clean his glasses. At that moment, a gust of wind swept by. Suen exclaimed, wait, you really can't see? You can't see Suyu sitting to your left? Hu Dahai and Qin Shi gave Zhang Wei thumbs up, impressed. What? I'm nearsighted. Don't talk to me. I can't see anything, Zhang Wei retorted. The atmosphere in the room ignited with anticipation, everyone eager to see how Suen would respond. Suen gulped. Instructor, what is the punishment? He contemplated, determined not to allow Yu Gu to embrace him in front of so many people, though they had hugged before. The circumstances were different this time. Yu Gu, being the campus belle, attracted attention, and news spread quickly on the university forum, potentially leading to undesirable rumors. Thus, Suen resolved to accept the punishment instead, 2 laps around the playground. Li Ming chuckled. Suen gazed at the scorching sun outside, hot enough to grill food, and steeled himself, nodding. All right, I'll take the punishment. At this moment, the onlooking students, who had anticipated a spectacle, displayed their disappointment. Just as Suen took a step forward, Suyu spoke up. Suen, I'm the student to your left. Her expression remained indifferent, betraying no hint of emotion. We're playing a game. Let us have fun, she explained. Suen replied, Wow. The crowd erupted once more. A faint blush crept on his Suyu's cheeks, and she, with determination, parted her lips. Suen discerned what Suyu was alluding to. She continued, what should I do? My left and right brains are in turmoil. Should I go for it? Or perhaps not? Why not just let it go? But this is a game. No. What to do? In that moment, Suen found himself rooted to the spot, his mind in disarray from the internal conflict. A hug. Someone shouted from the crowd. No, absolutely not. A boy yelled, don't, Su Xiaohua. A hug. No. The students began to panic. Seizing the moment, Suyu gently embraced Suen, only to swiftly retreat to her seat, her expression devoid of emotion, as if nothing had transpired. Cough. Let's return, Li Ming suggested. Suen remained frozen, bewildered by the rapidity of the hug. The students, wide-eyed, pondered whether Su Xiaohua had indeed initiated the embrace. At that instant, one could almost hear the sound of hearts shattering. Mom, I've fallen in love again, Suen thought to himself, returning to his seat. Still dazed from the recent event. A hug between brothers is reasonable, right? Suyu whispered. Of course, Suen nodded. The whole incident lasted merely a second or two, while some students, still caught in the chaos, lamented their missed opportunities, fervently shaking their companions. It's all your fault. My fault? What did I do? Aren't we in the same dorm? The game of pass the parcel resumed instantly. Suen cast a dubious glance at Li Ming, wondering if he would turn back at the last moment. What if Suyu ends up with the handkerchief? Begin. Suen promptly handed the handkerchief to Suyu. She then passed it to a girl beside her, but just as the girl reached for it, Li Ming spun around and shouted, Stop. Suen's eyes widened in disbelief. You're actually playing this way? Li Ming responded. Too slow? Wait, that's not right. Cough. Truth or dare? Upon hearing Li Ming's declaration, Suen's expression darkened. Indeed, if Suyu hadn't acted quickly, she would have been next. Truth. The girl spoke softly, appearing quite shy. Time swiftly passed, and before long, it was noon. Li Ming clapped his hands and declared, "All right, that's enough. It's time to wrap this up." The crowd erupted in cheers. Finally, the military training is over. Li Ming smiled. "Everyone, keep up the good work. Soon, you'll have to return to the classroom for a while. That will mark the true conclusion." Time flew by. And after bidding farewell to the instructors, Suin and his companions received a message from the teacher in their group. Indeed, they were to head to the classroom for a meeting. Chapter 53. The exceptional class leader. What do you think about those who cry while following the instructors? Wang Wan inquired. A few individuals remained silent, their reticence stemming from recent events. Many shared this sentiment, with some even attempting to add the instructor on WeChat, only to be declined. Suin remarked, "Without knowing the entire context, I shall refrain from commenting. Even with full knowledge, I find myself disinclined to offer my thoughts." At this juncture, Qin Shi interjected. As Suin and Suyu resided in the same dormitory, they naturally walked together. Suddenly, Hu Dahai had an epiphany and suggested, "How about we organize a social gathering in our dormitory? Did Qin Shi not mention that we could enjoy a barbecue after military training? Let us do it together." Wang Wan and the others pondered for a moment before responding. "That sounds good. But you must wait for us to do our makeup." "No problem. We're all buddies," Hu Dahai cheerfully replied. Suin turned to Suyu and inquired, "So, shall we go out to eat together tonight?" Suyu nodded with a smile. Zhang Wei and Qin Shi had no objections either. Thus, the 8 of them agreed to dine together that evening, indulging in barbecue and beer. At the Economics and Management building, first-year students from the Economics and Management class arrived at their classroom, seemingly too early, as the room was mostly empty. "Oh, you've arrived. Please take a seat. We'll finish swiftly," Zhao Yu greeted with a smile. The group exchanged pleasantries and instinctively settled in the last row. Upon sitting down, Hu Dahai suddenly sensed something amiss. "Where's Zhang Wei?" he queried. "Indeed," Qin Shi concurred, glancing over to find Suin and Suyu seated nearby. Meanwhile, Zhang Wei was surprisingly seated with Lu Jiejia, engaging in laughter and conversation. "Traitor," they muttered in unison. Wang Wan was seated beside Qin Yuan, both casting glances at Lu Jiejia, with Wang Wan speaking first. Could it be that Jiejia, perhaps? Before long, more classmates gradually entered the classroom, filling the small space to capacity. Noticing the attendees had nearly assembled, Zhao Yu addressed the class. "Zhang Qiu, could you please confirm if everyone is present?" "Certainly, teacher." Class leader Zhang Qiu replied, rising to survey the room. Having previously memorized most of the faces when distributing military training uniforms, he was aware of who was absent. "All present." "Thank you," Zhao Yu smiled, taking a sip of Sprite. "I apologize for the abrupt start to our class meeting right after military training, but it's unavoidable. The entire school must convene, haha." "It's no trouble, Zhao Gu, just say what you need." Others chimed in. "Yes, it's not a big deal. Just go ahead." Initially filled with resentment, the students softened their stance upon witnessing Zhao Yu's demeanor. University students tend to complain vocally, but as long as the speaker is amiable, they are typically amenable. Zhao Yu, being relatively young, likely understood this, which is why he spoke to them in such a manner. "All right, I won't waste any more of your time. Military training has concluded, and tomorrow, being Sunday, you all shall have a day of rest." As soon as Zhao Yu finished speaking, the classroom erupted into a chorus of jubilant cheers. Zhao Yu smiled wryly, then gently tapped the table to remind everyone to quiet down. He added that if anyone wanted to go out for a meal, they could consult him, as he was well acquainted with numerous delightful eateries to avoid any culinary missteps. Upon finishing his statement, laughter filled the classroom, and the atmosphere grew lively. The seniors from their second year would also be returning to campus soon, and he encouraged everyone to check the class schedule in their group chat the following evening. However, Zhao Yu's expression turned serious as he cautioned them not to be caught absent by their instructors, lest his own salary be jeopardized. Zhao Yu squeezed the piece of chalk in his hand, prompting Hu Dahai to rise and interject. "Well, Brother Zhao, what if we manage to evade detection?" He continued. "If the teacher catches me absent, then it counts. If not, that's an entirely different scenario." Zhao Yu chuckled. "I suppose if you aren't caught, it's akin to being in class, isn't it?" The room erupted in laughter, with students expressing their delight at having such an understanding class advisor. Zhao Yu then added, "I previously neglected to mention that I will grant each of you 2 opportunities for extended leave. Of course, for matters of joy or sorrow, feel free to approach me at any time. I shall accommodate." His words touched the hearts of his classmates, who felt an overwhelming urge to embrace him in gratitude. Many had previously encountered advisors who were unyielding, especially concerning bereavement, which had caused considerable concern among them. However, they now felt reassured. Clearing his throat, Zhao Yu continued. I have reviewed our class schedule and will refrain from elaborating on the few instructors whose classes I suggest we attend punctually. The students paused momentarily before realizing the implications of his words. Zhao Yu was subtly indicating which instructors were strict and which were lenient. This revelation prompted a chorus of admiration. Brother Zhao, you're incredible. You are even more handsome than Wu Yanzu. Though none dared to compare themselves to his charm. No one had expected Zhao Yu, their class advisor, to be so accommodating. Suin could not help but murmur. This advisor is truly wonderful. Su Yu, however, was preoccupied with thoughts of Suin and missed Zhao Yu's comments entirely. Well, enough of the pleasantries. If you all venture out for drinks tonight, please prioritize your safety. Should the dormitory supervisor need to contact me, do not hesitate to do so. Zhao Yu said with a smile, demonstrating his understanding of youthful sentiments. After his remarks, seemingly anticipating an onslaught of affection, he swiftly exited the classroom. Before the excitement could fully commence, he poked his head back in, warning, those heading to the rooftop to chat, please do not disturb me. I am not looking to change jobs. And with that, he dashed away once more. Laughter erupted among the students, and they began to rise, chatting and joking as they departed. See you all tonight. Hu Dahai waved to Su Yu and the others. Understood, understood. Wang Wan replied impatiently, tugging at the still enraptured Su Yu as they exited together. Let us go, let us go. Are you still gazing at the feathers? Qin Shi pulled Zhang Wei along. Suin waved his hand and turned around, as the two groups parted ways, each returning to their own homes. What else with the sighing, Anzi? Hu Dahai observed Su in slightly downcast mood and spoke up. It's nothing. I'm just pondering other matters. Suin shook his head, deep in thought about whether he should seek out that hotel and resume his studies. Though he wasn't sure he would have time to indulge in a night of revelry. I'm known as the inebriated jester of the drinking scene. Hu Dahai suddenly shouted. You're just boasting. Qin immediately retorted, I can down beer with ease. 2.5 Gina Baijiu. Who dares to challenge me? Zhang Wei, the fool, adjusted his glasses and scolded. Chapter 54, Dining at Eat Your Horse Oho. After a refreshing shower, Hu Dahai, clad in shorts, sat on the bed with a broom in hand. I am the sea god, Hu-san. Why do you not kneel before me? His face radiated pride, and a hint of mist escaped his body. Goodness, I possess an ethereal aura. That mist is merely the result of stepping into cold air after a hot shower. Qin scoffed. Moreover, who is this sea god, Hu-san, that warrants our reverence? Hu Dahai was puzzled. Because it's nonsense. Enough of this. I'm off to watch 30 Years of the East and 30 Years of the West. It was then that Hu Dahai realized the absurdity of his claims. Suin Tao dried his hair, contemplating what to wear for the evening, while Zhang Wei lingered in the bathroom, enjoying his hot shower. Indeed, this day had been the most joyous for the group in recent times. Oh dear, watching this video after a shower is simply delightful, Qin exclaimed, his eyes nearly bulging at the sight of a sultry figure clad in black stockings. By the way, where shall we dine tonight? Hu Dahai inquired. The three fell silent for a moment before shaking their heads. Ask Zhao Gu, Suin suggested, retrieving his phone to dial their class advisor's number. Zhao Yu speaking, came the reply. It's me, Zhao Gu, Suin. Oh, the one rumored with the school beauty, right? What is up? Suin paused for a few seconds, pondering the meaning of rumored, before asking Zhao Yu where the best barbecue could be found, along with a pleasant atmosphere. Without hesitation, Zhao Yu replied, Eat your horse. Suin was taken aback. Why are you cursing? I'm not cursing you. That barbecue joint is called Eat Your Horse. Suin nodded in understanding and expressed his gratitude before hanging up. What are we having? Hu Dahai queried. Eat your horse. Suin replied. Hu Dahai was momentarily stunned. What else with the cursing, Anzi? Indeed, Anzi, speak properly, Qin chimed in. It's called Eat Your Horse. Suin clarified. The two individuals, still skeptical, took out their phones and searched, currently planning a route to Eat Your Horse for you. They immediately pressed on the option. The name of this barbecue restaurant was indeed quite peculiar. It sounded rather intriguing. At that moment, Zhang Wei emerged wrapped in a bath towel and clad in flip-flops. Drying his hair. Where shall we dine, brothers? Hu Dahai replied, Eat your horse. Zhang Wei questioned, Really? After a brief exchange of friendly banter, Qin Shi hurried off to take a shower. Xiao Yu, what do you think of this outfit? Lu Jejia asked gleefully, showcasing several dresses that she was trying on. Wang Wan, applying her makeup, looked puzzled and remarked, Jia, have you been on hormones? You never dressed like this. Chen Yuan nodded in agreement, finding Lu Jiajia's recent behavior rather odd. Hey, do you perhaps have a crush on Zhang Wei? Chen Yuan leaned closer to Lu Jiajia, teasingly nudging her with her elbow. Ah, are you insane, Xiao Yuan? Lu Jiajia's face flushed crimson, and it was evident to everyone that indeed, there was something brewing between the two. Su Yu was equally perplexed, wondering when they had started their affair. Oh dear, everyone, please stop asking. I merely have a slight fondness for him, Lu Jiajia confessed, her cheeks resembling ripe apples. Oh, that is hardly just fondness. You seem eager to pin him down. Wang Wan teased. Su Yu, confused, inquired, what do you mean? Chen Yuan lowered her head, saying, it means. Instantly, Su Yu's face turned beet red, realizing it implied something more physical. Ha ha ha, Xiao Yu. You're quite the innocent one, Chen Yuan chuckled. You all. Su Yu stammered, genuinely curious about what that feeling was like. As the girls in the videos seemed to convey, Chen Yuan momentarily fell silent, stuttering, hee. In fact, I've never had a boyfriend. Uft. Wang Wan interjected. What are you scoffing at, Xiao Wan? Could it be that you? Lu Jiajia gasped in shock. Wang Wan retorted, nonsense. I am not the kind of girl who is frivolous. I have merely dated. The three of them quickly huddled together, gossiping with great enthusiasm, not even bothering to change their clothes. What is happening? Wang Wan's eyelids fluttered. In unison, the trio queried, have you kissed? Wang Wan stammered, I have kissed. At that moment, Su Yu posed a profound question. I've seen many relationship videos discussing tongue action. What does it feel like? Wang Wan abruptly stood up, exclaiming, this. Chen Yuan wrapped her arms around Wang Wan's shoulders, urging, come on, tell us. We are all still single and inexperienced. Wang Wan's beautiful face was momentarily washed in the glow of the setting sun. Yet, as a girl from northeast China, she shook her hand nonchalantly, feigning normalcy. All right, it's hard to explain, but... After Wang Wan finished speaking, Su Yu and the others widened their eyes in astonishment. How magical. Your body tingles. It feels like an electric shock, Su Yu noted, jotting it down in her mind. Oh dear, stop looking at me. Lu Jiajia, I have a task for you. Wang Wan suddenly interrupted the conversation. What task? Inquire with Zhang Wei about where to enjoy barbecue on Wang Wan Road. All right. Lu Jiajia promptly retrieved her phone and dialed Zhang Wei's number. Hey, where are we dining tonight? Lu Jiajia inquired with a smile, only to be abruptly silenced, her expression shifting to one of awkwardness as she nodded. What's wrong? Where are we eating? Wang Wan continued to apply her makeup. At Qian'ai, Lu Jiajia replied. Wang Wan halted her movements in surprise, while Su Yu and Chen Yuan exchanged puzzled glances. Lu Jiajia clarified, it's the name of the barbecue place, called Qian'ai. Su Yu, returning to the wardrobe to ponder her outfit for the evening, noticed a package of unopened black stockings. Wouldn't this be too revealing? Su Yu's face flushed. Come on, Enzi, Hu Dahai shouted, his fingers fidgeting restlessly. Stop yelling. We're on. Su En's expression turned serious. We're dead again. Hu Dahai cried in anguish. Su En shook his head, realizing it was indeed quite challenging, especially with Hu Dahai being such a liability. Zhang Wei adjusted his glasses. Bro. Trust me. Su En replied, what? The next round is definitely a win. The four boys, free from the burdens of makeup and outfit selection, decided to immerse themselves in gaming, knowing they had some time before evening fell. They opted not to have lunch. Qin fiddled with his computer. His package had just arrived from the courier, and he began the installation process. Su En poked his head from the bed. Old 4, your computer looks really sleek. Of course, I spent all my red envelopes from the college entrance exam on this setup. Chapter 55, a toast to the upcoming university life. I really need to consider purchasing a computer, Su En thought, contemplating the potential necessity for future courses. What's up, Anzi? Zhang Wei asked, noticing Su En's prolonged silence. Nothing, just mulling over what kind of computer to buy, Su En chuckled. It's simple. We'll go shopping together. I need to buy one too, Zhang Wei suggested. Sure. The group engaged in several more rounds of gaming until the clock struck 7 in the evening. Let us go, Hu Dahai urged from the doorway, prompting Qin, who was still putting on his shoes. Coming. The four of them, dressed as if heading into battle, marched down the street in unison. Brothers, Hu Dahai began softly. The others responded, curious about his next proclamation. Let us drink until we drop. Hu Dahai laughed. You're just bragging. The others immediately protested, among boys. Drinking was a competitive sport. Though their bodies might yield, their pride would never concede. They arrived at the school gate, where they had arranged to meet Su Yu and the others. Before long, four striking figures appeared in the distance, causing Su In's eyes to widen in disbelief. What on earth? Among the four, Su Yu stood out with her striking ensemble. She donned a thick hoodie on her upper body and a pair of cropped jeans that accentuated her figure. Most notably, her fair, model-like legs were adorned with black stockings. Anzi, you scoundrel, glanced over, exclaiming, a friend's wife. This is unacceptable. The others playfully chastised Suin. You truly deserve this. Suin was taken aback. The impact akin to a bomb detonating in his chest. He instinctively swallowed hard, captivated by those exquisite legs. At that moment, Wang Wan and the others arrived at the school gate. Lu Jejia wore a light yellow dress with a subtle makeup look. Her chubby cheeks evoked an irresistible urge to pinch them. Truly, she epitomized the sweet girl from Hunan. Wang Wan was the tallest among them, even surpassing Su Yu. Dressed in a short-sleeved top and cropped jeans, her long legs elegantly rested on the curb. Chen Yuan, adhering to a more conventional style, sported a short-sleeved shirt and jeans. Though her pants notably flattered her figure, Suin struggled to avert his gaze from Su Yu's legs, though it proved quite challenging. Su Yu felt elated. Affirming her choice of attire, wasn't he mesmerizing? Ladies, let us proceed, Hu Dahai exclaimed, uplifting the atmosphere. The group had already devised a plan. The barbecue restaurant was not far, merely a short stroll away, hence they opted not to take a taxi. Lu Jejia had already sidled up to Zhang Wei, engaging in lively conversation. Wang Wan walked alongside Chun Yuan, teasing Hu Dahai intermittently. Where did you purchase that Rolex? I want one too. It looks quite authentic. Sister, this is the real deal. Hu Dahai waved his hand vigorously. Come on, it doesn't suit you. Wang Wan laughed. Indeed. It was difficult for anyone to perceive Hu Dahai as a wealthy heir, likely due to his usual demeanor. Su Yu and Suin lagged behind. Suin feeling a rush of warmth, as though Su Yu's lower half was exerting its influence over him. Do not misunderstand. It was merely his eyes that were captivated. Stop staring. Suin fumed inwardly, yet his gaze betrayed him. Those legs. He quickly turned his head away, thinking, no, I mustn't look. I'll truly end up with a nosebleed. Su Yu, perceptive to Suin's reactions, smirked. Shaolin, maintain your composure. Who would have imagined that the wealthiest heiress of Luqing would be using black stockings to charm men? As they traversed a street, they spotted the barbecue restaurant in the distance, aptly named Eat Your Horse Barbecue. Approaching the establishment, Hu Dahai called out, Boss, a table for 8. Certainly. Welcome to Eat Your Horse. The owner replied. Suin softly inquired, Is there anything you wish to eat? Su Yu shook her head. I'm unsure. I've never tried barbecue. After a mental tussle, Suin decided to order a plethora of barbecue options, ensuring Su Yu would sample everything. Boss, bring us 2 cases of beer. Hu Dahai shouted exuberantly. Hey, Chubby, how much can you drink? Wang Wan's eyes glinted with sarcasm. What? Are you going to drink too? Hu Dahai frowned, feeling insulted that Wang Wan looked down upon him. Who do you think you are? I'm from the Northeast. With a grand gesture, Wang Wan pulled a bottle of beer from the table and effortlessly popped the cap off with a swift tap. Indeed, in the Northeast, a region renowned for its drinking culture, Wang Wan was no stranger to beer. Hu Dahai and Qin Shi's eyes widened in awe. A true expert. Lu Jejia and Chun Yuan exchanged glances and chimed in. Can we have just a little taste? Since they were inexperienced drinkers, they decided to start with a small sip. Suin turned to the side to ask Su Yu, Are you going to drink, Yuga? Su Yu glanced at the beer before nodding. Yes. She was curious to try something that Suin enjoyed. Hu Dahai opened several bottles and poured a little for Chun Yuan and Lu Jejia, then turned to Suin. After receiving a nod, Hu Dahai poured half a cup for Su Yu. Confused, Su Yu asked, Why does he need to see you nod before pouring for me? Suin scratched his head, caught off guard by the awkwardness of the situation. It was difficult to explain. Su Yu, intrigued, turned to Suin, wanting to understand. Qin Shi raised his glass. Cheers. Let's celebrate the official start of our university life. Cheers. The clinking of glasses resonated in the air. After the toast, the 4 boys and Wang Wan downed their drinks in one go. Refreshing, Hu Dahai exclaimed, slapping the table. If you're so refreshed, go sit somewhere else. Wang Wan retorted as her cup was knocked over by Hu Dahai's exuberance. Laughter erupted among the group. It was clear that these two were quite entertaining. Although they weren't very familiar with each other, their playful banter was amusing. After taking a small sip, Lu Jiejia and Chun Yuan smacked their lips. Not bad. It's quite refreshing. How is it? Suin quietly inquired of Suyu. To his surprise, Suyu had already finished half her drink. Wow, you drank that fast? It's okay. It tastes a bit like a soft drink, Suyu replied softly. Yes, it does resemble a soft drink, but be cautious. This can get you drunk quickly. Suin warned. Suyu nodded, her expression blank. Will I get drunk? Does that mean you will too? Come on. Are you just showing off? Hu Dahai and Qin Shi began their playful rivalry. Each held a bottle, challenging each other to drink a large gulp, neither willing to back down. Within moments, one bottle was gone, and they reached for another. Will they get drunk before the barbecue even starts? Wang Wan remarked, having never seen anyone get inebriated after just 2 bottles. As the barbecue dishes gradually appeared on the table, Suyu gazed at the intriguing assortment. Unable to tear her eyes away, Suin picked up a skewer of fish balls and offered it to Suyu. What is this? The fish balls were delicious, and Suin took a skewer to savor, while Suyu followed suit and took a bite. Suyu's eyes widened in delight. Delicious. This rivaled even grilled hot dogs. Subsequently, she stuffed one after another into her mouth, filling it to the brim with fish balls. And this, and this. Seeing Suyu genuinely enjoying herself, Suin continued to place skewers in front of her. You too, you should eat, Suyu said, chewing her food. All right. The others joined in on the skewers, and it must be said that everyone unanimously agreed that the barbecue at Ima was indeed something special. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been recommended by Zhao Yu. Cheers. Hu Dahai's complexion had started to flush as he raised his glass and clinked it with Qin Shi's. The two drank swiftly. Come on, let us drink, Wang Wan declared with exuberance. The others raised their glasses and laughed as they drank, with Suyu sipping a small half glass. It's so hot, Hu Dahai remarked. As is well known, after consuming some beer, the body tends to feel warm. This is a normal phenomenon. Suin glanced at Hu Dahai, his eyelids twitching slightly. Buddy, are you really okay? Hu Dahai's neck and face were flushed beyond reason. He waved his hand dismissively. I'm fine. Qin Shi was taken aback. Really? Are you drunk? What? How dare you say I'm drunk? Hu Dahai stood up, ready to challenge Qin Shi with the bottle. Maybe let us not, buddy? Qin Shi quietly suggested, but he could not withstand Hu Dahai's insistence. And Hu Dahai gestured for Suin and Zhang Wei to join in. Suin smiled, and thus the scene unfolded. With 3 girls enjoying grilled sausages while 5 boys engaged in a drinking contest, with Wang Wan being the most spirited, her bravado leaving Suin in awe. Before long, 2 boxes of beer had been consumed. Hu Dahai had downed 5 bottles, Qin Shi 6, and Suin also 6, while the others shared the remaining drinks. At this point, Hu Dahai was feeling a bit dizzy, and Qin Shi was also slightly tipsy. Boss, bring another box, Suin shouted, clearly also feeling the effects. Suyu glanced at Suin, her expression curious, as if pondering something. Soon, another box of beer arrived at the table. Wang Wan waved her hand. I'm done drinking, it's too much. Suddenly, Hu Dahai wrapped his arm around Wang Wan. Come on, brother. We're celebrating today. Later, I'll treat everyone to the biggest private room in the royal city. We must have a blast. Wang Wan looked exasperated, twisting Hu Dahai's ear. If you touch me again, I'll kick your little C into pieces. Hu Dahai was momentarily stunned by the twist, and the others thought he might back down, but instead, he exclaimed, Oh dear. What do you mean, little C? I must show you what a great C looks like. He then stood up, hands reaching towards his pants. What the heck? What are you doing? Suin shouted, and Qin Shi hurriedly stepped forward to restrain Hu Dahai. Zhang Wei had meticulously documented every moment. What is the matter? Is everyone afraid of my great ocean? Hu Dahai, feeling the effects of alcohol, exclaimed. Suin, slightly lightheaded and flushed, forced himself to drink a bit more with Zhang Wei. Qin Shi whispered something to Hu Dahai, who, unsurprisingly, had no intention of releasing his grip on the festivities and returned to his seat. Wang Wan, with a look of disdain, shifted aside. Come, let us drink. Hu Dahai seized the bottle once more, and the others chimed in. One bottle after another was consumed. To be candid, Suin felt he had never drunk so much in his life. It wasn't he that he lacked tolerance, but they had already polished off nearly 10 bottles. Burping, Suin, dizzy and dazed, struggled to maintain his composure. SpongeBob, let us go catch jellyfish. At that moment, Hu Dahai, in a fit of excitement, shouted at Qin Shi. To everyone's astonishment, Qin Shi retorted, Patrick Star, can you not be so immature? The 4 girls looked on, bemused. Zhang Wei quietly continued recording on his phone. Qin sure tugged at Hu Dahai, saying, Patrick Star, we're not playing with you anymore. No. SpongeBob, aren't we best friends? Hu Dahai protested, his face a picture of grievance, completely unlike his usual self. Chen Yuan and Lu Jiejie struggled to stifle their laughter, fearing they might spit out their skewers. I'm going to work at Krabby Patty. You can play by yourself. Qin sure stated seriously. No. Hu Dahai began to shake Qin sure vigorously. At this moment, Zhang Wei had recorded enough and slowly stood up. Let us call it a night. I'll take them home. The others agreed. As the two were indeed quite inebriated, Suyu turned to the quietly sitting Suen. Are you drunk? I'm not drunk, Suen replied, feigning calmness. Though in his mind he pondered, why does this bottle seem to have two legs? Let us disperse. Everyone should go home and rest, Wang Wan suggested. Rising to her feet, Suyu then softly spoke, I'll take Suen for a breath of fresh air. Wang Wan raised an eyebrow. A breath of fresh air? Surely you know that drinking and fresh air will only make one more intoxicated. Just as Wang Wan was about to say more, Suen interrupted, sounds good. The others fell silent. Zhang Wei paid the bill first. Lu Jiejie and the others wanted to contribute. Zhang Wei shook his head. It's fine. SpongeBob is treating us. Next time, just bring SpongeBob out to eat. The group chuckled and refrained from further insistence. Patrick Star, SpongeBob, let us go. We're off to catch jellyfish. Zhang Wei declared as he stood up. All right, Squidward. The two replied in unison. Goodbye, shall you come back to rest early? The three girls waved goodbye to Suyu. Anzi, Zhang Wei called out. Huh. Suen, feeling dizzy, wondered who was speaking to him. You can do it. Huh. Suen stumbled slightly, prompting Suyu to gently support him. Just next door was a park, frequented by residents walking their dogs. And Suyu decided to take Suen for a stroll there. It was now 10:30 in Kyoto, and the night air had begun to cool. A gentle evening breeze swept through, causing Suen to shudder slightly, as if his mind had suddenly exploded. The two walked silently into the park. Let us take a seat, Suyu suggested, leading Suen to a secluded bench in the corner. Suddenly, Suen grasped Suyu's arm, asking, Who are you? Suyu was taken aback, bewildered by his question. Suen continued, seemingly lost in his own thoughts. So this is how it is. Suyu, perplexed, ventured cautiously. Suen, why did it seem like he was even more intoxicated? Initially, she had planned to discuss something else, but Suen abruptly exclaimed, Friend, you have a crush on me, right? Suyu was startled by his words, her face flushing crimson as she turned away, thinking, how could he have said that aloud? Hee. Well, you might need to abandon that plan, Suen remarked. Suyu felt a shock of disbelief. Because I have someone I like. Chapter 57. The night is truly beautiful. What? The evening breeze tousled the strands of the girl's black hair. And Suyu could hardly believe she had heard Suen confess he liked someone. She dared not continue the conversation, as Suen was still lost in his ramblings. Suen looked utterly dazed, his head pounding. Before Suyu could finish her thought, Suen leaned closer, seemingly struck by a sudden whim. You're so beautiful. Ah, thank you. Suyu was taken aback by his unexpected compliment and quickly tried to avert her gaze. Yet, Suen remained transfixed, admiring her beauty. An instinctual impulse surged within him as his hand gently rested on Suyu's waist. Suyu froze, questioning his intentions. Suen, dazed, gazed at her, inching his face closer until only a few millimeters separated them. You. Suyu swallowed hard, a bold thought flickering in her mind. Suen was drunk. Surely he wouldn't remember any of this tomorrow. But what if he did? In that moment, Suyu found herself in a quandary. Her gaze falling on Suen's delicate lips. She bit her own lip, the atmosphere thick with tension, their breaths the only sound in the tranquil park. Suen's eyes were glazed, a testament to his inebriation. I really want to kiss him. Suyu's thoughts took root, echoing the words Wang Wan had spoken earlier in her mind. A kiss would mean he's mine, right? With that thought, she closed her eyes and leaned in closer to Suen. Suen, momentarily startled, thought, what is happening? As the evening breeze continued to rustle through the deserted park, their lips met in a fleeting moment. The taste of alcohol enveloped Suyu, jolting her back to reality. She quickly turned her head away, her entire body aflame. Completely unprepared for what she had just done, Suen, however, remained bewildered, questioning what had just transpired. Yet, he felt an inexplicable softness on his lips, as if he had tasted something delightful, and he yearned for more. He grasped the blushing Suyu, turning his head. I want more. Suyu was momentarily taken aback. Yet it was too late. Suen leaned in, their lips converging, and she was utterly ensnared. The youthful hormones surged explosively, reverberating through the night. And Suyu's heart raced, his tongue. However, Suin had already succumbed to the moment. An absurd yet dramatically charged scene unfolded. A girl, half-conscious, and a boy, reeking of alcohol and dizzy. Suyu felt weak, yet yearned to hold Suin tightly, her hands slipping around his waist. Suin pulled her closer, his advances growing more fervent. Breathless, Suyu's lips swollen, she could hardly believe she had unwittingly surrendered her first kiss. Glancing at Suin, who was sprawled on a bench, fast asleep, she exclaimed inwardly, "You scoundrel! Will he wake up in the daylight and deny this?" Suin, blissfully unaware, slept soundly, smacking his lips and wrapping his arms around his own thighs, nudging his head inward. A shiver ran through Suyu, yet she hastily reassured herself that it was all right. He was intoxicated. Sitting quietly, her heart raced with each beat as she observed Suin beneath the night sky, a wave of anxiety washing over her. "Suin, I like you." Her most genuine confession echoed into the unresponsive night. At that moment, Suin murmured in his sleep, his lips parting as he emitted soft sounds. "You go." Suyu turned in shock, only to find Suin still deeply asleep. Was he dreaming? Suin curled his arms around his legs, mumbling incoherently, occasionally calling out her name. Suyu was both amused and exasperated by his antics. "Suin, In his slumber, Suin continued to mutter, and Suyu attentively listened to what he was saying. "I like you." The phrase once again slipped from his lips, prompting Suyu to lean in closer. "Who do you like?" "Why only the latter part?" "This is maddening, Suin." Seeing that Suin remained silent for an extended period, she grew frustrated and shook him awake. Suin groggily opened his eyes, still quite inebriated. Suyu took hold of his arm and began leading him back to the school. Under the streetlights, the lipstick mark on Suin's lips was distinctly visible, while Suyu's own lipstick had diminished significantly. After dragging Suin to the entrance of the boys' dormitory, she realized she did not have the WeChat contact for Hu Dahai and his friends. Thus, she gently set Suin down at the door. As she opened her phone to find Zhang Wei's contact to send a friend request, the lack of response made her anxious. She contemplated knocking on the dorm supervisor's door, but hesitated. What should I do? Suyu squatted down, gazing at the heavily intoxicated Suin, feeling at a loss. Should I just book a room? This thought crossed her mind, but she immediately shook her head vigorously. No, that is far too hasty. Wait, why was she even considering such things? All she intended was to see Suin safely to bed before returning to her own dormitory. Yes, that was right. Suyu quickly gathered her thoughts and once again lifted Suin, carrying him outside the school. Fortunately, the security guard was unfazed. After all, university students were a common sight. Suyu noticed a brightly lit budget hotel and made her way there. Inside, the light was bright, and a middle-aged man was idly playing on his phone. Upon seeing a guest, he immediately stood up to welcome them. Suyu hesitantly spoke. "I would like to book a room." This was her first experience at a hotel, and it was particularly nerve-wracking as she was accompanied by a young man. How could she not feel shy? The middle-aged man, clearly accustomed to such situations, paid her little mind and extended his hand. Confused, Suyu wondered what he wanted. Identification? The request left her utterly bewildered. She hadn't anticipated needing an ID. "You are an adult, aren't you?" the man inquired. "But how do I prove that?" Despite her reservations, Suyu managed to bring Suin into the hotel on the third floor. To verify their adulthood, she found her electronic ID on her phone. Thankfully, it was the age of the internet. However, it took quite a while for the manager to allow Suin entry. Holding the key card in her hand, Suyu felt her cheeks flush. "Right, just drop him off and leave. I won't be staying here." She repeatedly reassured herself that it was perfectly reasonable for friends to help each other out. As she pushed open the hotel room door, Suyu gazed at the pristine white sheets with a sense of novelty. She gently set Suin down and stretched her shoulders, realizing she was a bit weary. Sensing the softness of the bed, Suin immediately shifted, his shoes slipping off effortlessly. Suyu swallowed hard. Time to leave. Yes, just one last look. She leaned in closer to observe Suin's face, her heart racing. His disheveled hair added a touch of rebellious charm, causing her cheeks to redden. Should I kiss him again? Suyu brought her face near, their lips barely grazing, before quickly pulling back, her face flushed with warmth. Suddenly, her phone vibrated. Chapter 58. A night at the hotel, Suyu pulled out her phone to see it was Wang Wan calling, likely checking on her whereabouts and ensuring she was safe. She answered the call. "Xiao Yu, are you in trouble? Why haven't you come back yet?" Wang Wan inquired with immediate concern, glancing at Suan on the bed. Suyu stammered. Ah, well, I'll be back soon. Oh, then I'll sleep first. Just be careful, Wang Wan replied before hanging up. Suyu exhaled deeply, her gaze returning to Suan. Should I hug him? Recalling the warmth of their previous embraces sent her heart racing once more. Her body instinctively leaned closer to the bed, and she wrapped her arms around Suan's back, pressing herself against him. It felt so comforting. Suyu found solace in this moment, wishing only to drift off to sleep undisturbed. Maybe just a short nap? She thought. Yes, just a little rest. It is rather peculiar. Despite Suan having consumed a considerable amount of alcohol, Suyu never detected a strong scent of liquor. Instead, she was enveloped by a delightful fragrance. She could not fathom the reason behind it, but it was undeniably pleasant. One person was sound asleep while the other clutched his body, her eyelids gradually drooping. Hu Dahai, sporting a wild mane, arose from the bed and glanced at the sunlight streaming through the window. What time could it be? Qin Shi also twisted her body, appearing reluctant to rise. Zhang Wei had already awakened early and was absorbed in his book. It's 11:30. Upon hearing this, Hu Dahai felt it was still early and lay back down. Qin Shi snuggled deeper into her blanket, intending to steal a few more moments of sleep. At this juncture, Zhang Wei turned a page and softly remarked, "It seems Suan has not returned to the dormitory. So what if he hasn't returned? Perhaps he has gone out for a meal," Hu Dahai responded. "What I mean is, Suyu and Suan went out for a breath of fresh air last night, and he has yet to come back." Zhang Wei spoke in a calm manner, as if he had already seen through everything. "Isn't it just that Suyu hasn't returned?" In an instant, Hu Dahai sprang up, his pupils dilating. "He hasn't returned." Qin Shi also leapt from her bed. "He hasn't returned." Yet, Zhang Wei remained unfazed. Hu Dahai immediately jumped down from his bed. "Not back? Where could they have gone?" Qin Shi descended as well, her eyes wide with astonishment. Could it be? The three exchanged glances, and Zhang Wei said, "I don't know. I am going to read." "Oh, where is Xiaoyu?" Wang Wan, upon noticing Suyu's absence from the bed, erupted into a shriek. Chen Yuan and Lu Jiejia were equally filled with apprehension. "I don't know. Quickly, call someone." "Yes, call." Chen Yuan hastily retrieved her phone. Wang Wan, suddenly recalling something, intervened. Wait for what?" Chen Yuan asked, perplexed. Wang Wan glanced at Lu Jiejia. "Ask Zhang Wei if Suan has returned to the dormitory." Lu Jiejia nodded, and soon received a reply. With wide eyes, Lu Jiejia stammered, "It seems Suan hasn't returned either." The three swallowed hard, daunted by their thoughts. "Well, I will go wash my shoes." Wang Wan broke the awkward silence. "I will go buy milk tea. I will go grab a bite." Outside the hotel, Suan swallowed hard as he gazed at the black-clad girl beside him, his mind swirling in chaos. What on earth happened? Why did I wake up with Suyu still beside me? Suan's head throbbed painfully. He could not comprehend the situation. He only vaguely remembered Hu Dahai and himself getting drunk, and everything after that was a blur. The girl beside him seemed to be stirring awake, letting out a few soft sounds before shifting her position, her long legs draping over Suan. "Are we not just friends? Are you trying to seduce me into a crime?" Suan's mind was in disarray, and he inadvertently moved his body, feeling something pressing against her. Suyu slowly opened her eyes, unable to deny how comfortably she had slept. At that moment, Suan wished he could leap from the upper floor in sheer frustration. Curse those tumultuous teenage years. As their gazes locked, a flurry of exclamations erupted. "No, not this. Wait." Suan sprang to his feet, swallowing hard. At a loss for words, Suyu, cocooned in the blanket, was utterly flabbergasted. How had she awakened to find Suan lying beside her? There was no need for him to explain. Her heart was as clear as day. She had not anticipated that a mere nap would lead to sleeping through the night. At this moment, she wished for nothing more than to vanish into a hole, her face aflame with embarrassment. Suan's mind raced, yet he could not fathom a reasonable explanation. What to do? Perhaps pretend to be drunk? But how could one still be inebriated the following day? "That you go. I can explain." Suan thought it possible that he had drunkenly taken Suyu to a hotel. "No need," Suyu replied, wrapping herself tighter in the blanket. Too ashamed to face him. What a predicament this was. Suan was genuinely frightened of alcohol now, yet a strange thrill coursed through him. Had they truly shared a bed? Embarrassed, Suan dashed to the restroom, gazing into the mirror at his own disheveled reflection. What on earth had transpired last night? Even if something had occurred, he could not recall it. Wasn't he that a significant loss? Suyu remained bundled in the blanket, her body temperature rising, both feeling utterly mortified at the thought of facing one another. After a brief wash, Suin emerged from the restroom, awkwardly glancing at the bundled-up Suyu. "Are you going to sleep a bit longer?" he inquired. "Not sleeping," Suyu exclaimed, hastily throwing off the blanket and slipping into her shoes. Suin stole a glance, his heart fluttering. How adorable she looked. Suyu's cheeks were flushed, her eyes darting nervously, her hair tousled. Perhaps many girls appeared this way upon waking. What a situation, Suin mused as he led the way out of the hotel. The middle-aged male proprietor gave Suin a knowing look, followed by a thumbs up. Suin, bewildered, replied, "Not what you think. You go. Maybe you should head back first," he suggested, realizing that lingering together would only amplify the awkwardness. "All right, I'll be leaving then." Suyu agreed, eager to escape the scene. Thus, they parted ways, with Suyu opting not to inquire about Suin's destination, only wishing to retreat to her dormitory and hide. How mortifying. Suin scratched his head, pondering the absurdity of it all. He glanced at his phone. It was nearly time. Hailing a cab, he prepared to head to the Bund. Today, he intended to locate that hotel officially and assess its operational status. Confident that his father would not invest in a failing establishment for him. "Driver, to Ming's Wangfu," Suin instructed as he entered the vehicle. This was the establishment he believed most likely to be the one, with a probability of 90%. "Young man, this place isn't cheap. Impressive for someone your age," the driver remarked, recognizing it as a renowned hotel in Luqing. Suin smiled without speaking as he gazed out the window, gradually departing from the vicinity of Luxiang University and entering the city center. The thought of sharing a bed with Suyu the previous night made his cheeks flush with embarrassment. How did he end up so inebriated? He slapped his thigh in frustration, realizing that his first experience sharing a bed with a girl had occurred under the influence of alcohol. The vehicle swiftly entered the Bund area, Luxiang's most bustling thoroughfare. Perhaps due to the midday hour, few pedestrians graced the streets. Shortly thereafter, the car navigated onto a straight road, where an imposing grand gate loomed ahead. Flanking the entrance were two majestic white stone lions, and the three characters above the gate proclaimed Ming's Wangfu in a commanding fashion. Each time he passed this place, Suin marveled at its magnificence, wishing he could dine within its walls one day. The driver chuckled, "Why not go in?" Suin, puzzled, replied, "Oh, I can't afford it. A meal here costs millions. It's beyond my means." Ming's Wangfu not only boasts standalone villas, but also features Chef Chi Lin. "In any case, I certainly cannot afford it." The driver, with a knowing smile, teased him, acknowledging that the expenses here were unparalleled in Luxiang, beyond the reach of many. Suin nodded in understanding. "Arrived, young man." Upon reaching the destination, Suin paid the fare and tapped on the car window, saying, "Driver, you will surely have a chance to dine here someday." "Ha ha ha. I appreciate your kind words." With that, the driver drove off, leaving Suin to admire the grand entrance, pondering that the old man must have purchased a place here. Suin gazed at the towering white stone lions, giving them an approving nod, thinking, how magnificent. Suddenly, a white Porsche 911 sped toward him. "Now that's impressive," he thought, giving it another nod of approval, only for the Porsche to come to a halt right in front of him. Suin. The window rolled down to reveal a beautiful girl peering out, none other than Bai Qingyu. "Bai Qingyu?" he exclaimed. "Don't be so familiar, call me sister." Bai Qingyu teased as she stepped out of the car, her long legs striding toward him. "What was that for?" "Mind your own business. By the way, what brings you here?" Bai Qingyu questioned, puzzled, as she knew Suin's financial standing could hardly warrant a visit to such a place. "Could it be that Uncle Su has lifted your restrictions and suddenly gifted you a fortune? Why are you so excited? Even if I had $1 billion, it wouldn't concern you." Suin rolled his eyes, clearly annoyed by her earlier playful gesture. "Ah, we're both from the same hometown. What is there to be afraid of? So what are you doing here?" Bai Qingyu leaned against the front of her car, tossing her flowing waves of hair. "My father bought a hotel as a gift for me, so I came to check if it's here," Suin replied. Upon hearing this, Bai Qingyu nearly lost her balance, her finger trembling as she pointed at the characters Ming's Wangfu. "You mean to say that Uncle Su has bought this for you?" Exen nodded, acknowledging that this place indeed met the standards. In an instant, Bai Qingyu stepped forward and grasped Exen's arm, exclaiming, "Brotherin, your sister's fortune relies on you. Are you out of your mind?" Exen replied, "Come on, feel free to indulge your sister," Bai Qingyu stated with utmost seriousness. Aware that her eloquence and audacity surpassed his, Exen chose to remain silent. Bai Qingyu turned around and patted the Porsche, declaring, "Look, isn't it handsome? My father has come to his senses and bought this for me. Let's head inside." Exon took his place in the passenger seat of the Porsche, and as Bai Qingyu drove, they swiftly entered the magnificent estate. Whoa, slow down. No worries. Upon passing through the grand entrance, they were flanked by smooth lawns and several exquisite fountains. At the end of the asphalt road stood a residence that resembled a palace. Bai Qingyu pointed, saying, "There? That's the reception area, which could also be called the restaurant. So what brings you here?" At last, Exon posed the pivotal question. "Well, school starts tomorrow, and I have a few friends inviting me to dine here. Have you eaten yet? Join us, young master of Kyoto." Bai Qingyu teased, and indeed, in Kyoto, those familiar with Exon's background would refer to him as young master. Exon furrowed his brow slightly, realizing he had not yet dined. He was eager to sample the cuisine here, but first, he needed to ascertain if this place truly belonged to him. "Do you know the manager or anyone in charge here?" he inquired, leaning against the car window and gazing at the opulent surroundings. "Nope," Bai Qingyu replied cheerfully. Exon paused for a moment, deciding to ask the staff once they entered. As the vehicle approached the luxurious palace, Exon marveled at the redwood columns. In front of the building, there was an underground passage that appeared to lead to a vehicle parking garage. Bai Qingyu drove into the underground garage and parked in a space. "Let us go." After Bai Qingyu exited the car, Exon followed suit. "Stick close to me. I won't come looking for you if you get lost." "Humph," Bai Qingyu retorted. She led X into a corner where a gray-white elevator door opened automatically, seemingly triggered by their presence. "This hotel is indeed impressive." Exon nodded in agreement. Bai Qingyu pressed the button for the second floor, explaining, "The first floor is for check-in, the second is the restaurant, the third has an indoor pool, and the fourth." Exon nodded, recognizing that the fifth floor offered a complete array of dining and entertainment options. "Ding dong. Welcome to Mingzhuang Mansion," an automated voice announced as the elevator doors opened. "Don't get too carried away. My friends are all from affluent families in Luqing or other provincial capitals, so they are rather well off. I must introduce you, young master." To broaden their horizons, Bai Qingyu declared with a proud expression. Suan was rendered speechless. Bai Qingyu, after all these years, remained unchanged. The opulent hall, brilliantly illuminated, revealed not a single patron dining in the outer area, as private rooms were situated every 10 meters, seemingly occupied by diners. Bai Qingyu waved her hand, signaling Suan to follow. They approached the center of the hall, where a space resembling a bar or reception awaited. A middle-aged man in a white suit promptly advanced upon their entry. "Good day, I am Wang, the floor manager of the restaurant on the second floor. May I inquire if you have a reservation, or would you like to book a private room now?" Manager Wang greeted them with a smile, bowing slightly, exuding utmost politeness. "We have a reservation," Bai Qingyu replied courteously with a nod. "Excellent. This way, please. Allow me to escort you." Manager Wang beamed, but Suan quickly interjected, sensing it might be impolite. "No trouble at all, sir. Is there something you require?" Manager Wang's eyes narrowed, recognizing Suan's unfamiliarity. Chapter 60. Is he truly the big boss? How peculiar. The more Manager Wang observed Suan, the more familiar he appeared, yet he could not place him. May I inquire who currently oversees Mingzhuang Mansion?" Suan asked politely. Manager Wang chuckled lightly. "Young sir, the highest authority at Mingzhuang Mansion is a young gentleman from Kyoto, who is yet to arrive." Bai Qingyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. "A young gentleman from Kyoto? Could it be?" Manager Wang paused, scrutinizing Suan more closely. "Oh, that's right," Suan confirmed, realizing he was indeed in his own domain. "Please hold on." Manager Wang turned to his phone, locating the WeChat group for the Mingzhuang Mansion family, scrolling back through the messages until he arrived at a few days prior. "Here is our new owner, the one holding 100% of the shares, with the surname Su and hailing from Kyoto. Here's a photo." He then displayed a picture of Suan from his high school days, enjoying a bowl of braised noodles. Manager Wang raised his phone to maintain parallel with Suan, squinting slightly. "Goodness, it's him." Manager Wang immediately bowed deeply, exclaiming, "Greetings, Boss Su." Suan was taken aback. Indeed, no need for such formality. "Who currently heads the management at Mingzhuang Mansion?" Suan inquired, eager to grasp the situation with the current hierarchy. "It is Manager Li, responsible for the planning and execution of all operations at Mingzhuang Mansion." "Very well. Could you escort me to him?" Suan smiled. "That would be inappropriate. It is not necessary for you to go in person. Please, Enjoy your meal with your friend. I shall promptly inform Manager Li to meet you at the Dragonfly Pool. Manager Wang replied. Turning to a young attendant, he commanded, Xiao Zhang, please escort these two to the Dragonfly Pool. He then nodded towards Suin and stepped back. Ah, Suin, you are truly the big boss of Mingzhuang Mansion. Bai Qingyu exclaimed, her eyes alight with excitement. Suin replied, do not be overly enthusiastic. It is merely business. You are unaware. Mingzhuang Mansion's monthly profit can reach hundreds of thousands. This is my own estimation. Bai Qingyu, with an excited demeanor, grasped Suin's arm and began to speak. Suin, scratching his head, wondered if there were really that many. Nevertheless, it was a positive development. That old fellow Su had truly accomplished something remarkable. Gentlemen, this way please. A smiling waiter, called over by Manager Wang, beckoned them forward. Suin nodded, noting that since their arrival, every face radiated with smiles, such a hallmark of cheerful service. As they ascended to the second-floor dining area, they were greeted by exquisite light fixtures adorning the ceiling, which chimed softly in the breeze, creating a heavenly ambience. Suin inquired of the guide, Xiao Zhang, isn't it exhausting to maintain a smile all day? This was a question Suin was genuinely curious about since few people approach work with a cheerful disposition. Let alone having to smile daily. How monotonous that must be. Not at all, Xiao Zhang replied with a grin, appearing to be no older than 26 or 27. Before Suin could respond, Xiao Zhang continued, with a monthly salary of 50,000, including room and board, who could possibly find it tiring? Suin conceded, indeed, that does alleviate the burden. Upon reaching a door, Xiao Zhang announced, gentlemen, this is the Dragonfly Pool. Should you require anything, please press the button at each table, and we shall attend to you. With that, he smiled and stepped back before turning to leave. Bai Qingyu pushed open the door, and Suin gazed inside the room, which spanned at least 50 square meters. At the center of the room was a small pond, where goldfish swam gracefully, and dragonflies perched quietly on the water's surface. No wonder it was named the Dragonfly Pool. It was indeed unique, judging by the service and the room's decor. Suin felt that a meal here would certainly be worth tens of thousands. Inside the room sat 6 individuals, 2 males and 2 females, who immediately rose upon Bai Qingyu's entrance. Xiaobai, why are you so slow? One exclaimed. Ha, I was stuck in traffic, but I made it. Bai Qingyu waved her hand dismissively. One girl noticed Suin and exclaimed, oh, who's this handsome fellow you've brought along? Another girl teased, raising her eyebrows. Xiaobai, did you secretly bring a boy? Bai Qingyu retorted playfully, go away. Let me introduce everyone. This is Suin, also from Kyoto, a freshman this year. Suin smiled politely, greeting them. Hello, everyone. What? He's a junior, exclaimed a girl, standing up. Wait a minute, I haven't finished yet. Bai Qingyu pulled out a chair, indicating for Suin to sit, and continued. The boy with the side-swept bangs is Lu Jie, and the one smoking is Zhao Jiado. The girl who just called you a junior is, never mind her. This one, raising her eyebrows at you, is Chun Yin. Bai Qingyu introduced each person in turn. Zhao Jiado, who was smoking, raised his hand to acknowledge Suin, while Lu Jie remained silent, lost in thought. Hello everyone. I hope you don't mind me crashing your meal, Suin said with a smile as he stood up. Oh, don't be so formal. If Xiaobai brought you, we wouldn't dare to say anything otherwise. Chun Yin teased Suin again, raising her eyebrows playfully. Suin shivered slightly. Why don't you introduce me, socialite? I'll do it myself. Handsome, I'm Su Xiao. She stood up and declared. Ha. Who would dare introduce you? You might just swindle the handsome man brought along. Zhao Jiadong chuckled while puffing on his cigarette. Nonsense. How could I possibly steal someone? Su Xiao retorted. Suddenly, Lu Jie slammed the table, silencing everyone in the room. Zhao Jiadong took a puff and said, what's the matter? Seeing someone you fancy with a man, and you're suddenly agitated? Get lost. Lu Jie gritted his teeth, casting a fierce glare at Suin. This guy is merely more attractive than me, taller than me, younger than me, better dressed than me. Suin's eyelids twitched. Did this fellow misunderstand something? That brother. I think you might have misunderstood, Suin began. Lu Jie paused, slowly responding. What do you mean? I'm not Bai Jie's boyfriend or a pretty boy. We're actually more like cousins, Suin awkwardly explained. Bai Qingyu face-bombed. Lu Jie was truly making a fool of himself. Once again, the air fell into silence, and Lu Jie's face gradually turned crimson. Zhao Jiadong paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. Ha, Lu Jie. Ha. You've truly provided me with a splendid joke. Su Xiaoxiao couldn't hold back either and laughed out loud. Lu Jia wanted to say something more, but found himself at a loss for words. The only thing he could say was that he mistook someone's cousin for a rival and even snapped at him. How embarrassing. The illustrious Lu family scion of Luzhou never anticipated such humiliation today, yet they were all out together. Lu Jia stood up, raising his cup. Let me clarify something. He then took a gulp. Suan was both amused and exasperated. Chapter 61. The Dragon Head of Luzhou. Lu Jia, to be honest, you should confess to her sooner. It's obvious to everyone that you like her, Chunyan quietly remarked to Lu Jia beside him. Lu Jia's expression soured. Do you think I don't want to? I need her to agree. The few of them were all students at Luzhou University. Since their freshman year, Lu Jia had developed feelings for Bai Qingyu. Initially, he thought, with his family background and decent looks, winning her over would be a breeze. However, during one instance when Lu Jia gifted Bai Qingyu a necklace worth 300,000 and confessed his feelings, Bai Qingyu had a look of disbelief. This necklace is even pricier than my monthly living expenses. It was then Lu Jia realized that Bai Qingyu's family background was not inferior to his own, and perhaps even surpassed it. He hadn't anticipated that. After all, 300,000 was no small sum. He had saved up 2 months' worth of pocket money for it. Since then, Lu Jia gradually befriended Bai Qingyu and others, refraining from mentioning his confession again. Nevertheless, everyone still knew Lu Jia harbored feelings for Bai Qingyu. Yet he was too timid to voice them. Bai Qingyu was aware of the situation, yet she truly had no intention of pursuing romance. Otherwise, she would not have turned down so many suitors. Ha ha ha. Suan, Lu Jia is just like that. Do not be misled by Zhao Jiadong's affable tone. He refrained from smoking this time, as the dishes were about to be served. Suan nodded, realizing that the ostentatious and face-slapping scenarios often depicted in novels had not materialized. Yet, it was understandable. The wealthy in reality were seldom as lacking in decorum as portrayed in fiction. They were affluent, but certainly not foolish, and one could not afford to lose face so easily. The tinkling sound at the entrance announced the arrival of an individual pushing a refined cart into the room. Suan glanced over and thought, how peculiar. This resembles the takeout Yu Gu ordered previously. Esteemed guests, this dish is named Double Blessings of Dragon and Phoenix, the server announced, lifting the lid off the cart to reveal an exquisitely plated dish that emanated an enticing aroma. Suan examined the presentation closely. It was indeed striking, with the dragon and phoenix referring to the rooster and snake meat on the plate. The server carefully placed the dish on the table and then withdrew. I have been craving this dish for ages, Zhao Jiadong exclaimed, eagerly reaching for his chopsticks, only to suddenly hesitate, saying, ahem, please, the host should serve themselves first. Lu Jia nodded in agreement and took the initiative. Bai Qingyu whispered to Suan, this gathering is organized by Lu Jia, and he is treating us, ha. Suan nodded, understanding the situation better now. As soon as Zhao Jiadong saw Lu Jia had served himself, he immediately seized a large piece of meat for his bowl. Old Zhao, are you truly that hungry? Su Xiaoxiao queried, puzzled. Zhao Jiadong shook his head. No, I simply have a deep fondness for this dish. The snake meat is tender and flavorful, and I have been longing for it throughout the holiday. Don't you have this in Shanxing? No, it's all hot pot. Zhao Jiadong replied, relishing the snake meat in his bowl. Suan discerned that Zhao Jiadong was indeed from Shanxing, a unique locale akin to an independent administrative region. Suan, you should eat as well, Lu Jia awkwardly suggested, displaying considerable politeness. All right, thank you, Jiege. Suan responded with a smile, picking up his chopsticks. At that moment, Chunyan narrowed her eyes with a smirk. Hey, Suan, do you fancy older sisters? Cough, cough, cough. Suan almost choked, unable to respond coherently. And no, it's not like that, he stammered, struggling for words. Bai Qingyu interjected, exasperated, Chunyan, just eat. My little In is the crown prince of Kyoto. You can forget about having a taste of this golden meat. Oh please, as if I didn't know. Even if Suan comes from a good family. I'm not lacking in anything either, Chunyan retorted, sparking a playful banter. The others were accustomed to this dynamic. At times, they were the best of friends and at others, rivals. However, the remaining guests keenly sensed that for Bai Qingyu to refer to Suan as a crown prince, he must possess an extraordinary background. Lu Jia covered his mouth and whispered, Suan, what does your family do? Qingyu says you are a prince. Suan scratched his head, unsure of how to respond. Bai Qingyu seized Suan's arm and declared, let me tell you, there is only one capital in Huaxia. Not all those from the capital are princes. Applause erupted, but only Lu Jia was smiling. The others were left bewildered, pondering the meaning of such a profound statement. Humph. Say what you will. I'm still the top lady of Luzhou. Chen Yan, she continued. But at that moment, Lu Jia suddenly grasped Chen Yan's arm. His face filled with alarm. You mustn't say that. Only the daughter from that family is the true top lady of Luzhou. Chen Yan blushed slightly. Ahem. How about the second lady then? The others nodded in agreement. Aside from the other socialites, Chen Yan could indeed be considered the second lady. After all, the Chen family dominated the real estate market in Luzhou, yet even so, they could not rival the Su family. It could be said that from the largest port in Luzhou to the bustling snack streets, most of the enterprises belonged to the Su family. Moreover, while the Su family publicly claimed to have cleansed their reputation and the state acknowledged it, rumors circulated that they held considerable influence within global mercenary groups. In Luzhou, when the Su family speaks, no one dares to challenge them, except perhaps for that little princess. Bai Qingyu had been in Luzhou for quite some time, constantly hearing tales of the Su family, yet she had never encountered their leader or their daughter. Suan, intrigued, expressed his desire to learn more about such powerful matters. Please, do share more, he urged. Lu Jia sighed. Since we all know each other, I can briefly discuss the Su family conglomerate in Luzhou. At this point, Suan was taken aback. The Su family? Surely this must be a coincidence. The Lu family and Chen Yan's family might be seen as lofty figures in Luzhou. But if we were elephants, then the Su family would be dragons. Lu Jia's expression was exaggerated, leaving Suan astounded. So impressive? Bai Qingyu waved her hand dismissively. Let me tell you something even more astonishing. You know the Kyoto Heavy Industry Group, right? Oh, come on, Xiaobai, how boring. The Kyoto Heavy Industry Group has monopolized all industries nationwide. Everyone knows that. You can find it online. Su Xiao interjected. Heh. Bai Qingyu shot a mischievous glance at Su and raised an eyebrow in confusion. Indeed, Suan's father, Su Jianghe, is the leader of the Kyoto Heavy Industry Group, holding an astonishing 90% of the shares, while the remaining 10% is controlled by Suan's mother. The annual profits are staggering, reaching into the hundreds of billions. The CEO of Jianghe Group is also quite remarkable. I've heard that his father was someone of great stature, but he grew up frugally and, after not attending university, embarked on a fervent journey of entrepreneurship. Zhao Jiadong became intrigued. Who is that? Su Xiao asked, puzzled. Chen Yan glanced at Su Xiao. You don't know who that is? Could it be? Su Xiao initially intended to express her anger, but suddenly her expression changed to one of excitement. Chapter 62. My father's surname is Jiang, and his name is. At this moment, the eldest daughter of the Su family, known for instilling fear in the hearts of all in Luzhou, was exclaiming in embarrassment, "Oh my goodness, how utterly mortifying." Su Yu's face flushed crimson as she buried herself deep into her pillow. Wang Wan and the others exchanged glances, perplexed by Su Yu's peculiar behavior, remaining silent. How could she have fallen asleep? This was unexpected. What began as a brief lie down turned into an entire night's sleep, and her posture was rather ungraceful. At that moment, Su Yu felt that perhaps Luzhou wasn't as appealing as she once thought. She longed to escape to a solitary place. However, it must be said that holding Suan while sleeping brought her an inexplicable sense of tranquility, allowing her to drift off almost instantaneously. Yet, now Su Yu faced the dilemma of how to interact normally with Suan in the future. Would he perceive her as a frivolous girl? The more she pondered, the more distressed she became. Yet, the thought of having held Suan throughout the night made her body unaccountably warm. Wang Wan cleared her throat. Su Yu, how about we go get something to eat? Su Yu had not eaten anything since returning to the dormitory, and Wang Wan was concerned she might become too hungry. Oh. Su Yu finally rose, her face still flushed, and the group exchanged astonished looks. What on earth transpired between the two of you last night? As Su Yu got out of bed, she felt slightly weak from hunger, her legs tingling. She nearly stumbled, prompting her friends to rush forward to steady her. Are you all right, Su Yu? What's wrong? They asked with concern. Su Yu shook her head. I'm fine, just a bit lightheaded. Upon hearing this, her friend's eyes widened in shock. Lightheaded? Wang Wan swallowed hard, not daring to ponder further. Is there any water? I would like to drink some, Su Yu asked, shaking her empty cup. Having cared for Suan throughout the night, she had not sipped a drop of water and was now parched. Here, drink up. Su Yu eagerly took the water bottle and gulped it down as if she had traversed a desert for 3 days and finally encountered water, drinking ravenously. Slow down. There's no one else here. What's with the thirst? Wang Wang questioned, puzzled. My throat is extremely dry, and I was a bit tired last night. Su Yu blurted out without a second thought. Unbeknownst to her, the trio in her dorm once again exchanged incredulous looks. Your throat is dry? Tired from last night? My dear girl, did you really engage in something noteworthy last night? They refrained from asking why Su Yu had not returned, and she, too shy to explain, reached a tacit understanding with them. On the other hand, Suin wore an expression that was difficult to articulate. It was quite peculiar sitting in a distant place, listening to local affluent youths recount tales of their father's rise to success and their grandfather's legacies. Bai Qingyu was stifling laughter, thinking that if she were to tell them that the descendants of the two individuals they spoke of were seated right beside her, they would certainly leap to their feet in astonishment. However, Bai Qingyu remained silent, as she felt it necessary to afford Suin some respect and not speak carelessly. After all, everyone was aware of that particular individual, and there was no need for reckless discussion. At that moment, Zhao Jiadong lit a cigarette. The others nodded in agreement. Indeed, it was prudent to refrain from idle chatter. Before long, a succession of dishes began to be served, and the group wasted no time in indulging in their meal. Suin, quite famished after a night of revelry, was overwhelmed by an insatiable hunger. Chun Yin observed Suin devouring his food with great enthusiasm and remarked, Little Bai, your cousin is indeed starved. I am hungry too, Su Xiaoxiao added dreamily. Gazing at the handsome Suin get lost, Su Xiaoxiao stopped scheming over Suin. Bai Qingyu shot her a disapproving glance. Indeed, even rabbits do not eat the grass by their burrow, Su Xiaoxiao retorted playfully. Suddenly, a clatter interrupted the jovial atmosphere. I'm sorry, I lost my grip on the chopsticks, Lu Jia exclaimed, his face flustered. Zhao Jiadong, seemingly unperturbed, burst into laughter. Before long, Suin had eaten his fill. Delicious. The food here is truly exquisite, he exclaimed. Bai Qingyu, excited at the thought of returning to dine at her leisure, responded, exactly. This entire table costs around 80 to 90,000. Coughing as he choked on his water, Suin wondered aloud, 80 to 90,000? No wonder that driver said it was expensive. But Lu Jia has a membership card, a silver member at that, Su Xiaoxiao chimed in with a smile. A membership card? Suin inquired, puzzled. Yes, the Ming's Wangfu area is quite expansive, encompassing dining, entertainment, and accommodation. Once you spend over 500,000, you receive a silver membership card. Additionally, every consumption that reaches 100,000 earns you a small gift, Lu Jia explained with a chuckle. I see, Suin nodded. That seems quite reasonable. And there are gifts as well. They even offer Rolexes, Bai Qingyu whispered. Suin thought to himself that the gifts seemed rather trivial, yet he shrugged it off, realizing that from this day forward, he would be in control and could acquire whatever he desired. By the way, Suin, Lu Jia interjected. I just mentioned something halfway through. What business does your family actually engage in? Perhaps we could explore potential collaborations? Lu Jia spoke candidly, revealing his intentions. Suin was not surprised. Not all wealthy heirs indulged solely in pleasure. Many leveraged their lavish lifestyles to benefit their families through connections and opportunities. Hee. Do you truly wish to know? Bai Qingyu teased. Yes, I am curious about what the heir of Kyoto does. Chun Yin elongated his words, still skeptical of Bai Qingyu's claims. Please, Suin, do not divulge too much. You might frighten them. Bai Qingyu pouted and rolled her eyes at Chun Yin, though the others were accustomed to this playful banter between the two. Frighten us? I am even more intrigued. Zhao Jiadong chimed in with enthusiasm. The others nodded in agreement, their gazes fixed on Suin. He smiled, contemplating that perhaps revealing the truth would not be problematic after all. Suin rose to his feet, exclaiming, My father's surname is Su, and he is the boss. Before he could finish his sentence, a man clad in a white suit burst into the room, his expression animated. He appeared to be in his 40s, yet his youthful visage suggested otherwise. His physique hinted at a commitment to fitness. Everyone was taken aback. This was Li Wuda, the esteemed steward and general manager of Mingzhuang Mansion, an individual of considerable stature. He had come to Luzhou alone to carve out a career, gradually ascending to the prominent position of chief steward, a remarkable feat indeed. Suin was momentarily stunned. Was it truly happening this swiftly? Lu Jia stood up, greeting. Manager Li, good day. May I inquire what brings you here? The others also offered warm smiles. for this was not someone one could easily disregard. Even their own forebears would show him due respect, acknowledging the shareholders who stood behind Manager Li. To their surprise, Li Wuda disregarded the others and approached Suan directly. Bowing slightly, "Greetings, boss. I apologize for my earlier exuberance." A profound silence enveloped the room. "Old boss." In Chapter 63, The Great Master, Li Wuda continued. "I have gathered most of the leadership on the 5th floor in the reception hall, awaiting your presence for a brief overview." His face was etched with reverence. Recently, a significant event had transpired at Mingzhuang Mansion. All the shareholders' stakes had been acquired by a mysterious boss. Remarkably, this boss had even purchased the 1% stake that Li Wuda had earned as a reward for his exceptional performance, spending 4 million to secure it. This resulted in an astounding 100% ownership, a formidable occurrence in the business realm, where even top-tier companies often have multiple shareholders. Yet, this boss had consolidated all shares of Mingzhuang Mansion into his own hands, ultimately transferring them to his son. The implications were staggering. Now, facing this young boss, Li Wuda was filled with trepidation, for it was rumored that he was no more than 19 years of age. "Thank you," Suan replied with a smile and a nod. "Not at all. It is merely my duty." Li Wuda's respectful demeanor caused Lu Jie and the others to swallow hard. Bewildered. "Wait, aren't you the heir of Kyoto? Why aspire to be the heir of Luzhou as well?" Everyone, I apologize, but I may need to step away for a moment." Suan scratched his head with a chuckle. "Not a problem. Go ahead," Bai Qingyu replied nonchalantly. Already aware of the situation, thus displaying little shock, Suan followed Li Wuda out of the private room. "What on earth?" Su Xiaoxiao's eyes widened in disbelief. "What is his background?" "I recall that the owner of Mingzhuang Mansion does not bear the surname Su," Lu Jie remarked, astonished. Bai Qingyu picked up a piece of dessert and popped it into her mouth. "Indeed, delicious. Yet from today onward, the name here shall be Su." He just mentioned that his father's surname is Su. Chunyin swallowed hard. "Which Su?" Zhao Jiadong struggled to steady his cigarette. "Why, of course. It is Su from Jianghe Heavy Industry Group." At this moment, Bai Qingyu ceased to conceal her thoughts, as the truth would inevitably come to light. Uncle Su likely intended to extend his business interests into Luzhou. Otherwise, he would not have made a purchase here. Of course, this was merely Bai Qingyu's conjecture. With a clatter, Lu Jie lost his grip on his cup, causing it to shatter on the floor. Jianghe Group?" he exclaimed, leaving everyone astonished. "Isn't he your cousin?" "Well, it's just a title. My father and his father are acquainted, and we attended the same high school." "Isn't it just a case of fellow townsfolk shedding tears upon reuniting?" Bai Qingyu replied playfully, then returned to her pastries. "Do you think he can outshine Su Xiaoxiao, the heiress of the Su family?" she asked hesitantly. The thoughts she once harbored about Su and had dissipated, or rather, she no longer dared to entertain them. "Don't ask me. I can't afford to offend anyone," Chun Yin remarked, suddenly aware of perspiration forming on his back due to the emotional tumult. "Am I sweating? When did that happen?" It's all right, it's all right. Suan is quite approachable. Let us not be so shocked." Bai Qingyu waved her hand, urging everyone to relax their expressions. "Really, sister? That's merely your perception," Li Wuda interjected, uncertain if the young boss would appreciate being addressed in such an antiquated manner. Suan initially intended to downplay the title, but then recalled some films he had seen, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. "From now on, call me the Great Sir." Indeed, Suan reveled in this designation. It bore a hint of the mafia aesthetic, quite audacious. After all, he was merely a 19-year-old youth, unable to resist such a lure. "Very well, Great Sir," Li Wuda said respectfully, extending his hand. "This way, please." The two entered the elevator and soon arrived at the 5th floor. Typically, this level served as a venue for meetings or business discussions among dignitaries, ensuring a quiet atmosphere. Li Wuda explained, and indeed, upon stepping out, Suan was greeted with opulent walls and floor tiles, yet not a whisper of sound, even as they passed several attendants. Their footsteps were inaudible. "Our staff undergo rigorous training. We only walk silently and observe keenly to cater to every guest's needs," Li Wuda boasted, a proud smile gracing his face, for much of what was in the Mingzhuang Mansion had been his own creation, including this very system. "This is impressive. It exceeds my expectations," Suan remarked, giving a thumbs up, leaving Li Wuda momentarily taken aback, sheepishly scratching his head. "Right this way, Great Sir." At long last, at the corridor's end, an exquisitely carved redwood door frame appeared before Suan. The frame was adorned with various motifs, featuring dragons and phoenixes, exuding grandeur. Li Wuda first opened the door, then cleared his throat, seemingly signaling to those inside that the boss had arrived. Indeed, the next moment, Suin heard a synchronized sound, reminiscent of chairs being pushed back. Suin stepped into the reception room, which, though rather austere in decor, evoked a sense of pleasantness. The room featured only an elongated conference table surrounded by chairs. Li Wuda raised his head and softly spoke, "Sir, please take a seat." The individuals already seated responded in unison, "Welcome, sir." Suin nodded appreciatively, recognizing the intelligence of those present. It was Li Wuda who had taken the initiative to speak first, followed by the others who understood how to address him. As Suin gradually entered, Li Wuda gently closed the door behind him and followed Suin to the head of the long table. Stepping forward, Li Wuda pulled out a chair. "Thank you," Suin replied before settling down, while Li Wuda stood upright beside him. "Please, everyone, take your seats." In an instant, all present sat down simultaneously. "Aren't you going to sit?" Suin inquired, glancing at Li Wuda. "I shall remain standing, sir. My duties are akin to that of a steward. The entire Mingzhuang mansion operates under my management. Therefore, upon your arrival, I am obliged to provide you with one-on-one service," Li Wuda said with a smile, his complexion rosy, resembling a butler from a film, refined and courteous. "I see," Suin pondered thoughtfully. "Please introduce yourselves," he gently prompted. Li Wuda nodded and directed his gaze to the nearest individual, who promptly stood and bowed slightly. "Sir, I am Su San, the supervisor of the first-floor Villa Hotel, responsible for the overall operations and financial management of the first floor." Suin acknowledged him with a nod, and Su San took his seat. The next person rose immediately. "Sir, I am from the second-floor restaurant." Before long, everyone had introduced themselves. Suin nodded, recognizing that the management structure of the Mingzhuang mansion was commendable, with each person overseeing a specific area. Should any issues arise, the department heads would report directly to Li Wuda. Very efficient indeed. Now, Suin was ready to pose a crucial question. Li Wuda, regarding the finances, he began, feeling a bit awkward but reminding himself that it was his own enterprise, so there was no need for hesitation. Li Wuda presented a bank card. "Sir, all our profits are deposited into this card, separate from the daily operating expenses. Each month, I transfer the profits into the card." Suin felt a surge of excitement, though he restrained his smile. "How much is currently in the account?" "If we round it off, it amounts to 10 million. Business has been somewhat sluggish these past few months." Chapter 64. Two Conditions. President Su of the Su Group. "President Su, here is the contract for your review." In another conference room on the 5th floor of the Mingzhuang mansion, Su Changqing sat at the head of the table, a man beside him maintaining a smile. "Indeed, you are quite young. To possess such audacity at 26 is remarkable," Su Changqing praised the red-haired woman seated nearby. "President Su, you flatter me. I am merely trying to make a living." The red-haired woman chuckled, gesturing for her assistant to present the contract. "This is no mere means of subsistence, I assure you." Su Changqing laughed heartily. It turned out that Su Changqing and his secretary had come to the Mingzhuang mansion to discuss a collaboration, and the red-haired woman was the representative of this partnership. "If this collaboration proceeds as anticipated, I assure you, General Su will receive no less than the contracted profit distribution," remarked the red-haired woman. "Ahem," Suin coughed lightly, astonished to discover that the current revenue was already substantial. Li Wuda, producing water from an unknown source, handed it to Suin. "Thank you," Suin said, taking a sip to quell his astonishment. Who would have thought he had become a millionaire? A million. Suin was uncertain how to spend such a sum, or perhaps he simply lacked the inclination to indulge in extravagance. "Are there any issues that need addressing at Mingzhuang Mansion?" Suin inquired, eager to grasp the full scope of the situation. "No, sir. You need only focus on collecting the funds," Li Wuda replied with a confident smile. Suin was taken aback. Did that mean he was merely a figurehead? Yet, it was acceptable, as he was still a freshman and might not always be able to come here. "This is my WeChat, sir. From now on, I will compile weekly reports of work-related issues for you, though only after I have resolved them, unless I encounter something particularly challenging, in which case I will notify you urgently," Li Wuda said, smiling as he extended his phone, indicating for Su and to add him as a friend. Suin's eyelids fluttered. Indeed, he had become a figurehead. However, this also attested to Li Wuda's impressive capabilities. Who wouldn't want a well-rounded talent among their subordinates? "You've worked hard," Suin acknowledged. "It is my duty, sir," Li Wuda replied with a respectful bow. Very well, since there's nothing pressing. I have an announcement to make. Suin gently tapped the table, prompting everyone to rise. Suin was taken aback. Was he truly that intimidating? Ahem, please sit. It's not a grave matter. I'm not here to reprimand you, Suin said, and the others took their seats. I wish to inform you that, starting today, the profits for the next 2 months need not be sent to me, Suin declared, causing a stir among the group, who were uncertain of this newly appointed leader's intentions. During these 2 months, first, a portion of the profits will be allocated as employee benefits. Particularly for those from less fortunate backgrounds, we will distribute these benefits promptly. Second, I intend to promote Mingzhuang Mansion's reputation nationwide within 2 months. Is that acceptable? Suin spoke softly. As his words settled, the room fell silent. No one had anticipated that the young leader would propose such initiatives. The second point seemed reasonable. But the first, was there truly a surplus of funds with no place to spend them? Li Wuda appeared to grasp Suin's intentions and felt a renewed respect for this young leader. Very well, sir. There are no objections. Li Wuda responded with a slight bow. Suin rose. If there's nothing else, let us adjourn. By the way, my friends at the Dragonfly Pool, would it be all right for them to dine free of charge? Of course, they will receive a 20% discount from now on. I will also present you with a gold membership card shortly, Li Wuda replied. It must be said, Li Wuda's perceptiveness was exceptional. He had recognized at first glance that the young leader and Bai Qingyu shared a unique bond. As the meeting concluded, Suin, with purposeful strides, departed. Closely followed by Li Wuda, the others rose to bid farewell, experiencing a rush of exhilaration. This must be the sensation of being a boss. Suin felt a surge of satisfaction within. Upon exiting, he noticed another door open nearby, revealing Su Chongqing, who emerged with a beaming smile. Suin couldn't help but steal a few glances at this man, who bore a striking resemblance to someone familiar. Su Chongqing, perceptive to the gaze upon him, scanned the surroundings and locked eyes with Suin, then noticed the respectful demeanor of Li Wuda behind him. Who was that young man? Why did Li Wuda follow him like a shadow? Pondering this, his secretary interrupted. Su General, it's time to leave. He replied, and they proceeded outward. Just as Suin was about to depart, at the elevator, they crossed paths. Suin couldn't help but observe the imposing figure beside him, whose presence radiated authority, a testament to his high status. Yet, Suin felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, though he couldn't pinpoint its origin. Ahem, young man, Su Chongqing remarked, noticing Suin's lingering gaze. Ah, my apologies, sir. Suin realized he had been somewhat forward. Have we met before? Not that I recall. May I ask your name? Su Chongqing inquired. Suin, Su from peace and from safety. Suin introduced himself with grace. I am Su Chongqing, he replied. Upon hearing the name, Suin felt a jolt. Su Chongqing? At that moment, Li Wuda stepped forward respectfully. Esteemed sir, this is Mr. Su from the Su group. Esteemed sir? Mr. Su? Both men paused in surprise. Su Chongqing was taken aback that this young man commanded such respect from Li Wuda. Could he be the heir of Mingzhuang Mansion? Unexpectedly, this uncle is the head of the Su group, the legend of Luqing. Greetings, Mr. Su. I am the new owner here. It is a pleasure to meet you. Suin smiled and extended his hand. Su Chongqing hesitated, while his secretary intended to shake hands for him, but was deterred by a mere glance. They shook hands. Hello? May I call you brother without objection? Of course, no objection at all. Mr. Su is a senior, Suin chuckled, finding the head of the Su group not as daunting as rumored. Su Chongqing regarded the young man with curiosity. There was no Su family in Luqing. He was a formidable newcomer. Youthful and promising, Brother Su. Su Chongqing praised. Not at all. It is all due to my predecessors. Suin replied modestly. Oh, so you have a background, Su Chongqing chuckled. Suin evoked a unique feeling in Su Chongqing, akin to that of kinship. It was peculiar, considering this was their first encounter. Ding dong. Esteemed sir, please. Mr. Su, please. Suin extended his hand with a smile. Haha. Thank you, Brother Su. Su Chongqing laughed heartily, finding Suin truly to his liking. The young man appeared humble and unassuming, and if he could bring him back as a son-in-law, that would be splendid. Chapter 65. Returning to school, numb feet inside the elevator, Su Chongqing handed over his business card. Young brother, here you go. Do come by my place for some tea when you have the time. Thank you, Mr. Su, Suin replied. Oh, just call me old brother. I truly appreciate young men like you, humble and patient. Su Chongqing chuckled. All right, Brother Su, Suin smiled. Recognizing the advantages of befriending the local influential figures, Li Wuda wore a broad grin, astonished that this esteemed gentleman could establish rapport even with the CEO of the Su Group. It seemed that Mingzhuang Mansion had a boundless future ahead. Suin exchanged a knowing glance with Li Wuda, who immediately understood. Mr. Su, I shall deliver the diamond membership card of Mingzhuang Mansion to your company in the coming days. This is a small gift from our esteemed gentleman. Please accept it. One must admit, Li Wuda was indeed clever. With a mere glance, he grasped Su's intent and promptly presented the highest-tier membership card of Mingzhuang Mansion. Su Chongqing was momentarily taken aback, then erupted in laughter. Wonderful. Young brother, this is no trivial gift. The diamond membership of Mingzhuang Mansion is not something just anyone can obtain. I hear only the previous shareholders possess such cards, and they are rarely bestowed upon others. Suin chuckled. Brother Su, you jest. Since you call me little brother, a membership card is nothing. I could give away a few. The diamond membership card allowed one to enjoy virtually the lowest expenditure, essentially enabling Mingzhuang Mansion to recoup merely its cost. Thus, until now, only a few cards had been issued. Of course, this was also due to Li Wuda's considerations regarding profits, as he would never apply to the higher-ups for the issuance of such membership cards. All right, haha. How old are you this year, young brother? Su Chongqing inquired. 19. Suin replied with a smile. Hey, how coincidental. My daughter is also 18 and quite beautiful. Suin nodded, acknowledging that everyone spoke of the Su family's daughter as a celestial beauty, though none could rival Su Yu's allure. Speaking of his daughter invigorated Su Chongqing. Let me tell you, my daughter is exceptionally well-behaved. She wishes me good night every day, even when she goes off to university. She remains quite attached, haha. The secretary beside them frowned slightly. But don't you send Miss Goodnight wishes every day without ever receiving a reply? Every day? I keep a close eye on the vibrant chat history, and I even chuckle from time to time. Is that so? It seems Brother Su's daughter is quite obedient. Suin praised. Indeed. She always informs me of her whereabouts and whom she is with when she goes out. Ha! Su Chongqing beamed. The secretary frowned again. But didn't you arrange for General Jiang to monitor Miss? Moreover, she rarely speaks to you on the phone, does she? My daughter this year in lieu. Ding dong. Before Su Chongqing could finish his sentence, the elevator doors opened, and the secretary reminded him, Mr. Su, you have matters to attend to shortly. Oh, look at me, engrossed in conversation. My apologies, Brother Su. Do come by for tea sometime. Su Chongqing chuckled. Suin nodded affirmatively, and the two parted ways. As Su Chongqing had other pressing matters to attend to. Sir, would you prefer that I accompany you? No, I shall return to my room with my friend. Suin replied, urging Li Wuda to attend to his own affairs. As Suin entered, he could hear Bai Qingyu boasting animatedly. Ahem, Bai Qingyu felt a bit embarrassed. Thank you so much, Suin, for covering our bill. Lu Jie smiled. No need for formality. Do come and visit often, Suin replied, taking a seat beside Bai Qingyu. Sister Bai, what were you just saying? Ahem, it was nothing. I think we should head back to school, Bai Qingyu said, gathering her belongings and rising. Suin chuckled lightly and shook his head in resignation. Bai Qingyu typically embodied a lively spirit, and Suin held no aversion toward her. In fact, many were fond of her. After all, who could dislike a girl with a pure heart who could always brighten your day? However, Bai Qingyu could be quite sharp-tongued, especially with her friends. The group nodded in agreement. It was indeed time to return to school. In the underground parking lot, Suin climbed into Bai Qingyu's Porsche. Sister Bai, as usual, you treat us. Oh, I know. I won't divulge your background at school, haha. Bai Qingyu patted her chest confidently. The Porsche sped out like a white comet. Suin pondered whether to discreetly bring over his own impressive vehicle, the Night Voice. After all, it was quite a sight to behold. After some deliberation, he abandoned the idea. Firstly, it would be too ostentatious, and secondly, it would be difficult to explain to Yugo. Better to take it slow. Soon, Bai Qingyu and Suin returned to Ludong University, with Bai Qingyu expertly maneuvering the car onto campus. I'll drop you off at the boys' dormitory, she said. Suin nodded. It would indeed save him several steps. As they arrived at the dorm entrance, the Porsche executed a stylish drift, drawing the attention of several onlookers captivated by the sleek vehicle. Goodbye, goodbye. Suin exited the car, only to freeze momentarily. It was midday, and many boys were waking up and preparing to head out, resulting in a bustling crowd. All eyes turned towards Suin, and then to the stunning Bai Qingyu in the car, causing a sudden hush to envelop the air. realizing the awkwardness of the situation. Suin quickly covered his face and dashed into the building, though he was still captured in candid photographs by some onlookers. Before long, a new post appeared on the forum, a pretty boy spotted in the boys' dormitory at Ludong University. As Suin's photograph captured the fleeting moment before he covered his face, he finally exhaled deeply upon reaching the dormitory door and pushed it open. Mama, send me a gun. Suin was taken aback, noticing Hu Dahai engrossed in his computer screen, headphones perched upon his ears. This fellow. Qin Shi acknowledged Suin's return without inquiring about his whereabouts, merely gesturing towards Hu Dahai with a finger. This guy has been shouting mama all afternoon ever since he got his computer fixed. Who knows what he is playing? Suin offered an awkward chuckle. Hu Dahai remained lost in his game, while Suin decided to disregard him, feeling weary after a long morning. After a brief wash-up, Suin returned to his bed. Zhang Wei then nudged him. Anzi, shall we go buy a computer? Later, I need to rest for a bit. I'm utterly exhausted. Suin replied. Zhang Wei and Qin Shi exchanged glances, while Hu Dahai continued to exclaim, Mama, what on earth have you done to feel this tired? Suin soon succumbed to slumber. Meanwhile, the forum topic he had just posted began to gain traction due to the absence of classes, rapidly escalating in popularity. Chen Yuan, bored, scrolled through her phone. The campus heartthrob has switched to a new look. He resembles Ultraman Sero. Sighing, she remarked on the boy's lack of excitement. Lu Jiejia was also engrossed in her phone when suddenly her pupils dilated, and she rubbed her eyes in disbelief. Oh my gosh. Her heart raced as she furtively glanced at Su Yu, who was absorbed in a book. What is the matter? Chapter 66. Nothing at all, Su Yu replied, puzzled. Why are you staring at me like that? Lu Jiejia fervently shook her head, her dazed expression raising the curiosity of the three girls. Wang Wan took a few steps closer, leaning down beside Lu Jiejia. Did you see a scary video? As Wang Wan caught sight of Lu Jiejia's phone, her voice dwindled, and even her pupils seemed shaken. What is it? What on earth are you two looking at? Chen Yuan, intrigued, stood up and approached. Snatching Lu Jiejia's phone, let me see. A pretty boy in the boys' dormitory? How unusual. Chen Yuan scrolled down, exclaiming, Isn't that just a pretty boy? Her gaze fixated on Suin's face, leaving her utterly astonished. Su Yu tilted her head. Is there something peculiar about this pretty boy? Let me see. As she rose to grab the phone, Lu Jiejia snatched it back. Hey, don't take my phone. Exactly. Chen Yuan, why are you using Lu Jiejia's phone? Use your own. Chen Yuan quickly grasped the implications of their words, her expression shifting to one of anger. What do you mean by that? What do you mean? Su Yu, bewildered, wondered why a simple conversation had escalated into an argument. Still, she stepped forward to mediate. Let us not argue. Let us communicate properly. Step aside. Xiaoyu, today, I must teach her a lesson about not touching other people's belongings. Lu Jiejia set her phone down, rolling up her sleeves. Wang Wan immediately grew anxious, thinking, this big silly girl. Even during a performance, she can't put down her phone. Su Yu had already seen it, recognized that familiar profile, and seized the phone before Wang Wan could. The three in the dormitory halted their quarrel, and the atmosphere fell into a tranquil silence. Wang Wan seemed poised to say something further, yet words eluded her. To their surprise, Su Yu appeared remarkably composed as she gently placed her phone down and returned to her seat, opening her book. What is the fuss? Are you not aware of the advancements in technology? She remarked. Clearing their throats, the others nodded in agreement, though they all noticed the veins in Su Yu's hand, which gripped the book tightly, were visibly pronounced. It's nothing, merely a wealthy woman, she added, and as her calmness deepened, the temperature in the room plummeted, rendering her companions speechless. Suin, you better prepare yourself, they whispered among themselves. It is well known that the term sugar baby can spark considerable conversation in university circles. While Suin slumbered, the news began to spread rapidly. Before long, both seniors and freshmen were aware of the situation. A young man in the boys' dormitory was being supported by a wealthy woman, and due to the car window's angle, her full face remained unseen. Qin Shi stared blankly at the messages on his phone. This must be Anzi, he surmised. Suddenly, a voice from behind startled him. Don't be afraid. It's just Dad, Hu Dahai reassured him. Goodness, you nearly scared me to death. Qin Shi exclaimed, redirecting his attention back to his phone. As Zhang Wei leaned in closer. This is definitely Anzi, he remarked, noting the handsome profile and tall stature. Who else could it be? Hu Dahai chimed in. Their discussion roused the sleeping Suin, who groggily sat up. What is all this noise about? The three leaned closer to Su-en's bedside. Anzi, if you're facing difficulties, don't resort to selling your body. Hu Dahai expressed his concern, and the others nodded in agreement, realizing that his fatigue upon returning was not merely exhaustion. What are you talking about? Su-en replied, bewildered. Anzi, you must consider not only yourself, but also Su-yu. She has been so good to you. Qin interjected. I concur, your actions could be seen as betrayal. You should sincerely apologize to Su-yu, Zhang Wei advised. Su-en's confusion deepened. What on earth are you three talking about? Have you all lost your minds? What do you mean by selling my body or apologizing to Su-yu? Climbing out of bed, the remnants of sleep vanished as he struggled to comprehend their words. Barefoot. Qin thrust his phone towards Su-en. What is this? Su-en glanced at the screen, only to snatch the phone away in shock. What the hell? The messages within astounded him, filled with comments like, Dude, your physique is impressive. Seeking a wealthy woman's contact. And does this guy have any connections? I'm an athlete. One comment even noted, I know this guy. He is involved with the campus beauty. What? How could he? Is Su-yu really that blind as to choose a pretty boy? The comments within the forum left Su-en utterly astonished. What on earth is this? As expected, the very situation Su-en had dreaded came to pass. Anzi, Hu Dahai gently patted Su-en on the shoulder. You needn't go to such lengths to sell computers. To hell with you. Su-en retorted. Are we still having barbecue today? Hu Dahai inquired, puzzled. Su-en fell silent. The trio gazed at him. And Su-en pointed at Zhang Wei. Do you remember that girl who helped me with my luggage on the first day of school? Zhang Wei nodded, recalling the incident. Hu Dahai exclaimed. Ah, isn't that the stunning beauty I saw that day? Indeed, she was the one who saw me back to campus. Are you being supported by her? Su-en snapped, for heaven's sake. We're from the same hometown. She simply escorted me back to school. Do you not understand? The others nodded, finally comprehending the misunderstanding surrounding Su-en. Indeed, that was the case, yet within the university forum, the narrative was far from accurate. Zhang Wei chuckled, recalling the events of that first day. Observing the relationship between Bai Qingyu and Su-en, it was evident they were merely friends. I believe the most pressing matter now, Qin interjected, is how you plan to explain this to Su-yu. Damn, Su-en suddenly realized, his heart beginning to pray fervently. May Su-yu never see this forum. However, as he sent several explanatory messages on WeChat, he received no responses for an extended period. Oh dear, Hu Dahai remarked innocently. It's quite clear you've activated Do Not Disturb mode. What to do now? Su-en was thoroughly flustered. What a predicament. This misunderstanding was no trivial matter. Su-yu must be on the verge of blocking him, clearly infuriated. Wang Wan and the others chimed in. We completely agree. Su-en hastily donned his shoes and threw on some clothes. Zhang Wei asked, puzzled, where are you off to? To find Su-yu where else? Su-en replied, panic-stricken, even neglecting to tie his shoelaces. I think you should resolve this at its root. Otherwise, if you go now, will you become a laughingstock beneath the girls' dormitory? Indeed. Zhang Wei concurred. I suspect if you head to the girls' dormitory now, the next forum post will be, a pretty boy spotted at the girls' dormitory. Who will be the next target? Qin remarked. Su-en paused, taking a seat to contemplate the situation carefully. I'll help you contact the forum's administrator. Zhang Wei offered with a smile. Great. Hu Dahai responded. First, let's track down that individual and have the forum post deleted. We'll figure out the rest later. Chapter 67. Who isn't a wealthy woman? In the evening, Zhang Wei rose and stretched, while Qin returned from foraging for food, distributing the meal among the group. Su-en was hardly in the mood to eat, yet Hu Dahai encouraged, food is of utmost importance. Eat. As the four individuals dined and conversed, Su-en noticed that Su-yu had yet to respond to his message, leaving him with a chilling sense of unease. Suddenly, his phone chimed. Upon checking, he found it was merely a news notification from WeChat. Rest assured, I've already spoken to that guy. He mentioned he would delete the post from the forum tomorrow. The rest is up to you to handle, Zhang Wei remarked while chewing his food. He had just negotiated with the forum administrator, though the removal of the post would not occur until the following day. Su-en nodded, realizing that he seemed to have done nothing at all. Yet he felt as if he were caught in an affair. But wait, what affair? What was he even thinking? They weren't even a couple, were they? Su-en suddenly recognized the delicate nature of their relationship. Although they were not romantically involved, they had engaged in many couple-like activities. Should he confess his feelings? That thought crossed his mind, only to be swiftly dismissed. Was that even relevant now? Shouldn't he focus on clarifying this situation? Suyu undoubtedly believed he had sold his body to become a kept man. How dreadful. Come on, eat up, and stop sulking, Qingshi urged, stirring the rice in his bowl. At the entrance of Lucheng University, a brand new Range Rover came to a halt. Two burly men dressed in black and wearing sunglasses opened the trunk. They began unloading a multitude of boxes. What does the young lady need all this for? One of the men pondered aloud. How should I know? Maybe she's become obsessed with gaming, the other replied. Enough chatter, let us just get to work. Before long, the trunk was emptied, and the men dusted off their hands, exhaling deeply. As Suyu emerged from the university gates, her masked face and icy gaze made her seem unapproachable. Young lady. The two men immediately bowed in respect. Is everything ready? She inquired. Yes, young lady. This pile consists of the most expensive computer components from the electronics market. The graphics card is the 5090, not overly expensive, all purchased according to your specifications. One of the men explained, gesturing towards the boxes. Suyu nodded, realizing she had promptly contacted her family for shopping earlier that afternoon. And here is the car key, one man said, handing it to her. This was arranged as per your request. As she accepted the key, a fierce glint flashed in her eyes. A Porsche, is it? I shall see which is sturdier, the Porsche or this Range Rover. Wow, it's so cold. The bodyguards felt a chill sweep over them. Also, have you managed to trace the owner of that license plate? Suyu asked. Indeed, we have tracked it down, young lady. But what? Suyu's displeasure was palpable. Having witnessed the events on the forum, her patience had worn thin. That scoundrel Suin. Why must he play the kept man and seek a wealthy woman when he has one even wealthier right in front of him? Jealousy radiated from her in waves. Oh, that Porsche belongs to Bai Qingyu from the Bai family in Kyoto. A few days ago, it was seen in Luzhou. Suyu blinked in surprise. The Bai family of Kyoto? Could it be? With the recent influx of short dramas, Suyu had indulged in many, immediately conjuring an image of Suin, who had a wealthy childhood friend, albeit one who treated Suin like a mere pet. Indeed, Suin needed her own salvation. In her mind, Suyu connected all the dots, realizing just how much Suin had been suffering. It must be said, the thoughts of an 18-year-old girl can be perplexing. Yet it is rather commonplace. After all, many are oblivious to what their girlfriends truly think. You inquire about her meal preferences, and she replies with indifference. Suggest hot pot, only to be met with a retort of you don't understand me. I shall refrain from naming names. All right. Please deliver these items to me first, Suyu instructed. Understood, Mississippi. Wait, what's the matter, miss? Suyu handed over the car keys. Could you please park the car in the school parking lot first? The burly man scratched his head, but complied nonetheless. Despite possessing a driver's license, Suyu was hesitant to drive. As she opened her phone and perused the myriad of messages, a pang of anxiety gripped her heart. An overwhelming sense of bitterness washed over her. A glimmer flickered in her eyes. Damn it, Suin. You are mine. After a satisfying meal, the four of them settled into their chairs, and at that moment, the class schedule was released in the group chat. What the heck? For consecutive days of 8 o'clock classes? Is this even human? Hu Dahai exclaimed, glancing at the schedule. The others followed suit, frowning at the prospect of early mornings. However, the silver lining was that usually, there were no afternoon classes following those early starts. Everything was crammed into the morning hours. Suwon, on the other hand, was indifferent to the matter, lost in thought as he stared at his phone. Ding dong. Bai Qingyu messaged. Hey buddy, have you checked the forum? Haha, I've become the rich woman supporting you. Suin read this message, exasperated, shaking his head at her audacity. Bai Qingyu continued. If my dad saw this, I'd probably get a thrashing. Haha, I can almost envision writing a novel. I supported the son of the wealthiest man. Suin replied. 6. At that moment, he was unsure how to respond to Bai Qingyu. Should he suggest she explain things to Suyu? However, that felt a bit too contrived. The issue was that with Bai Qingyu's tendency to talk, after a brief explanation, it wouldn't be long before her parents would call. What is going on with that girl? Suin was currently writhing on his bed, utterly perplexed. Bai Qingyu messaged again. Which classroom are you in? Is it the 8 o'clock class? Although Suin was unsure of her reasoning, he still provided an answer. All right then. Junior. Bai Qingyu replied. Suin was at a loss for words. Bai Qingyu was also from the School of Economic Management. Yet it appeared that many affluent children in Kyoto favored this discipline for their offspring or opted for military service. As for the reasons behind this trend, I shall refrain from elaborating. Rest easy. Tomorrow you'll awaken refreshed, Qingshi consoled. noticing Su En's troubled expression. It's the only option we have. The following day, the four emerged from their dormitory, their eyes shadowed with fatigue. Qinshi had stayed up late playing video games, while Hu Dahai had spent the night engrossed in novels, occasionally bursting into silly laughter. He, senior. Zhang Wei seemed preoccupied with chatting, and Su En was utterly sleepless. Come on. Don't forget we're in the same class as Su Yu. Zhang Wei gently patted Su En's back. Su En straightened up instantly, recalling, oh my, I almost forgot. As they approached the classroom, Su En glanced around, but Su Yu had yet to arrive. The students already seated lowered their heads upon seeing Su En, whispering amongst themselves. Su En paid them no mind. After all, university peers hardly compared to the intimacy of elementary school friends. In the last row, after a short while, Wang Wan and her group entered the classroom. Su En discreetly lifted her gaze, searching for a familiar figure. Chapter 68. A harsh explanation. Wang Wan and her companions appeared equally weary, their dark circles revealing a night devoid of rest. Su En's gaze fell upon Su Yu, who walked in last, her demeanor icy, prompting Su En to quickly avert her eyes. Su Yu noticed Su En and felt a pang of disappointment, yet mustered the courage to approach the last row, while some classmates looked on with eager anticipation. Do you think Su, the campus beauty, will slap Su En? One wondered aloud. A slap? I reckon at least two, came the immediate retort. Su Yu understood that Su En's reputation had likely plummeted, especially after being embroiled in rumors of being kept by someone, a scandal that was far from trivial. Yet, what did it matter? As Su Yu ascended the steps and stood beside Su En, the latter became aware of her presence, clearing her throat awkwardly. Haha, good morning. Su Yu nodded, her expression as indifferent as ever, taking her seat next to Su En. Wang Wan and her group, unfazed, settled into their spots. Qinshi whispered to Hu Dahai. They're still sitting together. It seems she's not too angry. Do you believe she'll slap Su En later? Not a chance. Care to bet? Meanwhile, Su En and Su Yu sat stiffly, silence enveloping them, while some classmates furtively glanced in their direction. Others murmured, seemingly discussing Su En's recent predicament. Su En gently supported her head, pondering how to broach the subject. Cough, Su Yu? She ventured. Su Yu did not turn her head. I wanted to say before Su En could finish her thought, the classroom door swung open with a resounding kick, revealing Bai Qingyu, her long hair flowing and light makeup highlighting her features, as she entered with a graceful demeanor. Shaoan. Upon seeing Su En, Bai Qingyu immediately shouted and waved her hand. Su En's expression twitched. What was this woman up to? Su Yu frowned, questioning the identity of this striking beauty. Everyone was bewildered. Who was this woman? Was she looking for Su En? He certainly had a fair share of romantic entanglements. Bai Qingyu stepped forward, advancing to the last level of the stairs. With a hint of confusion, Bai Qingyu exclaimed, Wow, you are incredibly beautiful. Su Yu nodded in acknowledgement. Thank you, Su En. Didn't you hear me calling you? Bai Qingyu stated matter-of-factly. What do you want? Su En could only wish Bai Qingyu would leave quickly. Of course. I'm here to help you. Bai Qingyu smiled and extended her hand. Hello, my name is Bai Qingyu, Su En's cousin. How strange. This beauty looked familiar. A fleeting thought crossed Bai Qingyu's mind, but she dismissed it. Su Yu was taken aback. Cousin? Bai Qingyu is that woman with the Porsche. Yes. Su Yu recalled. This was Su En's childhood sweetheart. A chill radiated from Su Yu, causing both Su En and Bai Qingyu to shiver involuntarily. It's fine if we don't shake hands, Bai Qingyu remarked, unaware of who Su Yu was. She had merely browsed a forum last night and noticed Su En had been spending quite a bit of time with this girl. A woman's intuition suggested there was definitely a story there. Not wishing to disrupt their relationship, Bai Qingyu felt compelled to clarify things. After pondering for a moment, she descended the stage. Hey, classmate, are you outside the classroom? A middle-aged man questioned, unsure if he had entered the wrong class. Oh, are you the teacher? Please wait a moment, Bai Qingyu replied, stepping onto the podium and tapping the desk. Attention, everyone. All eyes turned to Bai Qingyu, silence enveloping the room. Su En thought to himself, what on earth was she doing? I am Bai Qingyu, and I trust everyone has seen Su En's forum from yesterday, right? Bai Qingyu's commanding presence and serious expression left no room for dissent, and the crowd nodded in agreement. Good, since you all have, I will say one thing. Bai Qingyu's demeanor shifted, her anger surging as she slammed her hand on the desk. I am Su En's cousin. Who dares to speak ill of him? I will tear their mouths apart. The room fell into a stunned silence, expressions frozen in shock, while the teacher outside wore a puzzled look. Indeed, Bai Qingyu intended to be clear and concise. There was no need for excessive elaboration. Noticing their lack of response, Bai Qingyu pressed on. Did you hear me? We heard you. The crowd responded in unison, unable to resist the peculiar authority Bai Qingyu exuded, as if a future boss were addressing them in a meeting. Excellent. Just like that, Bai Qingyu concluded, stepping down from the podium. She waved to Suin and confidently exited, thanking the teacher by patting him on the shoulder as she passed. Suin stood there, utterly dazed. Su Yu's delicate face flickered with confusion as she finally turned to Suin, asking, is that really true? What? She just mentioned that Su Yu's expression remained rather indifferent. Suin nodded, acknowledging, yes, she can indeed be considered a cousin, albeit without any blood relation. Su Yu gently nodded in agreement, pondering whether she had misunderstood Suin. However, that didn't seem right. It diverged from the narrative of the short drama, wherein someone should be vying for Suin's affection, and she should be adorned in a bridal gown to claim Suin as her own. The forum should be deleted by tomorrow. Yesterday, I merely went out, encountered Sister Bai, and we returned together along the same path, Suin remarked, playfully ruffling her hair. Su Yu pouted, why didn't you mention it earlier? I did. The two fell into a silence, with Su Yu awkwardly turning her head away. It seemed that her annoyance from yesterday had indeed led her to ignore Suin's messages. Wang Wan and Chun Yuan exchanged puzzled glances. So what now? Is the issue resolved? What about the entire night we spent setting up the computer? Last night, as they lay comfortably in bed, two robust men entered, having received permission, carrying various bags and packages. Subsequently, the four of them began to figure out how to set up the computer. This task was a breeze for the boys, yet for the girls, each wire was enough to make them tear their hair out in frustration. Outside, the teacher, caught in the wind, dialed a number. Principal, this class is proving somewhat challenging. Nevertheless, lessons must continue. Entering the classroom, the teacher gently tapped the desk. Students, we were just interrupted, but we shall commence our lesson now. I am your instructor for economic management, and I will accompany you throughout your 3 years of university. Please refrain from skipping classes. The students nodded in agreement. This teacher's course was a fundamental one, explicitly marked on the schedule. While others might be skipped, this class was not to be missed. Zhang Wei glanced at Suin and Su Yu, a smile playing on his lips. Evidently, there was no need for anyone else to intervene. The two had already begun to resolve their misunderstanding. It appeared that it wouldn't be long before they became an item, Zhang Wei mused. Shall we grab a bite? Suin asked with a silly grin. Yes, Su Yu immediately affirmed. Unbeknownst to them, though they were not a couple, they were engaging in activities typical of one. Perhaps this was what one might call the pinnacle of ambiguity. Bai Qingyu strolled through the campus, humming a tune. Little one, shouldn't you express your gratitude to your sister? A boy approached her, waving his phone. Beauty, can we add each other on WeChat? Scram. All right then. Chapter 69. The Grand Deception. The morning passed swiftly. Aside from Suin and Zhang Wei, Wang Wan and Hu Dahai had all fallen asleep. The teacher said nothing, merely advising them to be mindful of resting early next time, as it was the first day of classes. And the teacher did not wish to be overly harsh in criticism. Su Yu was deep in thought, contemplating how to reasonably gift Suin the computer she had purchased. Should she claim it was a prize she had won? That seemed rather implausible. Moreover, there appeared to be no need to drive the Porsche to ruin. Now that the misunderstanding had been cleared, the car seemed unnecessary. Has the young lady instructed us to take the car away? What is happening? Unbeknownst to them, the other party had retracted a Range Rover. After class, Hu Dahai and his companions grumbled as they made their way back to the dormitory, intending to indulge in a much-needed nap. Meanwhile, Su Yu and Suin decided to dine together. The midday sun radiated warmth, casting a golden hue upon them, their hearts pulsating in synchrony with the vibrant energy of youth. Su Yu gently turned her head, her enchanting eyes fixated on him. What exactly is our relationship now? Suin's body jolted. What relationship? What do you mean? Cough, cough, just teasing you, haha. Su Yu suddenly burst into laughter. Aren't we good friends? Why yes, indeed, Suin replied, forcing a nod, as they meandered along the campus paths. The thoughts of youth stretched longer under the sun's embrace. Where are you headed? To buy guijiao. Bring me a bottle. All right. Qin sure. Hands in pockets and looking somewhat drowsy, parted ways with Hu Dahai and strolled towards the nearest convenience store to the boys' dormitory. At this hour, the store was not particularly crowded, as many had opted to enjoy a meal instead. with his hands tucked into his pockets. Qin opened the refrigerator and was instantly greeted by a refreshing chill. Not bad. He retrieved 3 bottles of guojiao, but as he turned to close the freezer, he accidentally bumped into a girl who was selecting snacks behind him. "Oh, I'm so sorry," Qin exclaimed, rushing forward to assist her. The girl appeared pale, suggesting she might not be in the best of health. However, her fragility only accentuated her delicate beauty, her eyes sparkling with clarity. "Are you all right?" he inquired, concern lacing his voice. "I truly apologize for bumping into you." After helping her up, he quickly withdrew his hand. Her arms are so soft, he thought to himself. The girl stood, smiled, and shook her head as if to indicate she was fine before turning to leave. Feeling awkward but reassured by her response, Qin decided not to linger. After purchasing an iced tea, he stepped outside and spotted the girl waiting at the door, seemingly for someone. After a moment's contemplation, he re-entered the store. A short while later, he emerged with an additional bottle of milk in hand. "I'm sorry again for bumping into you. Here. This is for you," he offered, extending the milk towards her. The girl paused, momentarily taken aback, then quickly shook her head. "It's fine, you keep it." Qin smiled, gently pressing the milk into her hands before turning away and waving. "Goodbye." As the girl regarded the milk in her hands, tilting her head in thought, another girl approached her. "Xiaoro, what's wrong?" Xiaoro shook her head, placing the milk into her bag before gesturing with her hands. "I see. Well, as long as you're okay, let us go." In the cafeteria, Suin and Suyu found themselves amidst a bustling crowd. It must be said that the eating speed of first-year students far surpassed that of their senior counterparts. Yet, a few astute seniors had already savored their fragrant bowls of rice. Suyu entered the cafeteria, and the senior students, encountering the new campus belle for the first time, were utterly captivated. After years of admiring beauty, encountering someone so striking was indeed a rarity. However, for the naive and kind-hearted college students, they merely observed without any intent to intrude. Thus, the process of them getting their meals proceeded quite smoothly. Suin chose beef noodles, prompting Suyu to follow suit. While they indulged in their noodles, the girls behind them engaged in gossip. "Have you heard? It seems that someone from the adjacent dorm has moved in with her boyfriend." "Is that so? Did the school approve it?" "Approve what? We're in college. As long as we attend classes regularly, they don't concern themselves with our whereabouts." Suyu absorbed every word, while Suin, lost in his meal, paid little mind to the chatter. After all, food is paramount. Suyu's thoughts began to drift, reminiscing about the month they spent living together before the semester commenced. Certain details surfaced, causing her cheeks to flush. Suin, puzzled, inquired, "What's wrong, Yuga?" "The noodles are too hot," Suyu replied, feigning calmness. Suin thought nothing of it, but Suyu started contemplating whether she could acquire a small apartment near the school. The more she pondered, the more her face flushed. "Suin, what is it?" Suin, still chewing, hurriedly responded. Suyu paused for a few seconds, then seriously asked, "What do you think about cohabitation?" "Cohabitation? That's quite normal. Didn't we live together before?" Suin replied, "And many of my friends, after getting tired of dorm life, end up cohabiting. It's perfectly normal." After a moment's thought, Suin continued, "I see." Suyu felt a mischievous spark ignite within her. With that, after finishing their meal and with nothing pressing to do, they decided to take a leisurely stroll. The wind tousled Suyu's hair, prompting Suin to lightly cough. "Your hair is a bit messy." "Oh, right." Suyu seemed lost in thought, appearing somewhat dazed. Suin chuckled softly. "What are you laughing at?" Suyu asked, perplexed. Suin, stroking his chin, replied earnestly, "You are adorable. A gust of wind makes the leaves rustle." "Huh. So you didn't quite catch that." "It's nothing." Suin's face turned crimson as he looked away. "Suin." Suyu took a deep breath. "Have you thought about cohabitation?" Suin momentarily froze. "Cohabitation? Why would I cohabit? I have a dorm." Then, as realization dawned, he noticed Suyu's flustered expression, causing a pang of anxiety in his heart. "Well, I suppose it's not out of the question." Suin stammered awkwardly, aware of what Suyu implied, but feeling the need to maintain a semblance of decorum. "Oh, then I'll ask Wang," Suyu said with a playful smile, teasingly extending her hand as she moved ahead. "Hey, wait. I'm okay with it." Suin, in a rush, reached out to catch Suyu. Suyu turned her back to Suin, a smile playing on her lips. "What about living together?" she teased. "I never said I wanted to live together." Suin immediately froze. "Are you pulling a fast one on me? How am I supposed to handle this?" Clearing his throat, he awkwardly fidgeted. questioning whether his intentions had been too overt. Turning around, Suyu's cheeks flushed, yet she maintained her gaze on Su-in's eyes. Let me think about it. Huh, nothing. Oh, come on, brother, don't forget to give a 5-star review for the book. Now that you've called me brother, just give that 5-star review. We are all from Freljord. We must give 5 stars, right? Come on, brothers. Chapter 70. 100 Ways to Hook a Boy with a Pout. Hey, you didn't finish your sentence. Su-in grew increasingly anxious. Suyu playfully raised her eyebrows, her enchanting eyes captivating every nerve in Su-in's body. Do you have time on Saturday? Yes. Su-in's expression turned serious in an instant, his face set for battle. All right, let's discuss it then. Suyu seemed to realize how she could entice Su-in into a pout even more pronounced than before. Su-in felt a surge of delight, as if the sun shone even brighter today. Before long, the two exchanged farewells and parted ways. Upon returning to the dormitory, Zhang Wei noticed Su-in's arrival and took a sip from his drink. Did you delete that post? That's good, Su-in replied with a smile, humming a tune. His spirits evidently high. What's up with you? Hu Dahai's immediate reaction made him sense something was amiss. Nothing, Su-in said, removing his shoes and intending to take a shower first. Really? Yeah, it's just that I might be moving out soon. The three friends exchanged glances. What do you mean? Qin sure swallowed hard. Literally what I said, Su-in chuckled, seemingly oblivious to the rising tension among his dorm mates. With whom? Zhang Wei inquired. Guess, Su-in replied with a playful grin. Hu Dahai jumped up, exclaiming, guess what? Brothers, it's time for the Inquisition. The three sprang into action, and in a swift, fluid motion, Su-in found himself bound by Hu Dahai and Zhang Wei. Qin sure brandished a feather that made Zhang Wei shudder. What are you doing? Su-in's expression shifted dramatically. Ha. Don't. Ha. Su-in, ensnared by his friends, could only endure their playful torment until he finally laughed himself out of energy. Only then did they release him. Brother, this is our most sincere blessing for you, Qin sure declared with a pained expression. Yes, I agree. May you find true happiness, Zhang Wei added with a smile. And remember to use protection. Hu Dahai's comment instantly shifted the mood, leaving the trio with puzzled expressions. Hee, I was merely jesting. Hu Dahai's face flushed with embarrassment. Boys, after all, harbor no ill intentions. The three of them were acutely aware of Su-in's feelings for Suyu, and it was evident that Suyu reciprocated those sentiments. They were but a thin veil away from transcending to a deeper relationship. Of course, it wasn't just Hu Dahai and his companions. On the other side, really? When? Wang Wan inquired. Though it was quite shocking, it was also understandable. Suyu lowered her gaze, contemplating before responding. Next week, I suppose. Lu Jiejia, with a face full of curiosity, exclaimed, isn't that just like a scene from a novel? A blissful life of cohabitation. Indeed, Lu Jiejia had recently become utterly absorbed in online novels, particularly romance. Yet nothing seemed to resonate as profoundly as Suyu's story. No, that's not it. We are in a perfectly normal cohabitation relationship. Suyu's cheeks flushed crimson as she exerted every effort to clarify. Ah, what a splendidly normal cohabitation relationship, Chen Yuan remarked dramatically. Oh, come on, let's not tease little you. Wang Wan chuckled, pulling Suyu aside to ask, so, are you not planning to confess your feelings to Su-in? I'm afraid, Suyu admitted, her head bowed. The group fell silent. Each of them had experienced that moment in their youth, a sentiment of fear or the dread of potential failure. However, it was crucial to express those feelings, otherwise, they risked missing out entirely. Therefore, they urged her to be brave at all times. At that moment, Lu Jiejia clenched her small fists, her cheeks puffed up. While Chen Yuan looked utterly astonished. Where did you learn that? From online novels, Lu Jiejia chuckled, patting her head. Suyu appeared momentarily lost in thought, perhaps contemplating the intricacies of a young girl's heart. Consider it, little you. If you wish to advance, you must be honest with Su-in. You know what I mean, Wang Wan said, recalling the imposing bodyguards, causing her to shiver slightly. Suyu nodded, but her anxiety surfaced. What if Su-in dislikes the underworld? She genuinely worried that revealing her background might intimidate or frighten him. Just think about it. I'm genuinely rooting for you too, Wang Wan encouraged, giving a thumbs up and smiling. Exactly. With your looks, little you, not just Luda. But you could scarcely find anyone in the world who wouldn't be captivated by you. Lu Jiejia chimed in with heartfelt praise. All right then, Suyu mused, as if she had resolved to take a significant step. I'll reveal a little to Su-in first. Indeed, Suyu planned to carefully divulge a portion of her story, allowing Suan to gradually acclimate to the truth. It had to be a gradual process. She would seek an opportunity to test the waters. On Tuesday, Hu Dahai awoke. Aren't you going to class? Zhang Wei inquired, shaking Hu Dahai. Hu Dahai sat up, wiping his eyes. Forget it. Zhang Wei, exasperated, abandoned the idea of coaxing Hu Dahai and turned to glance at the still sleeping Qin Shi. Are you going or not? Zhang Wei called out. Not going, Qin Shi replied. Thank you, adoptive father. As the first light of dawn broke, Hu Dahai and Qin Shi had already revealed their true natures, languishing in their dormitory like lifeless bodies. Zhang Wei, with a resigned shake of his head, glanced at Suan, who was still lazily lingering in bed. If you don't hurry, so you might join the other boys in the rush, he urged. Clothes, pants, shoes, let's go. When are we leaving? Suan inquired, only to realize that Hu Dahai and Qin Shi had not yet departed. It doesn't matter, we can go without them. Zhang Wei replied with a wry smile. It's Tuesday. Suan felt an inexplicable joy, sensing that the day they had been anticipating was drawing ever closer. Though their relationship remained undefined, the mutual affection between the two often led them to unconsciously seek each other's company. Given their previous experience of cohabitation, this time promised to be equally smooth. As usual, Zhang Wei sat with Lu Jiejia, while Suyu shared a table with Suan, who found the abundance of breakfast before them quite impressive. Last night, Suyu had diligently studied strategies titled 100 Ways to Win a Boy's Heart. The first tactic, by breakfast. Suan gazed at the sumptuous spread of buns, soy milk, and fried dough sticks laid out before him, momentarily taken aback. What is this? He asked, surprised. However, upon seeing Suyu's beaming smile, he felt a strange mix of sweetness and warmth in his heart. I bought this for you. I was worried you might not wake up in time for breakfast, and skipping meals can lead to stomach pains, Suyu explained. Suan was taken aback by Suyu's thoughtfulness, feeling a comforting warmth spread through him. Eat up, Suyu encouraged, her eyes sparkling with delight as she watched Suan enjoy his meal, knowing that her preparations had been worthwhile. At that moment, Wang Wan and her companions, who had missed breakfast due to their late rising, stirred, their eyelids fluttering as they observed the delightful scene, unsure of what to say. As Suan savored his delicious breakfast, those who had not eaten swallowed hard, their stomachs protesting in jealousy. Aren't you eating? Suan asked, taking a bite of a fried dough stick and sipping his soy milk. I am, Suyu replied, her face alight with happiness, pleased to see Suan relishing his food. She too picked up a fried dough stick, smiling as she took a bite, but her gaze suddenly shifted, her pupils narrowing slightly. Suan felt a chill sweep through the air. What just happened? He wondered. At the classroom door stood Li Qianqian, who had not been seen for several days. How could I have forgotten about her? Suan thought, his eyelids twitching. Li Qianqian held a bag of steamed buns, scanning the room. For a moment, the crowd lowered their heads, murmuring in surprise. What was the campus belle of the art school doing in the business management building? Yet, who could complain? It was indeed a delightful sight on such a morning. Suan lowered her head in a moment of hesitation, and Suyu softly urged, lift your head. I am curious to see what she intends to do. Suan complied, raising her head, only to find Li Qianqian advancing upon her like a wolf that had just spotted its prey. Suan, what is this? Why is she seeking you out again? Are you some kind of seducer? One Su school beauty isn't enough for you. Now there's another? The assembly had nearly grown accustomed to the dynamic between Su Yu and Suan, but with the arrival of Li Qianqian, confusion reigned. Just yesterday, they had encountered that fiery beauty. Today, it was the renowned beauty from the Arts Institute. What could tomorrow possibly bring? The principal, perhaps? Li Qianqian strode directly towards Suan, completely disregarding Suyu beside her. Suan, we had to return home a few days ago. Here. A gift for you. Hangzhou soup dumplings. Suan felt a slight dampness on her back as Li Qianqian bypassed Suyu entirely. Ahem, I have already eaten. Suan replied with a polite smile. No worries. I shall bring you more tomorrow, Li Qianqian quipped playfully. The atmosphere grew tense in the silence that followed. Zhang Wei cleared his throat to alleviate the awkwardness. This Arts Institute beauty was audacious, entirely neglecting Su Yu's presence. If one were to judge based on appearances, Su Yu would undoubtedly reign supreme. Yet, Li Qianqian was formidable in her own right. No, thank you, Suan interjected. That's fine. I will bring you some tomorrow anyway. Li Qianqian responded, unfazed. As Su Yu attempted to rise, Suan gently pulled her back and stood up. Li Qianqian, I apologize, but I truly do not have any feelings for you. I am already fond of someone else. Please do not disturb me any further. Suin thought it best to be direct, lest further complications arise. The classroom fell silent once more at these words, with Li Qianqian's lips trembling slightly. Clenching the bag in her hand, she noted that despite having no classes today, she had arisen early for this encounter. Resolutely, she strode out of the classroom. Impressive, someone shouted, igniting a fervor throughout the room. In my lifetime, can I ever reject a girl in such a manner? Not a chance. Look at how the beauty walks away. Suin, you are truly remarkable. The boys in the classroom were astonished by Suin's unyielding rejection, delivered with such decisiveness. Suyu lowered her head, pondering whether his declaration of affection for someone else was aimed at her. A soft giggle escaped her lips. Even the class monitor, Zhang Qiu, couldn't help but silently commend Suin with a thumbs up. You are impressive. Wang Wan and her companion Chen Yuan chimed in. If only I had someone like Su Yu, who needs the Arts Institute beauty. One is more than sufficient. This small incident added a delightful twist to their early morning routine. You did well, Su Yu whispered. Suin, feeling a bit bashful, scratched her head, pondering the odd sensation of adhering to the principles of gentlemanly conduct, finding it oddly pleasant. Su Yu silently noted that today, Suin had turned down others for her sake. Indeed, she had successfully reeled him in. Time flew by swiftly on that Saturday morning when Suin rose early, having made plans the previous day with Su Yu to explore nearby housing options. As Suin brushed his teeth, Zhang Wei had also risen early. Yet instead of attending to his personal grooming, he sat immersed in a book. Suin, having completed his dental hygiene, remarked, You seem to have a great fondness for reading. To which Zhang Wei responded, Indeed, for within the pages of a book lies a treasure trove, and the beauty of a jade-like visage. Very well, take your time. I shall venture outside in search of that beauty. Suin said with a wave as he departed the dormitory, leaving Zhang Wei alone amidst the disarray. After a moment, Zhang Wei muttered to himself, You idiot. On his way, Suin purchased 2 bottles of milk and suddenly recalled a significant detail. Isn't Yu Ji's family supposed to be struggling? A wave of realization washed over him, prompting a flurry of questions in his mind. What was the situation with the housing? Had I ever seen Yuga take on a part-time job? Determined to uncover the truth, he proceeded to the entrance of Luda. There stood Suyu, a captivating sight against the backdrop of the day. Passers-by could not help but glance back at the striking girl, whose expression was both indifferent and exquisitely beautiful, leaving many to ponder whom she awaited. At last, a smile broke across Suyu's face as she spotted Suin approaching, dressed in a white casual shirt and jeans. She embodied elegance. So beautiful, Suin thought, but he quickly reminded himself of his purpose. Upon reaching her side, he adopted a serious demeanor and inquired, Yugo, is your living allowance sufficient for our housing venture? Caught off guard, Suyu pondered momentarily. I believe I still have several million in my bank account. That should suffice. After all, she had been frugal with her finances over the years, saving much of what Su Changqing had provided her. Yes, it's enough, she confirmed with a nod. Suin seized the opportunity to ask a question that had been weighing on his mind. What about your previous residence? Suyu contemplated for a moment. Oh, it has been rented out. Suin's eyes widened in surprise. So that was your property? This doesn't make sense. Based on what Yugo has said, that place was rather pricey. Realizing she may have misspoken, Suyu hesitated. Actually, that house was left to me by my mother. A hint of melancholy crossed her features, prompting her to speak truthfully. Suin was momentarily taken aback, berating himself internally. How could I have been so insensitive? And my father? Suyu began, but Suin interrupted. All right, you go. I shouldn't pry so much. Let us go. He resolved to refrain from further questioning, feeling remorseful for his earlier inquiries. It was unfathomable that Yugo had rented out the house her mother had bequeathed her just to afford a place to stay. And here he was, bombarding her with doubts. How could I have been so thoughtless? Suin chastised himself. Suyu tilted her head, bewildered, as she regarded Suin, contemplating whether he was truly aware of the gravity of his words. Chapter 72. What are you two doing here? The two individuals, through the internet and some small advertisement boards, arrived near a standalone apartment close to a park near Luzhou University. Oddly, it felt somewhat familiar. Suin scratched his head. The road to the park seemed very recognizable, yet he could not place it. Suyu silently averted his gaze, asking, Have you contacted the landlord? Yes. We can head up directly, Suin responded with a smile. Suyu nodded and hurried away, leaving Suin puzzled about his haste. Turning back to glance at the park once more, Suin dismissed the feeling attributing it to mere illusion. Circumventing the park. They found a 24-hour convenience store beneath the apartment, seemingly part of a chain. Suin checked his phone, locating the entrance to the apartment quite easily. Conveniently situated near the store for shopping. Suyu followed behind quietly, seemingly lost in thought, feeling somewhat shy about speaking to Suin. Let's see, the 7th floor. Suin remarked, relieved that the apartment had an elevator. Otherwise, he would have been quite displeased. Suyu entered the elevator with him, pressing the button for the 7th floor as it ascended slowly. What's wrong, Yugo? Suin inquired, sensing a hint of awkwardness between them. Nothing. Suyu quickly turned his head, not wanting Suin to notice anything unusual. Suin chose not to press further, only feeling that something felt odd after Suyu passed by the park. Was it merely an illusion? Ding. The elevator doors opened, and they stepped out at 701. The first room adjacent to the elevator, having already discussed arrangements with the landlord. Upon opening the door, a relatively young man sat inside, wearing glasses and exuding an intellectual aura. You must be Brother Wong. Suin extended his hand. The two shook hands as he replied, Yes, young man, please sit down. Let us have a chat. As the three settled in, Brother Wong glanced at Suyu, taken aback by her beauty, and remarked, Your girlfriend is quite stunning. Thank you. Suyu interjected suddenly, nodding and smiling. She did not refuse the compliment. Suin's pupils constricted in surprise. Ha ha ha, come let me show you. This apartment has good ventilation. As you mentioned, it features 2 bedrooms, a kitchen, and a bathroom, Brother Wong said, rising to provide a tour. Suin nodded at the pristine white walls and the adjacent bedrooms, indeed appearing quite appealing. This is the bathroom, Brother Wong pointed behind Suin, indicating the separate bathing and toilet areas. Quite impressive, Suin acknowledged. Moreover, the balcony was not small, ideal for hanging out laundry and such. What do you think? Yuga? Suin asked Suyu beside him. Suyu nodded slightly, comfortable. This residence resembled a duplex apartment, though unlike a traditional duplex, it lacked a second level. And the kitchen was a separate room altogether, aligning perfectly with Suin's expectations for an apartment. What about the price? Suyu inquired. Suddenly, Suin interrupted, pulling Wang Gu outside and turning back to say, Yugo, I need to negotiate with Wang Gu. Though Suyu was perplexed about Suin's intentions upon hearing this, she found it quite reasonable. Indeed, negotiation was necessary. Upon reaching the entrance, Suin ruffled his hair. Wang Ji's expression soured slightly, yet he spoke. Young man, this house is quite decent in the university town, with a monthly rent of 4,000. Your negotiation seems unwarranted. Suin chuckled. Unwarranted? Then why did you bring me out, Wang Gu? Just give me a price, and I'll buy it directly. Upon hearing this, the man was momentarily taken aback. What did you say? Did I hear you correctly? Wang Gu exclaimed in astonishment. Just tell me a price, brother. I'll buy it outright, Suin reiterated. Wait, you want to buy it? Yes, Suin replied. Wang Gu furrowed his brow, glancing at Suin, who appeared to be merely 19 years old. Did he really possess such wealth? Suin continued. You see, I want to relieve my girlfriend of any burdens, you understand? Wang Gu, upon hearing this, couldn't help but give Suin a thumbs up. What a man. It turned out Suin intended to purchase the house outright, and then have Wang Gu concoct a plausible excuse for Suyu, ultimately renting it at an extremely low price. 150,000, no haggling. Wang Gu pondered for a moment before responding. Considering the house's location and the housing prices in Lu City, this price was quite reasonable. Initially, he thought Suin would attempt to negotiate further. But Suin did not even flinch. All right, that is settled, brother. I'll even gift you a large refrigerator and hire a cleaning lady to tidy up. You can move in tomorrow. Wang Ji's expression brightened, and he immediately grasped Suin's hand, shaking it vigorously. Let us head inside then. The rest is up to you. Wang Gu replied with a smile. Suin then swung open the door, feigning delight. You go. I have wonderful news. Huh? What good news? Suyu inquired, puzzled, as she sat on the sofa. Wang Gu stepped forward, wearing a broad smile. Here is the situation. Because of family. Wait, Wang Gu. Could you step outside with me for a moment? Suyu suddenly interjected. Suin was taken aback. What? I also want to negotiate. I think little and might not be good at it. Suyu reflected for a moment and then stepped outside, with Wang Gu, still perplexed, following her out. Little sister, what do you want to negotiate? Wang Gu asked, his brow furrowed in confusion. What price? He added, his pupils narrowing in disbelief. What was happening? It turned out that both Suin and Suyu with an unspoken understanding, had arrived at a similar idea. Suyu believed that if she purchased the house, she could have Wang Ge fabricate some excuse, thereby alleviating Su-in of any significant psychological burden while still allowing him to pay rent each month. "I'll buy this house. Just give me a price," Suyu stated, her expression cold, arms crossed. Brother Wang's mouth gaped wide, and thus the situation was as you understand. Shortly thereafter, Suyu conveyed her thoughts to Brother Wang. While her words rang true, it felt as if the two of them were treating me like a mere dog. Or perhaps they were jesting about the abundance of money. Brother Wang was utterly perplexed. If Su-in intended to purchase, then Suyu would as well. What sort of logic was this? "So, my dear young lady, your implication is that he is unaware of your wealth, and you wish to spare that young gentleman from feelings of inferiority?" "Indeed." Suyu nodded vigorously, offering Brother Wang a thumbs up. "Is that so? Are you two genuinely acquainted? Don't you have a clear understanding of each other's family circumstances?" Brother Wang took a deep breath. 750,000. Suyu was taken aback. How could it be so inexpensive? This price seemed uncharacteristic. "I will also provide you with a large refrigerator, and I shall arrange for an auntie to assist you." Moments later, Brother Wang entered, stating, "Young man, we have agreed upon a price, and I must leave Luqing due to urgent family matters. Therefore, I shall rent this house to you at a slightly reduced rate of 500. Does that work for you?" Su-in nodded, visibly delighted. Seeing Su-in's joy, Suyu joined in the laughter, and both simultaneously gave Brother Wang a thumbs up. Chapter 73. All three felt they had gained an advantage, evidently. All three felt as if they had come out ahead. However, allow me to remind you too that this apartment does not permit dogs, should a complaint arise. "It shall not concern me." Brother Wang chuckled awkwardly, for he spoke the truth. After all, it would no longer be his concern. Su-in and Suyu nodded in agreement. "So it is settled then. I will arrange for a refrigerator to be delivered this afternoon, and you shall be able to move in tomorrow." Brother Wang tossed 2 keys to them, stating, "I will place the remaining key by the doormat after the refrigerator is set up. Just a reminder, it would be wise to change the lock." Brother Wang smiled, waving the keys in his hand. One must admit, such a landlord is rather agreeable. Su-in chuckled. Yet there remained one question, which could only be posed to Brother Wang later that evening. "Well then, we shall take our leave, Brother Wang." "Very well." Brother Wang waved goodbye as the two entered the elevator. "Hey, stepping out and making a profit of 1.5 million, what do you call this?" "Ha ha ha." Downstairs, Su-in entered a convenience store to buy 2 bottles of water, handing one to Suyu. "So, are we officially cohabiting now?" 250. "What do you mean by 250? Suyu inquired, perplexed. "It means we both contribute 250. Ha ha ha." Su-in replied with a grin. Suyu laughed too, thinking, "Silly Su-in, it is not that I owe you 250, but rather you must give me 250 each month." Clearly, Su-in shared the same notion. Suyu indeed expected him to provide her with 250 each month. "Let us go. We must purchase items." Su-in suddenly exclaimed, "Since we are moving, we surely need to buy many things." Suyu shook her head. "I have matters to attend to. Shall we not go shopping tomorrow instead?" "Is that so?" With a noticeable tinge of disappointment, Su-in realized that she could no longer accompany Suyu on their shopping excursion. "Shall we return to school?" she proposed. "Certainly." In a flash, the two settled their accommodations and prepared for a rapid return to campus. Messages began to flood the dormitory group chat of the 4 Great Kings. Qinshi inquired, "Who is outside?" Hu Duhai responded, "I'm on the bed next to yours." Zhang Wei chimed in, "I'm beside you under the bed." Su-in, rolling her eyes, pulled out her phone and replied with a simple one. Qinshi added, "Bring some food, Godfather." Hu Duhai echoed, "Add 1." Zhang Wei followed suit. "Add 1." Su-in chuckled helplessly and shook her head. Suyu, puzzled, asked, "What's wrong?" Su-in waved her phone, saying, "I must fetch food for my sons, otherwise they might starve." Suppressing a laugh, Suyu covered her mouth and teased, "If they are your sons, what does that make me?" Su-in lowered her gaze, pondering the depth of the question. Hu Duhai interjected, "Mama, the topic has veered off course." Nevertheless, Su-in and Suyu set off together towards the cafeteria. After a simple meal, Su-in escorted Suyu back to the girls' dormitory, while she herself, clutching her food, returned to her dorm like a carnivorous beast returning from the hunt. "Is it true? Are you really moving?" Wang Wan and the others watched as Suyu packed some clothes. "Well, I suppose I'll only be going over occasionally. I might still stay in the dorm sometimes." Suyu smiled. The others fell silent, their hearts heavy as they reflected on their own situation, still lounging in the dorm, mindlessly scrolling through short videos. While their affluent and beautiful roommate was preparing to cohabit with her beloved, standing before her suitcase, Suyu pondered if she had forgotten anything. With a swift motion, she opened her wardrobe, swallowing hard at the sight of an array of stockings. "What are you doing, Xiaoyu?" she stammered, quickly shoving an unknown item into her suitcase. Her cheeks flushed. Wang Wan, oblivious to her embarrassment, returned to her chair. Suyu thought, Suin would surely appreciate this. One of the tips from 100 Ways to Hook a Boy was indeed to wear stockings, preferably black. Clearing her throat, she decided to set aside her thoughts and pay the landlord first. Both Suin and Suyu had the landlord's WeChat. After finding a bank card with Wang Gu, Suyu tapped a few times, transferring a substantial sum of 750,000 effortlessly. Hee. Wang Gu, still at the house, chuckled, "Time to eat." "Hey, be careful with that refrigerator, don't break it," he called out, directing the workers as they placed the fridge in a spacious area of the living room. Pondering how to resolve the property deed issue for the two, Wang Gu handed out 2 packs of cigarettes to the workers and began to contemplate. Perhaps I could try this approach? Moments later, Suyu received a message from Wang Gu. "I've prepared 2 copies of the property deed, one for you and a backup. Should we add that handsome young man's name to the deed?" Without a trace of doubt, Suyu replied, "All right." This means that Suin and I are now on the same page. Subsequently, Suyu dialed the phone, summoning those 2 old acquaintances, the bodyguards, to the school to move Suin's computer to the house. The rest will be entrusted to Brother Wang. "Buddy, don't leave." Hu Dahai, with a look of desolation, watched Suin pack his belongings. "Child, it's not that your father is leaving, it's just..." Sigh. Suin, despite his audible sigh, couldn't suppress the smile on his face. "Make sure to visit home often." Qin Shi, wrapped in a blanket, showcased his vocal prowess. "Are you eating? If not, I'll finish it all." Suin was rendered speechless. "Eat." Hu Dahai and Qin Shi rushed downstairs, eagerly snatching the lunchbox. Zhang Wei was already wiping his mouth. One must admit, his speed was remarkable. Ding dong. The WeChat notification chimed. It was a message from Brother Wang. Suin opened the message. "Brother Wang, little brother. Just give me 750,000. The specifics are a bit complicated, but it's as absurd as it sounds, you know?" Suin was taken aback. What is going on? Even with a discount, it shouldn't be a drastic cut, right? A house worth 750,000? A large question mark loomed above Suin's head. "Brother Wang, to speak frankly, I truly enjoy witnessing the kind of love you two share. This discount comes with a single condition. You must add that girl's name to the property deed. And I have another set of electronic devices, which you will learn about tomorrow." Suin was stunned. What kind of divine reasoning is this? The kind of love you share? Is that even used correctly? Despite his confusion, the conditions laid out by Brother Wang were, one must admit, rather persuasive. Suin, "All right. Thank you, Brother Wang. Send me your bank account number." Shortly after, Brother Wang, lounging with his legs crossed in apartment 701, received the 750,000. "Ah, I am truly a good person, doing good deeds and making money. Where else in the world can one find such fortune?" He tapped a few times on his phone and sent another message. "Brother Wang, there are 2 property deeds. One I will keep, and the other is yours. The one I hold is a backup, and I must remind you, don't let that girl find out about this deed." Brother Wang had conveyed the same message to Suyu. Suin. In the end, Brother Wang satisfiedly put away his phone, casting one last glance at 701. "Goodbye. I look forward to your next homeowner." He closed the door and departed. Ultimately, both Suin and Suyu believed they had come out ahead, only to discover months later that they had each contributed half the price. Chapter 74. I look forward to your guidance. Hey, Xiaolang, what has Xiaoyu been up to recently? In the towering office of the Su Group in Lu City, Su Chongqing inquired of the bespectacled man beside him. Zhang Lang paused momentarily before responding. "It seems that the young lady has been in good spirits lately and has purchased some electronic devices, likely a computer or something similar. Oh, I hope Xiaoyu isn't getting addicted to video games." "Brother, modern games can no longer be merely referred to as video games. They have ascended to the status of national sports," Zhang Lang remarked with a wry smile. "By the way, what is that Land Rover doing in my garage? When did I ever purchase such a vehicle?" Su Chongqing's face was a canvas of confusion. Upon returning home yesterday, he was greeted by the sight of a grand Land Rover parked alongside Xiaoyu's Koenigsegg in his garage. Along and who mentioned that it was purchased by the young lady, Zhang Lang nudged his glasses. "Oh, So Xiaoyu has a preference for such cars? Su Changqing inquired. I'm not certain. Jiang Lang paused slightly. It wouldn't be appropriate to suggest that it was perhaps intended for a young man, would it? Brother, if you were to find out that the young lady was in a romantic relationship, how would you handle it? Jiang Lang tentatively posed the question. Su Changqing pondered this. It was indeed a pressing matter. Xiaoyu was no longer a child and had reached the age of romance, yet the thought of it made him reluctant. Perhaps I should consider adopting a more accommodating stance, he concluded after a lengthy silence. Jiang Lang was momentarily taken aback. Well, that is certainly a valid point. By the way, has that individual been dealt with? Su Changqing's expression suddenly turned somber. According to your account, that person has been sent abroad, and the family provided a substantial sum. Su Changqing nodded, his demeanor growing noticeably colder. Investigate this matter. I wish to uncover just how many parasites remain within my Su Corporation. Understood. It turned out that in recent months, the finances and critical progress of the Su Group had encountered significant issues, and Su Changqing had realized that an increasing number of his subordinates had forgotten how he had ascended to his current position. On Sunday, Suin was in an inexplicably good mood. Having just finished brushing his teeth, he was preparing to lift his suitcase to leave when his phone rang. Upon seeing that it was his mother and Jixin calling, he felt compelled to answer. With a swift swipe, he connected the call, and soon enough, the gentle and familiar voice emanated from the receiver. Shaoan, I heard from your father that you are already aware of the situation regarding Mingzhuang Mansion. Suin chuckled. Indeed. Is he regretting his decision now? Please inform him that it is too late. Child, are you looking for trouble, you little rascal? Su Jianghe's voice boomed through the line, indicating that Jixin had likely activated the speakerphone. This was quite typical, as Su's father rarely spoke with Suin directly. Oh, go away. Don't interrupt my conversation with my son. And Jixin scolded, then softened her tone. Shaoan, since you are already in the know, I won't say much more. From now on, I encourage you to manage that hotel. Should you encounter any difficulties, make sure to discuss them with your father. And if he is unhelpful, remember that your mother is here to support you. After hearing this, Suin felt warmth in his heart. He quietly pushed open the dormitory door, careful not to disturb Zhang Wei and the others. Don't worry, Mom. Your son is not a fool. Even if I do nothing, Li Wuda will manage everything well for me. And Jixin replied from the other end, I have heard your father speak of this Li Wuda. He is quite a talent. You must cherish him. I know. With a thud, the suitcase fell onto the steps, making a noise. And Jixin inquired with curiosity, what sound was that? Oh, it's nothing, Mom. It's just my suitcase. Suitcase. And Jixin was puzzled. What do you need a suitcase for so early in the morning? Where are you going, son? I'm moving out. I've rented a place with some friends. And Jixin pondered for a moment. I see. Then I won't say much more. Would you like me to send that voice from the night over to you? Since you're doing this, why not embrace being a wealthy child openly? No, let us talk about that another time. I have things to do, Mom. Love you. Suin then hung up the phone, for in the midst of their conversation, he had already dragged his suitcase to the entrance of Ludong University. Who were you just on the phone with? Suyu asked playfully. My mom, Suin replied. Oh, I see, Su said, feeling a twinge of sadness upon hearing it was Suin's mother. Suin had previously mentioned that his mother had trouble with her legs, and he was determined to find the best doctor to help her. No, Suin's mother's feet. Let us go, then. In Kyoto, a beautiful woman, adorned with an expensive silk scarf, looked worriedly at the imposing man beside her. Su Jianghe took a deep breath, saying, Surely this boy hasn't he fallen for someone? No, I mean, has he met someone he likes at university? How did you know? Su Jianghe asked, puzzled. It's just a mother's intuition. And Jixin pouted, her face beaming with pride. Yes, my wife is the best. Su Jianghe immediately praised, showing that their years of affection had not diminished in the slightest. And Jixin contemplated for a moment and then asked, Darling, after all these years of raising him in poverty, is it some kind of perverse pleasure of yours? Ahem. Of course not. Su Jianghe retorted. Although he had been raised in a similar manner by Suin's grandfather, it indeed instilled many good qualities in him. Over the years, despite his wealth, Su Jianghe maintained a frugal habit, not out of reluctance to spend, but rather to avoid wasting food. Think about it. Do you remember the Bai family? The son of that brother? I remember. I heard he's into drugs and has been involved with starlets. Just thinking about it makes me feel sick, and Jixin recalled. Exactly. He grew up without worry, with a casual allowance of hundreds of thousands, And look where that has led him. Indulgence has led him to ruin. Su Jianghe shook his head in resignation, observing that many signs of wealth exhibit similar traits. The fruit of the affluent is far more delectable than that of the ordinary. Yet it remains out of reach for most. Many common folk only perceive a select few cultured and well-educated heirs, leading them to mistakenly believe that all wealthy individuals embody such refinement. However, they fail to recognize the majority, convinced of their own discerning vision, unaware that, in the eyes of those debauched youths, boasting about their lives online seems quite trivial. Look at my son now, aside from his penchant for berating me. He has no bad habits, right? Upon uttering this, Su Jianghe felt a hint of pride. Cough, indeed, and Ji sighed, as she pushed open the door to room 701. It was evident that Brother Wang had made excellent arrangements. Even the sofa covers had been replaced with an entirely new set, and the refrigerator was tucked away in a corner of the living room, occupying no space at all. The thought of her forthcoming life made Suan blush slightly. Cough. Are we going to see black and white again? Suyu pouted, her expression sour, as she disapproved of the sofa cover's color, declaring it ugly. The deep blue is simply hideous. You go? Suan set down her suitcase and spoke up. In the days to come, please guide me. Sure thing, old friend. Suyu responded playfully. Chapter 75. Shall we do it together? Hey, Suan, be gentle. Don't break it. I'll be careful. Yes, just like that, hee. Suan carefully placed the Doraemon plush toy, which Suyu had previously captured, atop the refrigerator. In Suyu's words, this way, it would be visible upon entering. Although Suan was puzzled by the rationale, seeing Suyu's delight was enough to satisfy her. You go. Why don't you go and make your bed? Suan smiled and then picked up her suitcase, preparing to head to the smaller room. Wait. Suyu turned her head, her gaze shifting uncertainly. Suan, intrigued, then smirked. You go? You won't actually make the bed, will you? What? No way. Suyu pouted, her face displaying discontent. Ha. It's all right, you go. Let me assist you. Suan chuckled, setting down her suitcase and turning to grab Suyu's bag. I just wanted you to help me make it. Not that I can't do it myself. Suyu insisted, still stubborn. Suan merely smiled and remained silent as she entered the largest room, which appeared rather empty, containing only a bed and a wardrobe. Nevertheless, she believed it would soon be filled with vitality. As for why Suyu was given the largest room, that was not for others to question. How did you get in here? Suan wondered, surprised that Suyu had followed her. I wanted to check on my room. Suyu replied, looking away. Suan chuckled softly, increasingly sensing that Suyu was different from before. The current Suyu spoke more freely and expressed a wider range of emotions, which was indeed fitting for a girl. When Suan first met Suyu, her demeanor was so aloof, as if she were owed 8 million. Suan smiled as he opened Suyu's suitcase, causing Suyu's pupils to dilate in alarm. Oh no. He hurriedly rushed forward, pressing down on the suitcase just as it was about to open. However, due to his momentum, he lost his balance and was about to fall. To his surprise, Suan reacted swiftly, grasping Suyu's hand and pulling him back, but in his haste, he tumbled onto the unmade mattress. Consequently, Suyu was drawn along with him. Thud, thud, thud. Suyu found himself nestled against Suan, able to distinctly hear his heartbeat. The two were entangled in a rather compromising position. The warmth emanating from Suan's abdomen enveloped him like the gentle embrace of summer sunlight, refreshing as a spring breeze, an indescribable sensation that defied articulation. Perhaps out of concern for Suyu's near tumble, Suan's hand had unknowingly slipped to the lower part of Suyu's waist. Suan swallowed hard, feeling a heat rise within him. Shaoan, I understand your urgency, but you must let go, Suyu thought, bewildered by Suan's affinity for holding onto his phone. Wait, your hand. Suyu immediately sprang up, flushed with heat, his hormones surging uncontrollably. Suan hastily waved his hands, quickly getting up and bowing slightly. Truly, as a young man of 18 or 19, his reflexes in gaming were remarkable. Had he not bowed promptly, the situation could have escalated. I have something to attend to. I'll step outside, he stammered. All right. Suyu averted his gaze, recalling how Suan's hand had ventured too close to him. Did he inadvertently invite a wolf into the house? Yet, it didn't feel entirely wrong. In the bathroom, the sound of rushing water filled the air as Suan splashed cold water on his face, gasping for breath. This cannot continue. If it happens again, I might truly lose control. He stared at his reflection in the mirror and suddenly smacked his forehead. Am I being foolish? Legalizing it would solve everything. But then, his left brain wrestled with his right, shaking its head vigorously. No, no, marriage must precede any such decisions. Wait, what am I even contemplating? Was this truly about marriage? In those fleeting seconds, he had even envisioned names for their future children. Meanwhile, in the bedroom, Suyu regained his composure and hurriedly opened his suitcase, extracting black stockings and swiftly hiding them in the wardrobe. That rascal Suin. Suyu's face flushed a deep crimson. Yet, a part of him entertained the thought of affection. What am I thinking? He buried his face in the mattress, feeling even more flustered. Knock, knock. Suin called from outside. Hey, you go, may I come in? I'm here to make your bed. Wait. Suyu stood up, taking deep breaths to calm himself. Stay composed. You must remain calm. After a brief moment, he suppressed his surging emotions and opened the door, his expression a touch more composed. Come in. Okay. Suin also felt slightly embarrassed from the earlier incident, stepping forward to open the suitcase and promptly arranging Suyu's mattress and belongings into neat order. I stepped forward to open my own door, and Suin was momentarily taken aback. What is all this? A computer? Recalling Brother Wang's words, he pondered that this might be what he left behind. I shall inquire with Yuga later. 20 minutes later, the clock struck 11, signaling mealtime. The two sat on the sofa in silence, neither daring to meet the other's gaze. How awkward it was on the first day of cohabitation. Suin finally broke the silence, suggesting, why don't we cook together? Suyu tilted his head in surprise, and Suin mirrored his astonishment. After a prolonged silence of 2.5 minutes, Suin hesitantly clarified, I meant to say, let us prepare a meal. Suyu turned away, his expression cold, silently affirming that he had not misunderstood Suin's intention. Suin felt an urge to descend 7 flights to fetch a bottle of water, opting neither for the stairs nor the elevator. Clearing his throat, Suyu gently covered his mouth and coughed, then let us cook together. Should we invite the others to join us for dinner? It happens to be a day off for everyone, Suin suggested, wanting to liven up the atmosphere by inviting their dorm mates. To his surprise, Suyu shook his head, perhaps another time. Suyu's inner thoughts were resolute. No, only I shall partake in Suin's cooking. After all, this is the first time. The last time, the instant noodles hardly counted as cooking, did they? Suin nodded in agreement, recognizing that a meal together could indeed provide a moment of respite. Is there a supermarket nearby? Suyu inquired, puzzled. Suin, adopting a sage-like demeanor, covered his face and exclaimed, foolish. Supermarket produce is both expensive and subpar. Then where to go? Suyu was at a loss, unsure of any alternatives to a supermarket for purchasing food. Allow me, Suin declared, retrieving his phone to access the navigation. I am currently routing you to the nearest farmer's market. Of course, we must go to the farmer's market. The vegetables and meat there are fresh every day. Suyu looked bewildered, pondering what a farmer's market entailed. Come, let me take you to see for yourself. Suin was particularly fond of this place, where one could procure quality ingredients at reasonable prices. Although he currently had over 9 million on him, he preferred to shop here for groceries, as even the family chef would source from the farmer's market in Kyoto. Chapter 76. Can the subway still be cozy? The good news was that the farmer's market was just a few streets away from the apartment building. The bad news was that they had to take the subway, as pedestrians were required to use it due to traffic constraints. However, neither complained much, perhaps contemplating the opportunity to enjoy a stroll together. Hee. Suyu suddenly chuckled. Suin, puzzled, asked, what is I'm using? I was just reminded of something delightful. What is it? Suin was still processing when Suyu continued. It was our first meeting. I even called the police on you, haha. Yes, that does ring a bell. Suin chuckled, scratching his head. He recalled that day vividly. It was his first visit to Lu City, and he never anticipated being questioned at the security office, due to her own cough. Suin pondered for a moment, acknowledging the delightful sensation. Suyu seemed to realize it as well, her face flushing as she softly murmured, rogue. After purchasing their subway tickets, the duo located the line leading to the farmer's market and awaited at the platform. During the peak hours of commuting and dining, one cannot deny that the throngs at subway stations in sprawling metropolises can be overwhelmingly dense. Suin and Suyu stood in a corner, wary of being jostled by the crowd. As the subway slowly approached the platform, the doors swung open, and the throng immediately split into 2 factions, one frantically rushing to descend, fearing being swept away by the train, while the other surged upward in a chaotic scramble. Suyu felt a tinge of anxiety. As the little princess of Lu City, she had never encountered such a scene. Her previous excursion on the subway was a first, as she was typically chauffeured. Believing Suyu might be experiencing social anxiety, Suin gently patted her hand, reassuringly saying, "Don't worry, just watch me." Before Suyu could fully comprehend, Suin grasped her hand. With assertiveness, Suin led the way, deftly maneuvering through the crowd, and with a swift motion, successfully ushered Suyu onto the subway. Taken aback, Suyu thought, "That was fast?" Inside the subway, the crowd was even denser, and the two were nearly separated. But fortunately, Suin suddenly tightened his grip on Suyu's hand. Their faces flushed. Yet they felt this was an exceptional circumstance, acceptable. Suddenly, the subway accelerated sharply, causing them to press closely together, the gap between them quickly filled by others. Now, they stood face to face. Suin felt a surge of anxiety. Whether it was the warmth of the subway or something else, he sensed his temperature rise, swallowing hard. Given their heights, Suyu's forehead was just beneath Suin's chin, allowing her a clear view of his throat. Amidst the cacophony of voices, they felt they could distinctly hear each other's heartbeats. Suin let out a heavy breath, which brushed against Suyu's forehead, prompting her to stammer, "That S. Warm." Suin turned his head away, feeling an awkwardness descend upon them. Suddenly, the subway decelerated, and they lost their footing, causing Suyu to tumble into Suin's embrace, obliterating the space that once existed between them. Suin, flustered, stammered, "This is just a special situation." Suyu could feel the warmth radiating from Suin's chest. One of his hands clung to the pole, while the other seemed at a loss as to where to rest. Damn, he yearned to place it around her waist. Suin's thoughts were a whirlwind, the tension between them palpable as hormones surged. Finally, the subway arrived at the station, and Suin sighed in relief. Was it over? Suyu stood obediently beside Suin. Though many peculiar events had transpired, she found it all quite amusing. This was her first encounter with such extraordinary experiences. "Ahem, let us go, brother you," Suin suggested. As the two stepped out of the subway station, they found themselves at the entrance of a quaint farmer's market in Luzhou. It was noon, and the number of shoppers had noticeably dwindled. Nevertheless, the vendors continued to call out energetically, striving to attract the few passers-by to purchase their wares. Oh, this is the essence of a market. Suyu's eyes sparkled with wonder. She had never encountered such sights before. Indeed, Suin and Suyu crossed the street. The market was typically filled with a medley of complex aromas, and this one was no exception. Yet, Suin felt that this was the very essence of life's vibrancy. Was it not? Suyu seemed a bit unaccustomed to the olfactory onslaught, wanting to cover her nose, but upon glancing at Suin, who remained unfazed, she decided to endure the unfamiliar scents. Fortunately, it wasn't long before Suyu began to acclimate, realizing that it wasn't all that unpleasant. "What would you like to eat?" Suin's voice was gentle and magnetic, making Suyu feel as though her husband was inquiring about her dinner preferences. Her heart raced with excitement. I can eat anything," Suyu replied shyly. "How about scrambled eggs with tomatoes?" Suin pondered, recognizing that this dish was universally beloved. "Great. And then perhaps stir-fried green peppers with meat and mint soup?" Suin suggested. Suyu nodded eagerly. "Sounds good." These were all dishes Suyu enjoyed, and Suin intended to slowly discover what she loved to eat. And then, Suin had certainly learned a thing or two. The first lesson was to win over a girl by first captivating her stomach. These home-style dishes were entirely within Suin's skill set. Back in Kyoto, he occasionally joined his father in the kitchen. It was indeed curious that a wealthy magnate would frequently cook, a fact that astonished many. Yet, to Suin's father, it was essential to remember how the nation had progressed to its current state, which is why he donated 100 million each year to impoverished regions. Perhaps Suin had never truly resented him over the years, for the true authority in the household was that venerable gentleman. "Is that fresh meat?" Suyu asked, her face brimming with curiosity. Today, she had encountered many fascinating things. Fresh vegetables and just slaughtered pork. To Suyu, these were images she had never witnessed before. Suin, smiling, accompanied Suyu as they strolled about, taking their time to buy groceries. They resembled a genuine couple. Approaching the pork stall, Suin pointed at the meat on the counter and inquired, "How much for this meat, sir?" "I'll give it to you for 23 yuan a pound. Handsome." The vendor replied with a broad smile. "Oh, and what a lovely girl you have with you. She is as radiant as my daughter." The vendor complimented Suyu, his words laced with affection for his own child. "Alas, but I digress. Would you like some?" The vendor chuckled, gesturing toward a piece of meat. "Ah, thank you." Suyu responded, slightly taken aback, before managing to express her gratitude. He chuckled, "Hey boss, let's have some pork." Suin smiled, finding you good to be wonderfully naive. "Come again next time." The boss carefully packaged the pork, seemingly concerned that Suin might find the bag a bit oily, and replaced it with another bag on the counter for Su and to take himself. "Thank you, boss." "Thank you." Suyu echoed Suin's words cheerfully. The boss laughed heartily, his face beaming with joy. "No problem." Chapter 77. Not now. At least having procured all the necessary ingredients, and noticing the kitchen lacked some seasonings, Suin bought a large bag of condiments. Suyu, with a beaming smile, carried a rice cooker and a frying pan. "Isn't there one in the kitchen already?" Suin asked, puzzled. "I prefer to use my own." Suyu replied proudly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "Haha, all right then." After a brief discussion, they decided that carrying all these items would make it inconvenient to take the subway, so they hailed a taxi. Fortunately, it was a short distance, and within 10 minutes, they were back at the apartment building. Suin suddenly remembered that there was no drinking water in the apartment, so he set down the items, planning to buy a few bottles from the convenience store. Suyu followed suit, trailing behind like a little shadow. Suin grabbed 4 bottles of mineral water to pay for, while Suyu followed closely, as if he believed Suin could introduce him to many intriguing new things. As Suin was about to pay, his gaze fell upon a pack of gum, pondering whether to buy it. Suyu, noticing Suin's focus, gasped, "What do you need that ultra-thin one for? Is it possible that?" Their thoughts were clearly not aligned. Suin was merely contemplating the gum. After a moment of consideration, he decided to take it. As he reached out, Suyu quickly grabbed his hand. Panic etched across his face. "No, absolutely not." His face flushed immediately. "At least not now." Suin, utterly bewildered, wondered what was wrong. "Is it not okay to buy gum?" Following Suyu's anxious gaze, he then realized, "No, I'm just buying gum. Not that." "Ah," Suyu exclaimed, his expression fraught with alarm. Embarrassed, he fidgeted awkwardly, wishing he could vanish into a hole before hurriedly exiting the store. Suin, however, was left stunned, his mind racing. "Did you good just say at least not now? That implies..." After purchasing the gum and mineral water, the two returned to the apartment in silence. Suin donned the apron he had bought from the market, clearing his throat awkwardly. "Ahem, I'm going to cook now." From Suyu's room came the sound of a small chick pecking at rice. In the kitchen, Suin closed the door and let out a long sigh, feeling overwhelmed. Is this what cohabitation is like? Constantly having to suppress oneself, lest one inadvertently crosses a line. Time to get started. Suin cast aside any inappropriate thoughts and began preparing the meal. Meanwhile, in the bedroom, Suyu was blushing fiercely, as if he had consumed several bottles of strong liquor, desperately covering his head, heat seemingly radiating from his pillow. "What are you talking about? Oh heavens. Suin mustn't think I am too casual." Suyu anxiously rolled about on the bed, tangling himself into a cocoon. "Brother you, how much chili should I add?" At that moment, Suin opened the door, and Suyu, ensnared in his blanket, had only his head peeking out. Their eyes met, and Suyu momentarily froze, then, perhaps due to his urgency, forgot he was wrapped up and squirmed a bit. Suin couldn't help but chuckle. Get out, get out." Suyu felt utterly embarrassed. All right. Suin stifled his laughter and closed the door, but Suyu quickly called out, "Wait." Then, with utmost seriousness, Suyu declared, "Add more chili." Suin smiled, appreciating the playful banter. He shut the door, leaving Suyu in a disheveled state in the room. Half an hour later, at exactly 1 in the afternoon, Suin emerged with a platter of dishes. Suyu, sitting proudly at the table, seemed unable to resist the tantalizing aroma, and his mouth watered uncontrollably. "Ahem, it's time to eat." "All right." Suyu's demeanor was frosty, while Suin chuckled, sensing it was all an act. Suin served rice, handing some to Suyu while he took a generous scoop for himself. Suyu picked up a piece of tomato scrambled with eggs with his chopsticks and placed it in his mouth. His eyes widened in surprise. Suin, puzzled, asked, "Is it not good?" It shouldn't be, he thought. His culinary skills were not likely to yield a poor dish. Suyu set down his chopsticks, his eyes sparkling like little stars, and gave a thumbs up. Delicious. It was the best tomato and egg dish he had ever tasted. Sweet and perfect for mixing with rice. "Ah, so that's what you meant," Suin smiled. Suyu set aside the earlier incident and prioritized enjoying the meal. The simple trio of dishes opened Suyu's appetite immensely. Perhaps it was because Suin had prepared them, but he devoured an entire bowl of rice. "Do you want more?" Suin inquired. What if I gain weight?" Suyu hesitated, suddenly concerned. No worries, brother you. You'll still look beautiful even if you gain a few pounds. Suin teased. Thus, Suyu brushed aside his worries and continued to feast. After a whirlwind of eating, both sat back in their chairs, utterly stuffed. Only a little mint soup remained. Suin suddenly remembered something and asked, Brother you. It seems Wanga left me a computer. Suyu was taken aback, his expression tense. Is that so? Haha. Yes, and the specs are quite impressive. It's all set up. Suin's eyes sparkled, viewing it as a delightful bonus after acquiring a house. Do you like it? I love it. Now I want to need to buy one myself. Haha. Suin grinned. That's wonderful. Suyu also smiled brightly, relieved that Suin was pleased. As Suin began to clear the dishes, he noticed the sunny disposition of the young man before him. Suyu lowered his gaze and softly inquired, Suin? When is your birthday? Suin was taken aback, placing the bowl in his hand down. Let me think, October 1st. Suyu blinked. Isn't that less than a month away? Why do you ask? Suin inquired, puzzled. To be honest, he had nearly forgotten. The only gift he remembered receiving on his 18th birthday was a voice of the night from his mother, while the other presents were merely tokens from those eager to ingratiate themselves with Su's father. All of those were cast aside after being scolded by him. My son's 18th birthday. If you genuinely wish to give a gift, I shall accept it, but what do you mean by bringing a contract? And you? Suin continued the conversation. Suyu chuckled, November 11th. Interestingly, Suyu was merely a month younger than Suin, who had just turned 19 in October, though he could still be referred to as just 19. Really? Suin nodded. What should I gift you, brother you? A gift for myself? Haha, that's a stretch. Suyu gazed at Suin with a mix of confusion and amusement as he finished clearing the table and headed into the kitchen. I'll do it. Suyu suddenly stood up, declaring that since Suin had cooked, it was only fair he wash the dishes. That's what they say in the videos. Allow me. Brother you should take a rest. Suin turned on the tap to wash the dishes. Suyu insisted, no way. You cooked, I will wash the dishes. It's only reasonable. Is it? Indeed. Chapter 78. Protect our little N. In the end, Suin could not refuse Suyu's insistence, thus relinquishing the task of washing the dishes to her. Just as Suin settled into the living room, sounds of clattering emerged from the kitchen. Suin's expression turned to one of concern. Could it be? With a hint of trepidation, he pushed the kitchen door open, only to discover shards of glass scattered across the floor, and Suyu's flustered demeanor spoke volumes. I'm sorry, Suyu apologized nervously. How could I be so clumsy as to fail at washing dishes? Suin smiled gently, crouching down to take her hand amidst her panic. You're not hurt, are you? Suyu froze, her nose tinged with emotion. And no. That's good. If you had cut your hand, it would have been unfortunate, he chuckled lightly, dismissing the fallen shards from his mind. Suyu stared at the tender-hearted young man before her, and suddenly, she embraced Suin tightly. He was momentarily taken aback, wondering what had prompted this reaction. Nevertheless, he did not reject her, gently patting her back. It's all right. You should rest. I'll handle this. Suyu's voice quivered. Suin furrowed his brow. What happened? Suyu softly replied, My mother used to comfort me like this when I was little. Suin's body trembled slightly. No wonder there was such a profound reaction. It made sense now. His voice softened even further. Don't cry. It's all right. No one will blame you. Suyu's silky hair brushed against Suin's shoulder, enveloping him in a pleasant scent. She nodded gently, then stood upright with an air of pride. I leave it to you. I'm going to rest. At your service, my lady. Suin nodded, mimicking the demeanor of the bodyguard at home. Suyu chuckled. Not bad. Little N, if you perform well, there will be ample rewards. Her laughter, bright and infectious, filled the air as Suin gazed at her with tenderness. After a while, having tidied up the kitchen, Suin returned to the sofa where Suyu had already removed her shoes and sat comfortably. Suin furrowed his brow slightly. Suyu gestured for him to sit beside her. As he settled down, she wore a beaming smile, her eyes fixed intently on him. It is well known that young boys, being soft and sweet, often blush when a girl gazes at them so intently, and Suin was no exception. His cheeks flushed as he turned his head away, stammering, "What's wrong? Suin, will you accompany me to see my mother?" Suyu asked, her mind made up to bring him along. Suin was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that Suyu would want him to accompany her to visit her mother. Shouldn't such an occasion require a deeper connection? Pouting, Suyu responded playfully, "What's wrong? Are you unwilling?" And no, Suin pondered for a moment. It seemed reasonable for friends to visit each other's mothers. So he nodded. Shall we go next week? Great. Let us go together then, she replied, and Suin smiled, feeling an irresistible urge to ruffle her hair, though he suppressed it. After all, Suyu looked incredibly adorable at that moment, with her tousled hair and bare feet swinging on the sofa. The two sat in silence for a while until Suyu stood up. I'm going to take a shower. Ah, okay, Suin replied. Moments later, the sound of splashing water echoed from the bathroom. Suin's gaze wandered restlessly. He cursed inwardly. Not this situation again. What began as an accidental cohabitation had transformed into something laden with intention. As a teenage boy, it was nearly impossible not to indulge in wandering thoughts. After what felt like an eternity, Suyu finally emerged, peeking around the door with a mischievous glint in her eyes. Turn around. I'm afraid I'll get my clothes wet. I didn't bring anything in. Only a towel, she explained, her face flushed, perhaps from the steam of the hot water. Suin swallowed hard, as a mischievous angel in his mind whispered, Go for it, the ultimate thrill. He quickly turned away, appalled at the very thought. I am a gentleman. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps approached, and Suin took a deep breath, resolute in not turning around. But in the end, his curiosity got the better of him, and he stole a glance, hoping it wouldn't lead to trouble. As he whistled softly, their eyes met. Suyu, clad in a playful pink kitty cat pajama set, grinned cheekily at him. You rogue. Hee. Suin was taken aback, realizing he had been tricked. Suyu was fully dressed the whole time, merely toying with him. And no. Then why did you turn around? She teased. He could not deny his desire to steal a glance at Suyu as she settled onto the sofa, her hair being dried with a towel. At that moment, Suyu wore a mischievous expression. Xianin, at a loss for words, stood up abruptly, exclaiming, I'm going to take a shower too. Go on. You rogue. Xianin, now nicknamed Rogue Xianin, grabbed his clothes and entered the bathroom, his face clouded with frustration. He felt utterly deceived. Was there any difference between this and a scam? After shedding his garments, Xianin's thoughts shifted, pondering if he had any intimate apparel. He turned his head slightly, and his body instantly heated up. Indeed, there was something. Outside the door, Suyu suddenly leaped up and dashed to the bathroom entrance, calling out, Xianin, I'm undressing. Xianin was determined to avenge the earlier humiliation. Go to hell, you rogue. He retorted, You forgot it yourself, you go? Xianin's mood lightened, though his eyes couldn't help but linger on the intimate garments. Clearing his throat, he reminded himself of the adage, form is emptiness. As the water in the bathroom began to flow, Xianin commenced his shower, opting for cool water, as warm water would only exacerbate his rising heat. Meanwhile, Suyu sat on the sofa, her expression one of vexation. How could she forget again? Well, it wasn't the first time she had encountered the rogue Xianin. After 6 minutes, Xianin finished his shower and reached for his clothes, only to be struck dumb. Where were his undergarments? Indeed, he had retrieved his clothes but neglected to grab his underwear and shorts, leaving him with only a top. What kind of predicament was this? Stunned for a moment, he resigned himself to wrapping a towel around himself and returning to his room. Yet, he still dried himself off, donned the upper garment, and wrapped the towel around his lower half. Opening the bathroom door, he found Suyu waiting outside. Ahem, I'm not wearing any underwear, Xianin cautioned. Learn from me. I saw you take your clothes in. You've got them on yet still deceive me. I'm no fool. Suyu grinned, clearly interpreting Xianin's words as a jest. She reached out to tease him. No, brother, please. Xianin's complexion paled. This was unacceptable. Protect our dear little one. Suyu seized the towel, taking advantage of Xianin's momentary distraction. Stop pretending. I know everything. With a swift motion, the towel was yanked from his grasp, and a smirk graced her lips. See, you're wearing it. At that moment, Suyu's body trembled, and the towel in her hands quivered violently. Xianin's expression shifted. This was truly disastrous. He might as well leap from a building. Chapter 79. The Awkward Pair, a Charitable Auction? An unprecedented awkwardness enveloped the two. The sound of water dripping from the bathroom echoed clearly. Suyu's eyes widened in shock, while Xianin hastily snatched the towel back and bolted back to his room. Suyu trembled violently, collapsing onto the floor, her pupils shaking intensely. What a magnificent Suyu, aside from the videos. It was the first time he had seen her in such a state outside. Her face flushed with embarrassment. In Xianin's bedroom, he hurriedly dressed in his clothes and pants, breathing heavily. This was it. He felt he would never show his face again in this lifetime. Suin found himself on the verge of tears, unable to find a suitable place to weep. At that moment, he felt too embarrassed to return to the living room, utterly avoiding any human interaction. Oh, my innocence! Who would have thought it was laid bare before Suyu? What is this predicament? Suin lay on his bed, his eyes hollow, as if he had lost all strength and means. What should he do? Should he venture outside and claim it was merely a dream? What a ludicrous idea. The thought of such a mortifying social demise was beyond Suin's imagination. In reality, if it were to unfold this way, transferring schools and moving away would indeed be the only option. Meanwhile, Suyu, in her bedroom, had intended to take a nap. But as soon as she closed her eyes, the scene replayed vividly in her mind. Her cheeks flushed, she cocooned herself in her blanket, leaving only her head exposed. Would that really not hurt? What am I even thinking? Suyu sensed an influx of peculiar knowledge swirling in her mind. Sleep. I must sleep first. Suyu straightened her body and shut her eyes tightly. Dear sir, next weekend, our Mingzhuang residence intends to host a charity auction. This was a spontaneous decision, and the frequency of such events will be determined by you. All proceeds from the charity auction will be donated unconditionally. In her bedroom, Suin listened to Li Wuda's words over the phone, falling into contemplation. After a considerable pause, he replied, All right, when next week? As per your convenience. We will prepare and distribute the invitations. How about Sunday then? What do you think? Of course, I defer to your judgment. I shall not take up more of your time. Suin pondered for a moment, realizing that Li Wuda had quite the clever ideas. A charity auction, even if it didn't generate profit, would certainly foster a splendid reputation. Wealthy patrons would undoubtedly develop a deeper admiration for the Mingzhuang residents. Li Wuda indeed possessed the qualities his father had described. He was a remarkable individual. Next week, he would attend. Saturday was reserved for accompanying Suyu, and Sunday would be open for the auction. The only question was whether to bring Yugu along. Perhaps he should. Honesty with Yugu was essential. Suin sat up in bed, encouraging himself. He could no longer keep secrets from Yugu. After some contemplation, he resolved to take a nap. For so much absurdity had transpired that day. Little Yu, dressed in light garments, found herself embraced by Suin's arms. Do not speak, kiss me, Suin demanded assertively. The two merged, and soon their garments lay scattered on the floor, a fusion of hormones enveloping them. Suddenly, Suyu sprang from the bed, gasping for breath. Beads of sweat trickling down her forehead. Was it a dream? Suyu swallowed hard, instinctively tightening her legs. What was happening to her? She puzzled over how such a dream could manifest in her own life. Yes, she realized she was experiencing a spring dream. Had she awakened too early? A blush crept across her face. If reality was unattainable, should she not at least explore it in her dreams? How daunting it is to write under such stringent scrutiny. Suin awoke, glancing at his phone to discover it was already past 4 in the afternoon. With bleary eyes, he rose and stretched, feeling parched. As he stepped out of his bedroom, he chanced upon Suyu, who was gulping down water. Their eyes met momentarily, and the events of the day flooded back, creating an atmosphere of awkwardness. Good morning. Wait, what am I saying? It's the afternoon. Suyu, however, seemed oblivious to his confusion, her gaze wandering uncertainly and briefly glancing at Suin's lower half. I'll have some water too, Suin said. The two shared an uncomfortable silence, feeling as though they were strangers, though any lack of awkwardness would have felt unnatural. After a tactical sip of water, Suin settled onto the sofa, inquiring, What shall we eat this afternoon? I'm not hungry yet, Suyu replied. Their conversation grew increasingly awkward, leading them to choose silence. After several minutes of quiet, Suin broke the stillness. Do you have time next Sunday? Suyu nodded. You can accompany me to an event. You'll understand when you arrive. Though puzzled, Suyu agreed. Brother, the Mingzhuang mansion sent an invitation. Take a look. Jiang Lang handed a dark invitation embossed with gold trim to Su Changqing. Oh, an invitation? Let me see, he said, intrigued, as he opened it. Moments later, he chuckled. Interesting. He neatly placed the invitation on the table. What is it? Suin inquired. A charity auction, rather intriguing. Do you remember the young brother I mentioned? He has taken the Mingzhuang mansion by storm. Su Changqing recalled Suin, a smile brightening his face. Jiang Lang nodded. Brother, you seem quite curious about the new owner of the Mingzhuang mansion. You've researched him several times, but found nothing. Shall we go? Su Changqing asked. Absolutely. Our Su group should engage more in charity. The auction proceeds, after deducting costs, will be donated entirely. Su Changqing smiled, then paused, contemplating. Wait. I must ask Xiaoyu if she wishes to join. She likely won tea, Jiang Lang said confidently. No, I believe Xiaoyu should make more appearances. I often hear people speak of the enigmatic Su heiress, and some even label her as a ruthless demon. The more Su Changqing spoke, the more agitated he became. Slapping the table, my Xiaoyu is a fairy. Do they even comprehend what a fairy is? Jiang Lang, hearing this, could only smile helplessly and let Su Changqing make the call. Xiaoyu? Huh? Is the line not connecting? Su Changqing asked in confusion. Suyu, holding the phone with a cold expression, replied, next week, I have a charity auction here. Do you want to attend? Initially, Suyu intended to decline, as she had made plans with Suin. However, a thought struck her. Perhaps it was time to let Suin in on her affairs. This would also facilitate her future intentions of supporting him. Yes, I shall support Suin. As Suyu pondered, she concluded her thoughts and ended the call. Chapter 80. Mutual Companionship? After some contemplation, Suyu decided to confess to Suin next week. This would allow her to financially support him, chuckling to herself. Stepping out of her room, she knocked on Suin's door. Upon opening it, Suin inquired, what is the matter? Will what we have planned for next Sunday take long? Suyu asked. After reflection, Suin replied, shaking his head, it shouldn't take too long. Great. Then we can spend the day together afterwards. How does that sound? Suyu said nervously, fearing rejection. Suin considered it and agreed. All right. Let us visit Mom on Saturday, and then we can enjoy each other's company on Sunday. Sounds good. Suin grinned, looking endearingly foolish. And Suyu couldn't help but chuckle. Time passed swiftly, and both felt their appetites waning, so they ordered some dumplings, casually nibbling on them. Suyu rose and approached the refrigerator, stroking her chin thoughtfully. Don't you think something is missing here? Missing? What? Artwork. There should definitely be some paintings. This vast expanse of white is rather dull, Suyu playfully remarked, asserting that art would enhance the aesthetic and evoke a homely atmosphere. All right, let us buy a painting to hang up. Suin smiled in agreement. Afterward, they each retreated to their respective rooms to rest. Having just moved in and spent the entire day unpacking, they were both quite fatigued. Suin even fell asleep without having the chance to test his computer. On Monday, they stood side by side at the sink, brushing their teeth. Suin felt an inexplicable sense that they had been in a relationship for quite some time, even sharing such an intimate routine. Don't look at me. Just focus on brushing your teeth, Suyu reminded him. Suin sheepishly turned his head. Caught in the act, descending from the apartment, they set off for class together. Although the distance was short, as contemporary university students, their stamina left much to be desired. Suin was already beginning to pant by the time they reached the academic building. Is it really that exhausting? Suyu wondered aloud, as she, a girl, was managing just fine. It's nothing, Suin replied stubbornly, resolved in his mind to purchase an electric bike. A university student absolutely needed a reliable vehicle. Most of their classmates had already gathered in the classroom, and seeing Suin and Suyu arrive together elicited no surprise. It seemed they had gone for breakfast together. Haha. In their usual seats, although Suyu and Suin hadn't said anything, Zhang Wei and the others had already cleared the spots for them. Once seated, Suin glanced at Hu Dahai and remarked, "Oh dear, what happened to you?" Hu Dahai looked dejected, dark circles under his eyes suggesting a night of turmoil. Qin Shi, seated beside him, appeared equally drained, leaning weakly against Hu Dahai. "You're here," Hu Dahai said in a low, listless voice. Suin asked curiously, "What did you two do last night? Perform Sichuan opera?" "Don't even mention it. It's all tears," they replied, their eyes vacant as they stared at the podium. Suin cast his gaze towards Zhang Wei, who smiled and said, "Weren't these two engrossed in their computer games last night? They played for 10 consecutive rounds without a break, and in the end, they even sold their entire collection just for one last attempt. You can probably guess what happened next." Suin paused, then turned to Hu Dahai. "You two are quite bold, daring to play so fiercely over the weekend? It is well known that the intensity of weekend matches in this game is on an entirely different level compared to weekdays, typically dominated by prodigies and club veterans." He chuckled, while Qin Shi merely smiled in silence. Hu Dahai picked up his phone, seemingly occupied with something, before opening his assistant app. "Where can I purchase hacks for the game?" Suin was taken aback, asking where to buy hacks. "Seriously?" The assistant's voice then chimed in. "Purchasing hacks is not advisable. If you find yourself unable to defeat your opponents, perhaps you should focus on honing your skills to become a master at the game." Suin laughed, thinking, isn't that just a roundabout way of saying practice makes perfect? Ha ha. After a while, The instructor arrived, Guazijin, a distinguished teacher from the Economics and Management Department. Known for his expertise, he approached the podium with a warm smile. Hello, everyone. A new week begins. How was your weekend? Though not particularly old, Guazijin was in his 40s and had a friendly demeanor that put everyone at ease. After class, Hu Dahai put his arm around Suin Anzi. Do you have time next week? Suin, puzzled, asked, what's up? Qin Shi leaned in. Hu Dahai's father is attending some charity event, and he plans to take us along for free food. Hey, what do you mean by free food? We're participating reasonably. Hu Dahai protested. Zhang Wei chuckled. Qin Shi and I are both eager to broaden our horizons. We just need you to join us. What do you say? Suin stood there, unsure of how to respond. Should he reveal that he was the one organizing the charity auction? Ultimately, he decided against it, knowing they wouldn't believe him. Never mind. I have other commitments. You all go ahead. Suin smiled as he declined. Hu Dahai and the others showed fleeting disappointment, but it quickly faded. All right. We'll bring you some delicious treats. Suin shrugged. That sounds fair, haha. Suyu also chatted with Wang Wan and others, planning to eat something tasty, and came to invite Suin, who thought for a moment, and said, you all go ahead, you go. I'll hang out with my little ones later. Thus, they parted ways. In the dormitory, Hu Dahai excitedly powered on his computer. I'm back. Qin Shi followed suit. Whose child cries every day? Whose child loses every day? Their spirits were high, only to be met with Zhang Wei's cold reality check. You two only have a few bucks in your inventory. What can you do with that? The two fell silent. Bro, I'm out of here. I need to bail. Hu Dahai exclaimed. Bro, I'm also out. I just wasted my resources. At the pinnacle of the Su family conglomerate, Su Changqing wore a beaming smile. I suppose Su Yu will attend, won't she? Jiang Lang remarked, somewhat taken aback, as he had not anticipated Su Yu's agreement. Yet, something about Miss Su's character led him to believe she would certainly shy away from such gatherings. Jiang Lang sensed a flicker of understanding but chose to dismiss it, feeling overwhelmed. From yesterday to today, Li Wuda had dispatched numerous invitations and began fervently collecting significant artifacts for the upcoming auction. Magnificent. Truly grand. Li Wuda nodded appreciatively as he beheld a finely crafted box, within which lay a diamond the size of a thumb. To his astonishment, the esteemed gentleman's father was so supportive of this auction. The love of Nanao, which first made its appearance at an auction in Kyoto, had not been sold previously due to being purchased exclusively by Su Jianghe at a staggering price exceeding 10 million. Li Wuda wiped the sweat from his brow, reminding himself to remain composed. After all, diamonds do not compare to gold. Yet, this particular diamond was indeed valued at 10 million. He contemplated presenting it as the final item for bidding or perhaps retaining it for exhibition, as the aforementioned gentleman had indicated it was to be handled at Suin's discretion. Chapter 81. The mute girl. Upon receiving this news, Suin was somewhat shocked. After a moment's thought, he addressed the person on the other end of the line. Just hold on to it for now. I'll come by on Sunday. Very well, sir, came the response. After hanging up, Zhang Wei inquired with confusion, what are you going to see on Sunday? A large diamond, Suin replied. Uft. I'm also on the lookout for a diamond, just a certain one from Africa. Hu Dahai grumbled, still rummaging through debris at the dam. You wouldn't believe it if I told you. Suin chuckled, reclining on his bed. It seemed that Su Yu had no intention of returning home today, so Suin decided to stay in the dormitory. After all, the beds there remained unoccupied. Did you send that diamond over to Shaoan? Su Jianghe asked, bewildered, and Jixin twirled her fingers and glanced at Su Jianghe. Why not? You gave it to me, so I can pass it on to Shaoan. It turned out that this diamond was a gift Su Jianghe had purchased years ago to celebrate their wedding anniversary, now being sent to Mingzhuang Mansion under Jixin's name. That's marvelous. I'll buy you an even larger one. Su Jianghe laughed, and Jixin shook her head. No. You should prepare a villa close to our home and start arranging for its upkeep. Huh? Why? Su Jianghe was taken aback, curious about her intentions, and Jixin raised her eyebrows slightly. I have a premonition that we shall soon have a daughter-in-law. You believe in premonitions? Su Jianghe was flabbergasted, questioning the rationale behind her belief. Just do it. Even if not now, it will be in the future. Just make it happen. And Jixin said, her demeanor slightly displeased. Seeing his beloved wife in such a mood, Su Jianghe dared not defy her and promptly nodded in acquiescence. As time passes, Friday arrives, and Suin has returned to stay the night on Wednesday, as has Su Yu. It seems that due to a certain matter, both are somewhat awkward. After just finishing class, Suin wears a gloomy expression only because Hu Dahai had dozed off during the lecture, leaving drool that dripped onto his shoes. Hu Dahai, with an apologetic grin, says, "Hey, Anzi, don't be mad. I'll treat you to dinner." That's more like it. The dormitory quartet heads to the cafeteria, as usual. Suin plans to return to the apartment that evening, and so does Su Yu, as they have important matters the following day. Upon entering the cafeteria, Qin Shi begins to select his meal, glancing up to survey the options. "What are you having?" "Beef noodles," Suin replies, sticking to his usual choice, as he is unsure of what else to select. "Oh, there's a new place serving grilled meat rice?" Qin Shi exclaims, turning to look towards the corner, then placing his water bottle on the table to secure a spot. "I want to give it a try." Zhang Wei interjects, feeling an undeniable urge to indulge. Suin and Hu Dahai exchange a glance. "Let us go." The four of them march towards the newly opened grilled meat rice establishment. The shop's signage boasts a myriad of options, with 5 or 6 varieties of grilled meat alone. "I'll have the pork chop," Suin and Hu Dahai declare in unison. With a gesture from Hu Dahai, they form a queue. One must admit, there exists a certain obsession among university students for newly opened eateries. The allure of tasting new flavors is irresistible. The wait stretches on, and as they observe the crowd ahead, they are left wondering what is causing the delay. Qin Shi, growing impatient, exclaims, "I'm starving." He musters the courage to push forward through the throng. Amidst the crowd, a girl is gesturing, leaving the serving lady perplexed, seemingly overwhelmed by the impatient students behind her. The girl appears anxious, trembling slightly. "What is going on?" Qin Shi pushes through to investigate, then exclaims in surprise, "Hey, it's you." The girl turns, initially startled, but quickly returns to her stammering, failing to articulate her order, prompting the serving lady's growing impatience. "Hurry up, dear. There are many people waiting behind you." Upon hearing this, the girl's eyes redden, and she nods, finally stepping forward. Seeing this, Qin Shi steps out, asking why isn't she allowed to order. The serving lady responds, clearly irritated, "She's been stammering for ages, pointing here and there, but I have no idea what she wants." "Exactly. Everyone's here to eat." The students behind them express their dissatisfaction, noting how the girl has stood there for several minutes without making progress. Hu Dahai and the others push forward in response to the commotion. "What is all the fuss about?" Qin Shi, confused, approaches the girl. "Classmate? What do you want? Just tell me." The girl, her eyes slightly red, nods and gestures a few times, indicating she wants the pork chop, then points at some black pepper beef, and finally waves her hand towards the chili peppers. Qin Shi is taken aback, pondering why the girl isn't speaking. Observant Suin quickly realizes, whispering, "Could it be that this girl is mute?" The sound was not loud, yet it resonated outward, causing an immediate silence to envelop everyone. Even the cafeteria lady fell silent. Was I not just unkind to a person with a disability? Everyone swallowed hard, perhaps regretting their actions even in the dead of night. The girl, possessing a gentle countenance, was the reason they could endure the wait for a few minutes, though human patience is inherently limited. Qin Shi paused for a moment, casting a glance at the demure girl before turning back. "Auntie, she would like a pork chop and black pepper combo, but please, no chili." The girl's eyes instantly sparkled, nodding vigorously, as someone finally understood her request. At this, the crowd ceased their impatience, averting their gazes in embarrassment, all feeling a sense of shame. The aunt seemed to share this sentiment, quickly preparing the meal. "My dear, there's no charge for you today, just enjoy your food." The girl shook her head, pointing at her phone. Qin Shi interjected, "She is asking how much it costs." He surmised the price of the combo, as there was no listed price for it. The girl nodded enthusiastically, her gaze towards Qin Shi softening considerably. Soon, the girl scanned the payment, received her meal, and hurriedly placed it on a table before scampering back amidst a sea of puzzled looks. She produced her phone. "Thank you." The large letters on the screen appeared before Qin Shi, who gently ruffled his hair. "It would have been much simpler if you had shown this to the aunt right away." The girl paused, seemingly contemplating. "Indeed. Why didn't I type that earlier?" The pressure of the crowd had momentarily clouded her thoughts. "No worries, no need for thanks. Just go enjoy your meal." Qin Shi smiled, encouraging her to eat. The girl nodded and dashed away. "How did you understand what she was saying?" Hu Dahai playfully placed his chopsticks around Qin Shi's neck, as if to threaten him. Qin Shi, while eating from his bowl, "I don't really understand. I merely guessed her intentions." Suin silently gave a thumbs up. "Impressive. To deduce that." Indeed, it was remarkable. In a certain sense, Qin Shi possessed a unique skill. Chapter 82. Yi Raoxing, who would have thought, you rascal, that you could discern the subtlety of a rose amidst the thorns. Hu Dahai exclaimed in disbelief. Qin Shi was taken aback. What kind of metaphor is that? When did I ever become a demon of lust? Zhang Wei quietly pulled out a short video and began to speak, scrolling down the screen. Qin Shi was puzzled. What is he up to? The third video featured a stunning woman in black stockings dancing, with a recommendation from Qin Shi displayed in the bottom left corner. Zhang Wei set his phone down. Every day, I scroll through 100 videos, and 40 of the beautiful women recommended are from you. Do you realize how absurd that proportion is? Suin had not anticipated that Qin Shi wielded such influence over other short videos. This is slander. This is indeed slander. Qin Shi immediately dismissed the notion, attributing it to the emergence of his second personality. At that moment, a girl's voice echoed from behind, prompting the four to turn around and discover the same girl accompanied by another individual. Greetings. I cannot thank you enough. I just went out to buy some water, and I did not expect Xiao Rou to venture out on her own. The girl bowed deeply, her face expressing sincere regret. Oh, it's nothing, truly, Qin Shi remarked, glancing at the adorable girl hiding behind her friend, realizing her name was Xiao Rou. As Xiao Rou caught Qin Shi's gaze, she shyly concealed herself further behind her companion, hesitant to show her face. Suin's pupils slightly contracted. Was she feeling bashful? Nevertheless, we are grateful to you, she added. We are majoring in screenwriting. Her name is Yi Raoxing, and I am Zhang Xiaohua. May I treat you to some milk tea? The four shook their heads, and Suin spoke up. It's nothing, really. Just a minor matter. By the way, Oh, Xiao Rou cannot speak due to vocal cord damage. Zhang Xiaohua seemed particularly attentive to Yi Raoxing's feelings, only speaking further after receiving a nod from her. Ah, I see. That must be quite inconvenient for her, Hu Dahai remarked. Yi Raoxing stepped forward and gestured with her hands, performing a couple of signs before pointing at Zhang Xiaohua. What does that mean? The others asked, puzzled. Zhang Xiaohua explained. Xiao Rou means that she manages quite well as long as she is with me. It's just that what happened earlier was an accident. Hee. I was indeed careless today. Oh, so you know sign language? One of them inquired. Indeed. I've known Xiao Rou since high school and gradually learned it over time. Zhang Xiaohua replied with a sweet smile, surprising everyone with her dedication to learning a language for someone else. This was also why Yi Raoxing could trust Zhang Xiaohua unconditionally. Impressive, the four boys exclaimed, giving her a thumbs up. What level of friendship must one attain to be so devoted? Zhang Xiaohua glanced at them, noticing they were still eating, her expression turning apologetic. Hee, I want to take up more of your time. I truly appreciate your help. They nodded, smiling, acknowledging that it was indeed no trouble at all. Zhang Xiaohua took Yi Raoxing's hand to lead her outside, but was met with resistance, turning back in confusion. Yi Raoxing's cheeks flushed slightly as she cautiously glanced at Qin Shi before gesturing again, then immediately lowered her head, fidgeting with her fingers. Zhang Xiaohua, her face a mixture of disbelief and curiosity, whispered, Are you certain? Yi Raoxing nodded. Zhang Xiaohua exhaled deeply, all right, and turned back to the group. Suin and the others had not resumed their meal when they noticed Zhang Xiaohua returning, curious about what was amiss. Zhang Xiaohua approached Qin Shi, asking, Would you like to add me on WeChat? The group was taken aback, and Hu Dahai's eyelids twitched with surprise. Brother, don't. Qin Shi, momentarily stunned, nodded slowly. Oh sure. It's not for me. It's to add Xiao Rou, Zhang Xiaohua clarified, waving her phone, revealing a QR code for adding friends. The group was further astonished, glancing at the visibly nervous Yi Raoxing, who was subconsciously tugging at her clothing. Qin Shi remarked, Oh, I'll scan it. As he waved his phone, Zhang Xiaohua bowed and said, Thank you. Before dashing away, a few individuals gazed at Qin Shi with incredulity. Qin Shi, puzzled, asked, Why are you all looking at me like that? Hu Dahai, mustering his courage, replied, Well, she is a mute. Although Zhang Wei found Hu Dahai's comment somewhat impolite, he recognized it as the truth. Qin Shi, unfazed, remarked, So what? She simply prefers silence. It doesn't make her any less human. After saying this, Qin Shi set down his phone and resumed eating from his bowl. The three were momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. Zhang Wei nudged Hu Dahai beside him, saying, Aren't you the renowned sea god Husan? Time swiftly passed, and by afternoon, Suin had nothing to collect. After retrieving his phone charger, he prepared to leave. I'm off now, he announced. And Z, are you really not going the day after tomorrow? Hu Dahai asked, turning his head after putting down his headphones. Just think about it, the four of us, making a grand entrance in an incredibly dashing manner. All eyes will be on us. Upon hearing this, Suin stepped out, not allowing Hu Dahai to continue. Why isn't Z ignoring me? She has the wealthy heiress from Lu City as her companion. Do you think she'd want to go? The few who were aware of Su Yu's status contemplated this and agreed. However, it seemed that Z was still entangled in her Mongolian persona, Hu Dahai mused. No worries, it should happen soon. Zhang Wei had a premonition that this matter would resolve itself shortly. Upon returning to the apartment, Suin inserted the key but found it wouldn't turn. Doubts arose. Had he taken a wrong turn? Just then, Su Yu opened the door. Her hair damp from a recent wash. I changed the lock and forgot to tell you, she explained. Is that so? No wonder, Suin replied. Well, I came back at noon. I thought you would too. Su Yu's expression clearly indicated her displeasure. Have you eaten yet? Suin quickly shifted the topic. No. Su Yu's demeanor brightened at the mention of food. Could it be that Suin was going to cook for her? Then I'll order takeout, Suin announced as he returned to the sofa. Oh, Su Yu's face fell in disappointment. Just kidding. I'll cook. There are some eggs in the fridge. And I remember buying some noodles. How about egg and tomato noodles? Suin recalled that there were indeed some tomatoes and eggs in the fridge. Sounds great, Su Yu exclaimed. Suin smiled and headed to the kitchen, beginning to prepare the meal. Su Yu stood at the kitchen door, joyfully leaning against the wall. Watching Suin. What are you staring at? Aren't you going to dry your hair? Suin inquired, puzzled. Just looking. It's not against the law. Su Yu replied playfully. Suin was astonished at how articulate Su Yu had become. She hadn't spoken like this before. I'm off to dry my hair, Su Yu said cheerfully, dashing back to her room. Suin chuckled, thinking that living together was wonderful, especially with a stunning beauty. Before long, 2 bowls of fragrant egg and tomato noodles were ready. Delicious, Su Yu praised. Of course, Suin felt a swell of pride. I want to eat this for a lifetime, Su Yu declared. Suin was momentarily taken aback. Today, Su Yu seemed to have transformed into a different person, even washing the dishes with newfound ease. Whoever you are, get off you go right now, Suin shouted. Su Yu, with a puzzled expression, wondered if this fellow was acting strangely again. Had Suin taken a closer look, he would have noticed that many of the dishes in the cupboard were still damp from washing. Su Yu had spent a considerable amount of time that day practicing. Determined not to break any dishes and to share the household chores with Suin returning to his bedroom, Suin began to check his belongings. Clothes, trousers, undergarments. Everything was in order for a shower. Stepping out, he found Su Yu casually swinging his feet on the sofa. What are you doing? Suin asked, feeling somewhat awkward. Going to shower, he replied. Su Yu fell silent for 2 seconds, then quietly retreated to the bedroom, closing the door behind him. This time, Su Yu wished to avoid a repeat of such an embarrassing situation. Suin understood why Su Yu had gone back, so he proceeded to the bathroom, glancing around to see if any black and white items remained. Finding none, he surmised they must have been hung on the balcony or elsewhere. Dismissing those odd thoughts, he quickly washed up and returned to the bedroom. Once everything was prepared, Suin pondered for a moment before opening his phone. The night passed without incident. In the morning, Suin, bearing heavy dark circles under his eyes, stood before the wash basin. He had spent a restless night, feeling as if he were about to meet his partner's parents. After brushing his teeth and washing his face, he felt slightly more awake. Just as Su Yu emerged from his room, appearing equally disheveled. Good morning, Su Yu replied, still looking drowsy as he began to brush his teeth. Shall we take a taxi later, Yuga? Su Yu murmured, his thoughts drifting to the relatives resting in the earth, his mood dampening. Suin said little. As was his custom, after a simple breakfast, Suin produced a bouquet of white chrysanthemums seemingly out of nowhere. Where did you get those? Su Yu inquired. I bought them last night. They were delivered this morning, but I left them downstairs, Suin chuckled. Su Yu covered his mouth and giggled softly. This fellow had a sense of ritual after all. Once in the car, the buildings outside began to swiftly recede. Their destination was a unique area in Lu City, a cemetery. Throughout the journey, Suin's mood remained heavy, as he found it hard to fathom the scene of a child without a mother, a thought he dared not dwell upon. The cemetery appeared to be located on the outskirts, making the trip rather lengthy. Despite their lack of sleep, neither of them felt tired. Su Yu stared blankly out the window, his expression indifferent, lost in his own thoughts. An hour later, they finally arrived at a picturesque locale, resembling a park to anyone unfamiliar. In truth, it was the cemetery of Lu City, priced comparably to real estate. Upon disembarking, the sun shone brightly, while birds frolicked and chirped merrily upon the branches. A gentle breeze stirred, causing the hem of the young girl's skirt to flutter. Suyu was adorned in a black dress, the very same she had worn when Suin first encountered her. She emanated an air of aloofness, reminiscent of a delicate princess emerging from an icy expanse. As the wind picked up, Suin softly spoke. They entered the cemetery, flanked by rows of standing gravestones, beneath which lay beloved family members or cherished ones, evoking a sense of longing. Each gravestone was adorned with flowers, and meticulously trimmed shrubs bordered their sides. The birds within the cemetery were distinct from those outside, remaining silent and obediently perched upon the branches or taking flight. Suin quietly followed Suyu, his heart heavy. After traversing several pathways, they arrived at a gravestone. Suin gazed upon it, where an inscription read, "In memory of beloved wife Luo Yu." A black and white photograph was affixed to the stone, seemingly replaced at intervals, appearing fresh and unwrinkled. The woman in the photograph wore a captivating smile, her eyes strikingly similar to Suyu's. Suyu knelt quietly and caressed the photo, murmuring, "Mother, I apologize for not visiting you for some time." Suin stood silently beside her. Yet this time, he was not accompanied by her father. Suyu chose to keep her unspoken thoughts to herself, contemplating instead, "This time, I am here with a wonderful young man who brings me joy. I believe you would be happy to know. This is my mother, Luo Yu." Suyu spoke softly. Suin gradually knelt on one knee, placing flowers before the gravestone and bowing his head slightly. "Hello, Auntie. My name is Suin." The breeze swept past, caressing the young man's face as if in response to his words. "Do you truly like him, mother?" Suyu asked, surprised. The woman in the photograph seemed to smile even more brightly. Suyu beamed, her first genuine smile before Luo Yu, understanding her mother's sentiments. "Suin, yes?" He replied softly, hesitant to speak loudly, treating every soul in the cemetery with utmost respect. "Would you like to say a few words to my mother?" Suin found the request peculiar, yet nodded in agreement. "I hail from Kyoto, and what a coincidence it is. Guess what? That day, I was on my way to the subway when I encountered you, Go. Hey, what a stunning beauty." Suin grew animated as he spoke, eventually sitting cross-legged on the ground. Suyu gently leaned against the gravestone, as if nestled in her mother's embrace. Her eyes filled with tenderness as she watched Suin. Time passed slowly, and Suin grew weary, recounting nearly every moment shared with Suyu as if narrating a novel to Luo Yu. "Is that all?" Suyu seemed unsatisfied. "My mother hasn't heard enough. Also, Suin, your eloquence is impressive. You would excel in storytelling." "Heh, I believe I am better suited for writing novels." Suin chuckled, albeit softly. After sitting for a while, Suyu gently descended the steps, adjusted her skirt, and bowed deeply, lifting her gaze towards the photograph on the monument. "Mom, I will come to see you again next time." Suin echoed her sentiment. "That aunt. I will visit you next time, don't worry." He patted his chest. "I'll come back to tell stories." Suyu chuckled softly, her heart warmed by the sight of the woman in the photograph, whose smile radiated as brightly as her own. "Let us go," she said, lifting her skirt with a sweet smile. Suin nodded in agreement. As they walked a few paces, a gentle breeze brushed against Suyu's forehead, lifting her hair lightly. A leaf floated down, softly touching her forehead before landing on the monument. Suyu paused momentarily, her eyes growing red and puffy. "I'm going back, Mom. Since you like Suin so much, rest assured, I do too. Next time, I'll have him bow and call you Mom." Suyu suppressed her emotions, allowing a smile to reappear on her delicate face. Chapter 84. I like him. The two casually chose a noodle shop to satisfy their hunger. Upon returning to the apartment, Suyu's phone rang. She glanced at Suin before retreating to her bedroom. Although Suin was puzzled, he did not dwell on it, understanding that she might need privacy for a phone call. "I heard from your father that you plan to bring someone tomorrow." Zhang Lang's voice came through the phone. "Yeah, is there a problem?" Suyu replied. "It's Suin, isn't it?" Zhang Lang didn't need to guess. He already knew who Suyu intended to bring. "Yes, I do not recommend you take him. It's for his sake as well as yours." Zhang Lang spoke softly. "What do you mean?" "It's quite simple. You cannot possibly be unaware of the caliber of the banquet your brother will attend. If you bring Suin along, what do you think he will feel? How will others perceive him?" This conclusion was drawn after careful consideration by Zhang Lang, aimed at protecting both Suin and Suyu. Fury surged within Suyu. Who dares? Her demeanor was fierce, resembling a roaring tiger, while in Suin's presence, She transformed into a docile kitten. Jiang Lang sighed. Think it over. Mississippi Suan likely has no idea of your background, and you certainly haven't mentioned it. Without waiting for Su Yu's response, he hung up, seemingly allowing her time for reflection. Su Yu set down her phone, a peculiar expression in her eyes. What about Suan? Those in power are merely opportunists clinging to wealth. She fell into deep contemplation, staring blankly at a corner. Suan had already returned to his room, exhausted from the sleepless night and the lengthy journey, succumbing to a deep slumber. In the evening, Su Yu sat dazed on the sofa, wearing shorts that revealed her fair, long legs. Suan pushed the door open, rubbing his eyes. What a pleasant surprise to wake up to. Awake? Su Yu spoke softly, her tone carrying an unusual undertone. Suan glanced out the window, noticing that the sun was setting, signaling the end of the day. Surprised at how long he had slept, he remarked, I need to wash my face. Su Yu nodded in agreement. After Suan refreshed himself, he felt slightly more awake and settled onto the sofa. Su Yu hung her head low, seemingly engulfed in a cloud of despondency. What's wrong? Suan inquired, puzzled. Are you still recovering from the events of the day? Su Yu lifted her gaze, her enchanting eyes meeting Suan's, as if she wished to speak but held back. Suan opened a bottle of water and took a sip. Do you have something on your mind? Su Yu nodded, surprised by Suan's perceptiveness. What is it? Suan asked, his eyes fixed on her. Su Yu took a deep breath, then earnestly looked at Suan. You're not going to confess your feelings to me, are you? Suan swallowed hard, realizing it was perhaps too early for such dreams. Suan, if I had deceived you for a long time, would you be upset with me? Su Yu asked, burying her head deep into her bent legs. Suan was taken aback. Deceived? About what? Feelings? He shook his head, without a hint of hesitation. No. Why would I blame you? Deception comes in many forms. There are benign deceits and malicious ones. I believe you did not intend any harm, even though Suan was unclear about what Su Yu had deceived him about. Upon hearing this, Su Yu's pupils dilated as she raised her head. What if I told you that my family is actually quite wealthy? How would you react? A metaphorical bomb exploded within Suan's heart. Wealthy? What do you mean? He stammered. Su Yu looked intently at him, articulating each word carefully. My family is very wealthy, extremely wealthy. Suan took a deep breath. How wealthy? Su Yu hesitated for a moment, then pondered aloud. We could string together con-knots and use them as jump ropes for thousands of people. Though she struggled to find a fitting metaphor, her uncertainty about the exact amount of wealth led her to express it in this way. Con-knots? You can string them together? Suan was taken aback. So the deception you mentioned is about this? He suppressed his inner doubts and continued. Yes. Despite the overwhelming information, Suan was no stranger to grand spectacles and managed to accept it. Or perhaps he was merely dreaming. Then what about the things you said you and T tried? They were too cheap. My father said they were unhealthy, Su Yu replied, her tone reminiscent of a chick pecking at grains. Suan's lips trembled slightly. Oh, it's nothing. But why are you telling me this now? He asked. Su Yu curled her legs, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Suan grew anxious. Wait. I'm not blaming you, you go. Please don't rush. Take your time. We had agreed to accompany each other tomorrow, and I wanted to take you to a place for an auction. My uncle mentioned you might face ridicule if you attended. Su Yu spoke softly. Wait. Suan paused, taken aback. An auction? Isn't that at Mingzhuang Mansion? I pondered throughout the day and concluded that I could no longer deceive you. Thus I waited for you to awaken. The sight of Su Yu is truly endearing, and this is the culmination of her day-long contemplation. The choice to confront Suan has erupted. Suan swallowed hard. At this moment, Su Yu stood up and said, I understand that it may be difficult for you to accept this all at once, Suan. Please take your time to think. It seemed she could not continue her sentence, tears streaming from the corners of her eyes as she hastily slipped on her shoes and exited through the door. Suan was left in a daze, rendered speechless. Su Yu could no longer face Suan. She felt immense shame for having concealed the truth for so long. Downstairs, Jiang Lang extinguished the cigarette in his hand and spotted Su Yu. You've come down? How did you know I lived here? As your uncle. It's only natural to show concern for my niece, Jiang Lang replied with a smile, sensing Su Yu's emotional state. Have you confessed? He inquired. Yes, Su Yu responded, her expression forlorn. Jiang Lang paused, questioning whether his earlier remarks had been too harsh. If that's the case, then so be it. I shall simply look after Suan a bit more. Uncle, Su Yu spoke softly, and upon hearing the long-awaited term of endearment, Jiang Lang fell silent. I love him. she confessed, unable to suppress her tears, large droplets cascading down her small face as she frantically wiped them away. Jiang Lang gently patted her head, saying, "Don't cry. Let us go speak with Su Chongqing, shall we?" He intended to be forthright with Su Chongqing, hoping to secure a partner who would genuinely bring joy to Su Yu. "Thank you, uncle," Su Yu said, ceasing her tears as she settled into the car. "You're driving, right?" Jiang Lang's eyelids twitched. "Is that not acceptable?" Su Yu's eyes were red, yet her commanding presence was undeniable. "You are just like your brother," Jiang Lang sighed, reluctantly taking a seat in the passenger side, ensuring the seatbelt was snug before feeling secure. Chapter 85. Black Card. Happy birthday, son. Suin sat silently in the empty bedroom, lost in thought. Deceit among the wealthy? He shook his head, not believing that Su Yu had deceived him. On the contrary, he realized he too had been misleading. He could empathize with Su Yu's feelings, as they were both merely considering the other's emotions. Leaning back on the sofa, he sighed deeply and contemplated dialing a number. And Gxin was still applying a facial mask, while Su Jiang he stood nearby, serving her tea. "Darling, I've prepared everything for that villa, but I still have my doubts about your instincts," Su Jiang he remarked. And Gxin shot him a glance. "Your opinion doesn't matter. It's my feelings that count." Yes, you're absolutely right, dear." Su Jiang he quickly agreed, bowing his head. If others were to witness this interaction, they would likely be taken aback. The formidable tycoon was, in truth, under his wife's thumb. Yet Gxin only behaved this way at home, in public. She always gave Su Jiang he ample respect, ensuring he never lost face. Su Jiang he understood. What's this about being under her thumb? It's clearly our love. Suddenly, the phone rang, and Su Jiang he looked at the screen in surprise. "Oh, this kid is actually calling home?" And Gxin signaled Su Jiang he to connect. And Su Jiang he casually activated the speakerphone, leaning in to eavesdrop with unreserved audacity. Suin held his phone and, upon hearing the connection, softly inquired, "What is Mom up to?" Upon hearing this, and Gxin furrowed her brow, sensing something amiss. "What's wrong, Shaoan?" Suin took a deep breath. "Mom, let us say, hypothetically, if I were to develop feelings for a girl." At this, and Gxin exchanged knowing glances with Su Jianghe, who was filled with pride at her maternal intuition. Suin continued, "The girl comes from a well-off family, yet she kept this from me, and I did the same. Eventually, she confessed, suggesting we both take some time to cool off." "What does that even mean?" And Gxin pondered, "How wealthy are we talking? Are we not the wealthiest?" Though she recognized their family's affluence, the crux was that the girl was unaware of their financial standing, feeling as though she had deceived him, perhaps out of shame or regret. Suin clarified, and Gxin nodded, understanding. "But why does this sound like a script from a drama?" Su Jiang he attempted to interject, but was silenced by Gxin's disapproving gaze. "Shaoan, tell your mother the truth. Do you like that girl?" And Gxin's voice was gentle, as she softly probed her son. Suin showed no hesitation. "Yes, I like her." "Then pursue her." And Gxin exclaimed immediately. Su Jiang he opened his mouth to speak, but was halted by Gxin's foot on his. "Am I really supposed to pursue her?" Suin whispered. "Yes. Show her what it means to be wealthy." And Gxin's tone shifted from gentle to commanding. Suin hesitated. "But how should I explain?" "Explain what?" "She is wealthy. You are also wealthy. Who else would be a better match?" And Gxin asserted. Suin paused, realizing the logic in her words. In that moment, all his doubts and complex emotions unraveled. Su Jiang he took a deep breath, sensing the gravity of the situation. "Shaoan." Suin interjected, "Ah, old man. Are you eavesdropping?" A 3-second silence ensued, as Su Jiang he suppressed the urge to express his paternal love with a belt. "Did you receive it, the gift I mentioned?" "Yes, I received it," Suin replied, noting the seriousness in Su Jiang he's tone. "Do you remember what I told you when you turned 18? "I do. You said that the sky is high and the birds can fly freely. I should spend and enjoy life to the fullest." Su Jiang he continued. "Didn't you claim I never gave you a birthday gift?" "Yes, I did not." "Open the hidden compartment of your backpack. Your birthday gift is inside." Su Jiang he declared with an authoritative tone that brooked no refusal. Suin, puzzled, retreated to his bedroom to search for his backpack. Hidden compartment? Suin flipped through the layers and discovered a hidden compartment that he had previously overlooked. Upon opening it, he found it to be empty, but soon noticed a small zipper within. Gently pulling it open, he revealed a sturdy leather envelope, seemingly waiting patiently for someone to unveil its contents. This is for you. Su Jiang has said, I shall say no more. You may explore it yourself. A tender voice from Njixing followed. Child, be bold. Your father and mother are your unwavering support. Hey, I'm in the midst of a facial mask, so I must end this conversation. With that, the call was terminated. Suin gazed at the exquisite leather envelope before him, his apprehension growing as he delicately tore it open, revealing a letter inside. Son, do not blame your father for the past years. I never wished for you to grow up this way. However, you know your grandfather's temperament. I endured just like you are now. Your grandfather rose from the ashes of war, fully aware of the struggles of modern life. Thus, the sons of the Su family have all been shaped by this experience. Enough said. You are probably cursing me in your heart right now. Suin's eyes darted across the page. Hey, I was just thinking how verbose the old man is. He continued reading. Keep this card safe. The password is 6 zeros. I hope you use it wisely and refrain from indulging in vice, gambling, or drugs. Otherwise, it will be revoked immediately, and you shall never return home. The concluding line read, Happy birthday, son. The serious tone resonated within the words, causing Su to swallow hard, seemingly envisioning Su Jianghe's stern expression. Beneath the letter lay a black card with a golden border. Suin picked it up, his pupils narrowing. Goodness, how much wealth does this card represent? 1 billion? 10 billion? He dared not imagine, but it certainly exceeded 100 million. As he held this emblem of unparalleled affluence, memories of his mother's words surfaced, and a smile crept upon his lips. Suyu, I am sorry. I deceived you, but there is no escape now. Smack. What does this mean? Su Changqing exclaimed in fury, slamming the table. Jiang Lang's heart trembled. From a young age, he had held a deep respect for Su Changqing. Today marked the boldest moment of his life. Brother, I am serious. What do you mean by serious? All this time, you have kept this from me. Jiang Lang, your audacity has grown immensely. Su Changqing's anger flared. He was most incensed that Jiang Lang, who had been by his side for years, had concealed this from him for so long. Your daughter is running off with someone else. It's my fault. I allowed Uncle Jiang to keep this from you. Suyu replied coldly. You. Su Changqing took a deep breath. Xiaoyu, whoever you choose to love is your decision, and I will support you. However, you cannot hide such matters from me. And living together. The more Su Changqing pondered, the angrier he became. Upon hearing this news, he questioned whether he was still asleep. Big brother, Jiang Lang muttered softly. You be quiet. Chapter 86. A return to the Mingzhuang mansion. Author's warm reminder. Many readers have reported that the next 10 chapters may be somewhat tedious. So feel free to skip directly to chapter 95 for the confession. Join me tomorrow. We shall discuss matters later. For the first time in many years, Su Changqing spoke to Su Yu in such a stern tone. Su Yu turned her head dismissively. Not going. Su Changqing paused, taken aback. It was no surprise that his daughter shared his strong-willed nature. You will accompany me. We need to have a proper conversation about that boy, if possible. Su Changqing hesitated. The words "let's just embrace this romance" seemed to be forced through clenched teeth. Upon hearing this, Su Yu nodded in agreement. All right. As long as I can make Su Changqing understand how wonderful Suin is, he will undoubtedly accept him. Su Yu pushed open the door to her room. I'm going to rest in my bedroom. We'll talk more tomorrow. Su Changqing nodded in acknowledgement. In the room, only Su Changqing and Jiang Lang remained. Su Changqing cleared his throat. I didn't frighten you, did I? No, you played the part quite convincingly, big brother. Is that so? I too believe my acting skills are commendable. Su Changqing laughed heartily, but then, as if concerned that Su Yu had not strayed too far, he quickly composed himself. Earlier that day, Jiang Lang had revealed everything about Su Yu and Suin. To Jiang Lang's surprise, Su Changqing was rather pleased. Learning of Su Yu's emotional fluctuations brought him immense joy. He insisted on meeting the boy who had stirred such feelings in his usually stoic daughter. However, Jiang Lang firmly refused, determining that Su Yu must confess her feelings, lest hidden matters become fodder for future disputes. Yet, Jiang Lang had not anticipated that Su Yu's emotions would be so overt that she would shed tears for a boy. Ah, my daughter is growing up. She can no longer be held back, Su Changqing mused in the shadows, lighting a cigar. Big brother, sister-in-law does not approve of your smoking, Jiang Lang chuckled. Just one. I only smoke a few a month. Ha ha, I want one too. Jiang Lang laughed, stepping forward to take a cigar from Su Changqing's box. The two exchanged glances before bursting into laughter, resembling two cunning foxes. On Sunday at 10 o'clock, Suin stood quietly at the intersection. Soon, A sleek black extended Audi A8 glided into view. Li Wuda emerged from the driver's seat and opened the door. My apologies, sir, for the wait. Suin smiled lightly. No worries. By the way, this car? This is one of the few remaining vehicles at Mingzhuang Mansion. If you find it lacking. No, it's splendid. Suin replied, admiring the car's exterior before settling into the back seat. I truly apologize for troubling you to pick me up on such a busy day. Suin said softly. Not at all. It is my duty to manage Mingzhuang Mansion on your behalf. Picking you up is merely part of the job. Li Wuda responded with a look of genuine concern. Suin nodded, recognizing his competence and quick wit. At the entrance of Mingzhuang Mansion, 2 stone lions stood majestically, like fierce guardians. Luxury vehicles continued to arrive, while 5 or 6 staff members directed traffic in the underground garage to prevent congestion. Today is quite lively. Indeed. Just then another vehicle arrived, and the staff, unable to finish their conversation, hurriedly moved forward to direct traffic. The car was a massive white beast, a long-wheelbase Range Rover, which, according to many, is a rarity in this country. Under the staff's guidance, the vehicle came to a halt, and from the driver's seat emerged a prosperous middle-aged man, his hair slightly thinning and his expression amiable. As the rear doors swung open, Hu Daxiao leapt out, exclaiming, "Huh!" Zhang Wei and Qin Shi followed suit, both wearing expressions of curiosity. You rascal, could you not embarrass me? Hu Daxiao's father, known as the construction magnate Hu Million, responded with a serious demeanor. Hu Daxiao embraced Qin Shi and Zhang Wei, exclaiming, brothers, what a pity Anzi cannot witness this moment. The trio donned sleek black suits, hastily procured by Hu Daxiao, as formal attire was a necessity for the auction. Otherwise, he might have opted for shorts. You 2 little brothers, sharing a dorm with Daxiao must be quite the ordeal. Hu Million remarked, fully aware of his son's temperament. No, uncle, Daxiao is quite manageable, the 2 replied, waving their hands awkwardly. Let us go? The auction will take a while longer. First, I shall treat you all to a meal, Hu Million announced, leading the way, followed by the 3 boys, who wore expressions of wonder, reminiscent of young cubs accompanying a grand tiger on a hunt. At that moment, an Audi A8 gracefully entered the parking lot. Li Wuda rolled down the window, opting not to park alongside the other vehicles, but rather driving to the second level. There's a second level? Indeed, sir. Access to the second level is exclusive to gold members and above. As the car ascended to the second floor and reached the innermost section, a black, fan-shaped door slowly swung open, illuminating the space with bright white light. This is your exclusive parking spot, sir, Li Wuda said with a smile. Excellent. Although the garage seems a tad empty, that is indeed a good sign. This way, please. Li Wuda quickly exited the car, eager to assist Suin. Once Suin stepped out, Li Wuda extended his hand. This way, sir. There is a private elevator reserved for you. Very well. Suin began to familiarize himself with the Mingzhuang Mansion, acknowledging that he had not delved deeply into its intricacies during his last visit. As they entered the elevator, it ascended to the 5th floor, leading them to an opulent office. Li Wuda clapped his hands, prompting several staff members to emerge, each holding exquisite suits. What is this about? Suin inquired, perplexed. Sir, in such occasions, formal attire is requisite, Li Wuda explained with a smile. Dismiss them, I prefer not to. Suin replied coldly, waving his hand, causing the staff to momentarily freeze. Dismissed. Li Wuda reacted swiftly, issuing the command. Then, sir, what shall you wear? Suin questioned, his brow furrowing. Clad in black jeans, a rather commonplace short-sleeve shirt, and white sneakers, Li Wuda nodded affirmatively. Very well. Here, your word is law. How long until it begins? 3 hours have passed, and the gentleman may take a brief respite. I shall have them bring you some food, Li Wuda remarked. Suin nodded, settling himself at the desk. On the second floor of Mingzhuang Mansion, Su Yu, donned in casual attire, a white short-sleeve shirt paired with jeans, stood at the entrance as the staff awkwardly extended a hand. Miss, Su Chongqing had evidently arranged for Su Yu to be adorned in exquisite custom dresses worth hundreds of thousands, yet she adamantly refused to wear them. Jiang Lang chuckled as he produced a membership card, causing the staff to pause momentarily. Welcome. Su Yu entered the venue with an air of indifference. Her hands tucked into her pockets, a wave of irritation washing over her as she recalled Su In's expression from the previous night. Her heart aching as if sliced by blades. I miss you. Come, Su Yu, let us have something to eat, Su Chongqing suggested. Oh, Su Yu mused. wishing she could share a meal with Suin. At that moment, she found herself devoid of appetite for the dishes crafted by the so-called master chefs. She would rather indulge in a simple bowl of tomato and egg noodles prepared by Su in Chapter 87. Su Yu is indeed the Su Yu of the Su family. Sighing, Suin surveyed the array of exquisitely plated delicacies before him, feeling a profound sense of disinterest. Is there something troubling you, sir? Someone inquired. Suin shook his head. Nothing at all. How much longer until it begins? It will start shortly. Would you like to step outside for a moment? Li Wuda asked softly. Suin nodded. You need not accompany me. I shall wander alone. Just send me a message when it is time. As Suin exited, he found the reception area on the 5th floor sparsely populated. As most attendees seemed to be congregating in the dining area and the specially arranged auction on the 3rd floor. Pondering for a moment, he decided to explore the 2nd floor, hoping to encounter someone. Pressing the elevator button, he made his way to the dining hall on the 2nd floor, where a group was indulging heartily. Feast, Qin Shi exclaimed, shoving a dim sum into his mouth with abandon. Hu Baiwan chuckled, slow down, child, if you run out, just order more. Hu Dahai stuffed a fragrant piece of grilled meat into his mouth, asking, Dad, can we come here to eat every day? Get lost. Do you think money grows on trees? It certainly does. Hu Dahai retorted. Hu Baiwan was left speechless, wondering how he had ended up with such a child. Yet, he couldn't help but notice Zhang Wei, who was savoring his food slowly, prompting Hu Baiwan to glance over again. A good child, not wolfing it down. However, Zhang Wei found the food to be somewhat peculiar, lacking the flavor of his preferred dishes. He was unaccustomed to the cuisine here, hence his restrained consumption. Oh no, it's a pity Anzi can't enjoy this. He lamented, feeling it was his duty as a brother to ensure he didn't go hungry. After speaking, Hu Dahai pulled a plastic bag from his suit pocket. What are you planning to do, you ungrateful child? Hu Baiwan exclaimed, utterly bewildered. Could it be that simplicity could not be so blatant? Do you not see where we are? Hu Dahai proceeded to dump a plate of grilled meat into the plastic bag, exclaiming, Certainly, it is indeed about packaging. Hu Baiwan. Suin arrived on the 2nd floor, observing the bustling crowd and feeling quite animated. The doorman, noticing Suin's casual attire, initially intended to stop him but then recognized his appearance. Sir, welcome back. Suin nodded, hands in his pockets, and proceeded inside. Hey, Suin. A familiar voice called from behind, accompanied by the strong scent of tobacco. Zhao Jiadong stepped forward and embraced Suin. What a coincidence. Suin smiled lightly. Indeed. How could it not be a coincidence? Zhao Jiadong momentarily felt awkward, realizing he was addressing the boss. Such coincidences were hardly plausible. Brother Zhao, who is this? Beside them stood a young man clad in an expensive black suit, likely a university student. Oh, allow me to introduce you. This is Suin, a fellow student. Zhao Jiadong remarked, patting Suin on the shoulder. This is Wang Teng from the Wang family, in Luqing. His family supplies pork to the entire city. He added quietly to Suin hello. The two extended their hands in a friendly handshake. Wang Teng glanced at Suin's casual outfit, puzzled as to how he could enter dressed so informally. Quite impressive. Are you here alone? Suin inquired. Of course, my father is not here. I'm just tagging along with Wang Teng and his father for some fun. Zhao Jiadong replied cheerfully, skillfully pulling out a cigarette, then reconsidering and putting it back. In a public setting, never mind. No worries. Zhao Jiadong chuckled. Suin then turned to glance at a nearby waiter. Dragon and Phoenix are both present. He then patted Zhao Jiadong. Go ahead, it's on me. How generous. Zhao Jiadong exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. I have something to attend to. I shall take my leave. See you later. Suin smiled and walked away. Wang Teng, puzzled, asked this. Zhao Jiadong wrapped an arm around Wang Teng, the boss of Ming's Wangfu. Quite impressive, right? Wang Teng was taken aback, realizing Suin looked younger than him, yet was indeed the proprietor of Ming's Wangfu. Let us go. Time to feast on chicken. Suin announced as he entered the restaurant's grand hall. Rows of tables were neatly arranged, and many who failed to secure private rooms were dining here, creating a festive atmosphere. I wonder if Su Yu is here, Suin pondered, stepping further inside. Everyone was dressed in suits or formal attire, making Suin's casual wear stand out conspicuously among the crowd. Look, there is someone else in casual clothes over there, Qin Shi remarked, biting into a piece of roasted meat, gesturing for Hu Dahai to look. Hu Dahai replied, Hey, in such a formal setting, how can someone dress like that? Zhang Wei squinted his eyes. That person looks like Anzi. The three were momentarily stunned. No way. Hu Dahai immediately sprang up and dashed over. Qin Shi. leaving his meat unfinished, hurriedly followed. Anzi. Suin turned back in confusion. Dahai? You three, weren't you supposed to be absent? Hey, I just sneaked in. Hu Dahai exclaimed, eagerly pulling Suin along. Returning to his seat, Hu Baiwan looked at the dapper young man in casual attire before him with a puzzled expression. This is Suin, the father of our dormitory. Oh, Hu Baiwan chuckled lightly, then gestured for the waiter to bring another set of cutlery. Let us dine together. Suin nodded with a smile, recognizing the man before him as Hu Dahai's father, noting a striking resemblance between them. What brings you here? Zhang Wei inquired, bewildered, as Suin was not supposed to be with Su Yu. Upon hearing this, Suin's expression darkened slightly as he recounted the events of the previous night. Once he finished, a heavy silence enveloped the air. Hu Dahai and the others were momentarily stunned. Su Yu exploded? It was evident from Suin's demeanor that he was struggling to accept the situation. Hu Baiwan's expression turned theatrical, disbelief etched on his face. Are you certain you're referring to Su Yu of the Su Corporation? Not sure where she is, Suin contemplated. She should be in a private room. Hu Dahai swallowed hard. Even if Su Yu is here, given her status, would she be in a private room or elsewhere? A private room? I'm curious. Aside from the Su Corporation, which affluent families reside in Lu City? Suin sighed. You don't know? Hu Dahai was perplexed. What should I know? Isn't Su Yu just Su Yu of the Su Corporation? Suin was taken aback, as if everything was beginning to piece together. He recalled the imposing president of the Su Corporation he had encountered in the elevator and felt an unsettling sense of familiarity. Could it be that he was indeed Su Yu's father? I have matters to attend to. You all eat first. Suin abruptly stood up and left in haste. Hey, why the rush? The others were puzzled, sensing Suin's sudden shift in demeanor. Suin's heart raced as he gasped for breath, reflecting on how he had failed to connect the dots the previous night. Su Yu, Su Changqing. How could they not be family? And here I was, foolishly speculating about which family Su Yu belonged to. Foolish. Chapter 88. I like him. Li Wuda, where are you? Suin spoke into the phone, his expression grave. Sir, where are you? I've come to find you. Li Wuda immediately responded upon sensing the urgency in Suin's voice. Second floor. In a short while, Li Wuda arrived at Suin's side. Sir, what is the matter? Has the Su Corporation arrived? They have arrived and are currently dining in the Huanglin Pavilion. Li Wuda replied, albeit with some confusion. Take me there. Before he could finish his sentence, Suin abruptly halted, reconsidering. Was he being too hasty? Sir, what is going on? Li Wuda spoke softly. Suin composed himself. How many people are with them? There are 3. The president of the Su Corporation, his personal secretary, and the young lady of the Su family. Good, Suin affirmed. Knowing Su Yu was present, the young lady of the Su family. What is the auction event like? He inquired. Li Wuda nodded. Sir, please follow me to the 3rd floor. The magnificent hall showcased the designer's meticulous efforts in every detail. A series of steps descended, leading to an array of seats positioned at the forefront of the grand lobby, resembling a venue for a significant assembly. This was the site of today's gathering, which would commence in just over an hour. Li Wuda glanced at his watch. Is everyone already here? Suin inquired, surveying the tiered seating below. No. This way, please. Li Wuda extended his hand, ascending to the 2nd level. A succession of private room doors unfolded before Suin. This way, sir. Li Wuda gestured for Su and to proceed to the center, where a door adorned with an intricate dragon and phoenix motif bore the number 0. What is this? Suin asked. This is your exclusive viewing box, sir. Li Wuda replied, his eyes shimmering with excitement, for he had personally overseen its construction. Upon entering, the opulent decor was striking. Plush sofas adorned the space, complemented by a floor-to-ceiling window that provided a splendid view of the auction venue. Impressive. Suin could not help but express his admiration. Everything necessary has been prepared. Suin continued, what about the Su family? They are arranged next door? Li Wuda noted, keenly observing that his esteemed guest seemed particularly interested in the Su family. Suin nodded. There are a total of 10 items for auction tonight, and that love from South Australia. Suin's lips curled into a smile. Let us have that as the grand finale. Li Wuda nodded in agreement. So, the boy's family isn't particularly well off, and his mother has mobility issues, Su Changqing pondered. Su Yu sat with her arms crossed, displaying a cold demeanor, showing no interest in the delicacies before her. Let me think. Su Changqing feigned contemplation, his gaze occasionally drifting towards Su Yu. Su Yu scoffed, turning her head away. Jiang Lang suppressed a laugh, knowing it would be inappropriate. Shall you? Su Chongqing spoke softly. Do you truly have feelings for that boy? Su Chongqing's expression was serious. Su Yu paused, then nodded. Yes. But there are many types of affection, like that of friends. Are you certain you haven't misjudged? Su Chongqing probed cautiously, wishing to prevent his daughter from ensnaring herself in the complexities of misguided emotions. Su Yu sighed deeply. Whenever I see him, I smile. His presence brings me joy. Even when we engage in the most mundane activities, I cherish every moment. My emotions fluctuate with his. If another girl approaches him, I feel anger, but if he rejects someone, I feel elated. He cooks wonderfully, though the food is simple. It is utterly delightful to me. He may lack wealth, but that doesn't matter. Just having him by my side makes me happy. Su Yu concluded earnestly. Click. Jiang Lang questioned, whose heart was broken. Su Chongqing slowly closed his eyes, reflecting on the small cotton jacket that had never been particularly warm. Now at risk of being taken by someone else. I even took him to meet my mother. A fleeting shadow of melancholy crossed Su Yu's eyes. But then she remembered something, and her gaze firmed with resolve. Mother likes him too. Su Chongqing was momentarily stunned, his eyes trembling uncontrollably. When he spoke to my mother, he would gently kneel on one knee, and he listened attentively to my words. Su Yu's expression turned cold. Unlike the man who struck me in front of my mother. Su Chongqing, unable to steady his chopsticks, let them fall to the floor, his demeanor darkening. He opened his cigar box, took out a cigar, and attempted to light it. Sighing, he placed the cigar back down. Let us invite him over for dinner. Su Chongqing did not wish to confine Su Yu. As a father, he simply wanted to protect her from being bullied, not to deny her the happiness she deserved. Really? Su Yu looked up suspiciously. You wouldn't secretly harm him, would you? Uffed. Jiang Lang, unable to contain himself, sprayed champagne from his mouth, then quickly waved his hand. Cough. The alcohol is truly harsh. How could I be that kind of person? Su Chongqing could no longer suppress his laughter. In his daughter's eyes, was he truly that kind of man? All right. But Su Yu's face flushed. Su Chongqing's eyes twitched. His daughter had truly changed. I haven't even gotten together with him yet. It's all right. Take your time. Little Yu, your father supports you. Su Chongqing seemed to have made a firm decision, gently stroking Su Yu's head. This time, Su Yu did not shy away, but instead looked up at him earnestly. Really? Indeed. And if you desire to help him, I will arrange for a doctor to treat your mother's leg, all right? Su Chongqing's eyes brimmed with affection, and his eyelids appeared slightly reddened. Su Yu gazed intently at Su Chongqing, noticing the slow graying of his hair. Time had not spared this once mighty figure of Lu City. Lowering her head, she whispered, Thank you, Dad. Upon hearing this, the wrinkles on Su Chongqing's face seemed to vanish. After all these years, who would have thought you would still call me Dad because of a man? If I don't like him, I won't call you that. Su Yu quickly retorted, blushing. Hey, don't. Su Chongqing immediately grew anxious. Jiang Lang watched the two bickering family members with a bittersweet smile, feeling a pang of nostalgia. Sister-in-law, do you see? It seems the distance between the elder brother and the young lady has vanished. Truly, thanks to Brother Su. There were just 10 minutes left before the auction formally commenced. The staff began to enter, conducting final checks. Hu Dahai and others followed Hu Baiwan to the third floor. Wow, is this the legendary auction? Qin Shi remarked. Having never witnessed such a scene in Yunnan, this is my first time too. It's truly magnificent. Hu Dahai swallowed hard. Let us go over there. Hu Baiwan pointed to some nearby seats, just as he intended to proceed. A staff member approached immediately. Sir, you must be Hu Baiwan? Yes. This way, please. My master has arranged a private room for you. Hu Baiwan was taken aback. Master? Private room? Who is it? Chapter 89. The auction begins. In the opulent suite on the third floor, Suin sat in contemplative silence, observing the throng of people entering below. Sir, it's about to commence, Li Wudum murmured softly. I must head down, as I am the host of the auction. My apologies. Not at all. Go ahead, Suin replied with a faint smile, gesturing for Li Wuda to proceed. In the tranquil suite, Suin remained silent for a considerable time. Is the soundproofing really that good? Why can I not hear the door opening next door? Indeed, Suin had been quietly eavesdropping on the sounds from the adjoining room, but unfortunately, the Mingzhuang mansion only utilized premium materials, rendering him unable to discern anything. This suite is quite well designed. Su Chongqing entered the room, his curiosity piqued by the surroundings. However, as the president of the Su Group, he certainly possessed a discerning eye. Su Yu, on the other hand, quietly settled onto the sofa, seemingly lost in thoughts of a certain individual. Xiao Yu, you should seek him out after the auction, Su Chongqing gently suggested, noticing Su Yu's emotional state. All right, Su Yu replied, recalling the words exchanged the previous night, feeling a pang as if a blade had grazed her heart. Had she been too hurtful in her remarks? From the moment Jiang Lang stepped through the door, he sensed something peculiar, as though someone was watching him. Perhaps it was merely an illusion. Suin pressed his ear against the adjoining wall, straining to listen, yet still unable to catch a sound. Did she enter or not? Suin raked his fingers through his hair, desperately wishing to burst through the door to glimpse the figure he had been yearning for. Suddenly, a servant entered, pushing a cart laden with fruit and tea, and stumbled upon an unforgettable sight. His boss, seemingly eavesdropping against the wall. Suin's face turned crimson, and he hastily returned to the sofa. Ahem, what brings you here? I have prepared some tea and snacks for you, sir. Manager Li mentioned you hadn't tea eaten and instructed me to bring this, the servant replied with a smile. How thoughtful, Suin exclaimed, taken aback by Li Wuda's meticulousness. Sir, I'll arrange this for you and then take my leave, the servant said cheerfully, placing the exquisite treats and fruit on the table in front of the sofa. Ahem. Please send a portion to the Su group next door as well, Suin added with a light cough. The servant nodded in acknowledgement. Certainly, sir. Wait. Suin called out to the departing servant, turning his head away. Could you check if there's a girl inside, the exceptionally beautiful one? The servant paused for a moment, but complied. I'm quite clever, Suin thought to himself, grinning as he popped a piece of kiwi into his mouth, eagerly awaiting news from the servant. The servant soon pushed the cart into the neighboring suite. President Su. These are the fruits and snacks prepared by my employer for a few guests. Su Chongqing blinked in surprise before a smile crept across his face. How thoughtful. Please inform your master that I would appreciate the opportunity for a conversation shortly. The waiter smiled and nodded, his gaze lifting to the pensive Su Yu seated on the sofa. A sudden realization struck him, illuminating the reason his master wished for him to witness this moment. Not wishing to intrude upon the gathering, the waiter meticulously arranged the refreshments and quietly withdrew. What is this? Jiang Lang inquired, puzzled. Su Chongqing erupted into laughter. This is a gift from the owner of Mingzhuang Mansion. Ha ha ha, he is quite a remarkable young man. Is that so? If the opportunity arises, I would love for him to meet Su Yu. Su Chongqing expressed with excitement. Jiang Lang furrowed his brow, realizing the impending disaster that threatened the fragile father-daughter relationship he had just mended. Su Chongqing seemed to sense the dissonance and awkwardly turned his head, only to encounter Su Yu's cold gaze, like a princess emerging from a realm of ice. Before Su Chongqing could utter another word, Su Yu forcefully overturned the table with a kick. Are you saying you wish to go back on your word? No. I shall not retract my statement. You must bring him home at once. That owner of Mingzhuang Mansion is nothing. Su Chongqing's expression turned alarmed as he waved his hands, attempting to quell his daughter's fury. Su Yu let out a soft, icy snort, her eyes coldly fixed below. Realizing Su Yu was silent, Su Chongqing finally exhaled deeply, while Jiang Lang offered an awkward chuckle. Suddenly, the lights in the auction hall extinguished. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the charity auction hosted by Mingzhuang Mansion, where the elites and executives from various industries have graced us with their presence. Li Wuda appeared on stage, beaming with enthusiasm. I express my heartfelt gratitude. He bowed deeply. A round of applause erupted, resonating throughout the venue. This auction features 10 items, with a special piece saved for the finale. All proceeds will be donated to charity by Mingzhuang Mansion. Upon hearing this, a wave of applause followed, as wealthy patrons, having amassed considerable fortunes, decided to contribute a portion to charity, both for their reputation and, well, I believe no introduction is necessary. Everyone knows who I am. So let us commence with the first item. As applause filled the air, the center of the hall was adorned with a covered item draped in red silk, obscuring its contents. Suin found himself drawn toward it, acknowledging that Li Wuda possessed a certain flair for orchestrating such events. With a swift motion, the red silk was removed, revealing an oil painting before the audience. The artwork depicted a simple scene, a girl with flowing black hair. Her back turned as she gazed upon a rice field under a darkened sky. This piece, titled Wild, was the final work of the renowned foreign artist, Mr. Brown. The starting bid is 3 million. Upon this announcement, gasps of astonishment filled the room. Mr. Brown was hailed as the king of modern painting. The simplicity of the design, coupled with the name Brown, rendered this masterpiece invaluable. Suin gazed at the painting, feeling a twinge of solitude. Beneath the obsidian sky, the rice fields shimmered, while the girl depicted in the artwork appeared lost in contemplation, as if she were the sole inhabitant of this world. 3,200,000. A voice erupted from the audience, igniting excitement as another chimed in, add 20,000. 350. Enthusiasts of the painting fervently bid, one raising the stakes by a staggering 40,000. 360. 380. 420. Suin smiled faintly. Those unfamiliar with the nuances of the auction might have mistaken the fervor for mere banter. There must be a painting here. A vision flickered in Suin's mind. Prompting a gentle smile, she was determined to acquire the piece. With a light tap on the table, a servant outside swiftly approached. Sir? Suin, with an air of tranquility, declared, 5 million. Yes. The attendant moved forward, retrieving what appeared to be a tablet from the side. Li Wuda struck the gavel, announcing, 420,000 once. Is there any further bidding? Just as he finished, a voice boomed through the speakers. The guest in room 0 bids 5 million. Gasps filled the room. 5 million. Such a significant leap. Those who had intended to bid incrementally suddenly found their enthusiasm extinguished.